from Yellowstone National Park. This is what we do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi, team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say, your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. And maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop, whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop, whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is
I've been following Jake.
Yeah.
And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton, but it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah. And let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water is heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah. So if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. Yeah, so Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter, but I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist just outside the park at all our entrances, and about $600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion,
Roads,
like with a B?
Billion with a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What We Do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, then it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a web page with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/what we do podcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I
think so
literally
too.
had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was that was the calendar invite. So, but generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here.
Boring.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are 3 main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time during the year. So for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project-based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all 4 of us who are on this podcast today have. here in
We're
Yellowstone.
very lucky.
Very lucky.
Yes.
Yeah, and the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So wage grade or WG, these are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area, and that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division. Law enforcement officers, obviously, those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus one person. And that one person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first 3, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So, for example, you might hear someone say, like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No.
I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you...
Welcome, and thanks for tuning in to this USGS Corecast. I'm Marissa Lubeck. The mountainous expanse of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem is known for the native wildlife of its national parks and picturesque private lands. Grizzly bears live in this area of the Northern Rockies, making it one of the largest strongholds for grizzly populations in the United States. Recent research by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team provides new insight into grizzly population dynamics and the hazards that influence bear mortality within this ecosystem. I'm here with Chuck Schwartz, USGS biologist and lead of the study team, to discuss these findings. Thanks for speaking with us, Chuck.
You're welcome.
What is the current status of grizzlies in terms of an endangered or threatened species? How are they doing with population numbers, and what does this status mean for the greater Yellowstone ecosystem?
Grizzly bears in the continental United States are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. They were listed in 1975 and remain listed today. Grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem were actually delisted in 2007, but they were put back on the list following a decision from the district court judge. Bears in Yellowstone represent one of 6 populations in the United States that still exist today. They've been eliminated from about 98% of their historic range, and they only occur in smaller pockets in a few remaining mountainous areas of the western United States. In Yellowstone, there's probably somewhere around 600 grizzly bears, and the population, since it was listed, has been growing at a rate of about 4 to 6% per year from about 1975 through today. They now reoccupy habitats in the ecosystem where they were basically eliminated in the late 18 and early 1900s.
Previous grizzly studies have suggested that human activity can affect bear populations in certain ways. What new findings about grizzly hazards have come from your recent research, and how much of a role do people play?
One of the things that we know for grizzly bears in general, and this is pretty consistent across all of North America where grizzly bears or brown bears live, is that if you're a bear and you're no longer dependent upon your mother for care, so excluding cubs and yearlings, there's about a 90% chance that your cause of death will be directly associated with humans. Bears die in accidents on roads. They're killed in defense of life or property when they get into trouble with people. Agencies go in and remove them if they're in conflict for livestock killing or damaging property. And so what really drives bear demographics is humans. What our studies show, and they repeat some of the previous work, is that roads in developed areas, for example, impact grizzly bears. Essentially what we did was we took radio-collared bears, we looked at where those bears lived, and then whether they lived or died during our period of study. And took the bear's home range, and essentially what we showed was what we call human disturbance variables strongly influence whether a bear is going to live or die. And so bears that live in very secure areas that have little or no road density or very few developed sites in the form of campgrounds or lodges or facilities that have attractants for bears. Bears that live in areas that don't have these human developments typically have very, very high rates of survival. As the amount of human development increases, it becomes more hazardous, and they tend to die at higher rates. Some of the new findings that we have shown is that ungulate hunting also is hazardous to bears. We know, for example, that an important food of grizzly bears is ungulate meat. And so in one way, when a hunter kills an elk and cleans that elk, bears use that as a food source. So that brings bears into close proximity with hunters, and on occasion they do get into trouble. They are killed in defense of life. Rural development in the form of ex-urban or outside of urban areas also increases the hazards for bears. And so when we have large ranches, for example, that have been maintained as open space for agriculture, but the human activity on that land is very low, when those lands are developed into ranchettes divided into 40-acre parcels that each get a house, it also becomes much more hazardous for grizzly bears to survive in areas like that. There's a saying that biologists have is a fed bear is a dead bear, and so these kinds of developments just increase the probability. As far as natural hazards are concerned, is cubs and yearlings, which are dependent upon their mother for care, face a different suite of mortality agents. And what we typically see is if you're a young bear and you're going to die, you're more than likely going to die from natural causes. There's starvation or predation. And in the instance of starvation, in some years when we have poor food production, these little cubs don't get enough nourishment and they starve to death. The other thing that we see is more predation. And in the world of bears, cubs and yearlings are vulnerable to being preyed upon by large adult males.
You mentioned that you used years of bear tracking information from collared bears to come to your conclusions. Can you tell me more about how this information was acquired?
The grizzly bear study team is responsible for monitoring the grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And one of the ways that we do our monitoring is we capture and radio collar a sample of bears. So we trap every year and we try to catch a sample of random bears from the population. We then put radio collars on those individuals and we track them through time. That's what allows us to get a very clear understanding of how bears use the environment, what factors influence rates of reproduction and survival. So we can look at a female in the fall and determine whether she's weaned her offspring, and then determine the following year if she's produced a new litter of cubs, how large that litter might be. That's basically how we track the demographics of the Yellowstone bear.
Can such bear mortality data from the past contribute to insight on future grizzly populations? Can it be used for predictions?
We can't really predict, but we can project what the future might look like based on information from the past. And as long as systems don't change dramatically, those projections provide some insight and guidance to managers on what they might need to do or consider for maintaining a healthy bear population in the future.
How do grizzly population dynamics in the somewhat remote Greater Yellowstone ecosystem affect people and places on a national level?
The Yellowstone ecosystem is one of the last remaining intact temperate systems in the continental U.S., and as such, it has a large amount of wild lands where we still have healthy populations of large carnivores, including grizzly bears, black bears, gray wolves, cougars. And one of the things that we know about bears is bears are very popular animals. There's millions of people that come to this system every year, and one of the reasons they come is with the hope of getting to see bears and wolves in a natural state. And so maintaining these large systems like that in an intact fashion, I think, is important to people in our country.
Thanks for taking the time to speak with us today, Chuck.
Thank you.
This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior. I'm Marissa Lubeck. Thanks for tuning in.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners, our podcast pikas out there. Before we tell you about this week's episode, we have two special events coming up on Tuesday, July 18th that we want to make sure you know about. So Tuesday, July 18th, first, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. And you're going to hear a lot about the Holsworth Historic Site in this week's podcast episode. So stick around, give it a listen. Maybe it'll entice you to come celebrate. The Holsworth Historic Site is located about 8 miles north of Grand Lake on Highway 34 on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. From 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we will celebrate the history of the Holsworth family with special displays, programs, and games for children. And we'll also be giving guided tours of the site all day. Then starting at 5 p.m., join us for a special campfire program with actual Holsworth family members at the Holsworth Historic Site Campfire Ring. So a full day of celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. We are also on Tuesday, July 18th, celebrating World Listening Day. From babbling brooks and thundering waterfalls to bugling elk and singing birds, the natural sounds in this park and all over the world create immersive experiences that are important for visitors, wildlife, and ecosystems. The unimpaired sounds of nature are fundamental natural resources worthy of protection. And this day celebrates that. So there will be activities, art projects, and interactive games at Fall River Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fall River Visitor Center again. Then you can meet in front of the Fall River Visitor Center at 6 p.m. to join Dr. Jacob Job, a scientist with the Sounds and Light Ecology team at Colorado State University. He is going to guide you on a 1.5-hour sound walk that will focus on listening to the sounds of Rocky and what they tell us about our surroundings. So again, for that walk, meet at 6 p.m. in front of the Fall River Visitor Center. One thing to note is that you do need a park pass of some kind because you will be going into the park. So either a day pass, week pass, annual pass, interagency pass, some kind of pass so that you can get entrance into the park. All right, so those are our news and announcements. We're going to lead straight into this week's episode, which is a very cool one. We traveled over Trail Ridge Road to the west side of the park and joined Macy McPherson and Michelle Simmons, our two year-round interpretive rangers on the west side of the park at the Holsworth Historic Site. So we sat out in front of Holsworth. We were at the picnic table and chatted all about not only Holsworth and why it's important and what you can do there, but also about Macy and Michelle's career, what it's like on the west side of the park versus the east side of the park, and things to look for over there, about the town of Grand Lake. It was just a great conversation. We had a really good time, and we hope that this will help you learn about some of the lesser visited areas in Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. So we hope you enjoy, and here we go. Here's Macy and Michelle. Okay, we are here at Holsworth Historic Site. Is that the full name? Yes, Holsworth Historic Site. With, could you give us your names and your title, what you do at the park?
My name is Macy McPherson, and I am one of the interpreters here on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park.
And I am Michelle Simmons. I'm the district interpreter here on the west side of the park, so I oversee the kind of the visitor communication education operation here. And Macy is selling herself short because she is actually my right-hand person, the only other permanent interpreter year-round here on the west side of the park, and she is amazing. She also is the lead out here at Holsworth Historic Site, so it's thanks to her and the volunteers she works with that we have this wonderful place open to the public.
So we have 2 permanent interpretive rangers on this side of the park.
We do. There are 2 of us that work
There are
year-round.
all 2 of you.
All 2 of us.
Yep.
And a number of wonderful seasonals who help us out in the summer. And then again, some of them in the winter with our ski and snowshoe programs and education programs in the schools. But no, thank goodness Macy is here.
Goodness, Michelle is here.
Yeah, and for our podcast listeners who have listened to previous episodes, episode 1, we interviewed Kathy Brazelton on the other side. So, Michelle, you're like the Kathy of this side, the district.
In some ways.
In
Kathy
some
is
ways.
the East District
Right.
interpreter or East District naturalist.
Right.
I'm the West District naturalist, and I'm told sometimes known as the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
no comment there. But
No comment. Okay. That's funny. All right. So today I want to talk about west side of the park versus the east side for sure. I'm sure that'll come up, and then also talk about Holsworth, where we are, and we can start with Holsworth Historic Site. So since that's where we're sitting, could you give us just a real quick overview of what Holsworth is?
The Holsworth Historic Site is a homestead that was homesteaded by the Holsworth family, and then it was turned into a dude ranch and a working ranch through 1974. And so today it gives visitors an opportunity to come and see what life was like 100 years ago. This year, the main cabin is 100 years old. It was built in 1917.
Centennial.
It's a centennial of the Holsworth.
Yeah.
Yep. Coming up here and homesteading. And we have a lot of family heirlooms here at the site, so visitors actually get to have a one-on-one experience with real artifacts, which you don't get in a lot of places. And they get really amazing one-on-one tours with volunteers who know a lot about the history and kind of give visitors a glimpse into the past here at Rocky Mountain.
and expanding on what Macy said about the artifacts, one of the neat things about the story here is that when the site was sold to the National Park Service, actually via the Nature Conservancy, when it happened back in the 70s, the Holsworths sold it with their belongings intact. So you really do, when you walk through the cabins and you look in the cabins, you're seeing it as they left it, and you're really catching an authentic glimpse of what homesteading life was out here was like out here.
Yeah, that struck me the first time I visited here, which was 3 years ago now, I think. Yeah, you just felt like you were walking into somebody's house. It was really neat. Didn't feel like you're walking into a museum or anything like that. You're just like, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. I'm glad that they convinced them to leave all their stuff.
We have a lot of visitors who say that same thing, or they say, wow, this looks just like my grandma's or my great-grandma's house. Like some of the same artifacts are in here that are in my relatives' home. So it really helps them connect, like, oh, wow, people actually did live here at Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, and it was... One thing that I enjoyed was all the taxidermy, all the various projects, just because it was like, it just kind of gave you a feel for.
Tell them about how that came to be.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of taxidermy
there's a
items
lot.
out here.
Yeah, for people who haven't
And
visited, number one, you should come visit. And yeah, it's just like
there's an
coat
incredible,
racks, lamps.
coat racks made with feet of animals, lamps. Exactly. There's all kinds of different types of items, and there's actually a whole taxidermy shop where all of Papa or John Senior Holsworth, he has all of his tools and everything are still here. And one of the reasons why he started taxidermy was because he got in a really bad wagon accident just right at the bottom of the hill here when they first homesteaded up here, and he couldn't really work anymore, and so he went back to school long distance.
Like
to
correspondence
courses to Nebraska,
Ah.
and which I'm still puzzled of how you do that in the early
like, how do you
1920s.
get stuff here.
Right.
amazing.
And so in 1924 he got his taxidermy license officially, and it's hanging up in the taxidermy shop for folks to see. So they turned a pretty tough situation into something really interesting and a great opportunity for the family to still make a living out here.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the taxidermy shop is really neat.
It's
Is
really
that a
neat.
deer that's in the case?
There's a deer in the case. There's
Like
also
a
a full-size deer,
body.
and it's kind of white because it's been bleached by the sun,
Yeah.
so that's why it's hidden in the back now. And there's also a couple birds stuffed back in there. And then in the mama cabin there's a lot of deer and some elk, and then a literal footstool.
Yeah. Yep.
Which you'd have to see in person to really
A
appreciate.
footstool made out of feet.
Yes.
Yeah. So they first came here then in 1917, correct?
Yes.
When they built the first cabin.
Yes.
So paint the picture. What was homesteading like here
And
in
tell 'em why they
1917?
came,
Yeah, and why
because
did they
that's interesting.
come here?
Yeah, so if you can try to imagine being a family in Denver in 1916 and operating in a saloon, Colorado was one of the first states to pass prohibition. And so this family, the Holsworths, lost one of their main businesses in 1916. And so they had to start all over again. They had a huge change happen to their family and had to figure out what to do, what to do. They were in their early 50s. They had to really start over in the middle of their lives. And they still had one son at home who was 14, Johnny Jr., and they decided to come up and homestead. John Holsworth Sr., Papa, had homesteaded before in his younger years, but it didn't really work out for him up here in the county. So they decided to try again. And luckily enough for them, there was still homesteaded property available up here on the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in 1916, which is pretty incredible to think about. So the park was already a national park, but where we are right now was not parkland. And so 1917, they came up here and built a cabin and started working the land, which is what you had to do to homestead. And then really quickly after that, Papa injured himself. So that 14-year-old son, he would have been probably 15 or 16 at the time, had to take on everything, farming, building the cabins, keeping up all the work. They cut ice off of Grand Lake for a living in the winter, but also to keep their food cold. So there's a lot of work year round. And so this place was very different, I imagine, back then compared to today. There wasn't a paved road. Fall River Road wasn't open yet, or Trail Ridge Road. Grand Lake was a little community, but there wasn't a lot there. So it's just under 8 miles south of us. So they had to somehow get back and forth to town. Even in the winter.
Seems very remote.
Very remote.
Very remote.
So they were tough.
And just hard winters.
Very hard winters.
Up here.
When you come out here in the winter nowadays, you're snowshoeing on a good 4 or 5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So I can imagine it was pretty incredible back then as well.
Too. I just can't imagine trying to homestead.
I know.
Just like trying to grow food or anything.
Well, and indeed, the homesteading part, particularly the ranching and trying to raise cattle or horses, proved to be a real challenge. And like many of the homesteaders in the valley here that made it work, they discovered as the park became more popular that it was far easier to make a living in the recreation industry than it was actually being, relying on ranching and cattle. And so they did. As the park grew in popularity, as Fall River Road did open, and then eventually Trail Ridge Road, they made their living by building more cabins and catering to tourists who would come through here, offering lodging, offering home-cooked meals. Johnny Holsworth, Johnny Jr., catching fish down in the Colorado River, which is here on the property, and serving visitors now we don't do all of that today, but we're
Sure.
still in the business of serving visitors,
Yeah.
and that's what's really kept up here in the Kawanichi Valley.
Yeah, when did they start making that switch from homesteading to starting to do the
It really
tourism
happened
recreation?
in the early 1920s.
Okay, so they weren't homesteading too long
Too
before they
long.
were like, okay, we need to do something else here.
Yeah, and they actually had a lot of Papa's friends coming up from Denver
Oh,
just to stay here.
uh-huh.
And
Oh, so
Mama or
maybe they
Sophia
thought,
Holsworth was kind of getting tired of taking care of them all without, getting anything. And
That makes
Johnny was
sense.
doing all the work. And so she said, I'm going to start
Mhm.
charging people to stay here and cook for them and that sort of thing. And so they built one of the first guest cabins in 1921. And that one you can go in today. It's called Twin One and see kind of what it would have been like to stay here. Little
Yeah.
log cabin. And Mama Holsworth would cook and really great German food. She was a German immigrant as well as
Oh, really?
John Holsworth Sr. They both immigrated into America separately, but met in Denver, and very strong German roots. So she had some apparently great German food coming out of that
Oh,
kitchen.
wow. That sounds great. Come stay back here for how long would people stay? Just totally varied, or was it more long term?
I don't know exactly how long they would stay. I know in the 20s they charged $2 a night or $11 a week to stay here.
Wow.
And that included food and whatnot, and probably horses to
Sure.
go on trips,
Wow.
pack trips with.
I could handle that.
Yeah, I would imagine for how long it probably took to get up here. It probably took in those days, even in a Model T pickup truck or something like that, it would have taken a while to get up
Yeah.
here from Denver over
would
Berthoud
think it would
Pass
take-
or over Fall River Road. It
Right.
would have taken forever. So I'd assume once you got up here, you'd
You
probably stay for a
little
while,
Yeah.
which people still do today. A lot of visitors come up to the Grand Lake area, and they don't just come for one day. Usually they're here either camping here in the national park or outside,
Yep.
staying in a little cabin or whatnot for a good few days or a week at a time,
Yeah.
or even for the whole summer.
Actually, one of the fun things about how much time people spend, a lot of folks are driving through the valley here and see the sign for Holsworth Historic Site, don't really know anything about it, but stop in. The bulk of the buildings are about a half a mile across the valley and across the Colorado River from the parking area. But we have one historic cabin that's right by the parking area. And so during the times that we're open, which is about 10:30 to 4:30 daily here in the summer, you'll meet you'll meet a volunteer at that cabin who will tell people a little of the history and encourage them to take that half a mile level stroll across the valley to come see the main part of the historic site. And what often happens is people think, oh, well, we'll trot back there quickly and spend a few minutes and come back. And it is not uncommon to watch people spend 2 hours, 3 hours. They get out here and there's so much to see. And the volunteers who run the site are so knowledgeable and friendly. And there's a few activities for kids to do. We've just actually, thanks to one of our interns this summer, another amazing volunteer, Emily, have started up a little bingo game that you can play out here looking for some of the artifacts. Like, is the footstool on it? The footstool's on it.
The toilet seat in Twin One is on there. Which
Oh,
you
really?
have to come find.
Don't tell them where it is.
I won't.
Okay.
It's
okay.
in there somewhere.
In there somewhere.
So at any rate, if you're planning on coming, give yourself plenty of time
Yeah.
because folks really do get hooked out here.
Yeah, that happens.
It's a great place
the
to
first
stay.
time that I came out here with a small group of people, we were like, oh, we'll just stop in and check it, and we stayed quite a while. The buffalo coat lured us in.
Yeah, so we have an incredible buffalo coat that is a remake of the original buffalo coat, but it's still really incredible. And
So heavy.
It's so heavy, and it's just amazing. We just had it restitched a little because we have so many people try it on. It was actually falling apart, and that's how much people love this buffalo coat. They actually come here looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's made out of 2 buffalo hides, and it weighs 22 pounds. So you definitely need to come check out the buffalo coat and put it on.
I'd love to have it on when it's cold, just to see. Because every time I've put it on, it's been warm.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're
been
like,
hot.
okay, I'm hot
and you're like,
immediately.
"This isn't-
Take it off.
I'm done.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see how it is when it's 10.
I try to
10 below, 20
imagine
below.
wearing that heavy coat and walking around in the snow because it's down
Good
to the
workout.
ground.
Yeah.
So, and with how much snow there is, even if you're in skis or snowshoes, it would just be coated in snow and ice.
Absolutely.
Well, it's down to the ground for you, Macy. I'm not. I'm
True.
not sure it would have been true for Johnny Holsworth.
True.
Maybe he was much taller than me.
So while we're setting it up, when people pull up, you're driving on 30
Trail Ridge Road.
Trail Ridge Road, 34, whichever you want to call it. you'll see a sign, Holsworth Historic Site, one of those nice brown signs that you see in parks. And there's a parking area, and like you said, the cabin. There's someone there to talk to. Then you walk about half a mile, and it's a nice walk. It's a great walk. There's some signs that teach you about the area. You can kind of get out in the middle of the valley to get a little bit more of a feel. You walk over the Colorado River.
There's often elk or moose
Yep.
that you see along the way.
Elk or moose. And then you get over here, and how many cabins are there total? A lot. It's quite a site.
We're counting. Hang
Yeah,
on.
we're counting right now.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's 12 cabins out
12?
here, plus a few outhouses that
Yeah.
are kind of scattered throughout.
And then, so when you come to visit, how many of these can you look inside? You can look in the main cabin.
You can look
right?
in the main cabin, the mama cabin, which we give tours of because
The
that's where
mama
all
cabin,
the
okay.
that's where all the artifacts are. So we ask you to go in with one of the volunteers or one of
Uh-huh.
the rangers out here.
And that is really cool.
It's
I mean,
really
we're audio
great.
only, so we can't show you.
Yeah.
But you need to come see it.
It's really really neat in there. And then there's one of the guest cabins, Twin One, that you can go in. That's self-guided, as
Uh-huh.
well as the taxidermy shop.
Uh-huh.
There's also an ice house where they kept blocks of ice that they cut off of Grand Lake
Yeah.
in, and it has the original sod roof from the Holsworth
Yeah.
family still growing on it.
Oh, that is okay.
That's actually the real
really-
grass. Yes.
That's amazing.
And then the little tent house
Mm-hmm.
that Johnny built himself because he got tired of sleeping in the one-room cabin with his parents.
Wonder why.
And those are the main public buildings. And then
Uh-huh.
the one down by the parking lot as well,
Uh-huh.
the Fleshy cabin,
Uh-huh.
which is a little older than the cabins up here.
So people can look at those. They can get. They have to get a guided tour through
Yep.
Mama House.
Yep, Mama House.
And then there's bingo.
There's bingo.
There's a coat you can try
There's
on.
a coat. There's also a washing machine where you can wash
like a
socks.
hand
and
wash
There
machine?
is a hand wash machine with a crank.
Yeah.
And wring out the socks. You can also dress up like a pioneer or a cowboy. So we
Wow.
have clothes for you all to try on. And you can also rope a horse and sit on a saddle.
Wow.
So
So
there's-
much to do.
Well, explain the horse. It's not a live horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miles was getting really excited. No, we do.
I
We do
wanna
have
be
a
on a
little
horse.
saddle you can sit on, and
Oh, I
you can.
see.
You can. Is that a sawhorse? What would you even call that horse?
It's
so
certainly an original artifact.
log horse
A
or
log
something.
horse. A horse made out of wood.
Sawhorse. Yeah.
There is a log horse. Yes,
There's
but
a lot to do.
definitely you can try your
Yeah.
roping. And actually, if you come during the heart of the summer, during July, and I'm trying to remember, we might even go into the first week of August this year. On Friday mornings, there is a program that we offer, a ranger-led program called A Walk Backwards, which is geared towards kids, typically kids age about 6 to 12. And it's by reservation, so you can call the park ahead of time to sign up your kids. 970-627-3471 to make reservations for that. But they actually will dress the kids up in period costumes. That's led by one of our longtime rangers, Barb King, who's amazing with children. So they get to dress up in costume and pretend that they're part of a ranch family. They come back, they get a tour of the mama cabin, and then they get to engage in a bunch of different period-type chores, whether it's mixing some biscuit dough together, or cleaning fish, or milking a cow.
Wow.
Again, the cow may also be made of wood, but it's a
I sense
whole
a
lot.
theme.
It's a whole lot of fun. And what else? Well, sewing on buttons, or
Wow.
making
Yeah, they
making
make
period dolls.
Period dolls. They weave a little rug. They nail horseshoes. They saw wood. They do a lot of chores.
Wow, how long
they
is
have
this?
sack race. They do get to do a few games like sack races, but
How long is it?
the program is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's actually, when you look at our statistics, is one of our most popular programs here on the west side of
I
the
bet.
park.
Sounds fun.
Which is why we ask people to reserve in advance, so that it doesn't get too unwieldy in terms of the numbers. But that's Friday mornings. I'm sure it runs through July. I think it might run through August 4th. But if you access the website
Yeah, you
that
can check
Miles
our
takes
online
care of,
calendar,
you
yeah.
can check the online calendar.
Yeah, when you go to our website, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little icon and it says calendar. Click on there. Search, put in the dates when you're going to be here, and it'll show you everything that's going on then. So you can confirm all the details. It's also in the park newspaper. When you come in the park and they hand you the newspaper, look in the middle of that, and it has all of our programming.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, another program.
Yeah, another one of our
Oh,
really
yeah, this one's
special
neat, too.
programs
Yeah.
that happens out here. happens on Friday evenings. So Fridays are a big day out at Holsworth Historic Site. But Friday evenings, another one of our rangers who's worked here more than 20 seasons, Harry Cannon, does a program called Old Ranch Campfire. I have to be careful not to say Old Ranger Campfire.
Wouldn't want to offend anyone.
No. But
come see an old campfire
with
an old
Harry.
ranger.
But he does that in first-person character.
Oh,
so
cool.
when you arrive down at the parking lot down at Fleshett Cabin, he greets you as if he were a ranch hand working for Johnny Holsworth at the time that this was an operating dude ranch. And so he will lead you across that path across the valley, telling you tall tales and stories, which are very much in the style of what Johnny Holsworth was famous for. When they had folks staying out here at the ranch, they would have evening campfires, and he was known for his tall tales. So Harry tells those, and they come back here to the site. We have a campfire ring here at Holsworth Historic Site. They gather around, and it's just an old-timey, old-fashioned good time. They sing a lot of songs, campfire songs. Marshmallows are roasted, and more tall tales are told. And it's a really fun, feel-good, family-friendly type program. And again, that goes into early August, I think, on Friday evenings. And again, look at the website for the details on that. But that is not to be missed if you can help it.
Wow. A lot of stuff going on over here at Holsworth. I didn't even realize.
And
I mean, I did, but I didn't
next
think of it all at once.
On the 18th, Tuesday, July 18th,
Yeah, that's a
we're
big one.
celebrating the 100 years of the Holsworth family homesteading here. So we're going to have, throughout the day, we're going to, do our normal tours and have everything accessible. And then we will have some special booths set up and some kids games from Barb's Walk Backwards program. And in the evening, around 5 p.m., we're going to have a campfire with some of the Holsworth family members. They're going to come out and tell some stories and answer our questions. So if you're in the area on July 18th, that would be a great time to stop by the Holsworth Historic Site.
Yeah, come on by. We've had a couple hundred. There's that for here, the 100th anniversary of Holsworth. And then not too long ago, we had a centennial celebration here for the whole park. So this wasn't part of, when did the Cowanechee Valley area become part of Rocky Mountain National Park?
Well,
It's okay.
it changed little by little. Slowly, the park accumulated some of the private
in
in-holding
parcels?
lands
Okay.
and parcels. Yeah. 1975 is when the Holsworth property, which was almost 800 acres at that point.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, they accumulated a lot of land
That's a
over
lot.
the period of them living here.
Yeah.
And so it was called the Never Summer Ranch at that period. And so the whole Never Summer Ranch was turned over to the National Park Service in 1975. So that was a good chunk of the Cowanechee Valley, but there's still, even today, are a couple in holdings in the valley, and we're still acquiring land here and there.
Yeah, didn't one just recently get acquired? And yeah.
Yeah, there's just a few
Just a few, right?
private in-holdings here, people who own property since before the time that the park was established. And there was, I think it was the Johnson property.
That's right.
That was acquired with the help of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy just a couple of years ago. And so, yeah, these things, as they become available and as we have willing owners,
Right.
there's an attempt to try and
Right.
make the park whole in terms of the boundaries of the private property. So more sites that people can go visit. That particular one is kind of in an obscure location.
Hard to get to.
Yeah, kind of hard to get to. It's not on the main road. But what that protects it from, though, going forward, is that a private owner could sell to another private owner who could look at things like development. Whereas when it does get purchased and given to the park eventually, it ensures that it'll be preserved in a natural state for generations to come.
Yeah, forever. Hopefully,
Yeah,
at least that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
So, what else? We can come back to Holsworth as things come up. Are there other key things you want to make sure we hit before we talk a little bit more broadly?
I'm going to give one more pitch for the volunteer program out here because this site would not exist in a way that was accessible to the public if we didn't have volunteers. We usually have a staff of about 6 volunteers a day that it takes to operate this place and do the tours and provide wonderful service for the public. So, moving forward year by year, we're always looking to recruit volunteers.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of cabins on site here that are used as housing for some of the volunteers who get to experience what it's like to live in a rustic area
Sounds great.
off the main roads. With no internet and very minimal cell phone coverage.
Yeah, pretty idyllic though.
But we
You're
do
not too
each
far
year.
from
We have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers that live up here on site and help us out 4 days a week, both at Holsworth and doing a lot of other things. So we typically do recruiting over the winter and then have everybody in place for training in the summer and to get us through the summer season. But watch volunteer.gov is the website where those options are posted, and we're always looking for wonderful people who want to share this story with the public.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We recently recorded a podcast with Lindsay, our volunteer coordinator, and we were just talking about all the many different ways and programs that are just would not run without our volunteers. And I think this is a great example.
We're getting sometimes now 400 or 500 people a day here at Holsworth Historic Site. And I can't remember what our visitation was for last summer. Got to be in the 30,000, and those are visitors that wouldn't have the chance to experience this if it weren't for the really amazing volunteers who dedicate so much time.
Yeah.
Give
much
back
time
to the national park.
Yeah, I remember the first time I came here. Maybe she's here today. I met someone, and she'd just been volunteering like full time for I don't even remember how many summers.
Yeah,
it was incredible.
yeah.
It was like a full-time job.
Yeah.
She just loved it so much. And not just being out here and volunteering too, but how much I could tell people were really into it, like really into the story, and how much research they'd done and binders they'd made, and just so much love and care and support that they put into it, and to talking to everyone. It's really nice. Okay, that's a good thing to cover. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Kawanichi Valley and the west side of the park, and what do we mean by the west side of the park, and all that sort of stuff. So what do we mean by the west side of the park for our visitors who may not know?
Well, of course, the park is divided not exactly halfway, but pretty close by the Continental Divide, by the main range that runs through here with all the high peaks, and so both geographically and logistically, it makes sense for the park to sort of have an east district or east districts and a west district. During the summer, to get from our visitor center and offices here on the west side of the park to where Miles is over at headquarters is an hour and a half or longer, depending on moose jams.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Up over the top, and the reality is that in this high mountain elevation habitat, that road is closed most of the year, usually from about mid-October to Memorial Day, weather dependent.
Right.
And so that time of the year to get from here to there is about 3.5 hours. So there is this geographic kind of separation that makes it logical to have sort of a west side of the park and an east side of the park. It's just practical for that. And so there. It's all one park. We a lot of things you'll find similar, in terms of staff and programming and things side to side. But there's also some differences. Certainly, the Estes Park, the east side of the park, being closer to all the Front Range cities like Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins, bears the brunt of the visitation.
80%.
Yeah,
right?
well,
something like that.
I think in terms of how people enter, I'm not sure. I think,
right.
That's just entrance
just
station.
entrance,
But a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people who enter on the east side do come all the way across Trail Ridge Road and come down here. But it is a percentage of them. It's not all of them. And so one of the differences you'll find is that the east side of the park is busier than the west side. Now, in the past few years, the west side is getting busier and busier, and so we're finding some of the same challenges with full parking lots and busy visitor centers as the east side. But still, if you want a chance at having fewer people during your visit, the west side would be a good target to come over here and see some of that. We have this wonderful historic site, which is kind of unique in the park.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there aren't historic areas over there, but there's not a place like this where you can go on tours through an intact.
Yeah, it's usually like something was here, or here's a sign of what it looked like, or something like that. It's not, oh, there's cabins that you can see people's stuff, see their...
Another one of the attractions is the headwaters of the Colorado River.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which is huge, obviously one of the major rivers in the United States. And it starts from, little rivulets flowing together to form stream up here at the head of the Kawanichi Valley. So it flows through the Kawanichi Valley as it heads.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah,
starts its journey.
I mean, people, if they come to the park, should learn about it. It's in our brochure and everything, but the Continental Divide, like Michelle was saying, runs right through the middle of the park, and so water that falls on one side of the divide ends up eventually in the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side ends up in the Pacific. And it's interesting how it takes that big jag here, kind of a big U-turn.
Oh, yeah. One of the fun
That's
things
an
to
odd
do
one.
is to have people, when they visit Holsworth Historic Site, be standing out in the valley with these amazing views of the mountains around and say, okay, point to the Continental Divide.
Uh-huh.
And the correct answer is to point in 3 different directions because, the Continental Divide does, following the topography, kind of head up the north side of the Kawanichi Valley, cross over at Laputer Pass, and then come south along the crest of the Never Summer Mountains. And so it's kind of funky to be up here at the head of this valley and be almost surrounded by the Continental Divide.
Yeah, it makes a pretty weird turn.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's one of my favorite things about here, actually. It's just because if you've been in the West and been to lots of other parts of the Colorado where it's this huge, muddy, raging thing, and you're like, oh, it almost looks like a little creek.
Yeah.
It's really neat.
Yeah.
It's really neat to see where it starts. I haven't hiked all the way up. I should.
Yeah.
All the way up to the headwaters.
One of my favorite little hikes over here that sometimes people overlook because it's a simple little hike is the Coyote Valley River Walk, which is kind of halfway down the valley. It's also an accessible trail, so the trail is designed so that wheelchairs can go on it. But it's maybe a half a mile one way.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's right on the river. You've got the river on one side, the valley on another side, some scattered trees. And it's often a really good place for wildlife. Plus, there's a real pretty picnic area right there. So, if you're looking for something short, especially in the evening, right at sunset, it's just beautiful out there.
Yeah. What are some other kind of not all day hikes, but just short things people can do if they're coming through?
The East Inlet Trail is definitely the most popular trailhead on the west side of the park, mostly because it has awesome views of the mountains and you're along a creek the whole way. But it also is really close to the town of Grand Lake. It's just on the outskirts of Grand Lake. So it's, if you're coming up to Grand Lake, that's a great little intro. But it definitely can be busy in the middle of the day. So that's also a good morning or afternoon stroll. Definitely talking about the Colorado River, one of the great trails is the Colorado River Trail, and you can just stroll on that one as well. It's not a very hard hike. You kind of meander in and out of the woods and the meadows, and then sometimes you're along the river. And if you want to go for a longer hike, about 3.5 miles from the trailhead is the site of Lulu City, which was an old mining town. There's not a lot left, but there are some logs and some foundations. But it's a really pretty site, and you can really kind of picture people living up there. But also it's really remote, so it kind of is puzzling of how they lived up there and how they got back and forth to different places.
People did some real wild things to try to mine.
They did. And it didn't work out too well here in the valley because there really wasn't any gold or silver, but they did try.
They tried.
And that is definitely one of the beautiful trails here in the valley. It has some nice older trees on it and not a super steep rocky hike. It's beautiful along the river.
And then there's the visitor center, of course.
Yep, the Kawanichi Visitor Center, which is right before the Grand Lake entrance, just about a mile from the town of Grand Lake. And we're open during the summer from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we are open year-round. The hours do shorten in the fall, winter, and spring, but we're open every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Actually, that's a really good point. The west side of the park is a great place to visit in the winter. Even though the road over the top is not open, the road here in the Kawanichi Valley is plowed to about 12 miles from the entrance. So the valley itself, you can access the valley. Beautiful place for snowshoeing or cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've heard the cross-country skiing is really
good. Yeah. Well, part of it is because it's a nice valley, so you have the option of having fairly level, options for skiing. And we do, in the winter, again, in the heart of the winter, usually from about the very end of December through February to the very beginning of March, we've offered ski and snowshoe programs. Ski programs mostly in January and the snowshoe programs throughout that whole time on the weekends. Again, by reservation, same phone number. But the ranger that leads those makes a point of tracking routes that don't follow summer trails. So you specifically have the opportunity to get out and see parts of the valley, see parts of the park, that are different from what you can easily access in
Right.
the summer.
Right.
Because once it's blanketed with snow, you can go just about anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And the snow's pretty consistent over here through the
Oh,
winter too.
we get lots
right?
of snow.
Yeah, which that's something that's definitely different.
Snow
from,
is a reality. Snow, yeah, no.
Yeah,
snow is a
definitely different
certainty.
from the east side of the park.
We
yeah,
get,
what's weather and conditions on this
we
side
usually get
compared
an
to the other side?
average of about 150 inches of snow
Okay.
a winter.
So
and
much more than us.
Oh yeah. With the way the storms come from the west
Yeah.
and bump up
all
against the
hits on this
Continental
side.
Divide, it drops. We're sometimes known as the better, wetter side. And so, pretty typically throughout most of the winter, you'll have 2 or 3 or more feet of snow on the ground.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's great.
usually by the time you get to late December, early January,
Yeah.
the skiing and snowshoeing is really good for the next few months.
Yeah, because I'm a pretty novice cross country skier in terms of like steepness skill
Yeah.
set, and so a
Yeah.
lot of times on the east side of the park, I'm kind of like, whoa, man, I don't know, this is kind of beyond me.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah. No, this is a good place for beginners.
yeah,
And it's also, again, even quieter in the winter because without the road open, we don't get the folks that are
sure.
coming through the park. And so you'll have a lot of peace and probably a fair amount of solitude if you come in the winter.
What about the wind over here compared to the east side?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much. No,
Calmer?
no. We don't get the winds the way you do. Not that you can't have a windy day
Sure,
here
but-
and there, but they're not a regular feature of the climate.
And cooler on this side as well, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Including in summer too, to some degree.
Yeah, do be prepared in the winter for really. Yeah, but the nighttime temperatures are typically below 0.
Yeah.
20 below is not uncommon.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen it in the 12 years I've been here was minus 44.
A little chilly.
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah. That's not when I would recommend skiing and snowshoeing.
No.
But the good news is it's usually sunny. I mean,
Right.
we obviously get storms, we get the snow, but there's usually beautiful sunny days in between. And when you have sun and it isn't windy
Yeah.
and the temperature is 10 or 15 or
Yeah,
20 or
feels warm.
25, it's really
Especially if you're
comfortable.
skiing or
It's
snowshoeing, it's
amazingly
really
comfortable.
That's one of my favorite things about Colorado is just you get that
Yeah.
nice crisp. I worked at Black Canyon the Gunnison for a while, and so I lived, in the winter and lived up on the rim.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would just, like you said, it'd be 10, 15, and you get out and you hardly need, just like a long sleeve shirt, some pants with long johns, and
Yeah. Oftentimes,
almost too hot.
even if it's uncomfortably cold overnight, it'll warm up into something
Yeah.
that's very nice for recreation
Yeah.
during the day.
so winter recreation, West Side, don't forget.
Don't forget us. Come see us.
And then I'm trying to think of what else feels different on this side to me. I mean, you have the whole valley set up, which I feel like is and it looks like a valley. I mean, on the Estes side, it's a valley sort of. It's like this circular sort of basin almost, whereas here you really have that feel of.
This Kawanichi Valley, going back to, we talked about the headwaters of the Colorado River, but back in the last ice age, this was carved by a glacier, the Colorado River Glacier, which extended from the head of the valley, 20 miles?
Wow.
Maybe more than 20 miles
glacier.
down beyond where the park boundary is now. But that's part of the reason it feels so valley-like, and also part of the reason
interesting. I didn't know that.
that it's wide. The glacier was 1,500 foot thick, and one of the fun things here is as you stand on the floor of the valley and look up at the sides of the valley, you see these lumpy ridges up and down, and those lumpy ridges are the lateral moraines, the side of the glacier where the debris and the rocks that the glacier was carrying melted out to the side.
I've never noticed that.
Oh man, no! So you can get a feeling for just how deep the ice was by looking up above you at the lumpy ridges.
Yeah.
And then if you head south of the park, as you head south on Highway 34, you drive alongside Shadow Mountain Lake, which is a reservoir adjacent to Grand Lake. But as you drive along Shadow Mountain Lake and get to the southern end of it, there are some lumpy ridges there and some little crescent-shaped islands. And the crescent-shaped islands and the lumpy ridge, actually the lumpy ridge represents kind of the terminal moraine. And as the glacier receded and would pause in its melting, it would build up these little ridges, which are now the islands in Shadow Mountain Lake. So the geology, there's glacier geology on the other side of the park too, but here it's got this really nice, well-defined,
it's just so big.
massive
Yeah,
valley.
just massive. Yeah, it almost, well, you worked up in Alaska too.
Yeah,
and
I did
Yeah,
have
it's
the chance.
interesting being back down somewhere where the glaciers are pretty much all gone and being in like a post-glacial landscape.
Exactly.
And thinking about the two and
Well,
what it would have looked
yeah.
like filled with this huge glacier.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And then the Never Summers as well, which is the range that is really prominent when you're in the Kawanichi Valley. It's to the west of the valley. I think is really neat too because it's all volcanic, correct?
Yes, and one of the neat things, actually a couple things that I thought of when you were talking Never Summer Mountains, the Never Summer Range. We're in the Kawanichi Valley. We have the Tanahutu River.
Good names.
Yes, a lot of the names here, certainly on the west side of the park, and I know some of them on the east side too, but date back to a tour that was taken with a group of Arapaho Indians who mentioned their names that they had for some of these features. So Kawanichi Valley, the term Kawanichi refers to coyote. Tanahutu means big meadow, which we also call Big Meadow. Funny about that.
Yeah.
Tanahutu River runs through Big Meadow. There's Anahu Creek, which was named after actually a racehorse. The Native Americans would have races here in the valley. And there was a horse that would, to get warm, would back up towards the fire. And the name Anahu means warms himself.
Oh, okay.
But when you mentioned the Never Summer Mountains, that actually comes from an Arapaho word too, which I'm sure I won't pronounce correctly, but it's along the lines of Nichibichi, and it translates never no summer mountains. And so when whoever translated it into English, they decided to drop the double negative, and so now we have the Never Summer Mountains. But a lot of the topography over here still reflects the Native American heritage, so that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, the Never Summers are just so cool.
Oh, and you mentioned volcanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely igneous. They were a range that erupted as a volcano. What is it? 24 million years ago, I think is what geologists say. So they're recent. I mean, that sounds like a long time, but
in mountain
for a
terms,
geologist, that's really quite recent. And the other really unique thing geologically about them is it was really one eruptive cycle. With a lot of volcanoes, they'll erupt, they'll erode, they'll erupt, they'll erode. You get layers and layers. This was sort of a one-time event, which gets geologists excited.
Must have been a big event.
But when you look at the mountains now and the beautiful rugged snow-capped peaks, most of the summer, never no summer, you are actually looking at the inside of the volcanoes. You're not looking at the volcanic rock that came out. You're looking at the igneous granitic rock that was part of the magma chambers on the inside that cooled and hardened. What's happened is that in the years since, particularly with things like glaciers in action, the lava that erupted and cooled has already been worn away. It's already so I always like to tell kids when we have school groups that you're looking at the guts of these volcanoes. You're looking at the inside. There are places you can still see a little of the ash that erupted from the Never Summer Mountains at Lava Cliffs.
Lava Cliffs.
Up on Trail Ridge Road. There's some places, if you know where to look across the valley here, you can see some outcrops.
Just where stuff was
Specimen
ejected
Mountain,
way far away.
Specimen Mountain. But when you look at the Never Summer Mountains themselves, you're actually looking at intrusive igneous rock rather than extrusive volcanic rock.
Yeah, that's cool. It definitely, when you see them, hopefully that'll help give listeners a better understanding. Because when you see them, they do look different. If you pay a little attention, these versus the main mountains in Rocky, it's like, it looks pretty different. And
when you drive over Trail Ridge Road, except for those few outcrops, you're looking at rocks that are much, much, much older.
Right.
Metamorphic rocks and other granites, but that are just way older than the Never Summer Mountains.
And in terms of wildlife over here, pretty similar. We're starting to get some moose on the east side now.
Yeah, we're sharing our moose with you.
Yeah, you're sharing. They're exporting some moose. The moose are
doing this on their own.
They're exporting themselves. They're finding their way through and over the mountains onto the east side of the park. But
we definitely have a larger population over here than on the east side of the park. So the odds of seeing a moose are higher on the west side of the park. I find that they're much easier, more commonly seen early in the summer. Right now, as we're recording this in early July, this is a pretty good time. June, they seem to be everywhere.
Do you think they move up into the mountains later in the summer, or we're not really sure?
What the time of the year I find it hardest to find them is September, October, right? And I don't know if that's because it's the rut and they're more shy,
busy with that,
or if it has to do with hunting season in the forest around us.
Right.
But certainly, I think you've got a higher probability of seeing moose June, July than late August,
That's good to
September,
know.
October.
Yeah, one of the first, other than coming over here for a brief tour and going to Holsworth and stuff, one of the first things I did on this side is I hiked up North Inlet all the way and actually went up to Lake Nanita and what's the other one? Nakoni, yeah. And then up and over that saddle and then up into the upper end where there's no trail and came down through there trailless. A lot of moose sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of moose sign up in there where there aren't any trails.
Yeah. And if you come in the winter, I can just about guarantee you'll see lots of moose tracks. Whether you see moose,
right?
Maybe not, but you'll definitely see moose tracks.
Moose are amazing.
Yeah.
I love moose. And of course we have elk over here.
Lots of elk over here. I'm trying to think what else. Is there other things that would be unique?
We see a lot of river otter signs in the winter. We don't rarely ever see the otters, but in the winter along the Colorado River, because the river is mostly frozen over, but when you're kind of standing on top of it, you can hear it bubbling underneath you. And there are a lot of river otter tracks and slides where they're sliding down hills, and you can even see holes in the ice where they've broken through into the river.
That is very
especially walking out from the parking lot here at Holsworth out here to the cabins in the winter.
Cool.
Wandering along the river, there are a lot of otter tracks. But we really actually see the otters any time of the year.
I need to come check that out. I would love to see that. That'd be really fun. So, Michelle, you said you've been here 12 years on this side of the park. And Macy, you're a newcomer, right?
I'm a newcomer. I got here in May of 2016, so I've been just over a year.
Okay, and where were you here? Where were you before here?
I was at a little park in New Mexico called El Malpais National Monument.
A little different than here.
A little different.
Yeah. What other parks have you worked at?
I've also worked at Grand Teton and Glacier as a seasonal.
Okay.
And then I was permanent at Great Basin and Grand Canyon.
Oh, Great Basin. Wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool park.
It's a very cool park.
Yeah, I have not gotten to go. I've only gotten to work on the map. And it made me want to go.
It's really neat. There's such low visitation there. They only get like 80,000 visitors a year. So it's a real wilderness type of park, but it has some amazing features.
Yeah.
Bristlecone pines and really cool caves.
Yeah.
And it's definitely one not to be missed if you're out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's everyone that I know who's worked there or been there. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely.
It's a great park.
You got to go. It's amazing. So how has the west side of Rocky compared so far to other places that you've worked?
Well, I've wanted to work on the west side of Rocky for many, many years.
Really?
This has been a dream spot for me.
What was the dream? Why did you want to be over here?
Well, first time I came to Rocky, I was 16 with my family. We were doing a cross-country road trip, and I just remember being up in the Alpine. I think we were up at the Alpine Visitor Center, maybe Farview, and I remember looking down in the valley and just thinking it was just, wow, that's a really beautiful place. And for some reason, as my career went on, I just always wanted to come back to Rocky. Of your head, Yep. And this is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've gotten to work, but also one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I absolutely love it here. It's definitely one of the best places.
Yeah. What do you like? What do you like about the work? What makes it so fun?
It's very
the supervisor.
Other than your supervisor.
Of course.
Of course. That's the number one reason. Yeah.
Seriously though, like Michelle makes this such a fun place to work, and I think the diversity of the work is what makes it so fun. The seasons are awesome, so you have a really busy summer season, and then the fall and spring are really busy with school programs, like not as many daily visitors, but we get to do a lot of school programs in the classrooms, but also they do field trips out here. And then the winter is quiet, but also I feel like I was really active this winter with all of our ski and snowshoe programs and just getting ready for summer and, playing in all the snow. It's just such a diverse park in that way. And the job is so diverse. So every day it's something different. And then seasonally I do different work. And, like right now in the summer, I'm out here at Holsworth a lot of the time. So it's just such a neat position because of the diversity of different jobs I get to do.
And how do you like living in Grand Lake?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah? It seems like a great place.
I love it, yeah.
What's the year-round population of Grand Lake? Do we?
Not many, I would say.
I think at Grand Lake year-round maybe 500, but of course that's a lot more in the summer.
Sure.
There are a lot of second homes, a lot of vacation homes, summer homes up in this area.
But year-round, 500, wow. That's even less than I realized. Yeah.
And we have the local communities too of Granby and Winter Park and stuff,
Right,
and Kremlin. So there are some communities in the county here, so you don't feel too isolated in the winter. And plus, people come up to go downhill skiing up in the mountains too, so you run into those folks visiting the park as well.
Yeah, and actually, while residents may be, in the hundreds, that Grand Lake, like the park, operates on recreation. And so there are lots of visitors still in the wintertime.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering about that.
In the forest around us is one of the most amazing snowmobile trail systems. And so that's one of the highlights for folks who come to Grand Lake is a lot of snowmobiling. Of course, there's the activities in the park, the skiing, the snowshoeing. But there are also 3 ski areas. No, more than that. We've got 3 Nordic ski areas. There's one in Grand Lake, one down in Granby, and then one outside of Fraser, plus a couple of downhill ski resorts, one in Winter Park and one in Granby. And so, yeah, a lot of winter recreation.
Huh.
So
it still keeps
businesses
quiet,
are
but it
open,
still
restaurants
keeps it-
are open. Yeah, there's still things to see and do, even though the actual year-round live-in population drops quite a bit in the winter.
Yeah. Does it become a snowmobile town mostly, or is it mostly still cars? Or just a mix?
They actually, in Grand Lake, don't plow the streets to where they'll melt off because they want to make
better.
it snowmobile friendly.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's both. I mean, vehicles are just fine.
Yeah.
But you'll see snowmobiles pulled up at the local restaurant or whatever. So.
And so you've been here for 12 years, Michelle. Where were you before?
Before this, I was at Sitka National Historical Park up in Alaska. And
on an island?
On an island off the coast of Alaska.
Off the road system?
Yeah, it was funny because when they interviewed me for this job here on the west side of the park, they actually flew down the 2 finalists for this position.
Wow.
Because in part they were worried about the people understanding the remoteness of this
area.
And I was going, you have a road.
Yeah. I
you
can
mean
drive
you can get
here
to Denver in 2
other
hours?
places?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was that was kind of fun. This was coming to the big city.
I never got to go down to Southeast Alaska. I was always up in
Alaska was amazing.
Central. Yeah. How long were you there?
We were there about 5 years.
In interpretation as well?
Yes. I worked in the park there. Actually, the last few years I was there, I was the chief of interpretation.
Okay.
So that's kind of fun to be in charge.
Yeah.
And then before that was Lake Mead National Recreation Area down in the desert. Lake Mead by Boulder Dam. And Hoover
I've been
Dam.
around there.
And before that was Lava Beds National Monument in northeastern California.
Oh, yeah.
A hidden gem.
Yeah.
Kind of like Great Basin.
Right.
And then before that was I started as a volunteer intern right out of college at Death Valley National Monument, as it was back then.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I love Death Valley.
Yeah. Oh, one of my all-time favorite places.
I got to do their map. It was great. I've talked about it before on the podcast, so I won't drone on and on.
You name dropper.
It was amazing. It was such a fun place to get to map. Just it's so bizarre and diverse.
Yeah.
From way below sea level to like 11,000 plus foot telescope peak, and you're standing there in salt, and we were there in the middle of the winter. It was like 85, and you're looking up at snow. It's pretty fantastic, and just all the weird formations.
Yeah, incredible
Devil's
geology.
Golf Course,
Incredible
the geology. Yeah, I remember when I got there. I'm sure. Oh, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I bet this person was still there when you were working there. I can't remember his name. An interpreter. He's been there for a really long time. But anyway, I was like,
yes, listeners, this is what rangers do.
Yeah.
Do you know so-and-so?
Yep.
Have you met so? Oh, you work there. You must know so-and-so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when I was talking to Lindsay.
It's as bad as a family reunion.
When I was talking to Lindsay, she had worked on a small, like a pocket cruise company up in Southeast Alaska. And I mentioned, oh, yeah, one of my best friends my entire life did that too, that I worked with in Alaska for a few summers. And she was like, what's his name? I said, Eric Toussaint. She's like, yeah, we know each other. We work together all summer. So happens all the time. So you've been here for 12 years, all those other places. What about you? What do you think? You've got Macy has the new experience. You've got the 12-year experience.
Oh, this has been an amazing place.
Yeah.
You don't spend 12 years in one place unless you've really fallen in love with it.
True.
Some of it is, the people I work with. I have wonderful staff members like Macy and the seasonals. One of my seasonals has worked at this park for over 40 years.
Whoa.
42 or 43 years.
Wow.
And she's amazing. And so
Seasonal.
Seasonal, yeah, seasonal. She's a teacher the rest of the year,
That's
and so
amazing.
it works out really
Yeah,
well
that's
for her.
great.
But this is just a very, very special place because it's somewhat smaller in size and in visitation and in staff than the east side. People on this side of the park do tend to have a more diverse role, like Macy said. It's less specialization just because the size is smaller, so each person tends to do more things. So that the diversity is fun, but it also makes for kind of a family atmosphere on this side of the park. Those of us who are division leads over here actually work in the same hallway, so there's a lot of interaction between specialties, and that's really fulfilling.
Yeah.
The communities, are amazing, and it's my son is now 13.
Oh, wow.
So
this is,
he's kind of grown up here, and it's
Yeah.
been an amazing place to raise a kid and have him have the experience both inside the park and in this community, in this area. So yeah, happy times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like a great town. That's another thing. When people come over, go into Grand Lake, of course, visit, has a very different feel than like Estes and the east side of the park. Very, very different feel in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's interesting how diverse different Park Service sites are.
Oh, even district to district.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you said, even in a lot of the bigger parks, there's almost always one or more smaller districts that are just so much more quiet. I remember like one summer I worked in Yellowstone. I worked at Tower Roosevelt Junction right there. And it's just, it's like a little ranger station and a few people, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, exactly like you said, it becomes very, very tight knit, the culture. It's almost like one big family. Definitely a different feel on the east side of the park. It's just there's just way more
you got to
people.
see them both.
There's just so much going on. Yeah, you have to experience both.
Haven't experienced Rocky Mountain National Park till you've seen both sides of the park.
I agree.
In multiple seasons.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I haven't come over in the middle of real winter here. I really need to do that.
I mean, autumn is spectacular. We haven't talked about autumn, but when the colors usually peak around the third week of September. And generally you've got the elk doing the elk rut and bugling at the same time. And again, things can be sometimes gridlock over on the east side of the park. And over here, it's a much more, less crowded viewing experience for those kind of things. So.
Yeah, I remember we came over last year to film and take some pictures of some of the fall colors, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And significantly earlier, too, than our side of the park, at least last year. I mean, I'm sure every year it varies somewhat.
I think that's true. We're a little higher.
Yep.
And we're a little higher.
Little higher
so
elevation.
Things start faster. Winter comes
sooner. Quite a bit
Spring
sooner.
comes later.
Yeah, definitely. Do you get, when do you usually get your first snowfalls? Early?
Usually around Halloween. It can happen earlier. I mean, it can happen any time of the year. But the first ones
Somewhere
of
around
significance, usually around Halloween.
Yep.
This is one of those communities where you design your Halloween costumes around being able to be worn over a big coat.
My fiance and I joke about that because she grew up in Wyoming, in Douglas, and for a while when I was growing up, I lived in Iowa, in southwest Iowa, and we actually, believe it or not, we would have snow. It'd be pretty cold in end of October, and yeah, we were just like designing your costume around exactly, or a huge coat. We would often do like a huge coat with a trash bag over the top and a mask or something, so you didn't freeze.
So we'll start getting snow consistently, usually around then. We don't typically have enough to be really good skiing snow until mid to late December.
Yeah.
But we certainly
will. Kind of typical pattern around here. Takes a little bit into the winter.
Get the base built up a little bit.
Sure. Great. So we've covered Holsworth, talked about what you can do out here, talked about the Centennial event that you should be at, which is next week. Fridays, big days, Comanche Valley. There's also one thing we didn't mention. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in Rocky. Tons of hiking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so much hiking. It's beautiful from this side. I feel like a lot of times the approaches are longer to get up into the mountains.
If you want to get to a really nice lake over here, you're probably going to have to go at least 5 miles.
Yeah, you're in for a longer day for sure.
But there's some waterfall. Well, the Adams Falls you talked about already is real close. But there's other things that are in between 3.5 miles and 5 miles, there are some really nice destinations on
Yeah.
most of the trails.
So great hiking. And don't be afraid to come any time of year. There's
Yeah.
great stuff all year round.
And
It
if you
doesn't shut down in the winter. You
No,
can't
it
go over
does
Trail
not.
Ridge.
It does not.
You can't go over Trail Ridge. Trail Ridge does close, but park stays open, town stays
Yeah.
open. There's tons of stuff to
Yeah,
do.
absolutely. And if you do come in the summer, and we'd love to see you. Actually, tell us if you listen to the podcast. That would be fun. But
Yeah.
if you do come in the summer, similar guidelines now as to the east side of the park. Plan to come early in the morning or later in the later afternoon or evening if you want
That's good.
to be sure that you can get a
That's a
parking
good
spot.
thing to cover. Yep, it's getting busy everywhere.
Mhm,
Early or
mhm,
late.
mhm, mhm.
Okay, so our final question.
Uh-oh.
that we've
Here,
been a-
Macy.
We've been asking everybody this. Your answer doesn't have to be profound or whatever, but we've been asking everyone.
Good.
It's a very general question, so you can take it wherever you want to go. What does Rocky mean to you? People have given us a gamut of answers, in terms of professionally and personally. So
I would say, honestly, that Rocky means to me home. This is one of the national parks that I feel at most home in.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always something exciting going on, and it makes it a really fun home to have.
Mm-hmm. Did you grow up around here? Or were you
No, I did
you
not.
came on trips?
I just love the Rocky Mountains, and I came on trips, and out of all the national parks I've lived at, this one feels most like home.
Oh, that's great. How about you, Michelle?
I'm going to have to wipe away the tears first. I think I'm actually going to steal something I learned from Barry Sweet, who is our wilderness wilderness backcountry system coordinator. But he talks about Rocky Mountain National Park as being a place where people can come and remember how to be their best selves. How when you get out of the everyday routines and you get out of the, whatever business or whatever pressures you have, and you come and you spend time in this place, whether it's, touring the road and seeing the scenery from the road, or whether it's getting back on a backcountry experience, a wilderness experience, it gives us time to kind of reflect on who we are and what we're about, and remember our best selves. And I love that. It's true of our national parks in general, and it's really true here at Rocky Mountain National Park. You can come to Holsworth and you can learn about how people overcame setbacks and persevered and created something wonderful here. You can spend time in the natural world and contemplate what things were like if you were standing under 1,500 foot of ice. But yeah, I think it lets us remember some of the good things about who we are, about the country we live in, about what we can be.
Great. All right. Thank you guys so much. And that's our show. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Our next episode is going to be released in 2 weeks on Friday, July 28th. So make sure to tune in then. We really appreciate any comments that you want to leave for us on our homepage. And we also appreciate any reviews that you may want to give us in iTunes. Those reviews help other people find us. They get us onto recommended lists. They make us easier to find when people search. And of course, the best thing you can do is spread our podcast through word of mouth. We just had an article in the Estes Park Trail Gazette that you can find online highlighting the podcast and this project. And we're just trying to get it growing and going and in more people's ears and minds. So if you enjoy it and you think you know other people who might, please let them know to subscribe and hear all our episodes. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That is go.nps.gov/RMNpod. Each episode gets its own post on that page, and you can actually leave comments for each episode. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much for joining us again. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome. We hope ours will be too. And we will see you next time. Bye for now.
All right, Andrew. My first season working for Glacier, I was a receptionist at park headquarters.
Okay.
Lowest paid position in the park, mind you, answering questions people had via phone, email, and letter.
Gotcha.
Occasionally, we had people in person come to the front desk with a question. And one of the most challenging questions we ever got was, where is your World Heritage Site plaque?
Or what?
We are a World Heritage Site, recognized by the United Nations for protecting natural and cultural resources that are important to the whole world. And every World Heritage Site gets a plaque to commemorate this designation.
Okay, I don't think I've ever noticed this before. Where was it?
Well, that's the thing. Nobody knew. I told them I'd never heard of it, and neither had my coworker. So they described to us a 2-foot by 3-foot bronze plaque, and we started asking around. We asked our boss, who coordinates exhibits around the park. He didn't know. We asked facilities management. They didn't know. We asked the superintendent. Nope. We asked everyone in headquarters and started calling all over the park to see if anyone had any idea where it might be. And then it turned out it was in Canada.
Oh, that explains it.
Glacier National Park's northern boundary is the 49th parallel, also known as our border with Canada, and right across the border in Alberta is Waterton Lakes National Park. And the World Heritage Site plaque was displayed at a pavilion in Waterton. So I wanted to call up somebody who works there.
You know what? That's a great question, and I don't know that I fully know the answer to that. We've recently redone the pavilion in Waterton, so I don't know if that plaque is actually still visible there or not. That's something I'll have to go look for now. Exactly.
That's Natalie Hodge,
My name is Natalie.
who works for Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the MPS.
I am the interpretation coordinator in Waterton Lakes National Park.
Waterton, a literal stone's throw away, has been Glacier's neighbor since the very beginning.
Yeah, Waterton was actually created in 1895, and it was originally titled the Forest Park Reserve.
2 years before Glacier was established as a forest preserve in 1897.
Wow, that's really early.
Not to mention that Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the NPS, also beat us to the punch.
Parks Canada was actually founded in 1911, and it actually became the world's first national park service.
Predating the National Park Service by 5 years.
The two parks, administered separately in their respective nations, oversee a contiguous landscape that doesn't recognize the political boundary that separates them.
There's many jokes about animals not needing a passport in order to go back and forth between the two nations. We've seen black bears go back and forth across the border with no issue. Sometimes same with moose as well.
Now, that elusive plaque that I mentioned,
Yeah.
if you manage to find it, wherever it is, it wouldn't say Glacier National Park on it. So we refer to our park, each of our parks, in kind of abbreviated names: Glacier National Park, Waterton Lakes National Park. But what is the full name of our parks together?
The full name of our parks together would be Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Our two parks share more than an international border. Waterton and Glacier National Parks agreed that this incredible landscape deserves our cooperation, setting aside political divisions to cooperate in the management of everything from invasive or endangered species to wildland fires.
For example, if there's a fire in Waterton Lakes National Park, often fire crews from Glacier will come down and help, and then vice versa.
And while there are over 100 international or transboundary parks and protected areas today, back in 1932, we were the first ever international peace park.
Which, on top of signaling management cooperation, was a symbol of goodwill between nations, a statement of unity that in 1932, in between two world wars, must have been refreshing. With a passport, Waterton is just a few hours away from most places in Glacier, and there are a lot of ways to experience it.
Yeah, there's some remarkable hiking opportunities in Waterton that range from short trips to all-day outings.
And a personal favorite of mine is to visit some of the phenomenal restaurants in Waterton townsite.
Yeah, we don't have quite the same variety down here.
But Natalie leads what I think is the coolest way to see the place, a way to really experience the international part of our title, the International Peace Park hike.
I have definitely been fortunate over the years and have been able to lead that Peace Park hike, and it's probably one of the coolest elements of my job working for Parks Canada. The hike is unique really in the sense that participants start out hiking in Canada, get to cross an international border by foot, and finish the hike in the United States. And our audience members are generally quite excited about the opportunity to be able to hike in 2 countries in one day.
It's so cool. They even hold a little hands across the border ceremony.
And this is where participants line up on either side of the international border, and they shake hands as a sign of peace and goodwill with those across from them. And this is a long-standing tradition of the hike, and it's been ongoing since the creation of the hike in 1978.
The International Peace Park hike, or IPP, is 14 kilometers long, or just over 8.5 miles. You essentially walk the length of Upper Waterton Lake to wind up back in Glacier, where you'll finally catch a ride on the International, a 200-passenger boat that's ferried people across Waterton Lake since 1928.
Yeah, and from having taken that ride myself, it really stands out as one of the most unique experiences anywhere in either park.
Yeah, I agree.
Even just looking into the other country, let alone getting to hike or boat into it, is powerful.
Now, again, you do need a passport to visit Waterton, and you need a reservation to ride the International or to join the IPP. But no matter what you do on your visit, seeing both sides of the border will only enrich your experience. So the next time you come to visit, make sure you visit our sister park. Keep that spirit of goodwill alive, and maybe, if you're lucky, you could even find that plaque. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here. Now, we've mentioned so far that Glacier has a lot of titles.
National Park, World Heritage Site.
But today we're going to focus on just one of them, International Peace Park, an agreement between the NPS and Parks Canada to cooperatively manage our shared resources.
And no place better represents the International Peace Park than Goat Haunt, one of the most remote and least visited regions of Glacier.
Okay, real quick, what's with the name? Goat Haunt?
Yeah, it's kind of an archaic term, but a haunt is a place where someone or something hangs out. So essentially, Goat Haunt is a place where the mountain goats like to hang.
Oh, I see. Well, odds are, even if you've been to Glacier before, you probably haven't made it to Goat Haunt, and for good reason.
Yeah, there are no roads leading to it, and the shortest hike to get there is 22 miles.
Shortest hike from the US, that is. So you could either backpack for a few days south of the border, or you can drive to Canada.
Yeah, Goat Haunt sits at the southern tip of Upper Waterton Lake, one of the largest lakes in either park, which stretches across the border into both Canada and the US.
Meaning Goat Haunt is just about 3 miles from the Canadian border.
Yeah, so people overwhelmingly access Goat Haunt from Waterton Lakes National Park.
Well, now I understand where the name comes from. Waterton Lake, Waterton Lakes. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, so some people get there on foot, like on that International Peace Park hike, but most people arrive to Goat Haunt by boat.
Including even the rangers that work there.
Yeah, talk about a commute.
So in this episode, we'll be looking at what it means to be an international peace park, how it happened in the first place, and how it has affected those that live and work here. All right, Andrew, where is our border with Canada?
I think it's about 20, 30 miles north of here as the crow flies.
Yeah, well, could you be even more specific? Where is the border?
It lies on the 49th parallel.
Yeah, exactly. The 49th parallel was first proposed as a border by the Hudson's Bay Trading Company in 1714, which is a story for another day, but it was ultimately adopted by the US and British governments, because at the time, Canada was still under British rule. Now, British and American teams surveyed the border in the 1860s, with brief interruptions for the Civil War, and monuments were erected that cemented a border nearly 4,000 miles long.
But did you know that that survey was actually wrong?
Wait, really?
Yeah. The border was first surveyed when we still thought the Earth was a sphere, but it's actually an oblate spheroid.
What?
Essentially, it's a sphere that bulges at the equator due to rotation. All that to say, the original line doesn't perfectly follow the 49th parallel.
Really?
No, it's close, but it's not exact.
Spheroid and all, it does transect present-day Waterton Lakes and Glacier National Parks.
And visiting the border between the parks today, you'll notice the only thing separating the two countries is a swath of cleared trees, a 20-foot wide unvegetated line continuing into the horizon.
And as far as this area is concerned, the most meaningful discussions of that symbolic boundary occurred not in the halls of Congress or Parliament, but on the trail and around the fire.
Two of the earliest proponents of a jointly managed park were John Kootenai Brown and Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds.
Big fans of nicknames.
Yeah, Brown was the first superintendent of Waterton Lakes National Park.
And Reynolds was the first ranger stationed in the present-day goat hunt area.
Yeah, and it was these two that hatched the idea that two parks in two countries could be managed together.
And the story of their friendship is an origin story of the Peace Park itself.
We actually know an awful lot about John Kootenai Brown. He was raised by his grandmother in Ireland during the Great Famine and led a colorful life after leaving home. He joined the Royal Militia in 1858, but never saw combat. In search of excitement, he chased a fortune in the goldfields of British Columbia, working as a prospector, constable, trapper, guide, mail carrier, swamper.
Swamper? What the heck is that?
Yeah, it's someone who steers canal boats. 50 years later, he had garnered a reputation for knowing the region as well as anyone, which led to his appointment in 1910 as the first supervisory forest ranger of Kootenai Lakes Forest Reserve, which is now our northern neighbor, Waterton Lakes National Park. At age 70, he earned $75 a month to manage the whole area.
Wait, only $75? That's like the highest ranking position in the whole park.
Yeah, it's about $2,000 in today's money.
Oh, all right. Now, much less is known about Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds. Born in Wisconsin in 1847, he and his wife moved to Montana's Flathead Valley in 1871 so he could work at a lumber mill. And to escape the nervous strain of work, 30 years later, he retired from being the supervisor at the lumber mill to become a ranger at the then Flathead Forest Preserve. When that preserve was converted to Glacier National Park in 1910, he was stationed on the southern end of Upper Waterton Lake. And while there have been biographies written of Brown, most of what we know about Reynolds we learned from his diary. Take this entry from 1912 where he's looking for poachers.
Found where some hunters had camped and hauled down a sheep or deer from the mountains, but it was in Canada, about 6 miles from the boundary line.
Which had been brought to life here by the voice talent of Ranger Bob Adams. Reynolds lived in one of the most undeveloped and least visited areas of the park, often with only wildlife as company.
Friday, October 25, 1912. When I arrived at camp, a bear had been there last night, and he raised hell. All around camp he went, looking into all 3 windows, took a bath in the wash tub and stood in front of the looking glass and combed his hair with his scrubbing brush.
His nickname Death on the Trail was self-ascribed, and his disdain for horses led him to walk everywhere. He regularly walked 17 miles south to get his mail.
Wow. I walked just about 1 mile to get my mail, and I thought that was rough. But Reynolds would also walk north to visit Waterton, where he befriended Brown.
Yeah, he walked the full 12-mile length of Upper Waterton Lake, which starts in Montana at Goat Hunt and ends in Waterton Town Site in Alberta. Walking that whole way to visit his friend Kootenai Brown, unless he could catch a boat ride.
Sunday, October 20, 1912. Left at camp 7 a.m. in one of Mr. Hazard's boats. Went as far as Weeks Landing, where I walked to the post office, got some mail, then went to Mr. Brown's.
His duties as a backcountry ranger included looking out for poachers, forest fires, and other, quote, threats to the park.
Okay, so what constituted a threat to the park?
Well, in the early years, the Park Service was guided by a fundamentally different understanding of ecology than it is today. And Reynolds' writing illustrates this really well. Early park managers were especially eager to protect ungulates, like deer. He would actually follow deer in order to chase them towards better foraging habitat.
Left camp as soon as I could. Went up the trail that the deer took up the mountains. I located them up on a high bench, almost to the top of that mountain. I managed to get above them. There were about 40 of them. I got above them after a hard struggle. The snow was deep.
He thought he could get them to go somewhere where they'd be happier and safer if he could only jump out and surprise them.
Some went one way, while others took my trail and went down. Last of them that I saw was about 2 miles and still going. They're safe.
I think if I did that in a uniform today, people would think I was totally crazy.
And on top of chasing deer around, he would actively hunt and kill anything that could harm them. To kill coyotes, he even enlisted the help of his friend Brown, the superintendent of Waterton.
I went to one of Mr. Brown's baits for coyotes, and I found that a coyote had been there this morning and had taken a meal out of it. I followed his tracks for nearly 2 miles, and he did not show any signs of the poison, so I left. Canadian poison is no good.
In the years since, we've come to understand that predators like coyotes, wolves, and mountain lions play essential roles in the ecosystem. The practice of poisoning them has long since been abandoned.
It's not part of our job anymore. No, it's nice that attitudes have changed in that respect, and we decided that all animals have a right to be here, and not just the ungulates.
That's Tracy Weiss.
Yeah, my name is Tracy Weiss. I've been working here at Belly River for the last 16 summers.
The Belly River Ranger Station where she works is one of the northernmost in the park. In fact, to hike in to meet her, I parked at the Canadian border, spitting distance from the customs office. And while Tracy and her husband Bruce work here in the summer, Reynolds worked and lived near Goat Haunt year-round with only a wood-burning stove for warmth.
It was 12 below freezing this morning, and now 6:30, it's 10 below.
Even on holidays.
I made a bread pudding for dinner and took a cup of cold water. That was my Christmas.
I honestly cannot imagine the rangers that spent winters out here in that kind of cold and that kind of wind.
Yeah.
It must have just been phenomenal.
But rain or shine, Reynolds would travel north to visit Brown.
December 27, 1912. The snow was deep and soft. The wind was awful. Took till 4 p.m. to make Mr. Brown's.
From what we can tell, the two were fast friends. Even though Brown, who wrote poetry and spiritual musings, never seemed to write much about Reynolds.
Yeah, and Reynolds, in the journals of his that we have, he doesn't write about his friendship with Brown either. His journals are really utilitarian, the simple summary of what he did that day, often signing off with the number of miles he had traveled. But even still, Reynolds wrote often about his trips to visit Brown.
Wednesday, December 4, 1912. Left camp 9:15 a.m. with Mr. Brown. He went as far as Weeks Landing with me to see if I got safe over the river. I had to break ice about 100 feet before I got into the main stream, but I made it okay.
They collaborated for work, they shared notes, they sought one another's advice, and they socialized. And as you know, Andrew, the winters here can be pretty drab.
Yeah, cold, gray skies, socked in.
Which, by all accounts, gave them plenty of time to discuss the philosophical facets of their jobs, like the artificiality of the lines separating the two parks they were sworn to protect. One person who met Brown and Reynolds was Samuel Middleton, an Anglican reverend in Canada. And after meeting the two rangers, he wrote about their discussions of the boundary.
Emblematic of the trouble with dividing the two parks was Upper Waterton Lake, which lay partially in the United States and partially in Canada.
Reynolds suggested that geology recognized no boundaries, and that as Waterton Lake lay in its glacial cirque, no man-made boundary could cleave its waters apart. It'd be better then to accept nature's creation by removing the boundary line and acknowledging one park, one lake, in its own territory.
And Brown agreed. He said that since the lake could not be physically divided, it was senseless to divide its management.
This was a powerful idea at the time.
A subtle suggestion, through the lens of a landscape, that a political boundary could not divide us.
This idea of theirs to jointly manage the two parks would not come to fruition in their lifetimes.
Of all the days I ever saw, today has put the cap sheaf on them all. Talk about wind. It has been a corker. I had to face it every step of the way, 18 miles. "9 p.m., fearful storm raging. Don't know where from and can't open the door to look out. Snow drifts all through the house."
Reynolds was clearly an incredibly tough person with a fortitude that's hard to fathom today.
Wednesday, January 15, 1913. Went up to the lake. Had to use my snowshoes. It has snowed hard all day. It was so soft, I sunk in above my knees on snowshoes. I reached home camp, found 6 feet of snow on the roof. I had to go up and shovel away from the stovepipe before I could build a fire. It took over 3 hours. Did not get it nearly all off. We'll finish in the morning. It was 10 below zero all day and snowing hard. Distance 6 miles and 1 frozen toe.
But as tough as Reynolds was, the winter of 1913 began to catch up to him, and he caught a cold he couldn't shake. In one last journey, he ventured north to visit Brown, who mentioned Reynolds in his own journal for the first and final time.
4 February 1913. Mr. Reynolds, here, 32 below zero. Rode and snowshoed west side of park to pass. Miles 20. Reynolds very sick. Up all night with him.
4 days later, Reynolds died.
And 3 years after that, Brown passed away as well.
Over the course of the next 20 years, the parks remained under separate management. A new Waterton superintendent was appointed to replace Brown, as was a backcountry ranger to replace Reynolds. Visitors came, people enjoyed the parks, and life continued. But Reynolds and Brown's idea of an international park lived on, because in July of 1931, the local Canadian Rotary Club called a get-together of Montana and Alberta Rotarians to discuss, for the first time, the creation of an international peace park.
And while Reynolds and Brown had entertained the notion, it had never before gained traction. In fact, this would be the first international peace park in the whole world.
Yeah, and this new idea was drafted in a resolution by the newly inaugurated president of the local Rotary Club, Samuel H. Middleton.
Who just so happens to be the same guy we quoted earlier, who had interviewed Reynolds and Brown about their thoughts on the border.
The very same. Now, it's worth noting that Middleton first came to Waterton in search of a summer camp for St. Paul's Indian School, of which he was the principal. One of many schools of its kind that sought to suppress Native culture, taking kids from reservations away from their families to boarding schools where they were taught, more or less, how to be white.
This policy was called at the time, "Kill the Indian, save the man."
Yeah. But acknowledging his racist efforts towards indigenous people, he was an important advocate for the establishment of a peace park.
A bill establishing the peace park passed the U.S. Congress in December, and it was echoed by the Canadian government the following year.
The details of this new designation were not clear-cut, leaving park managers to decide how they would jointly oversee the two parks. Parks that have evolved a great deal in the years since. In his day as a backcountry ranger, Reynolds hardly ever saw anyone. But Tracy, the modern backcountry ranger working along the border, she says her main job is to work with people.
I really see the main part of our job as educating people in the backcountry.
Today, more people visit Waterton Glacier on an average summer day than the parks used to see in a whole year during Brown and Reynolds' time. But that hasn't changed why they're protected or why they're important.
People that do come here, and they're more all the time, they're looking for something real. To go backpacking, to reconnect with nature. That's what these parks are all about. And I think every day that goes by, they're more important than they've been in the past.
But throughout the last century, with all the changes it's brought, the two parks have strived to work together.
So whenever our two parks share wildland firefighting resources, whenever we lead cross-boundary hikes or boat trips, you know who to thank. A couple tough old curmudgeons with an idea.
Sunday, December 29, 1912. Oh heavens, how it does snow and blow. A person can't see 200 feet, and it is coming harder and harder. I wish I was back in Helena.
So, Michael, we've been talking about the International Peace Park today. What does Waterton Glacier International Peace Park mean to you?
Selfishly, it makes for a pretty awesome place to work. You know, I've got to hang out with a lot more Canadians than I ever did. And the coolest visitor center around here is the Alberta Visitor Center. I feel like Wilson from Home Improvement, like peering over the fence at my neighbors, because from a lot of trails in the park, you could actually see Canada. So I think it's pretty unique to be part of that symbol of cooperation as an employee and as a visitor.
I totally agree. It's pretty cool when you think about, the ecosystem here, the plants, the animals, even the rivers and lakes. They don't know where the border is. They don't care where the border is. They're just interacting with each other in the way they always have. And to think that we can overcome the challenges of the border to manage this place jointly and to take care of this ecosystem as a whole instead of as two separate parts that are divided, just by a line on a map is a pretty special thing, I think.
Yeah, two countries, two parks kind of choosing to work around or to work through a political boundary for the joint management of a place like this is neat.
Yeah. And on that note, I think we should move into our next story about how scientists from two different countries came together across the border to study some important animals that spend time on both sides of the international boundary.
Yeah, but always look back in there.
Back in there.
Yeah. And you're good at recognizing ducks. So
It's 7 a.m. and Lisa Bate is thinking about ducks.
And every year, the weather channelizes things differently. But usually this is really deep on me, the path, go through.
Are they talking about walking through that water?
Yeah, duck science, as it turns out, involves a lot of water.
So I don't think you're going to be able to do that for safety reasons. So then you just exit and come out.
Today we're doing a brood survey, where we'll review the river to see if any of the female harlequin ducks there have new chicks with them.
And Becca, since you're going to have to wait for a while, what you could do is just walk up the boardwalk and look for ducks on Avalanche Creek, and then when you're finished, come back down here.
Lisa Bate is a wildlife biologist here in Glacier National Park, and one of her projects is to study the park's harlequin ducks. Observing these birds takes a lot of eyes, so Lisa enlists a ton of volunteers to help her collect that data. It's a pretty fun project to be involved with, and as it so happened, all of us in the podcast somewhat independently got involved with it. This year, Michael and I and producers Daniel and Alex have all gone out with Lisa to study the ducks. Michael even ended up pretty wet from his experience.
Yeah. If you want to hear that story, you got to go to the Mini Glacier episode.
Before we get into the study I did that morning, there's a few things you need to know about harlequin ducks.
First, the name. Harlequin ducks are named for the male's breeding plumage, which resembles the makeup of a harlequin, a jester-like character popular in early modern European theater.
And harlequin ducks are migratory birds, but unlike most migratory birds,
they don't migrate north-south when the breeding season arrives. Instead, because they're sea ducks, they actually migrate east-west.
But just because these birds migrate east-west doesn't mean they're not international.
How so? I know a bird that migrates north-south like a robin will spend time in Canada, the US, and Mexico, but if you migrate straight west of here, you'll just hit ocean, not Canada.
Yeah, it turns out the migration path isn't quite straight west. Check out this map of one duck Lisa tracked.
Oh, wow. Spent part of the year in Washington, part in British Columbia, part in Glacier, and part in Waterton Lakes National Park. The next thing you need to know is that these birds love whitewater. They feel right at home in crashing surf and fast-running creeks, and that's part of the reason why they're so hard to study.
And the last thing you need to know is that harlequin ducks are very loyal.
Extremely loyal. As far as we know, the females only nest on the streams where they were born, their natal streams. Though we've banded nearly 300 harlequins in Montana thus far, we have yet to document a breeding female dispersing to a stream other than her natal stream to reproduce.
Well, what if something happens to the natal stream?
Yeah, that's kind of what makes them such a sensitive species. They seem to not be able to just find a new home.
I think this is one of the leading reasons that harlequins are a species of concern. Their range has shrunk. We used to have harlequins in Colorado and many streams in Idaho and Montana, and we no longer have for a variety of reasons. And right now, I think it's highly unlikely that those streams would ever be repopulated unless we can document that females will disperse to other streams.
It's not just streams they're loyal to. I asked Lisa if the ducks are loyal to a particular mate as well.
If you asked me that question at the beginning of this study, I would say very loyal. The first 3 years of this study, we just saw incredible, I think 100% mate fidelity. Since then, we have seen some so-called divorces, but I'm working on a paper with some Canadian biologists, and they just documented a female with a certain mate 1 year, the next 2 years with a different mate, and then in the 4th year, she returned to that original mate. So we know that sometimes things happen, we don't know why.
And if a duck's mate dies?
We've documented times when the female died, and the males have already migrated back to the coast, but the following years, those single males will come back here looking for those females. And we've seen 3, possibly 4 males return looking for their females. I assume that's what they're doing. And we have 1 male who I know now has returned 3 years in a row, always single, never with another female, and never with the original female. And we just assume that that female has died.
I can picture the Hallmark movie now. Lonely duck wintering on the coast and spending the summer searching the Rocky Mountains for his missing mate, looking for a love he'll never find.
And Lisa told me that there's about 33% more males than females on the wintering grounds. So these single males are pretty unlikely to find a new mate.
At the beginning of her research, Lisa didn't really know how many ducks there were here.
When I first started this project, I thought maybe there were 40 pairs of harlequins throughout the whole park. And you can't tell because they look identical. It wasn't until we started putting colored bands on them that we realized that we had more ducks just on Upper McDonald Creek drainage alone than we realized.
So to tell individuals apart, you've got to catch them and put a unique band on their leg.
Biologists have developed lots of ways to safely catch birds, but none of them could really account for the challenges of dealing with a bird whose preferred habitat is whitewater.
In the spring, when both males and females are in Glacier, the water on the creeks here is dangerously high and fast. Wading out into a raging creek to try to catch a duck was potentially deadly, so for a long time, we knew very little about these birds.
But it's not just raging waters that Lisa has to deal with.
There's some years that we're walking over like 40-foot deep avalanche drifts still.
So there were lots of challenges, but there was a lot of pressure to understand these birds better because they seemed to be disappearing.
Biologists throughout the western half of their range have all documented a decline or a shift in distribution.
But today when I joined Lisa, we weren't catching any ducks. We were just counting them. We broke into teams to comb every foot of the creek and observe if any of the hens had chicks. If we found any chicks, then later in the summer they could be caught and get a band before they migrated back west. But this wasn't just walking down a trail. To stay along the stream was a lot of bushwhacking.
Yeah, and it gets really bushwhacky when the water's high. And at some point we're going to just start walking in the creek because it'll be a lot easier than bushwhacking.
Okay.
Because the bushwhack is like through hawthorn and real fun stuff like that.
And eventually we just went right into the water. We walked in the creek through water that was above my knees.
Well, did you find any ducks?
We did. Lisa and I saw 7 harlequin ducks that day. And we were able to collect data on other birds as well. We saw some American dippers and spotted sandpipers. The sandpipers had just had little babies, and they were about the size of a piece of popcorn. They were so tiny and fuzzy.
Popped popcorn, though.
Popped
yes?
popcorn,
Okay.
yeah. So we actually ended up seeing a lot more pipers and dippers than harlequins.
What is that?
Yeah. That's great.
The dipper just flew downstream singing. Hear it? Yeah, that sound. Yeah, it's unusual to hear them this time of year. They're more like February, March, and April when they're really singing up a storm. Flying and singing. Andrew just saw a spotted sandpiper.
As far as harlequin ducks, we had seen 5 single females so far. Is that a lot?
I don't know. It sort of depends on what they get down low.
Yeah.
Like I said, like a high count norm would be 12, so we still have a long ways to go.
So how did this research get started in the first place?
At first, Lisa just wanted to figure out if the ducks were even successfully breeding here.
And I was like, okay, well, to do that, we'd need to find the nest and monitor them. And so we started like looking for nests, and we never found one. I think in 20 or 30 years of surveys here in the park, only one had accidentally been found when someone almost stepped on one. They were walking along the shoreline. So I'm like, well, how are you going to monitor nests if you can't find them?
Luckily for all of us, we're not just in Glacier National Park, we're in Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Waterton Lakes National Park and Glacier National Park, every year we have Science and History Day, and we
A
also
full-day science conference where experts from both sides of the border present what they've been working on.
here. In my first year as a biologist here, I met Cindy Smith. She's the retired conservation biologist in Waterton Lakes, and I knew that she had done research on harlequin ducks in Banff National Park. So I was lucky enough to meet her and introduce myself, and I was like, hey, I'm thinking of doing some research on harlequin ducks and trying to find their nest. I said, we just aren't having any luck. I was like, how did you do it? And she's like, telemetry. You have to put radios on them. And she was totally right, because when we first started trying to find their nest, even with radios on, I mean, I think it'd be a 1 in a billion chance trying to find those nests because they're so cryptic, they're so hidden. And some of them literally were like 2.5 miles up off of another drainage and on a cliff and a burned habitat. I mean,
But to put radios on them, first you have to catch them. So Lisa and Cindy, an American and a Canadian biologist working together, developed a mist net method of capturing harlequin ducks.
So that must have been what I saw.
Yeah, do you remember how it worked?
Well, Gerard Bird, who joined us on the Grinnell Glacier hike in the Mini Glacier episode, and a friend of his paddled an inflatable kayak full of a couple people and a pole across the creek. The pole had a rope attached, so there was the near end and the far end, one that stayed on shore and the one that went across the creek in the boat. And when the crew on the far side of the creek got out, they pulled the net taut.
Oh, that makes sense. So no one had to be in the water.
No, that you floated across, but you stood on either side and pulled it tight. And because harlequin ducks, unlike mallards that fly way up in the air, harlequin ducks fly down low, right over the water, so they go straight into the net.
Okay, so what would you do if you caught one in the net?
So the net is suspended on a cable that runs from one end to the other. And if they catch a duck in the net, the crew on the far side will twist their pole to close it, disconnect it from their side, and then the near side crew will pull the net all the way along the cable until the duck is in their hands.
And then they can handle it on shore without having to get into the water.
Yeah, precisely.
So what was your job then?
Oh, I had a really critical, a very important duck catching job.
Oh, yeah? What was that?
I sat probably a half mile up the road just looking at the creek with binoculars to see if ducks were coming.
Okay, that sounds pretty important. How many ducks did you see?
None. Well, okay, no, I saw mallards and I saw some mergansers. I saw mergansers, but no harlequins. They didn't come down the creek that day.
Well, hopefully you still felt useful.
I did for all the lofty ambitions I had of catching a duck that day. Lisa valued all the effort we put in.
Lisa reminded me that even if you don't find any ducks, knowing that they're not there is useful data for her too.
People get disappointed when we don't see many ducks or zero ducks, and I always remind people that 0 is a real number too. It's a sad number, but it's an important number.
And even though you didn't see any ducks that day, this method has been incredibly successful here.
We have not had any serious injuries to any people, and we have not had any injuries or mortalities to any of the birds. And we have probably captured 250 birds now.
Do Lisa and Cindy still work together?
Yeah, they do. In fact, Lisa spoke really glowingly of their collaboration.
Cindy Smith has been a mentor of mine for years. She's amazing, even though she's retired. As she told me, she's retired from bureaucracy, not biology. So I've worked with her on a number of publications, and she still mentors me on several projects.
That's a real Peace Park success story.
And the success isn't just with the science they've done.
We're not just colleagues, she's become a very close friend.
A friendship that's been able to thrive across the international border. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask him about a very special bird.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking.
Hey Doug, it's Michael and Andrew.
Hey fellas, how we doing today?
We are doing great, but we have a question for you. Are you much of a birder?
I am not much of a birder, but I am anxious to learn.
Okay, well, we've got a great little bit of audio trivia for you. We're going to play a bird call and want to see if you can guess who that call might belong to.
Okay, I'm up for it. I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Does that ring any bells for you?
I'm going to default to one of my very favorite projects in the park, and I'm going to say harlequin duck.
You got it.
You nailed it. How do you know about harlequin ducks?
You know, I have come to know harlequin ducks, to be honest, through my work here at the Conservancy.
We actually got to see a few of them with Lisa Bate.
Boy, count me jealous. I have not, to my knowledge, seen one. My wife has. She watched a mom harlequin duck kind of teach her young to navigate the rapids there on McDonald Creek. It was, as she said, a really neat experience. Yeah, they're a very, very special, beautiful animal.
So are you involved with Lisa's research at all?
We've been very fortunate here at the Conservancy to be able to support Lisa's research in a number of areas, including with these harlequin duck studies, and also trying to do some work repairing some of the trails. There are some social trails that can be disruptive on the McDonald Creek area. So we've been very, very fortunate to be able to be part of that process as it's been ongoing.
That's pretty cool. It sounds like it might allow some more people to have an experience like your wife did when they visit the park.
Yeah, I think that would be great, right? That's what we're all about at the Conservancy, is preserving the park for future generations to enjoy, and to be able to think about being able to protect this species and have people later on be able to enjoy that is really a special thing to be able to think about, right? That's work worth doing.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking some time out of your day, Doug. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
So, Andrew, neither of us grew up in Montana, right?
That's correct. I actually grew up in Washington State.
Yeah, and I grew up in Ohio. So the fact that we not only met, but became friends is something that just flat out never would have happened if it weren't for Glacier.
Absolutely. Over the course of a year, this place serves as an intersection of people all over the world. A couple years ago, I was working as a ranger up at Logan Pass, and a guy asked me if I was the same Andrew who had refereed his kid's soccer game like 6 years ago.
What?
And I was.
No way. So the Peace Park provides a unique opportunity to meet other people and experience cultures on both sides of the U.S.-Canada border.
Just by virtue of having the Alberta Visitor Center near the west entrance here, we've had the chance to meet and befriend a lot of Canadians over the years.
From the little things like celebrating Canada Day on July 1st to having them go out of their way to get me Canadian candy, ketchup chips, or Fruitopia that you can't find down here. The International Peace Park is like a confluence of two countries coming together into one unique thing. I mean, it's a lot of fun.
And just in this episode, we've heard a few examples of employees befriending their counterparts from across the border.
But I want to close us out today by meeting some folks that took the whole cross-border friendship thing to the next level.
You know, I would say we got the full story from the Peace Park perspective.
Meet Justin and Kim.
Yeah, I'm Justin McEwen.
And I'm Kim McEwen.
We're currently at our home in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Some Canadians?
Well, yes and no.
I'm from Ohio.
And I grew up in the prairies of Canada in Saskatchewan.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Justin and Kim both worked in Waterton Glacier in the early 2000s. Justin, how did you wind up working here?
My uncle was park superintendent down in Waterton Lakes National Park, so I had some exposure of going out there and visiting him and my aunt. It was a job and lifestyle that appealed to me at sort of a younger age.
Appealing enough that around the time he went to college, or university as they call it up there, he got a job with Parks Canada.
Started at Elk Island National Park and then moved down to Waterton Lakes.
What did he do at Waterton?
He was an interpretive ranger just like we were, leading guided hikes, campground programs.
You know, I can probably look back on it and say it was like the best job I ever had.
And Kim, how did you wind up working here?
So my dad decided to come out and play park ranger from Ohio. I missed him and I came out to work for the boat company in 2003, the year before Justin and I met.
What was the name of the boat that you captained?
What is the name of the boat? The Morning Eagle is on Lake Josephine, and on Swift Current Lake is Chief Two Guns.
Oh, so she worked at many glaciers.
What is memorable specifically about the job of being a boat captain?
If I think back now, like it seems like it should have been a more difficult job than it was. It didn't feel difficult to drive these boats, and I really enjoyed like giving the talk on the boat, and I liked making people laugh. You're getting sometimes to show people bears for the first time, and the hotel there employed a lot of young people, and so you're just around a lot of other basically university-aged people. It's like summer camp for adults.
I think they call it college down in the United States, dear.
And Canadianized.
And they actually met at work.
We actually met on the boat dock at Many Glacier. It was one of the other boat captains that was like, he's cute, you should go for a hike with him.
Justin, a Parks Canada interpreter, was milling about in Many Glacier in the first place for his job.
Yeah, so this would be part of a long-standing exchange within the Peace Park whereby a Parks Canada interpreter would go down to Glacier National Park and deliver a program every Friday evening, and then a counterpart, an interpretive ranger from Glacier National Park, would come up to Waterton to the Falls Theater to provide exposure to each other's parks within the International Peace Park.
But work wasn't the only reason he wanted to go to Glacier.
Pretty soon after, I think I invited myself to come for a hike with Justin in Waterton. And yeah, after that first hike, it was basically like, it was a thing. It was the start of a relationship.
Well, that's adorable. And not your typical workplace romance. The two parks brought them together, but they're from two different countries. Long distance is hard enough without a border in between you. How did that even work?
Well, as you can imagine, it did make it tough, but they were able to find a way. So how long did you do the distance thing?
We dated cross-border for 7 years.
Kim worked as a teacher on the Blackfeet Reservation living in East Glacier, and Justin could find year-round, off-and-on work in Waterton.
Okay, that's only a few hours apart.
So relatively close, but they still crossed the border a lot, to the point where Customs and Border Patrol got to know them by name. I'm wondering, when you started seeing each other, how normal in your brain was the idea of dating somebody from another country?
It became quite normal. I mean, it definitely took a while, like figuring out the differences between the two countries in the early stages of dating. I remember at one point making Justin a little paper dictionary, translating Canada speak into America speak. And then Justin made me like his edition. So I think I had put things on there like, it's a beanie, but you call it a toque for a winter hat. And
I don't remember that, to be honest, but I know
yeah,
you've
so there were
mentioned
like
this before.
lots of things like that. And eventually it just kind of melded into like, this is normal. Like my Ohio accent kind of became a Canadian accent, although in Canada for a long time, they still thought I talked like an American, but my American family would like make fun of me when I came home because I was speaking like a Canadian.
Yeah. So they made it work for years. But as time wore on, crossing the border to see one another grew more and more cumbersome.
We sort of recognized the fact that we were dealing with an international border, and
it was really cramping our relationship style.
Yeah.
And one way to remedy that would be to put a ring on it.
And plans were afoot. You know, I realized like I wanted to ask this girl to marry me. Somebody was kind of getting impatient at some point in time there, not thinking it was actually going to happen. So we went out on a hike some evening, sort of on the shoulder of Galway Mountain in Waterton. So it's up the Red Rock Road, and sort of found this little offshoot, had a great view of the valley, you know, asked Kim to marry me, and obviously she said yes.
So they found a local justice of the peace that liked hiking, and they hiked up Avian Ridge in Waterton with a few friends and got married.
We have that date. That's our proper wedding anniversary, and we have that date stamped on the inside of our rings. And yeah.
The following year, they had a full-blown ceremony in Waterton with family coming from all over. Although it was September in Alberta, so the weather was a bit of an adjustment for some.
My grandmother actually came from Florida, and the wedding was in the fall, and she like moved to Florida because she does not like the cold, and my uncle as well, so he kind of had brought her. And I know that he had to go to the drugstore in Pincher Creek that morning and buy her long johns that she could wear under her dress clothes because she was too cold in Canada.
It was like 50 or 60 degrees. It was a nice day as far as we're concerned, right?
And I, for one, learned a thing or two about Canadian weddings.
Yeah? Like what?
So they ask a family member or close friend to preside over the event instead of a DJ or MC. And they have something called midnight lunch, essentially a full-blown late-night snack. People eat at the reception, then they get up for dancing and drinks, and then a little while later, bam, poutine.
Okay, that sounds really good.
Yeah, but what Kim and Justin did the best, I think, was the dessert.
We didn't have cake at our wedding, we had pie. We had like a variety of pies, but our wedding pie that we cut into was apple, Saskatoon, huckleberry, and it was apples to signify Ohio, and Saskatoon berries to signify Saskatchewan, and huckleberries to signify the Peace Park. And so that was the kind of pie that we cut into as like our ceremonial cake cutting.
Oh, that's something else. Today, 16 years after they met at the boat dock in Many Glacier, Kim and Justin are raising a family together in Calgary.
So not too far away.
Right, close enough to visit. Now, we have spent a lot of time talking today about how the International Peace Park recognizes that the landscape we share knows no boundaries. But as this story shows, neither does love, friendship, or camaraderie. Waterton Glacier International Peace Park is an invitation to see ourselves in one another. A much-needed reminder to see not our differences, but the things that we share. Justin and Kim lived this firsthand in a way more dramatic than most of us ever will. So I was curious, what does the designation International Peace Park mean to both of you?
I think it is a place that you can sort of leave jurisdictions and politics behind to some degree or another and focus on this sort of contiguous landscape.
I don't know, to me it means family, you know? If it wasn't for the International Peace Park, we wouldn't be a family.
To see what the International Peace Park means to you? Well, you'll just have to come find out. That's our show. For more information on the International Peace Park, on Waterton or Harlequin ducks, check out the links in our show notes.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Natalie Hodge and our friends at Waterton Lakes National Park, Tracy Weiss, Bob Adams, Lisa Bate, Diane Stein, and Kim and Justin McEwen.
Jackson Glacier Overlook is just a short walk up the Going to the Sun Road from the Gunsight Pass Trailhead shuttle stop. For visitors just driving the road, this is the best view of a glacier they will get. The bluish-white ice of Jackson Glacier is about 5.5 miles from this viewpoint. This glacier has changed dramatically over the last 100 years and is much smaller than the one seen by early park visitors. In fact, it is now split into two glaciers, Jackson and Blackfoot, as it has melted over the decades. Although the glaciers in the park today are small compared to their Ice Age counterparts, they do work the same as the larger versions. Glaciers form when more snow falls in the winter than melts in the summer. As snow accumulates over many seasons, ice forms. Then the weight of the ice and snow causes the bottom layers to compress and become more flexible and less brittle than the top layers. As the glacier starts to move downhill under its own weight, it becomes a frozen river of ice that slowly flows across the land, eroding and shaping the bedrock into unique landforms. When less snow accumulates and less ice is created, the glacier's forward movement no longer keeps pace with melting, and the glacier melts back and retreats up the mountain. That is what is currently happening to all the glaciers in the park. In 1850, at the end of the Little Ice Age, it is estimated that there were 150 glaciers in the park. By 1968, they numbered only around 50. Today, there are 26 glaciers, many of which are just small remnants of what they once were. For many years, scientists have been studying global climate change, and it is clear that ecosystems like Glacier National Park are undergoing dramatic changes. While the Earth's climate has undergone cooling and warming cycles in the past, if current warming trends continue, scientists predict that the glaciers in Glacier National Park will be completely gone by the year 2030. This series of waterfalls delights early season visitors to the park as they drive right by, and for westbound travelers, sometimes right through its spray. More than one savvy driver has driven just a tad closer to the cliff edge by this spot, surprising passengers in the back seat with a hefty dose of clear, cold mountain water as it splashes through the open windows. By August, the gushing torrent dries up to a mere trickle and looks more like a weeping wall than the impressive cascades seen when the road first opens in early summer. Most people don't realize that this entire series of waterfalls is a remnant of the construction of the Going to the Sun Road. As engineers carved through the rock here, they created a cliff which water from springs and melting snows above pour over and onto the road surface below. Special drains were designed into the road to allow the bulk of water to pass below the pavement, but on days of especially heavy flow, a small stream of water covers both lanes of traffic for a short distance.
Yellowstone is famous for huge explosive volcanic eruptions. There's really nothing brewing right now. The magma chamber is mostly solid, but there have been quite a few hydrothermal eruptions and small explosions in both Biscuit Basin and Norris Geyser Basin as water in the hydrothermal system flashes to steam. Curious new blue water pool formed in Norris Geyser Basin in late 2024 to early 2025 via a series of small explosions that threw out rock and excavated a small crater. This sort of activity is nothing new, as thermal features are commonly activating and going quiet across Yellowstone National Park. But it's a great reminder about how dynamic the system is, and also how important it is to have monitoring instruments in place. During the month of February 2026, the University of Utah seismograph stations, which monitors and operates the Yellowstone seismic network, located 74 earthquakes. The largest was a magnitude 2.4. Deformation measurements indicate a pause in uplift along the North Caldera Rim. Steamboat Geyser had one water eruption on February 27th, and nearby Aquinas Geyser, quiet since 2020, erupted about 40 times during the month. Yellowstone volcanoes remains at normal background levels of activity.
The St. Mary Visitor Center is the eastern gateway to Glacier National Park and is a main orientation point for many visitors, with rangers on duty throughout the summer providing trip planning and other information about the park. If you find yourself on the east side of the park and you have a question about something you've seen or heard while you were here, this is the place to stop and find the answer. This is also the place for backpackers to obtain their backcountry permits for exploring into the depths of the wilds of Glacier National Park. Exhibits in the building explain the park's cultural and natural history, and a 15-minute film plays every half hour. Rangers present evening programs throughout the summer in the auditorium. The building itself has an interesting story to tell. In the 1950s, the National Park Service embarked on an ambitious 10-year program called Mission 66 to upgrade facilities throughout the country's parks. The St. Mary Visitor Center remains a classic example of the architectural style prevalent during this program. If you look closely, you'll notice that the building's lines reflect the mountains in the background. In the years since Mission 66, many buildings and parks around the country have changed or been remodeled or in some cases torn down. That makes preservation of buildings like the St. Mary Visitor Center all the more important. These buildings help to tell the story of one of the most significant initiatives in the history of the National Park Service. One thing you'll notice right away about St. Mary, it's almost always windy here. So the building needs repainting often to keep up its appearance. And over the years, the original colors were painted over in shades of tan and brown. Recently, it became time to repaint the building again, and historians researched the original records and rediscovered the original colors used during the Mission 66 construction of the building. Its exterior has now been returned to its original appearance, allowing the building to once again showcase one of the most important building projects in National Park Service history. Switchbacks are a common design feature of many mountain roads. Generally, the only way to get up and over a pass is to switch back and forth several times to gain the elevation needed. If the Going to the Sun Road had been built following one design plan, it would have had 15 switchbacks climbing up the head of Logan Creek directly below Logan Pass. Imagine trying to plow that road every spring. Snowplows would continually be pushing snow onto already plowed areas over and over again. Well, in 1924, Frank Kittredge of the Bureau of Public Roads directed a survey of potential routes over Logan Pass. His team started in September and was able to map out 21 miles before winter closed in. The work was difficult, and men often had to climb 3,000 feet each morning to get to the survey sites. The crews walked along narrow ledges and hung over cliffs by rope to make many of the measurements. The work was extremely challenging and resulted in a 300% turnover in labor in just 3 months. But the survey work did pay off, and in late 1924, National Park Service Director Stephen Mather approved Kittredge's alternate route. It contained only one switchback and followed McDonald Creek where it turned north before looping back on itself and continuing up the garden wall in one long, continuous path. The current route allows for greater views of the park and blends well into the landscape. The work of Kittredge and the Bureau of Public Roads resulted in a partnership with the National Park Service to construct roads throughout the national park system. The Bureau of Public Roads became the Federal Highway Administration, and today that partnership still continues. From this spot, visitors often confuse the series of cascades on Haystack Creek directly in front of them for Birdwoman Falls. But Birdwoman Falls is actually the 492-foot drop across the valley between Mount Oberlin on the left and Mount Cannon on the right. Notice the broad U-shaped bowl above the waterfall, and then look down to the valley to the right and notice the same broad U shape. Both features are the results of glaciers. Ice Age glaciers that flowed down the valleys here ground and carved the landscape. The Lake McDonald Valley shows the familiar rounded bottom of a valley that was created by a glacier. Ice up to 3,000 feet thick filled this area as recently as 12,000 years ago. Smaller glaciers tucked high into the mountains ground away and created bowl-like depressions called cirques and hanging valleys like you see immediately above Birdwoman Falls. A hanging valley is created when one of the smaller glaciers meets one of the larger valley glaciers. It can't carve as quickly as its massive cousin and so creates a smaller hanging valley up on the mountain. Look for these features throughout the park. Often, since they generally end in a cliff, hanging valleys have impressive waterfalls pouring out of them. Birdwoman Falls was once fed by an active glacier in the cirque above, but today there is merely a snowfield to feed the waterfall. In especially dry years, Birdwoman Falls dries up by fall.
Hello, you rockin' Rockyites. Guess what? Today is this year's autumnal equinox, which means it is officially fall. It's felt like fall for a little bit, but now it is official. And you can feel it. The aspens are turning gold like crazy at higher elevations, and even some lower elevations. The air is getting more crisp and cool and is about to take a turn for the chilly. This weekend looks to be rainy and in the 50s in Estes Park and potentially snowy. Did I say snowy? Yes, snowy. And significantly colder above 9,000 feet. So if you are coming to visit us this weekend, plan accordingly. And of course, the clearest auditory sign of fall, and we love our auditory signs here in podcast land, elk bugles. In the spirit of bugle time, today we're bringing you an interview with Hannum Abules. Hannum is a landscape ecologist, don't worry, we will explain what the heck that means, and spends much of her time studying Rockies elk and the complex ways they interact with and shape park ecosystems. So when we want to learn about elk, Hannum is the person to talk to. We hope you enjoy this deep dive on elk, on landscape ecology, on history of different areas in the park, especially Moraine Park, and so much more. Let's rock. All right, so we're here in Moraine Park, and we are here with, could you give us your name and your title?
My name's Hannum Abeles.
Uh-huh.
Hannum with an M.
Hannum with an M.
Not Hannah spelled incorrectly. And my title is landscape ecologist.
Landscape ecologist.
I work on big things.
Big things. All right, I like that.
Lots of things that kind of transcend the boundary of the park, if you will.
Oh, nice. That's a good way to think about it. So, I thought what we'd do today is we'll just kind of walk through different aspects of what you're doing here at your job, and then that'll probably flash us backwards or forwards in time into other stuff that might be going on here in the future, and also how you got into what you do here at the park and what you do for a living and all that kind of stuff. So, landscape ecologist. What's the broad overview of what that means at Rocky in terms of like your projects, day-to-day work?
So the idea, most of the time, if you're in a park, you're going to hear people say, I'm a botanist, or I'm a wildlife biologist, and what we've come to realize, which seems very intuitive now, but maybe wasn't so intuitive 50 or 80 years ago, is that everything is a lot more interconnected than one might at first think. So there's a lot of fields that have popped up in ecology over the last 50 years. One of them is landscape ecology, where we're looking at patterns over space and time and how do those things connect. A great example of that is kind of our regional elk management initiative. So we're working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're working with the Forest Service. We're working with a variety of partners, academic, et cetera, to try and get a handle on reestablishing the natural balance on the landscape between elk and all the space that they like to use.
Yeah.
And that's been challenging because
I
we
bet.
have a pretty disrupted system here.
Yeah, why don't we get into that? Because one of the reasons why I wanted to do this interview with you this time of year is so that we could get something out there for folks coming up to the park to look at elk, among other things, and the rut. And so I think it would be cool to give people some of the background on elk and other wildlife, but we'll start with elk in the park. So you said that very disrupted system in the park. I would guess a lot of our visitors would have no idea of that because they come here and they don't normally see elk, and they see elk, and so they think, oh, it's a national park, it's normal, it's natural.
Right.
Yeah, so could you kind of just go into the history of that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I use this kind of comparison a lot. Just because something looks beautiful does not mean it's healthy.
Great point.
I think that, so we're sitting here in Moraine Park, and it's absolutely stunning, right? We're looking up the Fern Lake drainage. And if you've never been here before, or you don't know what a Western riparian river system should look like, you would look at this and say, it's absolutely incredible. And it is, but I would say it's also a little ill. It's got a touch of the flu. And so what has happened on this landscape over the last 120 years are a lot of things that are incredibly unnatural. And I always ask myself the question, and I think folks that are aficionados of nature and like to visit parks and should be thinking about, are we managing for a picture, or are we managing for a process? So are we happy if we just have a picture that looks healthy, even though the underlying foundation of that is falling apart? Or are we really trying to manage for healthy, sustainable processes that are going to give us these beautiful landscapes for a lot longer time frame than just right now for our one visit or our one experience at that place?
That's a great way to put it. Do we want to manage for pictures or process? That's nice. I like that.
So I think that's an important thing to think about, you know, because if we go the instant gratification route, well, it looks great. So, hey.
Sure.
So what we're trying to do is to reestablish the functionality of the ecosystem.
Right.
And that's hard to do. But there are a lot of things we can do to make it a lot better than it is. And so that's really was the impetus for our elk and vegetation management plan. Elk at the turn of the last century were completely extirpated from the park.
Right.
There weren't any left, so they'd market hunted them out of here.
Right. Yeah, so I think that will surprise people. So extirpated means locally extinct. Is that right? Yeah. So, so we had a healthy, functioning elk population. Then people showed up with firearms, with market hunting, with all this kind of stuff. And it didn't take very long before there were no elk in Rocky Mountain National Park area, right?
Right.
At all. And that was by, like you said, the early 1900s or even late 1800s.
Yeah, and I don't remember the exact date of that, but
somewhere in there.
And around the same time, humans also got rid of all the things with teeth and claws.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
We like to do that as well.
So wolves,
and
grizzly bears, which again, our listeners might not know were here, just like they are in some other parks that you might go, like Yellowstone or something like that, where people think of those animals. They were here too. So those had all been gotten rid of. The elk had been gotten rid of. Moose.
So moose weren't here.
Oh, moose weren't here. That's right. We're going to get into that.
Moose are a whole different story.
We're going to get into that later because I think that is also going to be fascinating to people, and that's something I want to educate people on.
We can clarify.
Yeah, that'll be
weren't
great.
here.
We'll clarify
here
for me
parts.
too. Yeah, what was here and wasn't here. So what was here at that time? We had elk, grizzly bears, black bears, wolves, coyotes, probably,
bison.
Or bison.
Most people don't know.
That's a big one.
Also, were quite prevalent. So you had a complete system, right? You had a system that functioned somewhat in balance with itself.
Sure.
And you have peaks and troughs in that system, but it's what we would call self-regulating, right? Where the human doesn't need to come in and manage actively because it's managing itself. And we are just a part of that system.
Right. And there had been hunting, of course, before that, but it was just on such a different scale in terms of what was being killed and taken and things, right? That it was resilient enough to put up with the hunting that was done before Anglos showed up, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, when you start to get into this model of we're going to harvest all the animals in one area and use them to feed humans in places far away, like Denver.
Right.
And that's pretty much what happened.
Gotcha.
So you totally utilized all of the hoof stock here basically to feed folks far away, which is an unnatural thing in itself, right? All these things we think of as normal are not normal at all. And they have pretty wide-ranging impacts. And that's actually where the North American model of wildlife conservation comes from, is that wildlife is a public trust. Folks who hunt that visit the park are probably quite aware that when you do harvest animals, not in the park, but that you're not allowed to sell those animals. And that's where this all came from, is that when you use wildlife as a commodity, it typically doesn't go very well.
So wildlife was being used as a commodity, hunted to local extinction, extirpated. So we have elk now. When were elk reintroduced? How did that work in the park?
So they brought elk down from Yellowstone.
Okay.
In the 2 years before the park was created, actually.
Okay,
so in 13 and 14.
Okay.
And they reestablished a population here.
But didn't reestablish predatory population, right?
Exactly.
So they just brought the elk back.
Right.
No grizzlies, no wolves.
Which has been most of the story of the 20th century.
Exactly.
Is we hunted many, many things to local extinction in many areas of the country. And then we restocked some of those species and not others.
The ones that we liked.
The ones we like.
We
like hoofed things.
Yeah.
We don't like things with teeth and claws. And when I say we, I mean human beings.
Right, sure.
As a culture, not the National Park Service or anything like that.
So from those, the 1913-14 reintroduction, 1915 Rocky Mountain National Park is created. What happened? I mean, of course, there's ups and downs, but the general story over that next many decades where we didn't have hunting and we didn't have any predators in the park who could actually take down an elk, what was the kind of consequence of that? Play through that for us.
So anytime you have an animal that has evolved with predation, right? The reproductive rate of that animal is going to be such that is designed to replace itself with predation.
Right.
So you remove what we call the top-down control. And what you have now is a reproductive rate far exceeding what is needed to maintain that population, right? So that happens, what happens there? Population goes through the roof.
Sure.
In the early days, elk were culled in Rocky.
In the park?
Because even at that time, people started to note habitat impacts.
Interesting.
And it wasn't done the way we would go about management today, where we have extensive base of science upon which we make decisions. They just said, hey, there's a lot of hoofed animals out there. We're seeing things are getting eaten down. We're going to do something about that.
We're just going to remove a certain amount.
We're going to remove some animals.
We're going to remove some. Just
right.
However many we feel like is about right. Maybe let's say.
Right, and that's certainly not ideal either, right? Because we'd like to make our
But that's interesting that even at that time,
it's
interesting that even at that time, they were seeing like, oh, this is having negative impact. We need to control this.
And a lot of folks were ranchers and farmers at that time, and they're used to looking at a site maybe that they had cattle on, and they'd be able to evaluate, is this suitable, sustainable range, et cetera.
Yeah.
Some of those things certainly have overlap between, understanding habitat health and range condition for livestock. These are hoofed animals. They're ruminants. They consume forage.
Sure.
You need a certain replacement of that feed out there in order to
So when did that culling stop?
So
or was it just kind of scattershot?
Fuzzy.
Okay.
I don't know the full history of exactly how many times they did it or when they stopped doing it. But what I do know is that as we moved into the 1960s, and this was a nationwide movement through the National Park Service, we entered this period of what we called natural regulation. And if you read Park Service policy, you'll see it all throughout there through the 60s, 70s, 80s, even early 90s. And I think that's a noble goal.
And so what is natural regulation? How would you define that?
So the idea there is that these populations would self-regulate.
So we just leave them alone and it'll all come out in the end. They'll take care of themselves.
Humans have mucked with nature so much. If we just leave her alone, she's going to bounce right back. Mother Nature's going to do what Mother Nature does.
And it makes sense that management policy would come in because that's the same time that we're getting things like the Wilderness Act and that kind of idea that let's just leave it alone. Hands off. It'll take care of itself. Okay.
Right. We've caused enough damage.
Gotcha.
And there's a lot of validity to that comment. There's also issues with it in practice. And the issues, I always like to tell the story, if I came to your house and I totally wrecked your car sitting out in your driveway. I've dismantled it. I've done bizarre things to the engine. I've taken away some tires, etc. And then I say, hey, Miles, why don't you fix that car? But I also took your toolbox, and I took all of the most important tools out of your toolbox, and I have thrown them around the town of Estes Park. Good luck.
Right.
You're going to self-regulate now, right? You're going to fix. That car's going to come back to life. Well, you need the tools, right? You need the parts. You need the equipment. With Mother Nature, when you take away predation, which is a critical tool in a system, when you take away habitat availability, right? These animals now are pushed into a much smaller area than they would have had access to, right? If we look at the larger landscape of how disturbed the area is around Rocky Mountain National Park, you don't have habitat connectivity. It's harder for animals to move around. You don't have the habitat quality that you had. So you don't have your predators. And then another big thing is that we don't have beaver on the landscape. So at one point there were hundreds and hundreds of beaver here in Moraine Park alone.
Just here in Moraine Park?
In Moraine Park.
Wow. That's amazing.
Engineering the system, repairing it, packing every little hole in their dam with mud. What's the aggregate of all that effort? It's a wetland, you know, a complete functioning, regenerating wetland system on this river. And when you take that keystone species away, So you took away all Mother Nature's critical tools, and then you said, hey, fix it. And what we found was that didn't work very well.
That's really interesting. Yeah, the beaver thing. I remember when not too long after I came to this park, and I don't know why I hadn't thought of it, but I hadn't. And someone mentioned that, like just a moraine park alone, probably hundreds of beaver. And then I thought about like when I was working up in Alaska and Denali and tons of beaver, I don't know, impacted isn't the right word, but they're there, and they're doing their work.
Right.
And it's so different looking, just the amount of, like you said, hopefully our speakers caught that. That was a little bugle in the background. So different, just from the shape of the stream to, there I noticed it a lot because there's really no trails. And so you're bushwhacking through everything.
Yeah.
And, the vegetation that you're bushwhacking through is so different and difficult to bushwhack through.
Yeah.
And the kind of game and wildlife trails and things that you see is so different. Okay, so that's really interesting. So we have all these tools removed. We thought, even without these tools, we're just going to let it sit and recover. So what did that do in terms of the elk population in the park and the effect that it had on the landscape? We can talk about in general or moraine park in specific, however we want to do it to help kind of paint the picture for people.
So, with this concurrent decline in beaver, you also had a dramatic increase in the elk population, a completely unnatural increase. And so by saying we're going to let nature take its course and we're going to let it be natural.
Yeah.
And I still hear that a lot today, let it be natural. And I say, well, what is that? In my mind, that's the proper functioning of a system, not an elk roaming around without a GPS collar on it necessarily. So if we think on a macro scale, what is natural? And so we ended up on a very unnatural trajectory, and we ended up with the most concentrated, highest density of elk ever recorded in a free-ranging population.
Whoa.
Right here in Moraine Park.
Wow.
And so it looked like a feedlot
population
out there.
numbers do we know at that
There were,
time?
at different points, there were over 3,000 elk between the Winter Range in Rocky Mountain National Park and the town of Estes Park.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And the habitat could not sustain that. So the combination of not having beaver on the landscape, constantly planting willow, constantly digging side channels and maintaining dams and ponds. When that landscape dries out, and we did things to help that along. When I say we, I mean humans.
Yeah.
Right. We ditched and drained Moraine Park. It was a golf course at one point. Most people don't know its history.
And do we think that that's what contributed to that rapid decline in beaver population, or was it because they were actually being trapped and specifically removed from Moraine Park?
So they were being trapped and specifically removed both prior to the creation of the park and after.
Okay.
And that was prior, the fur trade, and then after just a lot of folks thought of them as a nuisance species, and they can be, certainly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, depending. Yeah, exactly.
When they're doing their industrious things where we want them to be doing them, they're fabulous. When they're doing them and flooding your roads and your house, not so great.
Yeah.
So, and that's our job too as wildlife ecologists to understand that balance.
Sure.
Right. Humans are in the landscape, and we need to work with that. But so we ended up with these incredible densities of elk. And the way that Moraine Park looked at that time, it was transitioning to a dry upland grassland. And you can make that decision. You can say, hey, we're going to let this go. But what are the costs of that? And the costs of that are dramatically decreased biodiversity. When I talk about biodiversity, I'm talking about all the other plants, animals, fish, things that contribute not only to the function of the ecosystem, but to your experience when you come here to Rocky Mountain National Park. Do you only want to see one charismatic megafauna, or would you like to see that charismatic megafauna in its natural environment with all the other plants and animals that would normally accompany it? I hope the latter potentially is what we're going for.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what we were seeing out there. And that's what triggered
so between the human
process.
specific hands-on human impacts and then the secondary impacts of reduced beaver and then this exploding elk population, basically it was getting dried out, and also vegetation was getting eaten at a rate that just couldn't sustain. And so we end up with, like you said, a dry kind of grassland that's just way less biodiverse. Okay.
And much more susceptible to weeds, to invasive exotic plants.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Wetlands are great at preventing those plants from coming in. So wetlands, they make up only 4% of Rocky Mountain National Park's total area, but they provide a disproportionate amount of what we'd call ecosystem services, like drought mitigation, water filtration, and they provide a lot of other services. So they're weed mitigation, right? A lot of people, they think about weeds as you go and pull weeds. Yeah, you can do that. And you can also create environmental conditions that are not conducive to weeds in the first place.
They
exactly.
just can't take root. Yeah.
So we're trying to really manage these systems holistically and say, where do we get great bang for our buck? And we get that through riparian restoration. And I think that's why we've put, some might say, disproportionate amount of effort, into Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows.
Okay, so just summarizing really quickly. So we've talked about all these impacts, talked about kind of how things are looking, that we've really dramatically changed Moraine Park over time. And like we were saying earlier, it might make for pretty pictures. You have this nice open field and there's elk out in it, but from a more complete understanding of the history and how it could be, maybe should be, it's not as pretty and healthy as it might appear. Right. So that's where we were. So when it comes, so now we're talking about, you were just talking about the amount of effort that we've put into managing some of these parks. So just kind of walk us through what that effort has been over the last, 10, 20 years, I guess. Yeah. What are the things that we're doing, have done and are doing that maybe wouldn't be super obvious to visitors, but that they can learn more about, or there actually are signs of if they just start looking around for? Yeah.
Yeah. So, we went through a couple decade research process.
Couple decades of research. Nice.
To figure out truly what is the carrying capacity of elk on the winter range, because that's where a lot of the damage was occurring. And when I say winter range, I mean Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, which also happen to be really popular places for visitors, but they were getting hammered. So what is that carrying capacity, and how many elk could we really sustain? And if you had an environment where you had natural predators, how many elk would you anticipate to see out there? Because that might be your sustainable level. That might be your carrying capacity. And so we've partnered with a variety of universities, partnered very heavily with Colorado State University and USGS and other organizations to figure out all this stuff to the best of our ability, using the best science available. And I think what some folks don't know, or even some folks here who work for the park, is that this is really an incredible example of science-based adaptive management in the National Park Service. And what we have done here and are doing here is a template for a lot of other places. Not that it's without its flaws, certainly. Sure. Everything has its flaws, but the process leading up to what we now have and call the Elk and Vegetation Management Plan was pretty extensive. And so we determined at that time, how many elk do we think we can have on the winter range? And we survey that using both ground-based and aerial survey methodology.
Okay. How do those work?
And then we estimate the population every winter.
Oh, every winter. Okay. How is the ground-based, and then how do those two work? What's the process that you go through to do that?
So initially what had been happening is multiple times a winter we would conduct just aerial survey.
Okay, so you would go out in a helicopter?
In a helicopter.
Okay.
Yep.
And count. Would you do like a grid type system?
Right. You're going to fly transects. You're going to look for groups of animals. And what you're going to do is try and count and classify those animals. And when I say classify, I mean cows, calves, bulls, spikes. When we look at something like the cow-calf ratio, how many cows per calf, or how many calves per cow, that's going to tell us information on the population growth rate, right? How quickly is this population doubling, tripling, et cetera? It can tell us what the future might look like. or are they declining?
Mm-hmm.
In which case we should be concerned, because we certainly want to maintain a robust and healthy elk population. So that's what we do from the air. And then what we've been able to do, because we got to know our elk so well through these many decades of research and research that is ongoing still.
It's interesting when you talk to people who've been observing animal populations for a long time, how intimate how well they get to know them, like you're saying. Yeah.
You'll know exactly which group is going to be where and how they might behave versus another group.
Yeah.
And so because we know that so well, we were able to design a ground-based survey methodology, which we're now leaning on a lot more heavily than the aerial work. And that's nice because we try to minimize the number of times we put planes in the sky.
Sure.
That certainly can impact someone's visitor experience if they're happen to be in the park that day.
Yeah.
It's also a lot safer and a lot cheaper to survey from the ground.
How do those ground surveys work?
So we have a predetermined number of routes, and we survey those every morning for 3 days, the second week of every month.
Okay.
October through April.
Okay.
And we're able to get some very robust, pretty solid population estimates for the winter range. And
nice.
we look at both the winter range in the park as well as the town of Estes Park. And if folks are interested, a lot of that ground survey work is volunteer-based, so they can get in touch with our volunteer office.
Yeah, another volunteer thing. Yeah, we had Lindsay on the podcast a few episodes back and talked about, we tried to cover all the things volunteers do, and I don't even know if we touched on that one. So yet another thing that volunteers do and that you could do if you wanted to get involved.
It's massive. I mean, just the quality data that we're able to produce, and we would have to fly a lot more if not for the effort of our volunteers. And it's just been incredible. I think it's a great citizen science-based project that's being used for, again, like some pretty advanced modeling. So this isn't just go out and look at animals.
Yeah.
These guys are really producing some of the cornerstone data for our management objectives.
So that's how you're getting data on elk population over time and dynamics of, like you said, different classifications and all that. So how does that fit in then with the rest of the plan?
So the rest of the plan, anytime you're talking about a hoofed critter, you've got to talk about plants, right?
Yep.
So again, coupled with this pretty extensive elk monitoring and census, we're also monitoring our vegetation. And how is that vegetation coming back? Is it coming back? And how is it responding to our management actions? We talked about elk. What we didn't talk about were the habitat fences that you see behind me.
Right. Yeah, we're sitting right in front of one. Yeah, you can definitely talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, so they're
good opportunity.
They are certainly were controversial at one point, and I can understand why. It's not something you're really excited to come to a national park and see a fence.
Sure.
But what we can say now with confidence is that these things are working. So the idea was that we would protect some of the most vulnerable areas and eliminate elk browse from those areas entirely, because our models showed that if we didn't do that, we would lose our aspen and we would lose our willow and they would not come back.
Wow.
So aspen are a part of this as well.
So these fences that people see out and about, we call them exclosures. And that's because unlike, I guess a lot of fences keep things in and out, but these are meant to keep out elk and any other large... Moose. Yeah, elk and moose. To keep them out, but to allow space, depending on the fence, you'll see different techniques, but between the size of the fencing or space under the fencing to allow other animals to move in and out. But it's basically protecting the vegetation inside of the fence from being browsed by elk and moose.
Yep.
Okay.
And
makes sense.
So every year we collect data on that to make sure that the decisions we've made are actually working, which sounds very intuitive, but monitoring programs are very expensive.
Sure.
And they take a lot of effort to implement. So what you'll see a lot nationwide, globally, people will implement a conservation project, but they don't have the resources to try and monitor that afterwards to see, is it really working what we did? And we're hitting that side of things hard. And what we can say is, with the aspen fences, It's working really well. We're getting great recruitment, meaning little youngin trees are popping up all over the place in there.
Willow,
Willow,
and you can see that
oh
for
yeah,
yourself. Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, when you if you haven't yet, listeners, when you go around the park, look for some of these fences and look inside of some of them. And I mean, the difference is, you don't have to be a scientist to see the difference in a lot of the fences at this point. Of course, you're monitoring it, like you said, from the very beginnings of these things all the way up and doing it much more detailed. But it is cool that you can even just see it with your naked eye.
Yeah, I think if you go up above Horseshoe Park and look down at Horseshoe Park, I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
The different meadows are in different states of we're in different states of decay and decline when we went in and put some of these exclosures in. So in Moraine Park, we've had a little more struggled response. And so one of the things you'll see out there if you walk around in Moraine Park, and we've certainly had a response in the fences, but you'll see that if you look at the Big Thompson, it's extremely incised.
So cut into one narrow channel.
Right, cut down into one narrow channel.
Whereas before, with beaver and everything, it would have been just all over
Yep.
Moraine Park, just meandering side streams,
Right.
wet areas, almost standing ponds, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so cut down
Yeah.
into one channel.
Yep, and
Yep.
so you've got maybe 3-4 foot of bank that river
Yeah.
needs to overflow. I mean, again, a very unnatural situation that was created, over 100 years
Yeah.
of decay. And I've heard one of the frequently asked questions I get is, when are the fences coming down? And I say, when the habitat can sustain itself. Well, when's that? I think us as humans, we naturally want to operate on these very concrete, very short timelines.
Yep.
But I say, we didn't create this problem in 10 years or 20 years. We're not going to fix it in 10 years or 20 years. What we're trying to do is reset the trajectory, right? Go from a negative to a positive, and we're absolutely doing that. But one of the things that in a place like Moraine Park is challenging is the water. It's channeling, it's running right through the system. It's not spreading out across the landscape the way we'd like to see. So excluding browse through fencing is one tool. But that doesn't necessarily spread water back on the landscape quickly. And so those are some things we're talking about now.
Yeah,
is
that's
really
challenging.
how do we get beaver back in these sites to do the engineering that we need them to do.
Yeah.
And that's
That's
kind of a hot
TBD?
topic at the moment. Yeah.
TBD? Okay. I won't press you on the details, but we'll have another podcast in the future when we talk about the Beaver Repatriation Act of something. Figure out how we can affect that stream channelization. That's a great point. And again, I think something that if you didn't know it, you never think about it. You look out and you're just like, oh yeah, there's this nice river and I see it and everything, but you don't realize if you had been here 150 years ago, how completely different.
You'd be able to have lunch in the shade. So try
Imagine
and do
that.
that now in Moraine Park.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great for your fisheries as well. Trout like cold, cool streams. They like stream bank vegetation. So I've heard great comments from a lot of our fishermen who are, I think, some of the first folks to notice the positive impact of our exclosures.
Interesting, yeah.
They were like, wow, the fish are back in there.
Huh.
I'm like, yeah, because the plants are
Yeah.
growing and it's shading the stream.
Right. That's very cool.
And we saw in 2015, I was actually giving a talk to some of our new law enforcement folks by the exclosure, talking about all this. And up comes a sandhill crane. And it was the first time we had seen one of those in here in a very, very long time. So animals will respond, and if we help it along a little bit, the hope is that, again, we can get that trajectory going and it gains enough momentum where it does start to self-sustain. And we can take the fences down.
Right. Okay.
But it's going to take some time.
Sure.
It's hurting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like you said,
Humans did a job.
It took a long time to get it where it is, and it'll take a while for it to recover back and be healthy.
Right.
At least on the human time scale. That's the other thing that's hard to remember
Exactly.
in terms of landscape ecology and just anything to do with the natural world is that it makes sense. We're humans. We think on the scale of human lifetimes, but human lifetimes are very, very short compared to these ecosystems and these processes at these scales. So, yeah, that makes total sense. That it's kind of like, well, we'll see when it gets healthy. So yeah, that's pretty amazing. I hope that helps people understand a little bit more with the fences and what they're seeing, and I also have heard, from people who have been coming to Rocky for decades, they have lived long enough to see some of the changes in elk population and the effects, and definitely have questions about that. So, what else about the elk and vegetation management plan do you think would be good to cover for listeners to know?
So we've got a couple projects that are ongoing right now. One of them is long-term chronic wasting disease.
Yeah, could you tell? Yeah, what
monitoring,
chronic wasting
surveillance, looking at
disease?
the health of our elk population, which is different from the habitat side. And so we've historically had a fairly high prevalence of chronic wasting disease in Rocky Mountain National Park.
And what is, for folks who don't know about chronic wasting disease, what are some of the, what effect does that have on the animals?
So it's a prion disease that affects the nervous system.
Okay.
And it leads to death in
So another
those affected
prion
animals.
disease that people have probably heard of would be mad cow. That's another type of prion disease.
Or
And prions are
Creutzfeldt-Jakob in
really
humans.
weird. We can't really go into that, but
that's a whole other talk.
Very, very weird, but it is a prion based. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So it's nothing like anything we had really seen before.
Yeah.
Either in wildlife disease or any other disease areas. And it's not a virus, it's not a bacteria, it's a protein. And so that's bizarre. But what it does is it chews through the brain, essentially. And so if you see an animal with chronic wasting disease, or CWD, as you'll hear us call it most often, that animal's going to get thin. They might be drooling. Their head's going to be low. Their cognition is not very good. They're having nervous system impacts. And so those animals aren't going to last too much longer if you see an animal in that condition. And we've been an epicenter for research on this because we are the first place that we had this disease occur in a wild population.
Really?
And it's
interesting.
And we've had fairly high rates of it compared to the surrounding area. And there's been a lot of discussion over why that might be. At this point, we don't have great data to back up the whys.
Yeah.
But some of the things that we think about are because we had such a highly concentrated population, they're unnaturally stacked on top of each other for so long. This disease can persist in the environment almost for unlimited time frames. We don't know how long because we haven't been able to look at it for that long, but for decades, certainly.
Wow.
So if you put a whole bunch of animals in a contaminated space, what might happen? So that's another typical issue when you have overpopulations of species is you end up having disease issues, right? Because
the rates of transmission are just much higher.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And so we don't know that that's why. But these are just some things we talk about.
This is great. I'm glad we're talking about this stuff because this is another thing that I love in general. I mean, just for my own personal edification, but I think it's great for visitors to realize with parks or with any kind of science is like there are some things that we're pretty confident about and we're, and then there's things where we don't know.
Yep.
And that's why we're doing science because we're trying to figure it out. And so I always think it's cool to remind people that like it's not a done deal. We can't tell you all the answers to everything in the park. There's plenty of stuff that we're trying to figure out too as it goes along. So it's really interesting.
Absolutely.
So chronic wasting disease is a component of this and is something that is being studied.
Right, and we look at how might that affect our population levels over time. Is there a time in the future where you get to a space where you're worried about elk populations?
Right. Yeah.
That conversation has been had in other places. Right now, our populations of elk, both on the east and the west sides of the park, and I'm talking regionally, right? Because we're one little 25,000 acre nugget, right?
Which might sound big to people, but
big.
for animals like elk, it's not that big of an amount of space.
Yeah, if I can walk across Rocky in 2 days, what does that mean for an elk?
Yeah.
So I think folks miss that sometimes as well, because scale in nature is very different than the scale you and I might be used to.
Absolutely.
Where a 4,000 square foot house sounds enormous.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yep.
So that's important because we are looking at elk on a regional basis. We're looking at these herds where they move, and they all only use the park during portions of the year.
So on that regional basis, those
they're
populations
looking great.
look good, right? We think they're within a good range right
yeah.
now.
And another common question I get is, where'd all the elk go? You know, I've heard people say that the Park Service culled thousands of them. That's not true. The big story here is really that the wintering animals redistributed, and they're utilizing the Front Range a lot more during the winter, which is actually a very natural pattern of elk behavior.
Right.
Why would you stay at 8,000 feet in the winter when you can go down to 4,500 or 5,500 and eat grass all day? So again, suspicions about that. Well, they brought elk into the Estes Valley in 1913 and 1914, and those animals had no roadmap in their head. So did they just stay up here? Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe.
So, or maybe they were, confined because of all sorts of things. In terms of regulations.
You had a lot more agricultural production on the Front Range back then. Now you've got lawns and gardens, and so the elk are living high on the hog down there in the winter.
That's super interesting. Yeah.
So they're fine. They just moved.
A great example, again, of how things that we take for granted as being natural, it's like, well, like with elk, I've heard that as, we think of them, and a lot of times now we'll think of them as mountain species, but it's like,
no, they're
not.
prairie animals.
They're prairie, exactly.
They're grass eaters. Elk are actually primarily grass eaters. Even when they have willow to munch on, they'll only eat 10 to 15% of their diet.
They want grass.
They are grass eaters, so it's totally natural for them.
So we didn't call
to
thousands
utilize
of
the
elk.
prairie.
A lot of the elk on their own, they were like, hey, there's nicer weather and more stuff to eat down here in the winter. We're going to come down here. So they redistributed on their own. Makes total sense.
And that's another, exactly what caused them to figure that out again. Colorado Parks and Wildlife did have a couple of high harvest seasons in areas around the park in the early mid-2000s. We did put up the habitat fencing. We did do a very, very limited amount of culling back when there were still a lot of animals wintering in the park. And we have done a lot of chronic wasting disease research. Folks can speculate all day long. Why did that lead cow finally decide to go down Route 34?
Right.
We'll never know.
You don't even know why your best friend does stuff that they do. You can't read someone else's mind.
I can't explain my family. So,
yeah.
But at the end of the day, what they've done is what's healthy. So great.
Yeah.
They're moving around more. They're migrating more. They're doing what large migratory species should do, is engage in seasonal migration.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
Yeah.
It's certainly causing, on a human-altered landscape, there is no action that is without issue, right? So there are elk kind of human conflicts occurring in some of our foothill communities that were not occurring that much before. So the saga continues.
Sure. Well, it's a relationship, we got to both put in our own effort to make it work.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So, while we're in Moraine Park, while we're talking about elk, while it's the rut, while we have the busiest weekends of the entire year, in large part because people want to come watch the rut, I thought we could just touch on some of those issues and questions really quickly, because I feel like through no fault of anyone's, they're just not used to being around these animals. There's a lot of, I just hear people ask questions or just things that people think that are really surprising to me.
Right.
So maybe we can quickly dispel some of those. So I think the biggest thing that I see, and I'll see if you concur, I think a lot of people experience wildlife, animals in zoos and in animal parks. And they come here, and I think a lot of the questions that I hear relate to that experience. So it's like, well, why did you let the moose leave this area? Or the moose, elk, moose. Why am I not seeing these animals? Why are you, this one looks sick. Why aren't you taking care of it? So,
right.
I guess the first thing would be, could we just talk about what it is that the interactions that we have with elk? Like, obviously we are doing stuff to monitor them and to try to keep the population healthy, but how far does that go in terms of how much are they just doing their thing and living their own life?
They are very largely doing their thing.
Yeah.
So the only time we handle animals is for research purposes. And I always try to figure out what's the least number of animals that I need to handle in order to get at the study objective, in order to answer the question.
Yeah.
Because if you can't get enough to answer the question, then you shouldn't be doing it at all. But we do try to take that into consideration when we're collaring, when we're handling. We have a lot of that down really well. We've been doing this for a long time. So typically our animals are doing fantastic post those adventures that we put them through.
So even when we're specifically doing studies and trying to learn stuff, we're still trying to interact with and impact the animals as little as possible.
Absolutely.
And so that should key people in that these animals are not pets or trained in any way.
Right.
In fact, they're quite the opposite. And one thing I like to remind people is that when you're here watching them, it is awesome when you can watch them. It is beautiful. It can be inspiring. It can be entertaining. But that is not why they're here. They're actually trying to live life outdoors 24/7.
Yep.
No matter how hard the weather is, no matter how good or bad the food, the browses in that year, the grazing, no matter what, they're just out there trying to live. And like the rut is a very serious thing for them.
Oh, yeah.
That, it's not an entertainment spectacle. And I think the reason that we try to emphasize that to people is not to spoil their fun or anything, but to keep the elk healthy and safe and let them do what they're going to do, and to keep people healthy and safe, because these are like big animals.
They're extremely big animals. And when you think that, a big bull can have 40 puncture wounds in his hide after the rut, I mean, I don't want to be one of those puncture wounds.
Yeah.
We actually, a lot of times I try to avoid, if there's any reason for handling bulls, we try to avoid doing that during the rut. It's a stressful time for these guys. They're expending an incredible amount of energy.
Yeah.
And then they've got to get through the winter.
See, that's the other
So
thing
it's
that
not
I
a fun deal.
I remember years ago someone mentioned that to me. They were like, a lot of times the biggest, strongest, healthiest, most bad to the bone looking elk that you see out there in the fall are going to have the hardest winter because they've been fighting, and they put so much energy into growing that rack. They've put so much energy into looking strong and splendid, and then they're getting puncture wounds, and they're getting maybe broken bone, and they're just getting worn out, and they're not eating, and so they have to go into a winter of, if anyone's been to, like, of course we're saying they're moving down a lot, some of them in the winter, but if anyone's been up here in the winter, if you haven't, come up, hang out in Moraine Park when it's howling wind, and I mean, just getting out of your car for 2 minutes to take a picture, like, oh man, they're out in that all day. So
we actually
good thing
have
to remember.
A group that winters up on the tundra.
Oh, what? I didn't realize that. That's crazy.
About 40 animals or so. What? So again, as much as you can try to explain behavior and what they're going to do, and there's always anomalies. There's always somebody who's saying, I'm doing my thing. They found some niche that's working for them, for that group of animals. But I think people really need to be respectful of these animals, respect their space.
Yeah.
We don't manage them in the sense of zoo animals or perhaps, your livestock that you have at home.
They don't go in a corral.
Right.
They don't get fed.
We don't supplementally feed them.
Right. If they get sick,
they are sick.
They're sick.
Yep.
If they get injured and they're going to die, they're going to die.
They are wild animals.
Yes.
And so a lot of folks, I hear comments kind of like, we want to have it both ways, and we need to keep our wildlife wild. If we do have a really, really rough-looking chronic wasting disease animal, sometimes we may make the decision to euthanize that animal.
Just to put it out.
They might only have a couple days to live. Yeah. But that's rare. I've had incidents with vehicle collisions where people, we should euthanize it. You'll be amazed at how tough these guys are. We want to give them every chance to live their life the way they would have. So typically, unless they're having a really hard time eating, getting up, performing basic life functions, we're going to let that animal have a shot at doing what he or she was going to be doing.
So what are the other things? So I mean, the biggest thing that we tell people is to keep a safe distance. It's hard to give an exact number. We actually do have a legal minimum number now. in the compendium just this year, which is 25 yards. But of course, that, like we were talking about earlier, they're wild animals. That varies. So in terms of people keeping a safe distance, how would you like them to think about it?
And a hoofed critter, and I'll talk about moose too, and I'll just lump them in here because they're going to be rutting after the elk.
Mm-hmm. And they're even bigger.
And typically even less tolerant.
Yeah.
They can cover 25 yards awful quick. I have a lot of experience conducting ground capture of these animals.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot of space.
No.
It's not a lot of space at all. So I think keeping note of the animal's behavior and their demeanor, if they start to pay attention to you, you're too close.
Yep.
And that could be 40 yards,
Mm-hmm.
especially with moose.
Mm-hmm.
But with these bulls that are in the rut,
Mm-hmm.
whether they're elk or moose, and they vary behavior just like we do. Absolutely.
Yep.
So you can have one person with an incredible amount of tolerance,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
They're from New York City and they're used to being on the subway with 8,000 of their closest friends.
Yep.
Or, you could have someone that has pretty wide buffer around them
Sure.
where they feel comfortable.
Yep.
And these animals are the same way.
Yep, they're all individuals.
Yep. They're individuals. They're going to make different decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And folks are used to their dog,
Right.
very expressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hoofed animals are not so expressive.
Mm-hmm.
If you're used to being around horses, maybe you might be
Right.
able to pick up on some of these things. They do similar things. They might just lay back an ear.
Mm-hmm.
They might just kind of clench up their
Very
jaw
subtle.
a little bit, and they might stop chewing.
Mm-hmm.
If those things are going on, they're noticing you,
Mm-hmm.
and it's probably not for a good reason.
Mm-hmm.
So it's wise, just be cautious, have
Yep.
a good time, don't
Yep.
get hurt.
Yep. Unless people think that people don't get hurt, they do.
We had people get hurt in the town of Estes Park yesterday.
Two different people.
Two different
So-
people were hurt. I don't know all the details, but
Yeah.
it didn't sound good.
Yeah, I think that they were treated and released, but I think they weren't feeling too great. So people can get hurt. People do get hurt. We don't want you to get hurt, and we don't want to negatively affect and mess up this incredibly important time. Like, this is the time when breeding happens for the year.
Right.
So extremely crucial, and it's right before heading into winter. So that to me, that's the greatest thing for people to remember, is that we have these numbers that we set and try to use just literally as like a bare minimum, but really it's exactly what you said. If you're affecting the animal's behavior, you're too close.
Yep.
So just back off. And we know, and I'm a photographer, so I get it. We know everyone wants great wildlife shots. If you want great wildlife shots, you need to get a camera with a nice big zoom lens.
Exactly.
It's the only way to do it. Even the professional shots that you're seeing, people aren't getting super close. They're having huge lenses. So unfortunately that's the way it is. You're not going to get great close-ups of wildlife with the smartphone camera. So if you really want those close-ups, it just takes some investment in technique, and we actually have a page now on our website. So if you go to our website and you look under Plan Your Visit, under Safety, there's a page now about wildlife safety, and then that links to a page that gives you tips for photography, wildlife photography, including how you can get shots that aren't close-ups, that are from a safe distance, but that still look good. So
Yeah.
go on there for that. Anything else we want to cover there? I mean, we have other specific rules. We have meadow closures every
Right.
evening. And that is, I assume, to give them some space to live life. And,
Yep.
Yeah.
They're very active, what we call crepuscular, right?
Uh-huh.
At dawn and dusk.
Uh-huh.
And then often overnight during the rut.
Mm-hmm.
So you certainly don't want to be walking through Moraine Park in the dark
Yeah.
and come across a big
Yep.
6x7 bull who's
Yes.
pretty supercharged.
Yeah. And those closures are in the newspaper and they're on the website, and we have signs out too. So
Yep.
if you're ever wondering or trying to remember, there's things around to remind you.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And there's plenty of amazing viewing areas, right? Where you
absolutely.
can watch these animals at a safe distance
Absolutely.
and have your experience and let them do
Mhm.
what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing folks don't realize, is sometimes animals have to be euthanized because folks got too close and provoked an attack, and now that needs to be dealt with accordingly. So let's keep them safe, keep ourselves safe, and we can all enjoy the rut and have a great time.
Nice. All right. So hopefully that will, I hope that gives all our listeners a way better understanding of elk in the park, a little bit of the history of it and how we're actively monitoring and trying to just create a healthier ecosystem overall. And then also how they can enjoy the rut more safely. So earlier I mistakenly mentioned moose being around 100 years ago, and they were not, as you informed me, which you'd informed me before, but it takes a few times. So I wanted to talk about that really quickly. So 100 years ago, no moose in this area that we know of. Is that right?
So 100 years ago, maybe the casual passerby moose.
Okay. But no established population?
Yeah, so folks will, argue back and forth the point of what does were they here mean? Right? So what I would offer
over
is
what
that,
time scale maybe?
We didn't have, as far as every piece of information we've been able to review, everything from historical accounts to the fossil record, we did not have established breeding populations of moose. And as anyone knows today, that's very, very different. We have very established populations of moose. Most of the female moose I've seen have calves, if not twin calves.
Yeah.
So definitely established, definitely breeding.
Yeah.
And they're a beautiful, fantastic, charismatic animal. But they were introduced to the west side of the park, west of the park in the North Park area by Colorado Parks and Wildlife in the late 70s.
Okay, I didn't realize that. So they were introduced from
Wyoming and Utah.
Okay.
And so then there were several other introductions at different points in the state. And but what we've got now is, a very robust, rapidly expanding moose population.
Yeah.
And again, kind of regardless of if they were here or not, because folks can get really hung up on that conversation.
Sure.
We still don't have predators on the landscape.
Yep.
And we have a very damaged wetland system.
And that's what moose love.
And moose are wetland, what we'd call wetland obligates for much of the year, where they exclusively utilize, they are browsers, right?
Yes.
Not grazers.
Yes.
And if you look at their face, you can kind of see some of the unique adaptations there. So they're experts at stripping aspen and willow. And those are, of course, the two species we've focused on for restoration.
Yep.
That are kind of cornerstone species of wetland systems.
Yeah.
Riparian systems. So we don't know much right now, but in order to know more, we're kicking off a 5-year research study.
Cool.
That's going to look at
not only estimating the population, it's going to look at what are the home range of these animals, what does their seasonal movements look like, what's their baseline health condition.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be testing for chronic wasting disease, which is very rare in moose but can occur. We're looking at body condition score. We're doing some blood work. So we're starting a pretty big study on what is the status of our moose in the park.
And that just started this fall, is that
in
right?
August?
In August. Yep. Nice.
So we have a few animals collared on the west side of the park and an animal collared on the east side of the park. And we're going to get kind of a lot of that seasonal movement information.
Very cool. So in
technology.
5 years, we're going to know a heck of a lot more about moose and Rocky than we do now.
Yeah.
And we actually talked before the podcast. We're thinking about ideas for future seasons of the podcast. And so we think one really cool thing might be to do a kind of a mini series inside of the series about the moose study next year, where we can really get into detail and even go out in the field and get a lot more info for that. So if people will bear with us, we're going to not go into super detail on that now, but we just wanted to let you know that obviously whether or not they were here in the past, they're certainly here now.
Right.
And
exactly.
we have tons of questions about the moose population, Rocky, that are unanswered. And Hannum is leading up the effort to try to answer those questions, and it's going to be super interesting. So we will check back in on that as we go along. Another thing that I think we'll wait on for that is some of your background, because it is very interesting, I think, in terms of other jobs that you've had and how you got into this field. So I think that we'll be able to cover that then, if you're okay with that.
Sure. Sounds like a plan.
So we'll keep this one elk specific for the most part, but I want to wrap up with bigger picture stuff. That's what we usually like to do. We go big picture at the end for at least a couple questions. So this is probably a tough one to answer, maybe, but as a landscape ecologist, what is maybe the one or two biggest things that you wish you could go around and tell visitors all the time, but you're busy doing research and work and in the office and can't tell them? Like, what's the kind of big, one or more big ideas from your field that you think would really inform people's visit when they're here in the park and they're seeing all the amazing things that they're seeing?
I think we have to constantly remind ourselves how interconnected everything is, because we don't operate that way. Humans do not operate that way. We have a really hard time thinking on a 50-year, 100-year, 200-year time frame. We have a really hard time thinking on a multi-state spatial scale, a continental spatial scale. But that's how nature works. So we can either start to try and think that way a little bit more, because these efforts, I can spend 14 hours a day working on this stuff, but I can't do this by myself.
Sure.
Maintaining healthy landscapes, restoring unhealthy ecosystems, maintaining healthy wildlife populations, which are really a very rich heritage in this country. That requires all of us, and it requires cultural shifts, and it requires people working together across state boundaries, across land ownership lines. And if we're willing to do that, we can do some incredible things. And if we're not willing to do that, we risk losing a lot.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I feel like that's something that has started to emerge in terms of communication with the public to national parks, but I think it's great to emphasize more and more, which is if you come to Rocky, if you love Rocky, it's not a contained thing. Like,
right.
Everything that happens around it matters. If you live near here, it matters. If we want to keep it as healthy and beautiful as it can be, we have to think way outside the boundaries, and we have to partner with everyone down to the individual level. So awesome point.
Yeah.
And then the last big picture thing that we like to wrap up with is, how long have you been at Rocky Mountain National Park now?
Almost 2.5 years now.
Okay, so similar to me. So it's interesting. We've had some people who've been here for 30 years. We've asked this question, and some people have been here for a year and asked this question. But so far, your time at Rocky, what has your time at Rocky, or what does Rocky mean to you? What has it been like in terms of, it can be your professional life, personal life, both, whatever. What has Rocky meant to you so far in your 2.5 years?
So Rocky was actually the first big Western park that I'd ever seen.
Oh, when was that?
And that was in 2005.
Okay.
And I was driving out to go work on a ranch north of Steamboat Springs from the East Coast. So I'd traveled all over the world, but I'd never come to the Western United States. And it just blew my mind, right?
Sure,
I always say I was a young kid with an old truck and a new pair of boots, and it really stuck in my mind, and I never envisioned that this many years later I would be kind of heading up, some of our pretty keystone adaptive management projects.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what drew me back here, out of a myriad of different opportunities, is that, again, something I think even folks who work here don't realize, some of the stuff that we're working on in terms of ecosystems management and long-term recovery is really a template for a lot of other places. And we have a really strong science base for what we do, which, as we talked about earlier, that wasn't always the case, right? Folks would say, there's too many elk, we'll shoot some elk. We don't do that sort of thing. And there are a lot of places around the country and around the world that are trying to engage in this adaptive management model where we feed science into our decision-making process, and we're actually making decisions based on data as opposed to what we think might be happening. And so for me, that was really a big draw to come back here. So both the sentimental piece and the great professional opportunity.
Yeah.
And I work with just some incredible people who are highly motivated both here and at our partnership organization. So that's really energizing.
That's awesome. Well, that's pretty amazing that it was able to come full circle like that at this, that you're, the first place that kind of blew your mind, introduced to the West is where you find yourself doing your professional work. That's pretty awesome.
Right.
So we will check back in with you soon. Listeners will get to learn a lot more about these innovative studies that we're doing and about various staff that you work with and about the whole program in the future. So look forward to that. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Miles.
Yeah. All right. Our next episode will be released on Friday, October 6th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Have you ever met somebody for the first time, introduced yourself, and had a nice conversation, only to walk away and immediately forget their name? I have. It feels like one of the great shared human experiences to have that guilty conversation with yourself. Was it John? Jim? Shoot. Which makes it all the more surprising when you meet someone who seems to be immune to that phenomenon. Someone like Chuck Cameron.
My name is Chuck Cameron.
There's a squirrel.
There's a little squirrel.
All right, one more time without the squirrel.
Without the squirrel. My name is Chuck Cameron, and I'm a wilderness ranger here in Glacier.
Chuck has been a ranger at Glacier longer than I've been alive, and he's a bit of a local legend. Even so, after meeting me once for 30 seconds at a party during my first season here, he remembered my name months later, shook my hand, and was happy to see me. Which felt nice, because I'd heard Chuck's name a lot. He's the sort of person that everyone you meet knows and loves, and the incredible stories you hear about them don't seem to line up with the calm and mild-mannered person you've met. But while Chuck has led a long and storied career here in Glacier, the most surprising part of that career is that the park terminates him every fall. Well, kind of. A common question we get from visitors is, what does it take to be a park ranger? And while there is no one answer to that question, as there's no one type of park ranger, a good answer is, you've got to be willing to move every 6 months. 95% of Glacier's visitors come between May and October. So it makes sense that the park doesn't really need most of its staff in the wintertime. So to find a career in the NPS, a lot of people move across the country every 6 months, bouncing between summer and winter jobs. My friend just told me last week he's moved 48 times. And for most, the ultimate goal is to land one of the few competitive, permanent positions in the Park Service. I've always seen that as the path to an NPS career. But it wasn't Chuck's. And how long have you worked here in Glacier?
This is my 42nd season.
Whoa. 42nd?
Yeah.
Whoa. It's a lot of seasons.
That's what
I'm on season 2.
Well, you only have 40 to go, and we'll be the same.
Chuck's been a seasonal his whole career. One of the few people I've met in Glacier who can say that. I wanted to sit down with him because I think his unusual path says a lot about the unusual job that is working for the National Park Service. equal parts delightful and stressful, noble, yet often bizarre. But I also think that few people could have had the career that Chuck has. And I want to know how he did it. You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park connects with everything else. I'm Michael, and today I invited lifelong Glacier Ranger Chuck Cameron over for dinner.
Yeah, let's go to the porch. Yeah.
Chuck's a laid-back guy, very tall, with a warm smile, and he's easy to get along with. You can tell just by looking at him. He showed up to dinner wearing an Aloha shirt, cooler in hand.
Serve yourself. We've got pulled pork and coleslaw sandwiches.
The plan my fellow producer Gabby and I came up with was to sit around the campfire with Chuck and share stories. But unfortunately, a much larger fire had just started. A wildfire 7 miles away. So we were under a strict burn ban. No campfires. So instead, I made pulled pork sandwiches and we settled down on a porch with a view.
Thank you. That was delicious.
You're a wilderness ranger now. What was the first job you had here in the park?
I worked on the trail crew as a laborer in Many Glacier in 1982.
Was that the first time you ever came to the park?
It's the first time I'd ever been to Montana.
Whoa.
Really?
Yeah.
From where?
Well, I worked actually at Rocky Mountain National Park in 1980 and 81, right out of college. But I was looking at the map and I saw Glacier National Park. And I liked the sound of the name. It just sounded cool. And it was in Montana. And I've never been here. So I threw in an application and they called me up and offered me a trail crew job.
There are 745.9 miles of trail in Glacier. And each year, the park hires 50 to 60 people across 12 different crews to maintain all that mileage. They clear deadened down trees, brush the trails to minimize how much thimbleberry and thistle you have to walk through, dig drains to move water off, and make steps. Honestly, they do a lot of work that often goes unnoticed.
I liked being out for 10 days at a time with the same people, and you build this sort of bond with this crew you're on, because you're working, cooking, eating, sleeping in all kinds of weather for 10 straight days. And you learn to rely on each other a bunch. It's just a really unique work situation, I think. You know, I never really thought like everybody working at JCPenney like hung out after work and went home and cooked dinner together.
Shared the same room.
Shared the same room or slept in the same tent. Or
Yeah.
During his time on trail crew, Chuck worked on a lot of trails, but he highlighted one especially odd project.
I think the most craziest season I had on trail crew, we cut the international boundary swath in 1987, and I was a crew leader on the east side, and it hadn't been dealt with in 20 years.
Glacier's northern boundary is the U.S.-Canada border. And since the 1860s, there has been a swath, a gap through the trees to mark where it is.
It marks the international boundary, and has monuments, steel obelisk monuments spaced out the entire 5,000-mile international boundary.
To keep trees and brush from filling in the swath, it's needed periodic maintenance in the 150 years it's been here.
And it's a 20-foot wide swath cleared of all vegetation. So you can see from monument to monument, basically. Yeah, we spent 80 days, 10-day hitches at a time, doing nothing but clearing the boundary.
Jeez. Wow.
Chuck and his crew were cutting it out by hand in the late 80s. But I'd heard a rumor that in the 60s, someone decided to use Agent Orange to clear the swath, the infamous ingredient used in napalm. That at one point, they used Agent Orange to clear the boundary swath.
They did. That's what they had done the time before we cut it by hand. They had defoliated it from the air, which wasn't very accurate. And so the boundary swath was this like snaking thing and so our job was to straighten it out. And so we surveyed it as we went from monument to monument.
You're redrawing the line.
Redrawing the line, yeah.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Wow.
Well, it was, and it was kind of nutty because sometimes the swath was just going through the forest. There was no like cut. It was just point A to point B. We just up the side of one mountain and down the side of the other, when we went around beaver ponds, we handed tools up cliff bands, 5-gallon cans of gas up through these cliffs, to get to the next bench and keep going.
Because normally trail crew working on trails requires a lot more thought and care into where the trail is placed than many people realize. And so the boundary swath is kind of atypical. It's like, yep, straight ahead.
Across.
Yep.
Yeah.
Our slogan, and we made a t-shirt, was total destruction is the only solution. Which is, it's a line from a Bob Marley song about nuclear war. And that's kind of how we felt about it.
But like all seasonal jobs, Chuck's season on trail crew came to an end. Every fall, you've got to find something else to do. This is when a lot of folks crisscross the country to work in warmer southern parks. But those jobs are few and far between and pretty competitive. It's not really a sustainable solution for most people.
But what do you spend your winters doing? How did you string together the other 6 months of the year?
That worked out. I was really lucky in that regard because I got a job on Big Mountain and I worked on the ski patrol there for 26 years.
Big Mountain is home to Whitefish Ski Resort, less than an hour from Glacier.
Ski season and this season fit together extremely well. And about the time I'd get sick of ski patrol, and in April they'd lay me off and I'd get to come here and do something completely different. And then about late September, I get sick of working here and they'd lay me off here and I'd have a couple months off in the fall to go do whatever, and then I'd go back skiing again.
Ski patrol in the winter, trail crew in the summer. And Chuck's season cutting the border swath highlights that a lot of work in Glacier is extremely physical.
So was this your hardest hitch?
Yeah, that was I felt invincible at the end of that summer. I thought if I can do this, I can do anything.
Yeah.
So then I quit trails and got a ranger job. Basically.
That's a cool way to go out from trail crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After his summer on the border swath, Chuck got a job as a law enforcement ranger. He went to Law Enforcement Academy with one of his trail crew friends, and after that got a job in the Belly River, a remote part of the northeast corner of Glacier.
And I worked for a guy named Dave Shea, who was an incredible wealth of knowledge, a scientist, just, knows everything about everything. And yeah, great guy to work for, my first year in there. So that was awesome. He started here in 67, I think, or something.
Was that intimidating to have your first ranger job kind of?
No, it was great. He's so humble and just so knowledgeable and not afraid to share knowledge, he would just take me out and show me all these things in Belly River, the old wagon roads, the old cabin sites, the tracking and birds, and just, yeah, he's amazing. He just took me under his wing, and I spent the whole summer with him.
This is the sort of job I feel like most people picture when they imagine being a park ranger.
We patrolled every day because that's why you're there. We were up one valley or the other, into the campgrounds, talking to all the visitors, checking permits, digging out fire rings, cleaning pit toilets, just making sure everything's still working.
If you want to learn more about life as the Belly River Ranger, we interviewed Laura Funk, who has that job now, in our last episode. We'll have a link in the show notes. Laura learned from Chuck, and Chuck picked up the tools of the trade from his mentor that first summer.
It was great. And then, unfortunately, at the end of that summer in 1988, we're sitting around behind the ranger station having dinner, and he said, I just want to tell everybody this is Vivi and my last summer here. I was like, what? I just got here. You can't leave. This is my first year. I want to keep working. I was going to plan on working with him for a long time. It was good for me. I got the lead ranger job in there, and spent the next 9 years in there. But it was hard for me to adjust from being trail crew, the renegades of the Park Service, right? You're kind of out there out of uniform doing whatever, digging in the dirt and then to a law enforcement ranger.
Yeah.
Wearing a uniform.
In the uniform, in the campgrounds.
People come to the ranger station when they're in trouble or need something. And so the typical day can be very atypical very quickly if somebody shows up at 8 o'clock at night.
To hear Chuck tell it, there was a bit of a learning curve to becoming this new type of ranger.
I was hiking back down from Helen Lake, I think, and I got to the foot of Elizabeth, and there was a beargrass flower in the trail, the whole stalk and the flower. And I thought, that's kind of weird. And I just walked by it, and then there was another one, and then another one, and another one. And I'm like, this is not natural. So I started picking them up. And I had this huge bouquet of beargrass flower stalks in my arms. I don't know that I could have carried 150 of them, but I had 100 of them, I'll bet, in my arms.
Following the trail of beargrass flowers, Chuck found a Boy Scout troop at the nearby campground.
You've had the entire trail time to just get angrier and
Everyone I picked up.
A lot of work on trail crew is physical, but working with the public, keeping people in the park safe, can require a lot of empathy and patience. Chuck's known for his people skills today, but all skills take practice.
So I walked in there, and I'm holding these things, and I didn't handle it very well because I was taking it personally, which is a huge mistake when you're a law enforcement ranger. You cannot, I learned that. This was a good lesson for me then. Don't take it personally. It's not about you. It's about, education. And, I've learned that. But then I'm like, does anybody know what these are? And this kid looks at me and he goes, yeah, that's beargrass. I said, yeah, and it used to be alive till all you guys killed it all. And I look over, and this kid has got his jackknife out, and he's carving his initials in the bench he was sitting on in the campground. And I'm like, can you knock it off? Can you quit doing that? And he looks at his buddy, and he goes, I don't think he likes us. Very astute.
For ripping up 150 beargrass flowers, the troop leader got a $50 fine. Chuck's the first to say that he took that incident personally because he cares about the park and the Belly River. He was essentially its caretaker, after all.
We saw some great northern lights over the years, the stars, the full moon. It's magical sometimes. It really is. Yeah. Never got tired of it.
It feels kind of romantic. Do you remember it that way? Did it feel that way, or was it sort of tougher and rougher than what we imagined?
No, I think the anticipation was always really great. It's just like, wow, first trip up to Elizabeth Lake or up to Helen or wherever you were going, and knowing nobody'd been in there maybe since October. Stuff like that just made it really adventurous.
Yeah.
What I liked about it.
Yeah.
But despite all the things that kept Chuck there for 9 summers, he couldn't stay in the Belly forever.
All this to say, what pulled you out of the Belly?
Life. So I was in there, I left there in 96, but I got married in 94. I had bought land in 89, and by that time in the mid-90s, I was starting to try to build a house, and my wife got pregnant. And so I was in Belly River with a pregnant wife, trying to build a house outside of Whitefish, and it just wasn't working out that well.
For context, the Belly River Ranger Station is a 3-hour drive and 6-mile hike from Whitefish.
It was too hard to do that. And so I decided to leave after the summer of 96 and work on the house. And our son was born in January of 97. But my wife and I climbed Mount Merritt while she was pregnant with our son. So that was pretty cool.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I have a really good picture of us sitting on the summit of Mount Merritt.
Now that he was closer to home, Chuck moved on to another position, bear crew.
What was the bear team?
Our job was to default to wildlife calls in the McDonald district.
And there are no shortage of these types of calls. Each year, there are hundreds, some years nearly 1,000 bear-related incidents in the park. That's everything from bears causing traffic jams on roads to more serious incidents, like getting into improperly stored food.
The bears get all the press, but we did all kinds of wildlife stuff, goats and sheep and marmots and skunks and bats and, anything that anybody was having an issue with wildlife, the bear team would get to go deal with it.
Do you have any memorable, specific wildlife encounters from that time?
Yeah, lots. Well, one of the funniest ones, if you want to hear a funny one, was the auto shop called one day and said, we have a marmot in our auto shop over here.
If you don't know, marmots are big squirrels, Montana's version of the groundhog.
And this marmot had crawled up into the engine well of one of the road crew trucks and ridden all the way down from Logan Pass and ended up in the auto shop.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, okay, I'm on the bear team. We'll go get this marmot. So it was in their break room over there. They had it trapped in the break room and it was behind the refrigerator. Well, so I had a live trap. And I thought, okay, we'll pull the fridge out and put the trap down. The marmot will step in it like they should, and it'll all be done. Well, the marmot had no interest in leaving the back of the refrigerator. So we pulled the refrigerator out, and I was on kind of leaning like up on top of it, sort of poking down there with a stick, trying to get this marmot out of there. But he had gone in under the compressor of the refrigerator, like there was no back on it down by the floor, and he'd gone way up in there, he or she. Gave the trap to this guy, and I put on leather gloves, and I reached in there, and I grabbed this marmot by the hind legs, and I started to pull him out from under the refrigerator, but this marmot grabbed the refrigerator with his front feet, and he would not let go. And he's squealing like crazy, making some god-awful noise. And so I'm yanking this marmot out, and finally he lets go, and I just stuffed him in this live trap and slammed the door. And oh my God.
Did you drive it back to Logan Pass?
We let him go at Packer's Roost. It's like, I'm not going all the way up there. You're just going to climb in another engine. Unbelievable. Marmots are strong. I don't know if you know that, but marmots are really strong.
So far, Chuck's career has focused on, among other things, physical work and people skills. Bear Crew required getting to know the park's wildlife up close and personal.
So was it in college or in law enforcement academy when you learned how to wrestle a skunk or like talk down an aggressive bear? Like, how do you learn how to do this?
Trial and error. Never going to do that again. I don't know. You get thrust into it and you just sort of do it, figure it out. I wasn't afraid to ask questions. If we had something that I needed to talk to the biologist about, I would certainly go talk to the biologist about what do you think we should be doing here. But I didn't go to school for wildlife biology or anything. I have a liberal arts degree, so I wasn't college training by any means. It was on-the-job training, basically my entire career here.
Finally, I wanted to ask Chuck about climbing. He has a shout out in the Climber's Guide to Glacier National Park, which is essentially the local mountaineering Bible.
When did you climb everything? Because it seems like you've climbed a lot.
I tried to climb every peak in the Belly, and I didn't quite get there. But yeah, well, when you're in there 9 years, you have a lot of time to climb, right? Actually, my boss in there told me that if you don't climb Mount Cleveland this summer, you're fired.
Mount Cleveland is the tallest peak in Glacier, and it's been the site of some infamous accidents.
He said that visitors are climbing these mountains. They're going to get hurt or disappear. You need to know the routes. You need to know where they're going. So you need to get out there and start climbing all these peaks. I said, great, I'll do that.
Chuck has a lot of funny stories from his time in the park, but there were a lot of serious days too. Thanks to his knowledge of climbing routes and the park landscape, Chuck started helping with search and rescues, and he was good at it. Good enough that the park asked him to get certified as a helicopter manager. And he's been helping with search and rescues on the ground and in the air ever since.
Had you had interest in going into search and rescue, or was it sort of just like a function of being law enforcement in a national park?
No, I like it. It's a really interesting part of my job. I enjoy it. And so I was more than willing.
Unfortunately, search and rescues happen every year here in Glacier. In the last 3 years, there have been over 200. And they're not just climbing accidents. Folks get lost on trail and are reported missing by friends and family. Others wind up in trouble from exposure to heat or the cold.
When you worked search and rescue, what were the outcomes that you expected? Especially when there's like those low percentages of finding.
It's based
people
on
in certain areas.
time, right? How long has this person been out there? And what was their plan, if we even knew what their plan was?
Searches often include huge teams of people covering all the places that person might have been.
People can survive for pretty extended periods of time based on the weather, what kind of shape they're in, if they have any food with them. But if they fall 500 feet off a cliff, they're not going to survive. And so if you can search an area really thoroughly, day one, everybody's like, we're going to get this person. Day two, we're going to get this person. Day three, they're still viable. We know this person can still be alive. Once you get 6, 7, 8, 10, 9, 15 days down the road, and it's like, this person's probably not alive anymore. You never want to feel that way. You always want to know that they're still alive. You can find them. It drives you crazy when you can't. It's like, where are they? They still could be alive. Now, where are they?
I came across an incident that a guy, he was trying to get to Longbow Lake in the North Fork.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you knew who it was?
I found him.
Yeah.
He was a baker at the Pole Bridge Mercantile, and he went on a hike to Longbow Lake and never came back. And so we started looking for him. And we had ground teams, and Longbow is above Akakola. It's off trail. We had a helicopter in the air.
Chuck was actually assigned to a ground team with the subject's nephew.
And they sent us up on the ground, up this creek drainage. Oh my God, it was horrendous bushwhacking. And we're just beating the bush, going up this creek and yelling this guy's name, and we're out there yelling, thinking, he's not out here. This is stupid. And then we hear, all of a sudden, hear a voice up in the woods. I'm like, I looked at this guy, I don't remember the kid's name. Did you hear that? He goes, yeah. So we start yelling. The guy's, Dan, we hear this voice, yeah. I'm like, holy crap. And so we bushwhacked our way up to where we heard this voice, and there he is. And he has this huge gash in his head. He'd been out 48 hours maybe at that point. Had no recollection of what happened to him. It appeared to me he fell off a cliff or something from his head trauma. Once we found him, I think everything that was keeping him going left. He was just like, I'm rescued now. I'm just like done. And anyway, we're in the middle of this lodgepole thicket, basically, an alder thicket. It was like, okay, now what are we going to do?
The trees were so dense, they couldn't lower a litter for the guy down through the trees, let alone land. So instead, Chuck asked for chainsaws.
So anyway, they flew us in a couple chainsaws, and we spent like 2 hours cutting a landing zone out of the woods right in the middle of wherever, 40, 50 foot diameter hole out of the woods maybe in a couple of hours, and we brushed it all down. And
this allowed the helicopter to land and take the guy to the nearest hospital.
And he ended up in the hospital for like 11 days. He had a brain bleed. Yeah, he had a major issue going on. He wasn't going to make it maybe another day, but
he made it.
He made it. He's alive and well.
Chuck's colleagues are quick to say that he's the kind of person you want involved in a search and rescue because he cares so much, even if the result is ultimately to give a family closure. And thanks to folks like Chuck, most search and rescues in Glacier end like this. Maybe someone's a little banged up, but they're alive. Out of the over 200 that have happened here in the last 3 years, 96% of the people have survived.
It must have felt pretty good.
Felt great. Found one alive. Saved him. Yeah, it was awesome. But I did miss the Willie Nelson concert on Big Mountain that night, though. Which I had tickets to.
You saved a life, but you also missed a Willie Nelson concert.
Missed Willie Nelson on Big Mountain.
Through all of the search and rescues, the bear jams, and stubborn marmots, Chuck stayed seasonal.
Made it easy for me. I didn't have to move. I built a house. I had a family going. I didn't have to find a job. I didn't have to think about what I was going to do at the end of the season, which is really stressful. And I lived that life for a while on trail crew. And it gets old, you got to pack, you got to go find a place to live, you got to find a job, and it's stressful, and it drives people out of being seasonal in the Park Service, I think. But for me, it was easy because I never had to move. I just drive east in the summer and north in the winter, from my house, and it was no big deal.
And while he dodged the difficulty of moving every 6 months by settling down in Whitefish, moving isn't the only hard part about these jobs. Seasonal positions usually don't provide full benefits. They don't come with a retirement plan. Each year you come back, more of your friends move on, off to another park. And there's a limit to how high you can climb the career ladder as a seasonal.
We talk about seasonal turnover and how hard seasonal life can actually be. And so why stay through it all?
I don't know, I've never really been, I'm content a lot. I'm not necessarily the grass is greener over there kind of person. I've never even applied to another park, ever, since I started working here.
It's worth noting, Chuck has support and stability at home. His wife has a year-round job in fire communication. But at work, Chuck points out that as you move up the ladder, you can lose a lot of the duties that drew you to the job in the first place.
Yeah, I like being in the field. You get a permanent job here, and not all of them, but in the ranger division, if you go permanent, you're going to be pushing paper a lot more than you are when you're not permanent.
Of the rangers I've known who are longtime seasonals, all of them had a permanent career on the side. Teachers and professors who have the summer off, or even a lawyer who can choose their own caseload. All of them found some way to squeeze in being a seasonal ranger. All of them except Chuck.
I tell people I made a career out of not having a career. Basically. I wouldn't trade it for anything, though. No regrets. There's some great permanent jobs here, don't get me wrong, but there's just the way overloaded people working here, and it's just, you see it, and I just never wanted to try that.
Yeah.
But I'd say if Chuck has a secret to how he stayed seasonal so long, it's how much he loves this place. And all of it, too. The scenery, the wildlife, the plants, and the people.
I just like it here. I just like the whole persona of what Glacier is. Always have, from the minute I got here. And don't get me wrong, I've had some bad days here. There's been some days where I'm just like, oh man, I got to get out of here, but that just doesn't last long, Yeah. We owe it to the park to take good care of it and do the best we can. I really firmly believe that. And so whether it's small world stuff or big world stuff, and there's big world stuff going on like climate change and all that, my world's very small world. I pull weeds, I clean out fire rings, I pick up trash, I educate visitors. That's a huge part of it, super important part, building advocates for the Park Service. If I can get somebody to buy into the idea of the Park Service and advocating for it, success.
Well, I think that is a nice segue into the rumors I've been hearing about this maybe being your last season. Is that true?
It is true. It's not a rumor. I'm wrapping it up.
It's not called retiring when you're seasonal. What is it called?
Quitting. They're going to try and hire me back, and I get to say no.
Chuck loves Glacier, and it's clear Glacier loves him right back. He invited us to his retirement party, which happened a couple months after our interview, and we arrived to find every parking spot full, cars lining the road to the venue, and people from every stage of his career who'd shown up to celebrate. Here are just a few of the nice things they had to say about him. He's humble. He hates leading, but everybody looks up to him. He's trusted. He spends more nights out camping in the park than his colleagues half his age. He's a mentor, a moral compass, and he never forgets a name. And over again, we're going to miss him. Chuck's career captures what it's like to work for the Park Service, and he's been a role model for a lot of the people who work here today. Our last question for him, what comes next?
I've been stuck in the Glacier rut for so long, I've never even been to the Cabinet Mountains, There are all kinds of little mountain ranges around Montana. We got 54 state parks. I've only been to 3 of them. I just want to go look around and see what else is out there, and maybe just have the time to do it and feel like doing it.
I guess on the same question of reflection, was your career everything that you expected, or?
I don't know that I had any expectations. I think it was just this new adventure to Montana. We'll just go check it out, see what happens.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks to Chuck Cameron and everyone who shared memories or stories of Chuck at his very fun retirement party. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Yellowstone is the world's first national park, and everybody in America is very proud of that. But there's been a struggle to figure out what a national park should be like. And probably one of our founding philosophies is it should be natural. It should be a natural system that functions the way the Earth did before humans altered it. And so it was written into our policy that we're going to restore and protect natural systems. And the early managers of Yellowstone didn't really know what natural looked like. So we've been struggling towards natural our entire history, and that definition has evolved. And that definition, the modern one, now includes you need to have natural predators. And so we tried to eradicate them: wolves, cougars, coyotes, bobcat, lynx. We did that in the early part of the 20th century because we thought that was the ideal. We didn't have a complex mindset about policy in terms of natural. And so we restored wolves because the Park Service policy changed towards what is a natural system that includes large carnivores like wolves. We also had the Endangered Species Act come about as law in 1973 that says we cannot wipe some species off the face of the planet. And wolves are very much under that umbrella too. So the best answer as to why wolves were restored to Yellowstone is it makes it a natural system. It was the law, but finally people wanted it. The public's view of nature has changed and evolved. So creatures that were previously considered bad, scapegoats, have now had image alteration, and a lot of the public demanded that we bring some of these animals back. Well, most ecosystems are best when they're balanced. And I think it's safe to say that Yellowstone, without wolves and other carnivores, now keep in mind, cougars were also eliminated and they came back on their own, and bear numbers declined, and that affected the balance of the ecosystem. And so ecologists refer to this as biodiversity, but emphasize the word diverse. Having a lot of different kinds of things at moderate numbers is better than having a lot of any one thing. And prior to wolf recovery, we had a lot of elk, we had a lot of coyotes, and we had very little things like willow and aspen and songbirds and beavers. And so the entry of wolves and other carnivores, because bears have increased and cougars have come back too. So now we're a carnivore-rich system, and we've restored that top layer of the system. So really the simplest way to look at it is all the parts of the system now are in place, and they're interacting differently. And I hesitate to use a value judgment-laden word, but it's healthier this way than we had certain parts of the system before that were absent. So all those things functioning together has made nature look like it used to before we started managing it. And those management intentions were good. We just didn't know enough about it. And so we have this makeover in Yellowstone now. We've brought carnivores back, wolves being the most high profile, and it's changed the way Yellowstone looks. Elk are perhaps the most controversial and talked about aspect of wolf recovery. And that's odd because elk are a species unto themselves, but many people equate Yellowstone with elk. That's arguably our most famous species. They've been debated and studied since the late 1800s. Elk are iconic in the West as a huntable species. And so elk are very important, and wolves eat elk. So do cougars, so do bears, so do coyotes. A lot of things eat elk. people eat elk. And so the system in many ways hinges on elk. So what wolves and other carnivores do to elk is very important. And very simply, prior to wolf recovery, predation pressure by natural carnivores was very low. No wolves, no cougars, few bears. Bears were here, but their numbers were lower. And that caused the elk population to grow to very large numbers. In fact, a lot of ecologists and scientists criticize Yellowstone for having too many elk. The effect of elk was so dominant on the ecosystem that they suppressed other things. To the point where managers outside the park were hunting elk at high rates to try and depress this burgeoning elk herd. With our wolf recovery in the mid-90s, with natural cougar recolonization, with growth in the bear population after decades at low numbers, predation pressure has increased, accompanied by the management practices outside the park where people were hunting elk. All of these things together have caused the elk population to decline. And the Park Service considers that a success story. And that's hard to describe to a lot of people, especially some people who can't understand how less is more. We live in a culture where more is always better, but fewer elk brings about that ecosystem balance, that biodiversity that the Park Service seeks as natural. And that's a very important goal for the Park Service. And so having these large carnivores, and Yellowstone may be the place in the world that's got, in North America, that's got the best mix of diversity and density of large carnivores, that will affect the elk population to lower. But we're arguing as a Park Service that that's more natural or healthier, which is defined as better for the system. And this is a very hard thing to convey because a lot of people liked a lot more elk. It's better hunting. And so this is a complex relationship. But wolves have contributed, not solely, to a decline in elk. Perhaps the most commonly asked question about wolf recovery is that, did we reintroduce the wrong wolf? And this is a long answer, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Our naming of nature is an artificial system developed by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish monk in the 1700s. And I don't want to criticize Linnaeus, and he did a great job. But essentially, it's an artificial system putting names in parts of nature that might not be actually different things. But there are different things in nature. You have plants and animals, and they're different, and we can call them that, and it works. And his system really works very well until you get down to the very finest levels of naming, of distinction. That's the subspecies level. You have species, and then below species you have subspecies. And wolves are the worst example of the subspecies concept. The leading wolf biologist in the world does not believe that subspecies even apply to wolves. And why is that? You get different subspecies, and originally there were 24 different subspecies of wolves. Now there are 5. It's constantly being reduced. And of course, this prominent wolf biologist thinks there should be none. But how do you get different kinds of things in nature? Different populations become isolated so they no longer interbreed. When they don't interbreed anymore, the genetics become different. When the genetics become different enough, they become different things. First subspecies and then species. Wolves always get around, and it's very hard to isolate 2 populations of wolves. Very hard. Nothing stops a wolf. Not a mountain range, not a river, sometimes not even oceans. The wolves here immigrated to Asia and back. They're very good at getting around, so you don't get much isolation. The best genetics show that wolves in Mexico to wolves in the Arctic are on a continuum of change from south to north. So there's no place we can go in and say, this group of wolves is different from that group. That's a genetic analysis. And the Mexican wolf can interbreed with the Arctic wolf very capably. So did we reintroduce the wrong thing? No. Were the wolves that we put here slightly different from the wolves that existed here 100 years ago? Probably. nature's always changing. We looked at the weights of the handful of wolves, 31 from Canada, which is a very small number, and they were slightly larger than the wolves that existed here 100 years previously, 6 to 8% larger. That is well within the natural variation of wolf size across the continent. So despite this frequently asked question that these Canadian wolves are unnaturally large and they're therefore at a very big advantage to killing these elk because these elk aren't used to such a large predator, of all the arguments not to have wolves, and there are some good ones, they're tougher to live with, that's an absolutely good argument. The idea that we put something in here that's exotic or different is perhaps one of the weakest. Wolves do not kill for sport. That is a fact. Why? The average wolf weight, if we threw all the wolves together, males, females, subadults, adults, pups, is about 100 pounds. The average cow elk's 500 pounds, the average bull elk's 750. They risk injury or death. When you attack something 5 to 7 times as large as you, that ain't a fair fight. So they risk tremendous injury or death trying to take something on bigger than them. So they prey on things in a risk-averse fashion. They only kill what they need to exist, and we've got great data on this. Will they kill more than they can eat? If the risk equation balances out in their favor, they will. What does that mean? Late winter, belly deep snow, elk are weak, they'll kill more than they can immediately eat, but underline the word immediately. We had a situation in March 1996 where one pack of wolves killed 5 elk in one day. And they cycled back and ate everything on those 5 elk in over a 2-week period. Now they were competing with ravens and coyotes and magpies and eagles because they were trying to consume it too. Because as everybody knows, the bounty of nature is shared and competed for. So they went back and they tried to eat it all. But that is common predatory behavior. When you can get an edge, when you can get more food. Humans do this too. When oil is cheap, we burn more oil. When wolves can kill more elk, they kill more elk. Because why? That equals more pups. But they only do it when they can. So on average, wolves do not kill healthy elk. It's too hard. If all you can eat are healthy elk, the wolf population goes down. Wolves make their living on vulnerable elk. And so their population waxes and wanes based on vulnerabilities. And hard winter is a vulnerability. But so are things like age and health status and condition, bone marrow, all these different things affect elk vulnerability. And that's what's important to wolves, and that's what they're shooting to take advantage for. Remember, there's no creature in nature that doesn't look for advantages. So no, they do not kill for fun, but yes, they will kill for more what they can immediately eat, but if left alone by humans, and this is very important, I get sent emails all the time showing an elk killed by wolves and not eaten, but there's tire tracks, there's human tracks, there's horse tracks. The wolves were bumped off the kill. People found the kill to take a picture of it. Left alone, as we've demonstrated here in Yellowstone, and we've seen it more, killing a couple elk sometimes is fairly common. If they're not disturbed, they'll eat everything. They won't do it immediately because they have a capacity on their stomach. So very, very important point. Killing for fun or bloodthirsty reasons is not true. People should not be afraid of wolves. There are 3 primary reasons that people are against having wolves on a shared human landscape. One is they compete with us for wild prey. That's valid. That's true. 2, they occasionally kill livestock. It's rare, but it does happen, and then that's valid too. The 3rd reason is there's a human safety threat, and that is largely overblown. During the entire 20th century in North America, there were about, and I'll be off by 1 or 2, 20 attacks on humans. None of them were fatal. All of them dealt with habituated animals, usually fed food. And we're very concerned about that in the park. When you feed an animal food, it loses its natural fear of people and it can become dangerous. But very different for wolves compared to bears or cougars. They never attack a person on their first encounter with the human. So the first time a bear encounters a person, a sow with a cub, or a cougar encounters a person, they might attack. And bear fatalities and cougar fatalities are much greater than wolves. Wolves always have to overcome their natural fear. I don't know where it comes from, but they have a natural fear of humans. They've got to overcome that. That's usually through habituation, typically food conditioning, but not always. Of those 20 attacks that were recorded, some were habituation just through exposure, from being around people in a non-threatening way. So wolves have to overcome this natural fear, and then they may attack. 6 of those attacks were bites from Alaskan pipeline workers feeding them part of their lunch. So 6 of those 20 attacks were from that. Since that paper was published, there have been 2 fatalities, and both of those wolves probably were food conditioned. Some were dump wolves, and others lived around a logging camp. And so those animals, those are examples of wolf fatalities. So it can happen, but it's extremely rare and less likely for other carnivores. A big question that's often asked about wolf recovery was, you said the wolves are just going to stay in the park. And I'm fine with wolves in the park. I just don't like them out, because when you leave the park, it's a very much a human-dominated landscape. That's another misconception of wolf recovery. The plan written to restore wolves to this region never said the wolves would stay in the park. And it's different outside the park because wolves are managed by the states, and so they have different policies and objectives than the park does. The park generally stated management philosophy is preservation, which means no use. That's not a pure definition, because we do manage other species. The state's objectives are largely conservation. That means wise use. Both of those objectives are fine, and they're determined by people, and neither one is better than the other. They're just different. And so naturally they clash a little bit, because there's no wolf hunting inside Yellowstone, and there is wolf hunting outside of it. Wolves have to live with people outside of Yellowstone, and that does create conflict. It is true to say that life is easier without wolves than with them, for the reasons I stated previously. They can compete with us for elk and deer, and they do occasionally kill dogs and livestock. And so they need to be managed outside the park, and that's okay. That's part of it. And there's some data, although other researchers are questioning this, that if species are hunted, or if species that cause a problem can be immediately dealt with, social tolerance increases. So inside Yellowstone, we don't have to deal with those issues. We don't have to deal with issues of predation on pets or livestock, or taking elk inappropriately because I wanted to get that elk. So we have a different approach, but both approaches are okay and occur in different areas. So this is a very common situation for wildlife management across North America. Animals go over political boundaries, and they're subjected to different management regimes, and that's the way it is, and that's okay for wolves too. Yes, wolves that live primarily in Yellowstone have been killed outside the park. This probably has not affected the population much numerically. One year we lost 12% of our population in 2012. This year we lost only 4 wolves. Last year we lost none. So the number of wolves taken is highly variable and generally below 3%, except that year 2012 where it reached 12%. And it probably didn't, even at that level, affect our population numerically. But what's important, and the reason my answer to that question was yes, is the Park Service mission is to manage for a natural population. Wolves are very social animals, so they have a social network that's important to how they function as a pack or a family. And we don't have as much information on that social functioning as we do about their population numbers. And we know that there is a harvestable surplus in terms of numbers, and that has not been exceeded so far for Yellowstone. But there are some questions if you remove a key wolf in the pack. a high-ranking individual, so to speak. What's the impact on that pack? Or a second-ranking individual. What does that do to pack dynamics? In one case, it caused the pack to split apart. Was that because that high-ranking individual was removed, or would that pack have split up naturally? Those are important questions for the Park Service to wrestle with, because even though that doesn't affect the numbers of wolves, it affects how wolves live on the landscape and function to themselves. And places like Yellowstone hold this dearly, because most wolves across North America are impacted by people. And most biologists would argue at a sustainable level. We still have lots of wolves across North America, but we really don't know certain aspects about wolf life. And this social aspect is the one we know the least about. So if we're going to be managers of Yellowstone that pursue these ideals of naturalness, I think it's important to include all aspects. And so which wolves get removed and how that impacts the pack and the population, and importantly, the pack's relationship to each other, because they're always competing against each other. And if one pack loses some key individuals, we know that the individual makeup of packs affects how they compete with each other. It also affects how they prey on elk. We know big males are important to helping take down elk. So those are questions we're wrestling with. So to say removing wolf has no impact on the wolf population, you have to qualify what you mean. Are you talking numeric, or are you talking social? And we're still looking for those issues, for those answers. Wolves are one of the most studied species in the world. Beginning in the late 1950s, they weren't. And because of the problems that are associated living with wolves, a lot of studies were kicked off in the 50s and 60s. And now they're one of the most studied animals on the planet. And so it's hard to advance your knowledge in that kind of arena. But Yellowstone has. There was a book published in 2003, which was a review of all the science done on wolves up to that point. And in the introduction of that book, the author said, we've tried to include as much knowledge as Yellowstone has learned in the first few years, but Yellowstone holds the most promise to unlocking some of the wolves' secrets that are so far unknown. And I think Yellowstone has done that. And that's because, and this is somewhat controversial, we've had a good radio collaring record, so we're able to follow individuals and packs. The park is big, but it's more accessible than, say, Northern Canada or Alaska. And about half our population is viewed daily from the road. And this is an odd feature of recovery that I didn't think would occur. I thought wolves would be more secretive and shy, but we're getting information about pack dynamics, about individuals, about predation, about interactions with other species on a daily basis. And there's no other study in the world that's doing that. And then we do the traditional things, radio tracking, airplanes, genetics, drawing blood, looking at disease exposure, that all the other studies do. So you combine the traditional scientific methods with citizen science and daily observation and a public that loves to come here and see wild nature. And again, I can't overemphasize how important wolf recovery has been just to public enjoyment. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to view wolves, and people come here to do it, and that's immeasurably important to the park's goals and policies, that people see intact nature. So yeah, Yellowstone has changed the world's view of wolves. And we're in the news all the time. And I think having positive news out there about wolves, because to be honest, there is a lot of negative, because they're hard to live with. But having Yellowstone there, providing this positive, good news, has been very important, not only for Yellowstone, but what we know about wolves and the image of wolves worldwide.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Hey, Miles.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Well, thanks for joining. We are joined today by Brett DeYoung.
Hello.
Thanks, Brett. Who is the park supervisory telecommunications specialist here in Yellowstone. So to kind of kick us off with this conversation about telecommunications, cell towers, computers, all the like techie stuff that can be a little polarizing here in a park like Yellowstone. People like, remote places without any connectivity. We're going to get into all that, but I have a little trivia for you first. So let's see. We're talking about data. This is a big park, a lot of employees, a lot of computers, a lot of storage. How much storage do you think is supported on Yellowstone's network? You have to take a wild guess.
I'll take a wild guess. 100 terabytes.
You are actually spot on. Oh. That's amazing.
I remember Mark's emails.
Good job. So to put that into perspective, I was like, what does 100 terabytes actually mean?
Mm-hmm.
So correct me if I'm wrong. This was just some brief Googling. So 300,000 digital photos require 1 terabyte. So if you multiply that by 100, that is 30 million photos. That's a ton.
That's a lot of photos.
That's a ton of data and storage.
Or 1 hour of 8K footage. Just kidding.
Yeah. That's probably not too far off. Yeah. But anyway, to get into this topic more, we have Brett DeYoung. Thanks for joining us, Brett. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. So starting us off, where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
I started volunteering with the National Park Service. I came to Yellowstone right after graduating from Purdue, and I worked for the concessioner, and I worked with the rangers at Old Faithful doing search and rescue and a number of other different things. Other jobs that I did for the concessioner and risk management and fire safety. I worked with a fire marshal, and I worked with the safety office, and an engineering office. I worked with the facility maintenance division. So I knew most everybody pretty well after the 16 years that I'd worked for the concessioner. And then one day I got a call from someone, and I applied for a job, and I walked across the street. And I asked them where the cafeteria was, because at the concessioner, they fed us every day. And they told me I had to bring my own lunch.
Oh,
bummer. Man.
So I'm still working through that.
Yeah, you're still learning how to, feed yourself every day.
Is when I came over.
Did you, why did you first come out and start volunteering? Were you just an outdoors person before that, or?
Yeah, I came out here like most people do because they want to experience the outdoors and they want to live in it, and they want to, rather than taking a vacation, they want to walk out the door and do it on their time off. And so, I was just drawn to that. And it was a really close-knit community down at Old Faithful. Mm-hmm. And we ended up working winters and summers seasonally. And, we all worked closely with the rangers. So it was just nice to spend time and broaden our sphere. So.
Mm-hmm. And what was it? Was there something about Yellowstone that drew you here, or was it just kind of, you just happened to
Not
come out
much,
here?
really.
Yeah.
No. It was, I was graduating from college in 1989 at Purdue, and it was during a recession at the time, and I was gung-ho to start paying off student loans, and I had a friend that kept saying, I love, I've been working summers in Yellowstone, and you should come out. And I said, okay, let's come out for a summer. And I think you hear that story a lot.
Yep.
People get hooked.
Got hooked.
So, yep. And my wife came out eventually, not long after that, and we just made a home of it.
Cool.
It's such a big park, and there's so many opportunities. You can move all over the place laterally, and there's a lot to do here. That's a benefit of a great big park.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So as a supervisory telecommunications specialist, do you have a typical day on the job? Is there even such a thing? Does it vary by season? What does that look like for you?
Most days are typical. When you get into a supervisory position, you don't get out in the park as much. So there's a lot of office time, which is, can be the downside. The upside is that you work with you have a staff, and they become your team, and that's fun too. And you kind of live through them in a lot of ways. But a typical day, we support Yellowstone's dispatch center, which is an 8-position dispatch center. It's FCC licensed, and it's an alarm monitoring center. It's a very busy center, as you all know, and it also supports the communities of Gardner and Corwin Springs and Silvergate and Cook City, and but we support all their technology, all their systems, their 911 systems, their CAD systems. That's their dispatch system. And it's very complex. So if I didn't get a call in the middle of the night from a dispatcher, then the first thing I do is when I get up at 4:45 in the morning is I look at my phone to see if there's any emails from any dispatchers, and maybe a radio system wasn't working correctly, or they weren't getting, when a 911 call came in, it didn't give the phone number or the address, or it was a misroute or something like that. So I look for those first thing just to see what the day is going to be like. And if there's none of those, then I, like many employees, live outside, in outside communities. I live in immigrant up in Paradise Valley. If anybody's watched the Yellowstone TV show, it's not like that, but it's very pretty. But I live, so it's an hour commute for me. And we have a rideshare program that we've been doing since 1991, where employees all ride together, and it's a great thing. So, and I've been the program manager of that since 2016. But so sometimes I'll drive the van and drive a bunch of my employees to work. And anyway, so typical day. Then we get here at 7. A lot of us work 10-hour shifts and get in at 7. And I go around, I work with all my staff. I see what the telephone people are up to, what the IT people are up to, what kind of challenges they have, what's on the agenda for the day, what the alarm shop's doing, what the radio shop's doing. And after I've caught up with all of them, then it's like a lot of other jobs. It's emails and contracts and phone calls and meetings.
Gotcha. And so that day that you said you walked across the street to start working for the Park Service, obviously you didn't start out as like a supervisory telecommunications specialist. So can you tell us kind of your path from there to where you are now? Like, did you have other jobs in the meantime, or?
Yeah, that was pretty linear. I came across the Duo Fire Alarm Systems project. I was working in the engineering department with Xanterra, and we had tackled some big fire alarm system deficits. We took care of big buildings with Xanterra, the concessionaire. We did the Old Faithful Inn, the Lake Hotel. Really important overnight occupancies where you can't have, you can't empty the building in the middle of the night because of a nuisance alarm. We did that sometimes. So we got things kind of under wraps over there, and then there were some deficits over here, and they wanted me to tackle that. So that's the job I got hired for. But then I became the alarm shop supervisor, and then my supervisor at the time that hired me, he went on to be the superintendent of American Samoa National Park. So then I detailed in his position, and eventually I got the position.
Nice.
And he's now the superintendent of Death Valley. So he never liked the cold.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
yeah,
not the place to be if you don't like cold here in Yellowstone.
But an interesting thing about him is he hiked every single trail in Yellowstone.
Wow.
And he was here 5 years. His name was Mike Reynolds, and he's still the superintendent of Death Valley. And then when he completed that project, he started hiking them backwards.
Oh, wow.
And then he left for American Samoa.
Wow.
So, yeah, I haven't.
That is an accomplishment.
I'd like to do that, but it hasn't happened yet.
So you kind of ran through all of them, but I'm just curious if you could restate all of the different systems that fall under telecommunications in the park, because I think people, sometimes I forget, I'm like, I think I'm covering all of them, and I forget fire alarms or something like that.
I forget sometimes too.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot.
And then we're reminded. So the radio systems is a really important one, the land mobile radio system. We've got a big complex system, and that's what the rangers use to talk. And we send out pages. We still do pages for our advanced life support crews and EMTs. Law enforcement. There's resource protection people that are doing bear jams and animal jams and things like that. And it's just safety too for people working in the backcountry so they can communicate. So radio is a really important thing. We have telephones. We've got about 500 landlines and 180, 190 cell phone lines. So we manage all those contracts and all that hardware for that and the network that it takes to push it out there. The IT department, which is, we've got a very complex network to get it out there. As you know, the chief information officer came out here one time from the Department of the Interior. He said the last mile is Mammoth. So everything we do to get that from Mammoth to the rest of the park is magic. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of different methods. So yeah, then we do internet services. We do all the right-of-way permits for the cell companies. There's a few of those in the park, 5 towers that we try to hide. There's what else? Telephone systems.
Alarm systems, you were saying.
Alarm systems, yeah, fire alarm systems, security alarm systems, video security.
And then all the dispatch, which is, like you said,
dispatch support,
very complex and very important.
Yeah. And I hope I didn't leave anything off so any of my staff is disappointed. But yeah, we do all that and we try to keep it behind the scenes. So the visitors come and they see the resource and the animals and everything. And this goes unseen, but it's critical to keep them safe. And
right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Very important stuff behind the scenes that a lot of people, yeah, like you said, they visit and they would never know.
Hopefully.
What's going on. Yeah, hopefully. That's the goal.
Well, and I think a lot of parks in different settings have a lot of these things. They don't have to manage them themselves. You know, we're such a big place. It's like, there's cell phone towers outside of smaller units, or telecommunication stuff kind of comes right up to the edge. Not that they don't have things that they need to do, but, you know, I always tell people Yellowstone, it's like a mini state in a lot of ways. Yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah. If you can have a cell tower at a gateway community that covers where you need it to cover, that's great. We don't have to put it on federal land, but we don't, that just doesn't work here. It just doesn't reach far enough.
Right.
Yeah. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job?
Most important skill, prioritizing. Technical aptitude is the obvious one. A broad array of technical experience.
Yeah.
You have to be kind of a generalist in a lot of ways and, a specialist in others. But yeah, prioritization is really important. Essentialism is really important, which is kind of like prioritization, but doing what's most important all the time. And finding focus is really important because multitasking is kind of a defeatist sort of a skill. I think you do a better job for your customers when you're more focused and less multitasking.
So. Yeah. And so, what would you say is your favorite part of your job?
Well, it's probably a boring answer, but it's true. I really like coming in and working with all my staff, seeing them face to face. We do have some remote workers, especially in IT, and they're great. And it's really fun to interact with people at different parks in different parts of the country. But, interacting with the staff, they're enthusiastic. A lot of them have been around for a long time, and you bounce ideas off each other and they resource and network. And so that's great. The other best part about the job is probably going to like remote repeater sites up on mountaintops, and we'll hike to some of those. Sometimes we fly, we try not to. But skiing to them is pretty cool. It takes a lot of planning and you got to be safe, but that's a great way to stay connected.
Yeah, there's been some good trips up to Mount Holmes the past few years, I feel like. Among others.
Yeah.
But I know I've seen some pictures from that in challenging conditions. Things always like to go down in the middle of the winter, it seems like.
Yeah. And we do everything we can to make sure that they're going to hold up for the winter, do all that work in the summer. But occasionally they quit. So you have to travel.
Yeah, we get some less than ideal weather in Yellowstone sometimes.
Just
we do.
Sometimes.
We certainly do. Sometimes you can't fly, so you have to take other methods to get there. And sometimes you just have to wait.
And where are those located?
We have 8 mountaintop repeaters. We have one on Druid Peak in the Lamar that you can't see. We have one on Henderson Mountain, just outside of the park. We have one on Top Notch, which is in the park. We have one on Mount Washburn, which you can drive to for about 4 months of the year. That's quite a luxury. We have one just outside of the park on Survey Peak, in right on the edge of Grand Teton National Park in the Jebediah Smith Wilderness area, which is funny. You have to land the helicopter right on the park side because that's recommended wilderness, and Jebediah is actual wilderness, so no helicopters. So it's like an invisible line right on the peak. And then there's also Sheridan has one with a 1926 New Deal era fire lookout up there.
Wow.
That's really cool. And Mount Holmes, there's one on there. There's one on Purple Mountain. And the Mount Holmes one was inside a 1926 fire lookout, but it got struck by lightning and went down in a blaze. So let's see, did I miss any? Oh, Bunsen Peak also, which is just outside of Mammoth.
Which people can hike up to if they want.
They can.
Yeah. And see that one.
The Holmes one made me sad. That was the first one I'd ever hiked up to of the fire lookouts. I
Yeah.
was sad when that burned down.
Yeah.
Such a cool location.
Sure was.
And so you mentioned your favorite parts of the job. On the other side of that, what are some of the toughest things that you encounter in your position?
The toughest things is when things crash. That's a real challenge. Those middle of the night calls, you have to wake up and be lucid and understand what the problem is and who your resources are, and get to the root of the problem pretty quickly. It always amazes me how quickly we can restore something that seems catastrophic. So that's really challenging. Other things, like we may have links go down for days and there's been 2 times in my career that we lost Mount Washburn, which is kind of a hub, and we didn't have any cell service at all. And there's a lot of medicals in Yellowstone. There's a lot of, heart attacks and life flights and things like that. And when someone can't call 911 from an interior location, that burden just falls on us really hard. And if you're in the middle of something else and that call comes in, you're just, there's really no backup for you. So you just have to be fully engaged. Last fall that happened, and there's only been a handful of times that it happened, but last fall it happened the night before I direct a running race north of Yellowstone. And so as the director, I was very busy and probably going to be up all night, but this happened in the middle of the night. So managing those 2 things was hard. So
yeah, I can imagine emergencies like that can be very stressful. But
exciting.
Yeah, exciting and thankful that you're there to assist.
But then it's good there's always an upside to a challenge, an opportunity with a challenge, but just having a phone full of resources and knowing that I can get a hold of, a power company representative in the middle of the night, a cell tower company representative in the middle of the night, and I can get these things back up with their help. Everywhere in America, the linemen are always out in the worst times, and they're kind of heroes when it comes to that sort of stuff. So that's the role we have to fill.
Yeah. So even with those types of difficulties or challenges that you might encounter, what keeps you here? What keeps you working for the National Park Service? Why do you stick around?
Oh, gosh, all kinds of things. I mean, just the whole mission of it. Oh, one of the biggest things is just that this is just still an intact ecosystem, and all the predator-prey relationship, all the predators that are restored, and that's amazing. And I've been here 30 years, and you don't get over that. So that's a thing, and then the people, and I don't know, I could go on and on. Yeah. Skiing's pretty good.
Yeah. Maybe not this winter.
I try not to talk about skiing too much because you guys only have so much time.
We'll have to hear some ski stories another time. But do you have in all your years being here in Yellowstone, working for the National Park Service, do you have a defining moment? Is there a moment that sticks out to you that you're like, yes, like that's why I work here, and it was super rewarding?
Okay, here comes a ski story.
Okay, perfect.
We had Mount Holmes, and Miles, you're reference this, but in 2011, Mount Holmes, the repeater antenna went down in December, and there was a big storm coming in. And the Mount Holmes repeater is also used by Montana State Patrol for Highway 191 outside of the park, where there's a lot of accidents. It's a dangerous road. It's a pretty important one. So, but we couldn't get a helicopter in because the storm front was coming in fast. So we decided we were going to ski it. So it was a team of 3. It was another guy, Dustin Seen. He was a radio tech with us. Now he's the superintendent of Bighorn National Monument and Bighorn Recreational Area and some other stuff. And Doug Krause, who's our Hell Tech foreman. We put together that trip in December, which there isn't much daylight. And we thought we'd stay in the Winter Creek cabin on the way in. We opened up the door, and it was about a ½ inch deep in mouse poop. Ooh. So we said, no, we're not going to do that. We thought we can push to the summit. So it was a real big effort. We got to the summit, and I got the cabin opened, and the storm was starting to pick up. And this is a 10,300 foot peak. It's a big effort. It took hours, and
it's a long ski in too, right? I mean, it
is a long ski. Yeah, it's a
10 miles.
Yeah,
one way,
it's
right?
eight hard miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got the cabin opened up. We got a temporary antenna installed, testing it out, and then we got that door closed. And the storm came in and just blew so hard all night. It just rattled that fire lookout all night. And but that was pretty neat. We were testing the radio from inside, and we were talking to Montana Highway Patrol on this really remote site. And next morning, ski out was nice.
Oh, that's super cool.
So that was good.
Yeah.
Good trip.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a defining moment. But that's one of the good ones.
Yeah. Definitely memorable. It sounds like.
Yeah.
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 So I'm just, you said about 30 years you've been doing telecommunications stuff in Yellowstone, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, of course, all fields change over time, but I feel like telecom's maybe the fastest changing field in the past 30 years, I would venture. So what's it been like to see? I mean, even I'm trying to think, my first summer here was 2006, and I think there was like a payphone in our dorm. I mean, there was no internet that we could even use, or my cell phone didn't work unless I drove a long way. I would think I was at Canyon. And you were here well before that. So what's it been like to see the change? Because now I'm at home and I can stream 4K movies from a satellite. It's so different.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So my first summer was 89, and we had a payphone, and we couldn't get radio stations, and we couldn't get TV stations. We watched VHS movies at the pub. That was fun. But it has changed a lot, and that's always a topic of discussion. And whenever there's some sort of new proposal, we get a lot of comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've noticed that people are very invested in the connectivity in Yellowstone.
Yeah, so there's two different aspects to your question. There's the expectation of a wilderness experience or a historic experience as well. But then there's also keeping up with what the needs are. And then, we're also a government agency, so we're on a government network, and we have cybersecurity issues, and we have to protect those perimeters like vigilantly as much as any other government agency.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we're always protecting ourselves from threats, So that's the biggest agent of change these days, is keeping up with that and all the training and what we have to do for that. But everything in the middle between then and now, we've gone from, like you said, you had a cell phone, there was very few towers.
Mm-hmm.
We've added a few. We've definitely put a stop to more towers. But there was a point when Suzanne Lewis was the superintendent, and she said, I'm the only one who's going to have a cell phone. And then, then that expanded a little bit, and now we've got 150 of them out there because it's kind of a tool that everybody has to use, and the cost has gone down. But so, yeah, that's a big question. It's changed. A lot has changed. And we're fortunate to have some people that have been working in IT for 35 years, which is pretty neat because it's fun to hear their stories.
Mm-hmm.
But we also do have a wireless communications plan that the park put together in 2009, and that limits a lot of our wireless technology. So the intent of that is to not have cellular service on the roadways and in the backcountry, and limit it to the developed areas and only specific developed areas, which is a bit of a compromise. This is still one of those places in the lower 48. You can drive from Mammoth to Old Faithful and not have a cell signal for, what is that, 52, 53 miles?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, especially with how ubiquitous internet connectivity has become everywhere. I think sometimes visitors come and they're just like, some people come specifically for that, and other people are just shocked. They're like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean my Google Maps doesn't tell me where to go? Or like, where can I get Wi-Fi here? And there's one place, it's 3 hours away.
Yeah. I get the visitor comments in both perspectives.
Yeah, exactly, in both directions.
Sometimes in the middle, but usually strongly one way or the other. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're getting into the nitty gritty here. If somebody were to go on USA Jobs and want to apply, to work in telecommunications, what series would they be looking for?
Well, the telecommunications series is the 0391. Electronics technician, which is our radio technicians and alarm technicians, are 0856. And the IT specialists are 2210 or 2210. And that's a really fast growing series because everything is connected by networks now. So radio's connected, telephone's connected by networks. So that's a good one to look for. And there's a lot of recruiting going on in the IT world. So in my branch, you could be any one of those threes.
Okay. And so are the opportunities available from like entry level all the way up? What does that look like?
Yeah, 7, 9, 11, 13.
Okay. And so what types of training or anything like that would people need to get into that type of work?
You just fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. A variety of stuff. Radio technicians, we hire a lot from the military because they get really good training.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up antennas and repeaters and base stations and microwave network extenders and things like that. But anyone who's worked with radio frequency technology, IT, there's all kinds of, you can be Cisco certifications, you can be, graduate in computer science. We've hired those. A lot of people just gain a lot of knowledge and experience from jobs. And so as a hiring official myself, I look for all of those things. Myself, I have a bachelor's in the School of Technology with a specialty in organizational leadership. So I'm a lot of, leading a group as much as the technical. So it varies. There's no straight track.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll kind of find that in the Park Service as well. People kind of come from all kinds of backgrounds as well. So yeah.
I think knowledge and experience counts for more on a resume for this line of work than a degree does. But yeah, I don't know. We've hired some recent graduates too. So
do you have any advice if people were interested in applying or, getting that experience? What advice would you give for them?
Yellowstone, we feel like we're really specialists. A lot of small parks have one technology person and everything's thrown at them. But we're really, as far as the industry goes, we're generalists. So if you're in IT, if you're doing like system administration, also learn about networking and also learn about cybersecurity and learn about maybe coding, so branch out a little bit. And if you're, if you're into radios, also learn about networking so you can do radio over IP. So I would say that those are important things to do. If you want to work for us doing fire alarm systems, get like a NICET certification, National Institute for Certification in Engineering Technologies. And that tells me that you really know the codes, the fire codes in and out, and you're not going to build a system that's not going to work.
Cool.
Those are a few tips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. And so finally, the last question we like to ask everybody is just about your personal experience, any memorable experience you've had. It could be either in Yellowstone or any other national park, work or personal time. Do you have a moment that sticks out to you?
Yeah, the 5 years I worked in the Bear Den ski shop at Snow Lodge.
Yeah.
That was the peak of my career, not of my pay, but
it's often how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's been going up and down ever since. So yeah, that was great. We worked there the last year that it was open. It was the Snow Lodge then was nothing more than really, it looked like a roadside motel. It was cheap. Anybody could afford to stay there. The people that came to visit, they were all interesting. And the Bear Den ski shop was a log cabin with a wood stove right next to it. And that was great. They built a new hotel, the Snow Lodge Hotel, and the ski shop's in the gift shop now, and that's all still good. But those are good days back then. There was quite a community back then too. They were really strong skiers and outdoors people, and just a lot of fun.
That sounds awesome.
And many rangers worked in that ski shop too over the years before they moved over to the Park Service.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think that wraps it up.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, Brett.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brett DeYoung. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Hey, you rockin' Rockyites. Finally, our theme song matches reality. We have started hearing the first elk bugles around Rocky, which means the bulls are back in town and the rut is on. A few things to keep in mind if you're visiting us this fall. Fall weekends are super busy, like our busiest weekends of the year. Surprising, I know, but true. If you can come during the week in the fall, I highly suggest that you do that. It is noticeably less busy. But if the weekend is your only chance, which totally makes sense because you work, I'm the same way, then try to arrive before 10 a.m. or after 3 p.m. Those times are less busy. And also consider using our park shuttle service. Until October 31st, our popular meadow areas are closed to entry from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. That means you cannot be off of designated roads or trails between those times. This is for the betterment of the elk during the rut, to give them the space that they need to live their lives. They're not being taken care of. They're being protected, but they have to live out in the wild and do their thing. So that's to help give them time to have a successful rut. This closure includes Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, Harbison Meadow, and Holsworth Meadow. There are signs posted out there, and we appreciate you for following those signs and helping our elk live the best lives that they can. And finally, do not approach elk or any other wildlife. This goes all the time. We like to emphasize it in the fall. They are big animals. They are especially hyped during the fall rut. They're looking for a fight and they're feeling amped up, and they can hurt you. They're very big. The minimum legal distance is 25 yards. That's about 2 school bus lengths, so you need to stay at least that far away. But any distance that causes an animal to change its behavior is too close. So if an animal starts moving when it wasn't, or because of your movement, or starts staring at you, or just starts acting differently because of how close you are too close. So thank you for keeping those things in mind. It will help keep you safe, and it will help keep our elk safe. And now let's go on to today's episode. For today's episode, I hiked to Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston, historic structures technician for Rocky Mountain National Park, to talk about what the heck a historic structures technician does, the kinds of historic structures we have in Rocky, and the importance of preserving our past. Let's rock.
Good
wind and
morning,
water,
Sand Beach.
all those kinds of things. What's that?
Good morning, Sand Beach.
Yeah. Good morning, Sand Beach. Yeah, so we're here at Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston.
Hello.
Mary, what are you doing here at Rocky this summer?
This summer I am the historic structures technician for the Park Service.
Historic structures. What does that mean?
That means old buildings.
Old
basically.
buildings.
It could also include old trails, old roads, anything that's older than 50 years is technically historic. If it meets certain requirements, like it was significant in the past somehow, then it's on our radar. And when it's on our radar, it's potentially on the National Register. And when that happens, it's we're sort of expected to keep up with them based on certain standards and protect them and hopefully continue to keep them in good shape so that the history can be passed on and future generations can come look at these and see little pieces of our history that are scattered throughout the park.
So for your job, are you actually out there fixing stuff, or are you out there
Not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah. So what are you doing? Like what's a typical day?
So a
If there
typical
is a typical
day
day.
involves me having a list of structures that are around the park. Some might be in the front country, right next to a road. It might be a comfort station. It might be one of the park houses. Others might be in the back country, 5 miles away from the nearest road, like a patrol cabin that the rangers use. So my job is to go out and visit these structures and do an assessment of how well the park has been doing in keeping them close to their historical significance. So making sure any changes to the building haven't compromised the original character of it, making sure none of these buildings are being neglected in any sense. None of the changes are inappropriate, as in like modern updates or additions, because we really want to keep these buildings as close as possible to their original state and how they were built. So just making sure they are, not being neglected. Cyclic maintenance is taking care of the buildings, but
Yeah, so we have a big database.
yeah,
It has
so
all this stuff in it, is that right?
after I go out and visit all these structures, take photos, take notes, I come back and update this giant database that sort of serves every park in the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every park in the country has their own set of structures, and all of these are in this database. So
That's nationwide.
yeah,
Wow.
like anybody from the parks or even individuals can go onto the site if they have a specific structure in mind, or if regional offices need to know more about certain buildings in a park, but they can't go out and visit them themselves, they go into this database, and based on the work that myself and other structures technicians have, based on the information that we've put in there, it's pretty much a comprehensive timeline and update of past conditions, current conditions, any work that's been done on them, what the building looks like now, what it used to look like. A lot of different divisions could use this as a resource.
So it all goes into this nationwide database, and then anywhere in the country, anyone with access to it can see what's up.
Yeah, so obviously, if you're a Park Service employee, you have a little more access to read into some of the technicalities of the building, but this is a website that anybody could go into.
Oh, really? Even public?
Yeah, definitely the
What's it
public.
called?
It's called the LCS database.
What does that stand for?
List of classified structures.
List
and
of classified
Classified sounds fancy, but it really just means historic.
And so
They've been classified as historic.
Is everything on there on the register, on the National Register?
Yeah, so most of them are on the National Register, which
And
is
could we
why they kind of have.
explain what the National Register is
Yeah,
for folks?
yeah. So the National Register, once a building has been sort of deemed as special in history, as in it served had some sort of association with an important event, whether that's a local event or a national event, period in time, or it's related to some significant person, and that could be on a local level as well, or even a certain style of architecture that's been deemed unique or significant. You go through a little process to have that building listed on the register, and if it retains enough of its original integrity, if it hasn't been changed too much over time, then said building or structure or road or trail is listed on the National Register. And under that, there are certain acts that protect those buildings to keep them in its sort of historical context. And there are certain
So you can't just like go into an old building with beautiful wide board floors and rip them out and put in linoleum or something like that. Something that would totally change the character of the building, both structurally and also from an experience level, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. What are some examples of buildings on the register in Rocky that people might know, or buildings or other things too?
Well, one of the first ones they might see is the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. That one's actually a national landmark. So landmarks are kind of the highest tier of buildings listed on the register.
So that's classified on the register. And like, for example, in that case, it has historic importance, both in terms of the park, but also because it was...
so that one was built under the Mission 66 initiative.
Which Mission 66, I'll fill everyone in quickly.
Please do.
Mission 66, for folks who don't know, after World War II, you had a lot of families, a lot of men coming back, some women out of different types of service, or it just shook everything up, you know. But people were coming back. There's the GI Bill. People were starting their families, and there was, the baby boomer.
People were doing better.
People were doing better. And one of the results of that was that national park visitation really started going up. And so there's a recognition that, hey, we really should do something to increase visitor services to handle this capacity. And we want to get it done by 1966 because that was the 50th anniversary of the National Park Service.
The existing park facilities were subpar.
And there just weren't enough. The level of visitation had grown so much. So for the 50th anniversary, all sorts of stuff got built. And I don't know how we would describe it, but it's somewhat characteristic once you start seeing it. It kind of has a 60s look to it. And it's kind of angular and things. So this was built as part of that push, right? Beaver Meadows Visitor
and in
Center.
addition, it was designed by the Frank Lloyd Wright Taliesin West School.
Little somewhat famous architect.
I would say.
In his school,
You may have heard of his name once or twice.
And if people are familiar, I mean, Frank Lloyd Wright himself didn't, but it was his firm.
Did not.
And it uses a lot of his style.
His styles and methods. And
like the high windows, the top of the wall windows. And Taglia.
Give it a Google if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
Before.
If you haven't seen it in the park,
building.
give it a Google, and we have a little bit of info about
Where
it.
you and I have the pleasure of working out of.
Yes, we do. It is also, a lot of people don't realize this, so it is Beaver Meadows Visitor Center, and it's also park headquarters. So if you go to the Visitor Center and you're wondering what's the rest of this building, it's just offices. Pretty much. It's a really cool building.
Stopping and getting out and looking at the building.
And there's an interpretive sign outside that talks about the architectural importance of the site. So that's one that's a big one.
That's one. If you've ever run into any of the backcountry patrol cabins.
If anyone's been out hiking and seen cabins out in the backcountry. Are those all on the register?
Pretty sure every single one of them is on the register.
Because I remember,
those were built...
what was it, 2 years ago? When you and I hiked out to North Fork Cabin, for example. And
a lot of them are kind of hidden.
They are.
They're not intended to be, seen by everybody hiking along. They're initially intended for the rangers doing patrols out in the backcountry, making
Exactly.
sure everything's okay out there, giving
Yep.
them a place to stay without having to
Right.
set up tents and
Yeah,
stuff
for anyone who
every
does
night.
see them, they're government-owned administrative facilities, so we use
Mhm.
them for like
Yeah, still
law
used today.
enforcement, backcountry patrols. If we have trails crews or backcountry crews working, they can base out of there sometimes.
Very minimal,
Very minimal, yep,
but
but really nice.
yeah,
And what I
super
thought was neat when
typical.
we were looking is that, so like North Fork, that was in
Mhm.
the 30s, early 30s that was
Mhm.
built, right? And it
Yeah,
was
late
built
20s.
with almost all on-site materials, correct? Like,
Yeah.
which is incredible to me.
It would be way too expensive to haul in that
Yeah,
stuff, and
especially back then.
yeah,
I mean,
it's
now it would be too, but
that was what, like 8 miles from the nearest road or something, 6 miles
it was
from
a
the
ways,
nearest
and even the
road.
road that was the nearest road
Yeah,
is
hardly
yeah, yeah.
a
It'd be, you wouldn't
road.
want to be hauling a bunch of construction
No.
equipment in on
Mhm.
there. Yeah, so those are all on there. What about, are any of our, is like Old Fall River Road? Is that?
Yeah, so many of the roads that you're driving on are actually quite old. Those were built late 1800s
Oh,
to
really?
early 1900s. So, like, honestly, some of the trails predate the roads because people were using the trails to get from the west side to the east side or vice versa. There was
Right.
no really
They would just
established
they would hike
route.
it, or they would take horses
Take
and
horses,
walk it.
yeah.
Huh.
And a lot of the trails were actually established because people who lived in Estes Park or Grand Lake wanted to take tours up there.
Oh,
They wanted
okay.
to take people out there. So
So even before
the
it was
fact,
a park.
yeah, the fact that they had people wanting to get out into the park, they're like, oh, well, maybe we should just clear these ourselves then and
Huh.
get out there. Of
So, yeah.
course, a few of these trails were used by Native Americans,
Mhm.
obviously, to travel
Mhm.
from the west side to the east side, crossing over the Rockies.
Mhm. And to get up into the mountains for hunting. And
Yeah,
things like that.
so those sort of laid the baseline for where
Where trails would go.
later people would
Yeah.
start to clear them a little more and develop
Yeah, we
them.
talked to Cynthia Langeth at Alpine
Mhm.
Visitor Center a little bit about
Mhm.
Trail Ridge Road and how a lot of it is like exactly where the trail was that Ute and later and Arapaho people would
Yeah.
use later,
Mhm.
and early people even before that.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool that a lot of the routes we still use have.
Yeah.
I mean, they make the most sense, as that's what we talked about with her.
Mhm.
One thing that surprised me when I first went out with you on one of these trails was just that a lot of the trail work itself, like rock work,
Mhm.
so like the rock walls that people see when they're hiking that support elevated sections of trail, or some bridges, or bog walks, which are elevated either dirt or wood or
Mhm.
something through really marshy areas that help
Yeah.
you hike through them without getting your feet soaked and mucky and boggy.
Yeah, it's-
Those also can count, right? Because those
Mhm.
were created using, they're historical. They're using
Yeah.
old techniques.
A lot of them were built back in the 30s, and you can kind of start to see.
CCC, right?
Yeah,
Civilian
the
Conservation Corps.
CCC. They had a really beautiful way of building some of those little rock walls that hold up the trail.
Yeah, I
If
remember when
you're-
you showed me some of the details. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, you're right. This is pretty
If you're
immaculate.
on a ledge where there's a bunch of stacked rocks below you and lichen and moss growing on them, it's pretty likely that those are some of the
Yeah.
original.
It's amazing how well they fit together.
Yeah.
You know, that they're just doing like dry.
They're sort of characterized by, no cement or anything,
Mhm.
nothing like that, just dry laid, stacked rocks, but you can tell each course, so it's in layers,
Mhm.
and they kind of squared them off like chisels at the rocks to make sure they would fit
Wow.
together really well, and just
It's
so it's like
amazing.
really nice and tight, and some of those.
Yeah. I'm continually
features are
amazed
awesome.
as I go to more and more parks and work in different parks and my career goes on, how essential the Civilian Conservation Corps
Mhm.
was to the parks.
Yeah.
Like, we still rely so heavily on so many things that were built during that time.
Yeah,
We're
and
basically
we're kind of
just
repairing and
we're just kind of
upkeeping
repairing
those.
and maintaining them.
Mhm.
But without them,
They pretty much laid a huge amount of groundwork
for tons of parks, even
Yeah.
parks that you wouldn't think of. I remember, like, I did the map for Andersonville Prison, which was
Mhm.
a Confederate prisoner of war camp in
Oh, wow.
gosh, It's in Georgia. It's kind of near Americus, if people know that town. It's kind of near Plains, which is where Jimmy Carter is from and where he still lives, and he has a historic site. Anyway, it was this horrific prisoner of war camp, as most of them were at that time. But even there, we were walking around, and there were some trails and some retaining walls and some just things that had been built to kind of shore up and make sure things would last.
Yeah.
And there's a plaque,
It's
CCC.
kind of amazing how long these things have lasted, considering like
They were just built so
the weathering and
carefully. They were built with such care.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because I mean I don't know. I've just always figured because it was an employment program, and the whole point was to have jobs for people to do. That it was like, we're building this rock wall. We want it.
Yeah, you don't
we want it to
expect
be
it to
fantastic
be
quality.
so-
We want it to last forever. Do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And they're using natural materials,
Mhm.
so you don't have the material cost. And so I think it was just like, let's make this incredibly nice so that it'll last
Oh yeah.
for 100 years or
Mhm.
more.
Definitely
you know?
built to last.
And a lot of them are getting close
Mhm.
to 100 years, and
Yeah, and
they look
that's-
great.
That's the point of all of this, is to keep these things intact so that there is evidence of it down the road, and that other people and our kids and grandkids and
Yep.
all those people down the line will be able to see these things. Because honestly, the older it gets, the cooler it becomes.
Well, that's the thing.
and-
That's what I think a lot about with historic things and things on the register, is that there's this weird in between point. It's almost like fashion or something.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
this
yeah.
weird in between point, like when it was like in the early 90s or something, you're like, oh,
Mhm.
the 80s, that was lame. But now people think 80s are cool because they're old enough.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way with a lot of historic things, just like a rock wall on a trail.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe right now we're like, oh, whatever, it's a rock wall, whatever.
Yeah,
But, then people go to like the UK or something, and they see
Mm-hmm.
these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of year old walls. And
We'll
then
get
it
there one
takes
day.
on.
We'll get there one day.
Yeah, it takes on this different feeling.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
what-
so we have a giant national list of all this stuff,
Mhm.
and you are here at Rocky in the summers
Yep.
to go around
Mhm.
and basically look at all of it.
Yep.
And
Document
keep track of it,
keep
document
track
it.
of the condition,
Yeah.
and make recommendations for how the park could
Yeah.
be doing better, or how they're already doing great,
Yeah.
and ways that they can sort of mitigate any problems that I see. A lot of times there's one issue that's sort of affecting a lot of different buildings,
Uh-huh.
where it's like,
Yep,
they just need to,
just something we need to work on.
yeah.
hmm
Um,
And it's so cool to me how there's so many specialized techniques for maintaining these things. Like I
Yeah.
remember some of those, what were they, joists or
Log-ins?
log-ins? Yeah, the
Mhm.
log-ins on a cabin.
Oh,
And you
yeah.
were showing
When
me,
they-
and you were like, "Oh yeah, this has been cored out and filled with foam." I was like, "What?"
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you're like, "Yeah,
There are a lot of little
well,
ways
we don't
to-
want to replace the entire thing,
Mhm.
and so it's more the best structural integrity if it starts to
Yeah.
rot out is
And that's
to
the thing, you always are trying to like figure out ways to repair it, because
What's the best compromise?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you try never to replace something unless it's absolutely
Unless you
necessary,
absolutely
because
have
you
to.
want to keep the originals, and if just part of it has to be repaired, then
Yeah.
just fix that
Like I don't
part,
know if
but-
people realize, maybe they've seen it when they go around the park during certain construction. Like the first time I came here a few years back,
Mhm.
up on Trail Ridge Road, they were doing some road work and repairing some of those walls.
Oh,
That are
yeah.
up there.
So
And yeah, I don't know if
meticulously.
people realize, like they take those, they photograph
Yeah.
very meticulously, take
Photograph
them
the
apart,
wall.
they number every
Yeah.
rock.
Uh-huh.
And keep diagrams, and when it's
Yeah.
done, they put every rock back, and they use the
where it
same
used to be.
techniques. And we even have, you might know this. It's a training area and like a facility that the Park Service has that's specifically for learning techniques for
Mhm.
maintaining historical structures, and then
Yeah.
they send crews out for really hard specialty jobs.
Yeah. It's called like
remember what
the
it's
PAST
called.
program, I think.
Something. Yeah, I'll have to
Where,
look it up.
Yeah, they send different like historians and
Mhm.
preservation crews to different parks, just so they can learn. Like,
Yeah.
hey, this is how we're doing this, and
Mhm.
you guys could learn from this and implement it in your park.
Yeah, so we survey things, you survey things, we keep
Mhm.
track of them,
Mhm.
and then who is actually going out and doing the work to maintain things or to
So
repair
Rocky
things?
has its own preservation crew. They're called the Special Projects Crew, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And they specialize in all the work done, maintenance work and rehabilitation work on historic structures.
That's
so
super
they're
cool.
separate sort of from building maintenance crews where they sort of go in and do their thing. But the preservation crew specialized in working with old buildings and sort of using these special techniques to not alter anything or do these repairs rather than replacements of building features. And they're a really experienced crew. I know Bob Maitland, the crew lead, he's been in the park for
ever.
what? Yeah, he
right?
grew up
Like
in this
his
park.
life.
His dad
Yeah,
worked
right?
in the park, so he grew up here.
Yeah,
He
he's a
grew up in-
multi-generational ranger.
Yeah, grew up in some of the old houses that he's
Yep.
fixing up today. So
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
it's really good to
people
have someone so
People
knowledgeable.
probably don't even realize, like, even a lot of our park housing
Mhm.
is historic.
Yeah.
And so there's more than enough for that crew, that
Mhm.
specialized crew, to do all year round.
Yeah,
like too
exactly.
much, really.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So what kind of training do you have to come out and assess historic structures?
Well, my education is in architecture,
Uh-huh.
and I personally had taken quite a few courses in historic preservation.
How'd you get interested in historic preservation?
Well, it was always kind of like a personal moral thing where I was into sort of preserving old buildings before building something, like before building strip malls and stuff. I'm like, well, why aren't we fixing up these old buildings that we
Fixing up
already
what we
have
have.
in like city centers? Like we have this infrastructure and everything. We should be using those before we're using all these resources and wasting resources by
Uh-huh.
tearing buildings
Uh-huh.
down.
So you felt like that even before
Yeah.
architecture? Or is that what
It
led
sort
you
of
into
went
architecture?
hand in hand. Yeah, I really wanted to do architecture because I hated the way these suburbias were just being produced with these cookie cutter houses, and it kind of like got to me. So I was like, well, how could I get in there and do something about it? So
That's interesting.
That's sort of yeah.
Yeah.
Sort
where
of.
Where are you from?
I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah.
ABQ.
Big ABQ.
Born and raised?
Uh,
No, sort of.
Raised in southern New Mexico,
Okay.
but I do
so
love
New
Albuquerque.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Land of enchantment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Such an enchanting, beautiful place with a lot of history.
Yeah.
So we do have a lot of old structures down there.
Yeah, really old.
Like
some of the oldest in the U.S.
Yeah.
Outside of like Florida.
dating back to the
Spanish.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Before Anglos even got in on that game. Yeah.
So yeah, it was sort of just like my disgust for some of the new stuff being built, which is what
And were you
steered
seeing
me.
that like in Albuquerque or just in
Yeah,
general?
there's like specifically this area outside of outside of Albuquerque called Rio Rancho. It's like this new kind of city, I guess. It's now its own city.
Uh-huh.
Just the epitome of like suburbia, where just parking lots everywhere, strip
Uh-huh.
malls everywhere. Like,
And you're just like, this doesn't this doesn't speak
we
to
like
me.
to say
Why
like
are we-"
anywhere
Uh-huh.
America, you
Anywhere
know?
USA.
Yeah.
Yep.
So saw that going up. Didn't like it at all.
Uh-huh.
And
So
I
that's
was
kinda
like,
what
well,
got
let's
you
go
interested.
back to what we already have and like
Uh-huh.
what do I love about architecture? And a lot of time it's the detail and the care and the
Uh-huh.
character of a lot of these structures that, you know, a lot of suburbias are missing character. It's just all kind of
For sure.
produced cheaply, not made to last.
Well, we were just talking earlier on the hike up. So yeah, we didn't even mention. So we're at Sand Beach Lake right now. You
Mhm.
can't see it because it's audio, but I'll try to post a photo on the blog. Beautiful lake in Wild Basin. Neither of
Yeah.
us had been here before.
Me neither. It's such a little
Yeah,
gem.
it's about 4.5 miles hike in,
Mhm.
right? Some elevation gain, not completely uphill gruel, but lots of sections uphill.
Yeah.
And it really does have a ton of sand on the shore.
Yeah, it's such a little gem out here. I had
Yeah,
no
it's-
idea.
it's very beautiful.
There are people off in the distance. There's a group of
Yeah.
like 10 people with their towels and
Yep,
bikinis
just
right
sunbathing.
now.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
like,
it-
wow, why didn't I think of that?
And this, we were talking about this lake, Sand Beach. Oh, and we have a great view of Mount Meeker
Mhm.
and
Longs a
kind of
little
an
bit.
interesting view of Longs Peak.
Yeah, the south
I don't
side of
look at it from
Longs.
this side that often, so that's
Mhm.
kind of cool. And Pagoda Mountain. And this is one of the lakes in Rocky, which there are quite a few.
There's
That
a couple.
yeah, which had, well, there's a couple lakes for sure. How many lakes are there? There's so many. But it's one of the lakes that it's a natural lake, but it was impounded to raise the water level to store even more water in the lake. So it had a big earthen dam at the outlet.
Yeah.
And then during the Lawn Lake flood, which was 1987. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, Lawn Lake flood.
Let's hope.
We'll check our dates.
Yeah.
But the Lawn Lake flood, that's the same kind of situation. A natural lake that had an earthen dam impounding it to raise the water level, and it fell apart. It just fell apart and gave way, and all the water came down, and that is an extremely dangerous and destructive situation. So,
yeah,
after that happened,
a lot of damage.
You can't even imagine. People say they heard it.
Check out the alluvial fan.
Yeah, go to the alluvial fan, and you'll see. Just look at those boulders that get moved around, and think about that. How much water it would take to do that. And so when that happened, some of our other lakes, like Sand Beach Lake, is one of them that had the earthen dams. There was a process of going in and taking them out to both return it to a more natural state and to get rid of that danger. So anyway, that's where we're sitting, and we hiked up the trail to look at historic trail structures, right? So we had some bog walks, we had a little bit of rock wall.
Yeah, some built rock walls, a few bridges. Obviously, like the bridges have been replaced.
Yeah.
Wood structures, those have to be replaced.
They don't last forever.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't found the infinite wood yet. Yeah, so we're up here at Sand Beach Lake. So had you done anything with architecture before you went to school for it? To college?
Well, honestly, I had always wanted to be an artist.
Uh-huh.
I used to tell my mom I wanted to be an art teacher.
Uh-huh.
She was like, "Oh, that's great, but don't you want to do something that makes a little more money?" And I was like, no. But then I got into a single drafting class in high school, and I discovered that my perfectionism really
lent
pulled
itself well to
through.
drafting.
Yeah.
I can relate to that as somebody who likes to make maps.
Yeah,
Very similar.
it's
It's
so
like
fun.
it's artistic
It is
and
artistic. You
creative,
get to
but also very
draw.
technical
Yeah,
and very
but there's
precise.
a right way.
Yeah.
Like you gotta be.
It's like
yeah.
it's creativity and art inside of very particular rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's still room for creativity.
Yeah.
So after that first drafting class, I honestly knew that that's what I
That's what
wanted
you
to
wanted
do.
to do.
Yeah, I could just sit there for hours and draw.
Yep.
Floor plans and building plans
And do the weird
sections and-
architectural hand lettering. What's that
Yeah.
script called?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's funny. It looks the same. Like
Yeah,
everyone's-
you just have to write in caps all
Yeah,
the
you
time.
just
No
learn.
lowercase.
Yeah,
Just-
exactly.
And then they're like, okay, now make up your own.
So you were interested in art. You
Yeah,
tried
so
drafting.
love drafting.
And the drafting
Figured
was
out
great.
that architecture was the
Mhm.
perfect balance between like art
Uh-huh.
and something like
Yep.
functional.
Uh-huh.
Like something
Yep.
that could be used and
Totally.
inhabited. So
Yep.
I like to call it like functional art, even
Uh-huh.
though that kind of I don't know undermines art as non-functional. I don't like to say that, but
Well, I don't know. Kant might agree with me. I took this class in college called The Art of Walking, which everyone thinks is like a fluff class, but it really wasn't. It was a 3-week class, and we would walk every day, but in the mornings we would do pretty hardcore philosophy. And one of the main things that we focused on was Kant's critique of judgment.
Oh.
And one of the things he says is that for something to be truly just a piece of art or an aesthetic object, or at least when you're perceiving it as an
Mhm.
aesthetic object,
Mhm.
that it has to be without purpose. The
there you go.
translation, I don't know what the German for it is, but the translation was purposelessness. So in his opinion, only one very extremely famous and important philosopher's opinion,
Yeah.
that if you're thinking of something in its functional way, it isn't like
It doesn't-
art in the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, but it's not the same. So
Yeah.
anyway, I
And
don't
that's
think
always
you should
That's
feel
always
bad.
the challenge, though, is like trying to like mesh a beautiful form with its like basic function or something. Like
Well, and especially in architecture.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you're dealing with appearance and form and how you want it to look and
Mhm.
operate on an aesthetic level but
Yeah.
also it has to stand up.
Yeah.
and be
And
affordable.
People can't be running into each other all the
be
time.
repairable
Yeah.
and
be efficient.
and allow for good air circulation and heating and cool. So it's it is
Relationship to
creative.
the
It's kind of similar.
sun and, all
creativity
these
inside
exterior
of tons of constraints.
Yeah.
That's why when you do, and for me, when I do see a building that is like, wow, this is a beautiful building.
Mhm.
It's just like a work of art, but it
Yeah.
works and it's
And
fun to be in.
Only then has the architect succeeded.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Sometimes I've had the opposite too, where you're like, I see what you were going for. but
Yeah, no, there's some really
this isn't the most
terrible
pleasant
stuff
building.
out there.
Yeah. So you did the drafting.
Yeah,
you
got
kind
into
of realized that was it,
architecture
and then you got an
school,
architecture school.
applied,
at where?
got in, went to school at University of New Mexico
Still
in
keeping
Albuquerque.
it New Mexico strong.
Yep. Was on a budget, so
Hey.
in-state
Yeah,
was the
man.
way to go. No, it was a really great school though.
Yeah.
Awesome professors,
Yeah.
really good facilities.
And when was your first? Is this a job that you're in or an internship now?
This is a graduate assistantship.
Oh, that's right. Or it's like a program.
Yeah,
Right.
so
when was the first time that you did this here at Rocky?
My first year in Rocky was 3 years ago,
3 years
so
ago?
in 2014.
Had you done a summer thing before that?
Yeah, the summer before that, in 2013, I was doing the same position in Yellowstone National Park.
Nice.
So it's really interesting to see the difference in areas, difference in parks, like both the magnitude
Just
of
the
the
size, yeah.
structures, the quantity.
Yeah, I mean they're 8 times bigger in area
Yeah,
than us.
exactly.
So it's just
Yeah,
crazy.
and
how
even
much-
just like here,
actually maybe a little
like
more than
Rocky doesn't have any hotels or lodges or anything in the
Yep.
park, whereas Yellowstone has a ton of
Yes,
those
and they're
in
big.
the park, and a ton of restaurants and a lot of concession-run facilities.
whole other scale.
Yeah, so definitely different, like entire little towns in the park.
Yes.
Where here,
Yeah.
we've managed to keep those out.
Yeah, the
of
towns are
park.
the towns are at the entrance. Yeah, you're right. In Yellowstone it is. It's like a a few small, really small towns.
Yeah.
Although Grand Canyon not Grand Canyon. Old Faithful, not that small, but
Yeah,
pretty
big and
they're all inside one national park. It's kind of amazing. So you did that for a year. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I worked in Yellowstone for 2 years.
Oh, nice.
Yellowstone has a special place in my heart. I would
Yeah.
go back anytime.
Could really only explore like
Oh yeah, it's
a 50th of the park
It's
in
crazy.
one summer. It's huge.
yeah. I mean, my first summer there, I was a room attendant for Zane Terra.
Oh,
at
I'm
Canyon.
sorry. I'm just
Yeah, it was
kidding.
okay. It was chill. It was laid back, no stress.
Yeah.
So I would just make up rooms, and sometimes you'd have to wait for bison to move off of porches. and things like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But the nice thing was, because it was no stress in terms
Mhm.
of like, it was not a lot of thought went into it.
Yeah.
We just hiked
Oh,
all the
yeah.
time on the weekends.
Those are the kind of
and
people
after
who get those
work and-
jobs.
yeah, exactly. That's why
Like,
we're
what
all
else
there.
are you doing there?
Yeah,
If not
and
going
so
around hiking and being
I hiked
outdoors.
around a lot, like all the time, and yeah, I saw
Mhm.
just a fraction.
Yeah.
It's so big,
Mhm.
including like some areas like the southeast and southwest corners,
Mhm.
where you're never gonna see them unless you have time to hike, 50, 60-mile
Yeah.
round trip,
Mhm.
because it just takes so long. Like the thoroughfare, getting down in there.
Yeah.
Or,
Isn't it like one of the most remote places?
I think that somewhere way down in south
Just
east.
in terms of being farthest from roads.
Yeah,
and
I think
stuff,
somewhere
like,
way down in southeast Yellowstone is
Yeah.
the spot in the lower 48 that's the farthest from any
Mhm.
road. I don't know if it's paved road or town or something, but I think it's
Mhm.
by some measure the
Yeah.
most remote spot in
Yeah.
the lower 48.
Right.
And then the one up in
One
Alaska,
point.
there's one up in the one in Alaska is on a whole other scale.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 300 miles from the nearest thing instead of 30, but
Yeah.
that,
They win by a
that's
long
different.
shot.
But yeah, Yellowstone's huge.
Yeah.
So you did that, and then you came
Yeah.
here,
Mhm.
year 2. What's the name of the program that you're in? Is it a
what is the
defined
name?
program, or was it just a
No, it's
relationship with
like
with
an
the university?
internship through my university and
Yeah.
through my architecture school
Yeah.
specifically.
Mhm.
So students from either the School of Architecture or the School of Landscape Architecture or historic preservation or regional planning.
Cool.
They can all apply to this, and then they hire a handful of us, anywhere from like 4 to 6 of us, and then we're each sent out to our own park for the summer. So there's pretty much just one of us in the park. Our specific program is just the Intermountain region. So pretty much from northern Montana up in Glacier to like southwest Texas.
Yep. Is it Intermountain region as the Park Service defines it, or just?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. For folks who don't know, the Park Service, we're divided into geographical regions, mostly for management purposes.
Yeah,
It's just
I think
and
so.
Intermountain is huge. I mean, it has so many parks. If you go online and search like NPS or National Park Service region
There's
map,
what, like 8,
it'll come up.
7, 6?
Oh gosh, there's Northeast, Southeast, Midwest, Pacific West. Alaska
little
used to be
rusty.
included in that, but I think Alaska is its own. I don't know. I would
Okay.
have to look at a map, but
Yeah.
and then Intermountain. So you were there, and then you went back to school for a year, and then came here. So you already talked a little bit about how Rocky compared to Yellowstone in terms of just the scale, in terms of buildings, is very different. How else did it compare? Had you been to Rocky before?
No, I'd never been to Rocky.
Yeah, what'd you think
before.
when you first got here?
I was bewildered. I was like, this has been
What'd you think
my
about this?
neighbor my whole life,
Yeah, because
and I've never
that's
been
true. It's
here?
not that far.
No,
I mean,
it
it's a
really
day's
isn't.
drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think about it compared to Yellowstone in terms of like the scenery? Very different.
Different, yeah, for sure. Both in the sense of the wildlife that's around. There are a lot of
We're missing a few
bison and
species here.
wolves up there.
Yep, we're missing a few species in Rocky.
Yeah,
Yeah, and not being in
loved-
grizzly country is a very different
Oh my
experience.
god, it's so nice. It's so nice hiking when there are no grizzlies to worry
it's
about.
very
It's
different.
kind of always in the back of your head
It
when you're
is,
hiking
yeah.
in Yellowstone.
I've talked to people about it because Yellowstone and then
Yeah.
Denali, and I miss it in a lot of ways because it puts, I
Kinda
don't know,
puts
it
a little
just
edge
it
on
just
your-
puts a whole different feel on the trip. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, the danger still statistically is really low,
Yeah.
relatively speaking.
Yeah, but they are around.
It is a danger.
Yeah,
You know,
I remember just taking a walk around my dorm building in Yellowstone. It was like sun had already gone down, walking back to my dorm, and this ranger rolls up. He's like, "Do you guys have your bear spray on you?" And we were like, "No, we're just taking a little stroll." He's like, "Okay, well, someone just spotted a grizzly by your dorm, so
Yep. Where did you live? Mammoth?
yeah, Mammoth Hot
Yeah.
Springs."
Yep.
So that was a fun
Yeah,
walk
you
home.
always. Yeah, I always had bear spray on.
Yeah, from
always.
then on, you're like,
Just-
okay, it's worth it.
Because
It's-
even like when I was
it's
in
worth a peace of
Denali,
mind.
even walking to the hangout spot for all the employees,
Yeah.
even there you would see
Because
bears.
they are around everywhere.
They're
They're
everywhere.
like, yeah.
They can go wherever they want.
They
and they can do whatever they want. Exactly.
And no
that's
one
what
can say
That's what puts a different
boo.
feel on it. Is when you're
Yeah.
out there at some level, you're just like,
Mhm.
okay, yeah. So that's definitely a big difference.
Also, there's, I would say, over 1,000 historic structures in Yellowstone.
Wow.
Whereas here, there are probably around 300 total.
So still a lot for the size, but
Yeah.
way less.
Yeah.
And a lot of them way smaller.
Exactly.
like Yellowstone Lodge, that counts as one, right?
Yeah, that took me like a whole day and a half
That's
to
huge.
take
It's
photos
an
of
amazing
and
building.
take notes of. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, I can't believe that when who's the architect on that? Oh gosh, I'm forgetting his name now, but he was
The
so
Yellowstone
young.
Lodge?
He was so young when he designed that. It's just kind of mind blowing. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that surprised me when I went to Yellowstone for the first time, because I'd never been out west, so I had this thing in my head of just like mountains, you know. And there
Yeah.
are mountains for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mountains, but
Mhm.
there's a ton of it that is not.
No,
mountains. It's
no,
kind of flat, lodgepole forest as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, you're like up
basin-
in the
or glacier
mountains,
basins,
but
geyser basins.
once you're there, I feel like the mountains here feel more prominent.
Yeah, they dominate.
Yeah.
Everywhere, no matter where you go, you don't get away from them. Whereas
Uh-huh.
there, depending on what part of the park you're in, it's very
Mhm.
mountainous. But you
Yeah.
can be like if you're in the center of the park or
Mhm.
down like southwest corner,
Mhm.
it's not mountain.
Yeah, and I love the alpine country up here.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah,
About
it's
the
beautiful.
park is just
Yeah.
the hikes through the
Yeah.
alpine country.
So this is your third year
Third year here.
doing this.
Yes.
What keeps you coming back?
Everything.
Yeah, everything.
Have you seen Rocky Mountain
I
National
have seen
Park?
Rocky Mountain National Park. I definitely have. It is very amazing.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
a blessed place to be for sure.
Honestly, if you study architecture, you're probably going to end up getting a job in a city,
Sure.
in
Yeah.
an urban
Vast
area.
majority.
So just the fact that I get to come out here and be surrounded by wilderness and
Yep.
forests and lakes and stuff, like I consider that a rare opportunity.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that I get to sometimes come out and look at old trails
Yep.
for work and go
Yeah,
into the
yeah.
backcountry and find these little cabins. Sometimes I'll go find little cabin ruins that nobody has really looked at for years just because it's not something that the park maintains.
Mhm.
But we sort of have to keep account of those things. Like, so just, it's a combination of all those things, and then being able to stay on this little historic ranch called
Oh, that's right.
Good Old McGraw.
You live at McGraw, don't you?
Yeah, it's this
Oh, wow.
historic dude
McGraw
ranch.
is amazing.
Made for, or rehabilitated for researchers
Yeah.
to stay in when they need to come into the park and stay for a week or 3 months or something.
Forgot that you live out there.
Yeah,
So nice.
it's
So peaceful.
yeah, gives me a good appreciation for all things natural and built and just how those interplay with one another. And it's also interesting just to note that this park has really pulled back in the amount of built structures in the park. Like, I would say
Good point.
now it probably has maybe a third to a quarter
Of what it once had.
of what it once had.
Yeah, I don't think
There
people
is-
realize. I didn't realize that when I came here, that there were
Yeah.
tons of lodges and
Yeah,
and
real big
facilities.
lodges, restaurants. In Moraine Park, there used to be a golf course and
9-hole
some
golf course,
swimming
right? Swimming pool.
pools. Yeah.
Yep.
So
And over time, the park has acquired those things. and
there's
removed
just a
them.
period of time too when it was, fortunately, pulling back from all of its developed areas and realizing, hey, we need to really protect this and sort of convert it back to its natural state, which is why it's so beautiful and undeveloped today. And in hindsight, like, some of those buildings were really cool and great, but there has to be this balance. You obviously, nowadays, I think it's really great that we don't have any lodges in the park and too many campgrounds or swimming pools and golf courses, you know, like that just takes away from what a national
Well, especially a
park
park
is.
like this, where, like we were talking about, you're never that far from town.
No.
You're never that far from
Yeah.
a gateway community. So
Exactly.
it's
And
not
you
like
have big cities around. If you
Right.
want to, if you want those amenities,
exactly.
they're close.
It's not like Yellowstone, where it's like, well, if there weren't any lodges in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
then everyone would be driving like
Yeah.
3 hours plus a day
Yeah.
to get anywhere.
3 hours just to get through the
Just to
park.
get in,
Another like 2 hours
and
to the
then
nearest
just
city.
to get out. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that is
It's an interesting dynamic, but
yeah, that surprised me when I first learned about that when I
Mhm.
came here, that so many things had been removed
Yeah.
over time, and that it's just
one
a
day,
decision you have to
one day soon, maybe I want to make a map of all of the structures that used to exist.
That'd
in
be
the
really
park,
cool,
just
yeah.
So people can gauge like what it
Yeah,
used,
what it
to,
used to
be,
be.
and then what it
That'd be
is
really cool.
now.
That's
Yeah.
a great idea.
Mhm.
There was a student group from CSU, I think, or something like that, that did one of those just for Moraine Park. They mapped where everything had been to kind
Mhm.
of explore the history of it, and it was
Yeah.
really cool. It'd be neat to see that for the entire park.
It's a big undertaking, but
Yes,
there are a lot of
definitely.
like resources and places to pull from, but
Yeah.
not one big comprehensive.
Yeah. So as
Map
an
together.
architect and as someone interested in historic structures and keeping things repaired and using what we already have and all those things, what would you say to visitors when they're coming to visit? Like, what tip would you give from that perspective about the park?
I would say inquire about it because
Just be aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, just like notice the buildings around you and know that those are a lot older than anyone's houses that they're living in or a lot of the cities that they live in. You know, like, and just to sort of appreciate the people that were there before you and just think
Yes.
about their lifestyle and how they lived before you and what they were thinking of when they passed through the place and just pretending like you were there 100 years ago or
Mhm.
even before that.
Mhm.
And then just having a respect for it, you know, not sort of like the leave no trace thing, like don't be tampering with any of the stuff that you're seeing. Don't be messing with any of the buildings or carving your initials into them, you know,
Right.
like
Yep.
it might be cool for you in the moment, but
Yeah, but then
it's not really cool
everyone,
for anybody else
yeah,
later
it
down
ruins
the
it for
road.
everyone that comes after you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a very good point.
We just want these things to be like in the best condition possible
Mhm.
for generations way down the
Yeah.
road. You know, like even buildings that you think don't look that old, well,
You might be
in
surprised.
100 years they're
They
going
will
to be
be.
really cool.
That's true.
And people are going to be like, "Oh, I wish these were taken
Mhm.
care of a little better in the
Mhm.
past."
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's great. I would definitely recommend that to everybody, is just remember that it's not just a park, like it's not just hiking and backpacking and wildlife. It is all those things for sure, but
Mhm.
it's also a place where people come and live and work and stay. And for that to happen, there have to be facilities and structures.
Mhm.
And you know, even when you're out hiking, just taking a moment to think about how hard some
Right.
people, a group of people, worked to make that trail.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Mhm.
don't think people, I don't, or I didn't for a long time, have an appreciation of just how hard it is to build
Mhm.
a mile of trail.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know,
Mhm.
it's so much work that people are doing
Yeah, much
for us,
respect
so that
for
then we
the
can enjoy it. You know,
yeah,
and
for the trails
they're
crews then and
unthanked.
now.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get with the trail crew and cover some of that work.
Nice.
Maybe in depth, so
Yeah.
people can kind of
And definitely check out some of those backcountry cabins. If you see
Yeah,
them,
if
go
you
up
see
to
'em,
them, peek in the windows. They're
Yeah,
cool.
you can go up to them and look around.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Just, you know,
Don't try getting in.
Don't try getting in. And sometimes there may be a ranger staying there,
Mhm.
stationed there, and
Yeah, they'll let
they'll
you
be
peek
perfectly happy to
inside.
talk to you and
Yeah.
check in with you and say
Mhm.
hey, say what's up.
It's really cool because some of those old cabins have logbooks from
Yeah,
back in the
you can read
60s.
yeah, you can read
Like just
you can
rangers
read way
who've
back.
yeah.
It's funny how much things haven't changed.
Really puts in perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
wow,
like,
same
oh,
same
yeah,
problems, different
same,
day,
exactly.
different decade.
Especially back there where it's so you know, your phone doesn't work back there or anything,
Yeah.
you know, so you pretty much live in the same way, pulling your water out of the creek and
Mhm.
filtering and
Yep, using the privy out back.
darn right.
Spending the night with the squirrels and the mice.
Yeah. Anything else you want to cover or that you want to make sure listeners know about?
No, I think we've done a
we've
good
covered
job
it?
and hopefully not bored them to death.
Oh, no, definitely not.
I know I get excited about it, but I forget not everyone.
Our listeners don't get bored.
No.
And if they do, they can just skip to the next episode.
Oh, okay,
It's no
yeah.
big deal. But
If
no,
they've reached
our
this point,
listeners
they've
are
done good.
are scholars with interests that run the gamut, I'm sure. And yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to
less.
talk to you is because I think it is just something that people, including myself, it's just easy to forget about.
Yeah.
The cultural side,
Mhm.
the all the resources that we have in the park, and
Yeah,
you know,
plenty
just
of
think
natural,
about
also
like
lots
last year we had
of
4.5
cultural.
million people come to the park,
Mhm.
and so it is a place that it's like
It's a destination.
a destination with a lot of history.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
so
lot
just
of history.
think about that and remember
Mhm.
it, and think of our cultural resources folks who are out there surveying
Yay.
and working on things and maintaining things,
Mhm.
so that hopefully they'll be there, you know, 100 years from now, 200
Yeah.
years from now, 300 years from now.
Yeah.
Hopefully forever. At
Yeah.
least that's what we're going for. That's our goal. You have to have high goals.
Forever.
Yeah. So one final question before we sign off from
Yeah.
Sand Beach Lake. We've been asking everyone this question.
Oh.
It's a pretty open question.
Okay.
What does Rocky mean to you?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like in your life or...
Rocky has honestly become like my second home.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I'll be back next year because the work I'm doing is kind of getting wrapped up this year, but
Right.
it's kind of where I feel
And you recently graduated? and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of just feel like more human
Uh-huh.
out here.
Yep.
Um
That's interesting.
Yeah, I feel more human when I'm around less humans.
I can
For some reason.
I can very much relate to that, and
It's
we've
just
heard
like-
that from a lot of people
Yeah, yeah.
already on the podcast we've
Yeah.
talked to. They're like, I don't know, I just feel more myself, or
Yeah, you just like, it's very introspective. It's inspiring, it's humbling, just the scale of the mountains around you and the vastness of the trees and the power of the water that you see, like, really puts you in your place.
Yes.
As a human. Like, we tend to get on our high horses and just get stuck in the bustle of the city and
Yep.
think that whatever we're doing that day is the most important thing in the world and nothing else is as important. But then you come out here and you're like, this is what's really important.
Absolutely. Snaps you out of it.
Yeah.
Like you don't have a
So-
choice. If you get
Mm-mm.
out in it, it's gonna happen.
Yeah. And I love feeling like less powerful than nature.
Yes.
And like, I don't know,
The
at
mountains-
nature's will.
The mountains are really good at that.
Yeah. So Rocky has become this place that I think about all year.
Yeah.
Until I get to come back.
And do you think that your time here, even if you don't come back, is gonna influence your
Oh, for sure.
career and,
Yeah.
and life going
I
forward?
knew like nothing about the Park Service until my first year as an
Yeah.
intern. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's that much that goes on. Like, there's people doing this stuff and entire divisions dedicated to this. So it really opened my eyes and gave me a new respect for the Park Service. Like, I always tell my friends, like, okay, yeah, I'm going out to my internship for the park. And they're like, oh, you're a ranger? Like, everyone just assumes there's just rangers out here. And I'm like, no, that's like one little part
true.
of what the Park Service is about.
Yeah,
But
yeah. That's one of the reasons why we're doing this podcast.
nice.
Just to,
Yeah.
just to talk to people and let people
Mhm.
see all the amazing folks, interesting
Yeah.
folks doing stuff that you would never even know about.
Yeah. So even if I don't come back as a historic structures tech intern next year, I'm sure I'll be back in my future.
We'll always be here.
Yeah.
Rocky will always be here.
Aw.
Yeah. Great.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for talking to
Yeah,
us. I guess
thanks
we'll
for
pack
having me.
this stuff up and doesn't look like thunderstorms, so
No.
that's good to go.
Not
Pack
yet.
up and head back down the trail.
Yep.
Great. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Miles.
Bye, Mary.
Bye. I love that.
Isn't it fun? Our next episode will be released on Friday, September 22nd. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going?
I am great. How are you?
I'm good. I had a good weekend.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Hey, how are your pipes in your house doing? You like that transition? Have you flushed your toilet today?
My pipes, I think they're good. Do you know something I don't that I don't know?
No, I just wanted to. That was the best transition that I could come up with.
That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
So no, what I have a trivia question. I want to ask you.
Okay.
All right. So Yellowstone, we're a big park, 2.2 million acres, 4.5 million people roughly visit the park every year. we have a lot of infrastructure in the park that's hidden to support all that visitation. Part of those systems are water and wastewater systems in the park. So how many combined between the making clean water and then making dirty water clean, if you combine those two systems, how many of those are in the park?
Like pipes?
The number of
systems
of total systems. Yeah. So you don't have to. It's not like miles of pipe or anything.
Okay,
it's just
that's
like
what I was
a
like
complete
trying to
system
anticipate.
because they're located all throughout the park. So if you were to count the total number, how many are there across the park?
15.
There are 23 wastewater systems and 21 water systems. So a combined 44.
So it wasn't even close.
It's a lot. It's and this is like something that I had no clue about until I started, working with the facilities team to document all of our infrastructure, from like the GOA projects and putting in money to improve our infrastructure. It is unbelievable how much infrastructure there is, and it's all hidden. Like no one sees it, but it's by design. It's all, behind the trees and whatnot.
So do we know how many feet of pipe there are in this park? I really want to know that now.
I have no idea, but maybe our guest today, Jason Murphy, he's the utility systems facility manager for our water and wastewater systems. Do you know that answer?
The exact number off the top of my head, I do
centimeter
not.
To the millimeter.
No, thousands though.
Yeah.
Between water and sewer, it's thousands.
Yeah.
There's over 500 manholes. That one sticks in my head from that spec sheet. But
wow,
yeah,
that is crazy.
That's a lot. Water and sewer.
That's a lot.
Well, speaking of water and wastewater and manholes, how are you today? Another great transition.
It is a very great transition. I am fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today.
How are your pipes?
Our pipes are good.
Yeah.
Toilets are flushing.
Great.
That's a win. So, why don't we just kind of dive in? How did you get into the Park Service? Did you start in the Park Service, or did you even before then? Just how'd you get here?
My first Park Service job, I applied as a summer seasonal in 2001, and I was picked up as a wage grade 3 garbage truck operator, and not the driver, but I rode the garbage truck. We had ride-along garbage trucks in Canyon then. We had about 300 of those swinging bear cans, and I rode the garbage truck for that summer, picking up garbage in Canyon.
That seems like a fun job.
It was a very fun job.
So like on the outside, like you're the one hanging on the outside. That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one that all the little kids want to be when they grow up.
Correct.
Yeah.
We've taken that away now. They have mechanical arms that do that, but it was a very fun job.
They always got to ruin all the fun stuff. Yeah. So
can't hang on the back of a truck driving around town.
Yeah.
Anymore.
There's somebody probably got seriously injured, and then So how did you find that job? How did you hear about, how did you even know to apply?
Friends at University of Montana who came down here and worked for YCR as seasonals.
Okay.
And they were like, you should apply for these jobs. And
so are you from the area, or did you go to school here, or?
We were living in Missoula at the time. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, but we had moved out in 98 to Missoula, and just met some folks that, had been coming down and working seasonally for the Park Service. And the housing was a very big draw at that point, that you could get a job that came with housing.
Yeah.
So
in Yellowstone. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, between hanging off the back of a garbage truck and your current position, there's probably a few jobs in between those two things.
There's a few jobs in between. Yep.
What, you want to walk us through that?
Well, my father was in the utility stuff, so I kind of grew up with some of that, at least in the collections and distribution side of things. So I'd known about it. And then in between that summer season and kind of, still as a seasonal, working for, doing the ski school thing in the winter and then coming back. It was, even back then, it was recruitment and retention for water and wastewater operators was tough. People came and went pretty regularly, even going all the way back into the late 90s. So I kind of saw that there was a way to get in there then. I did then do a little stint for the Department of Defense in Germany working for the Army for a few years in early 2002 through 2004 or 5 when we came back. And I've been here ever since then. And it was kind of that on the job training you could get and do some correspondence courses, grab some certifications, and then get in the door that way. That was pretty much the easiest way to get a permanent job in Yellowstone.
Yeah. So we've done a handful of these interviews now, and the consistent thing is like, I think John Cataldo said, move at the speed of opportunity, is that it's just kind of being in a place and being willing to learn some new thing and then take advantage of it. So
I didn't leave.
Yes, that is another way. It's just plant your roots. So, so in your current job, so as the utility systems facility manager, do you have a typical day and or a time of year, or like what does your job look like?
Well, let's be honest. There hasn't been any quite typical days since June 2023.
What happened then?
There was a flood.
Oh, there was a big flood.
Yeah. So been pretty wrapped up in that project, getting the wastewater plant up and running here in Mammoth, which it's been up and running since July of.
So
did I get the date mixed up? Was that 22?
22. Yeah. So for folks that don't know, we had a big flood in June of 22 that washed away one of our roads, and in that road was a wastewater line that would take our sewage from Mammoth out to the town of Gardner where it was processed. And then when that line severed, we basically had to build a temporary wastewater facility in Mammoth.
We resurrected a facility that was last used probably in the late 60s, within a matter of 48 hours after we lost the main line down to Gardner.
It was like a zombie facility.
Yeah.
Came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of chainsaws and weed whackers out, and thanks to YCC and a bunch of other folks and fire crews for getting some stuff cleaned up, and we were able to utilize some existing infrastructure actually to great success for a while to keep the community of Mammoth here. And then over the course of that year, I got those dates mixed up. So June 2022 to July 2023, build a biologically processing wastewater treatment facility here in Mammoth.
It's been
that wasn't on your radar either. It was just like, oh, by the way, I know you have this to do, but this is a new thing that you have to do starting now.
Yeah. And, living in Lower Mammoth, looking down and seeing that thing go up, and just how fast, there's always speed bumps in the road, but I mean, with the government building things like building a wastewater facility in like less than a year isn't a typical timeline.
No.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that's been your primary thing to take care of, is it here?
Being on site. There's a few other folks like Molly, our park civil engineer, who's very critical in getting that up and running. We got great support from Denver Service Center, and then the contractors and stuff that stepped up to get it all going.
So with, all of the things that you're mentioning, is there like a skill set that you have that you found that has like kind of allowed you to be the most successful in your position?
I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, flexible, kind of got to roll with the punches. And you need to be creative and use what you have around you. Like I said, there's some folks here who have been here for a while. So when the flood happened, and we reached out to a few people that have been here for a while, and they were like, you do this, and you got to have a good network of people to get all that information across and then implement. So being able to strategize quickly and then implement that plan. And that's kind of the general thing with utilities, is stuff's going to happen and you're going to need to figure it out kind of on the fly. And you don't always have those parts on the shelf, or even whatever it is. If it's a water main break or something like that, you've got to really be able to react quickly, but yet systematically, and approach to keep everyone safe and to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those things too, that's like everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to figure it out too, because they're like just holding their pee over there, waiting to use the toilets again. Like,
yep.
It's a high stress.
I think situation. The park had a great a great team response too from the whole flood that I don't think anyone was holding it too much.
I had my wag bags ready. if
Yeah,
needed.
right. You bust out the groover. We're going on a raft trip. But no, that's pretty much it. And then generally work a lot with outside partners, EPA, rural water associations for both Montana and Wyoming, Wyoming DEQ, this position here, and with Molly and the civil engineer for the park. We work a lot with Denver Service Center, and it is kind of that kind of position where you're balancing between the regulatory agencies. Wyoming is the only state in the nation that did not take primacy over drinking water. So we get the fun of, we work with EPA for drinking water region 8, and then Wyoming DEQ for wastewater. But yeah, and Wyoming DEQ also has everything to do with construction and permitting and things like that. So
well, that's
keep it
also
all
the
straight.
benefit, but the majority of our infrastructure is in Wyoming, right? Like we do
Correct.
have a little bit
Mhm.
like that does bleed into Montana, but the majority of it's Wyoming. So, do you have a favorite part of the job? Like what do you wake up and enjoy doing? You know,
I like pumping sludge.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Nice.
like my favorite part of when I get out of the office, or those kind of things. Pumping sludge is very rewarding.
Do you put that on like the calendar on the days that you get to do
We're
it? It's
doing
just
it a
like
lot
pumping
more than we ever
sludge.
have now with this new treatment facility. So,
Gonna
it's
be a good
it's
day.
the closure of the wastewater loop. So
where does the sludge go?
right now it's going to the compost facility at the landfill in Logan.
Okay.
And they'll use it. They use it in the landfill. They mix it with wood chips, and most of the municipal wastewater treatment facilities in the area, Livingston, Bozeman, even Three Forks, and some of the other ones, they all use the compost facility too. So they use it in the as they layer things in, and when they close cells and in between intermediate stuff in the cells, they put that layer of that material. They mix it with wood chips and other things like that.
So if pumping sludge is your favorite part of the job, what is your least favorite part of the job?
That's a loaded question. I mean,
what are some of the challenges that you face in your job?
that's a better way to ask.
Yeah.
I think right now recruitment and retention is definitely a challenge. Finding certified operators nationwide is a challenge. I think through that whatever happened a couple years ago, we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but
yeah,
we did lose a lot of that knowledge base and some of those older operators, and we're struggling as a profession nationwide from coast to coast.
Well, and you mentioned it even in your, when you were at Canyon doing garbage, that you noticed that it was hard to recruit and retain people back then. Is that just like, does anybody have an idea as to why that is? Is that just like the hazards of the profession, or is it like,
Yeah, and I think, it seemed kind of clear back then that, people with families, being someone who's experienced that, staying in the interior of the park and that remote duty station is difficult.
No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah. DOODI. That's just a struggle, even when we had children, and that was kind of my exodus from the interior after being out there for 8-9 years was, you want to be home, and that makes it difficult.
Can you kind of go into why? Like, what are some of those difficult things that you have to
school?
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like, getting your kids to school?
We didn't.
Or homeschooling.
Yeah, that was not an option.
Yeah.
I could see like kindergarten, we could do blocks and, music and all the fun stuff. But no.
Teach me trigonometry.
My wife worked for the park for years, for 20 years, homeschooled. Yeah. So we decided not to do that. She was here in Mammoth at the time. And I was able to come into Mammoth and work out of the plumbing shop for about 10 years, doing some HVAC stuff and just all kind of project work and things like that before this position came up.
So now that you're, in your facility manager position and I'm guessing you supervise a handful of people, with all those challenges and trying to recruit and retain people, why do you stay here? What keeps you with the National Park Service?
Well, I've always loved being here. That I feel like that's, as far as recruitment goes, when you're looking for people who want to be here, you want wherever they are, whatever job it is. If you're in, Michigan or Florida or North Carolina, I would think anybody who you're recruiting for any job, you want the person to want to be where they're at least at that time. So I've always wanted to be here. I was in love with the park. Be honest, I was in love with the skiing in the park for a long, long time. I still am, but you just don't have that kind of time anymore.
I was going to say that sounds past tense.
Well, life, adulting,
kids,
there's adulting. So yeah, and just the idea of, and I always thought this, it might sound a little cliche, but you get to do some of that mission statement stuff, the stewardship model. Take Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example. It's the only treatment plant in the park that discharges directly into the Yellowstone River. So I always thought, even going back to 20 years ago, that you had a part of that kind of responsibility and stewardship. And plus you're doing a little bit of science. There's some science to it. And I just thought that was the best part of working in the park. And you can only, I was never going to be in REYP or anything like that. So it was just, for me, it was part of that. You could see that in the mission.
Yeah. Well,
relate to it.
And, 2001 is when you said you got your first job here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, between then and now, has there been some point in your career that you kind of identified as like a turning point or a defining moment that you're just like really stands out to you?
I think there's a lot, and not to talk, the flood was definitely one 2 summers ago now. I think a defining moment was, getting that first permanent job, because that was a roller coaster. And then even progressing up and moving from the interior to Mammoth. That was a big deal.
And because that's like the whole, everything other than work, it is improved by being up here, not the logistics of with your kids and, things like that.
Yeah. That was when the skiing stopped.
Yeah.
So I guess in some ways improved and in some ways,
fun, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I do get that. And that's a cutting edge. It cuts both ways. Like, it's super fun to be in the interior in the winter. You have access to all this stuff, but then on the flip side of the coin, you got to get on the snowmobile and drive to the store. So
I think it's important though that we make sure that people know that the interior life in the winter is not, it's manageable. You if you don't make a grocery list now, if you come and you work in the interior, you might want to start working on your grocery list.
You can't forget eggs.
You can't forget. There's just a little bit, there's another level of logistics, and organization that goes to it. But I loved it. And that was a hard part of moving.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like I was abandoning something that, I really wanted. I always wanted, even when we were in Germany working, I was always like, oh, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
Europe, we're traveling.
Eating schnitzel.
Yeah. We get to go to Croatia on our day and on our trips or wherever it was. But I was always like, all right. And then the supervisor at the time, he would call my mom, be like, is he coming back? No, he's not coming back yet. And so when we decided to pull the plug, it was just a phone call. It was like, okay, I'm ready. Come back. And they welcomed us back here with open arms and a lot of mosquito bites. Mary went down to the south entrance. There's not a lot of mosquitoes in Germany. That was the one.
Yeah. Not a lot of bugs in general, probably.
So, we're mentioning like recruitment, retention, finding the right kind of person. So say that there are people listening right now that are interested in this type of career. If they were to try to find this job on USA Jobs, what are they looking for? Like, is there a job series for like that you're hiring for, or typically that,
we typically were hiring for its utility systems repairer and operator. I believe the series is 47, 42.
Okay.
And we have some higher graded positions that are open right now that would come with, being more certified at the beginning, but more and more we're opening positions that are entry level positions. We hope to do, in this recruitment push, we hope to do some other things. I don't want to, say things and never be able to implement them. So
yeah, this is recorded. So then
right,
it's like, no, you said you would do this.
Say-do gap is huge in this one.
Yeah.
But I think we want to get creative and work and talking to Wyoming Rural Water last Friday, and just reach out and try to come together with other organizations that are having the same problem and try to just pull together and work through this. Cause this is a nationwide kind of thing for us. In this field.
And it's one of those things, it's one of those professions that no one notices it until something isn't going right.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is going wrong, it's really bad.
Right.
Like it's like an emergency type of a thing. Do you have any advice for people? Like if they wanted to get started in this, like if they have their certifications and everything, it sounds like they would just apply for a job. But
Correct.
if somebody is brand new, like what do they start with?
I think you could start with, like this is going to get edited. Even that quick Googling, like Water Environmental Federation or American Water Works Association, starting with that, I feel like a lot of things just start with that basic research. And then reach out. Every community has people that do this.
Everyone has wastewater.
Everyone has water and wastewater, and I'm sure you've noticed somewhere driving around your town, you've seen somebody in a truck, Department of Public Works truck. Yellowstone has municipal features. We operate, we plow roads, we make water, we do wastewater. I would encourage people to start there. Go to a water and wastewater district board meeting, meet people, get in that way with your local folks. There's a lot of people right now nationwide trying to start intern programs or apprenticeship programs or things like that. I would be really surprised if your local high school biology teacher or doesn't have or knows some way to get a hold of somebody in your community that knows the water and wastewater guy or gal.
Yeah. And going on a tour, like I went on a tour of a wastewater treatment plant and it was like fascinating. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into, but it was like, I want to know more about how this actually, do you have like a really nutshell presentation of how that process works?
Yeah, it all depends on
fascinating.
On the treatment facility, right? Or whatever, if it's for wastewater, if it's a biological or a mechanical treatment facility, water, what the source is it groundwater, is it surface water, those kind of things.
So pick one, and like it sounds like we have all the flavors in Yellowstone.
That's kind of an interesting.
Yeah. So
way
if you were to say,
it.
What's the most complicated one? What's the wastewater facility here that's giving you the hardest time, and like kind of explaining?
Well, I think we deal with some of the aged infrastructure that gives us a harder time. I think some of the ideas behind, you turn it off and you turn it on every year, that wears on a system more than the thought of maybe, well, you only use it 6 months out of the year. It should last double the time.
Yeah.
No. And just in the learning of bringing this facility here in Mammoth online, it's a more modern treatment process than we have anywhere in the Park Service. Teton, we went down to Teton. Patrick Larson down at Teton has an MBR there at Moose that they've had probably maybe inside 10 years. We went down there and we talked to him and we learned about some of that. And I think what was good for us is we had that Great American Outdoors Act push already going. So we had a lot of this stuff we had a year under our belts of planning for building Old Faithful and Grant Village and Canyon. So we had some of that experience with the engineering firms already to kick this off the ground.
And one of the things I learned, going out with you guys is when you said aging infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were put in like 40 or 40 plus years ago, right? And what's the average lifespan of a facility?
Well, I think that the average lifespan of a facility is if it was maintained. And we've struggled with that for a whole host of reasons. But I struggle with the idea of putting a number on it.
Gotcha.
Like I don't want to sit, it's going to last for 50 years. It's going to last as long as we need it to last if we take care of it.
Yeah.
We're lucky here. We're not in a situation like a municipality that's going to put in another 15,000 homes. So we can cap our capacity for the most part. So we don't need to worry about having another 1 million gallons of capacity when we might do some lodging updates and infrastructure stuff like that. But we're not going to have those same issues like a municipality, like a Bozeman or somewhere else.
But even so if these facilities were put in 40 or 50 years ago, visitation was much lower, and were the facilities kind of built that there was room to grow them, or are we kind of now?
We run everything, even from my time here, everything that's on when it's on. I always go back to the campgrounds were full in 2001 when I showed up, and the lodging was full in 2001 when I got here, right? Those plants were operating the same way then as they are now. They're on max, 14 hours a day or 24 hours a day. They're running at that capacity that they were designed.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, admittedly. So this is an anecdote that I like to say. When I was a little kid, you'd always drive by the wastewater plant and you'd get the smell. And my mom's like, "Oh, that's the wastewater plant." And in my mind, I thought it was like the pipes dumped into like a plant with like leaves. And there was like a plant that just like ate
Absorbed
all of the
all.
waste. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool plant. Like just like trees, they take the carbon dioxide out of the air.
Well, plants don't tomato plants grow out of the sludge because we can't like process tomato seeds or something? Or am I just like, did I dream? That's a weird dream to have.
I think I've heard something along those lines.
Yeah.
But I mean, wetland treatments is a very real process.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not far off.
Thank you for not making me feel so silly.
No. He's winking at us across. You guys can't see it, but he's like, we'll make Jake feel better.
Yeah. So the last question we like to ask everybody before they go is, do you have like a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other national park that's just like a fun thing to share with our listeners?
I just think I was really lucky for the better part of 12 years to have my family here, raise my kids here in the park, and just have that experience. I feel blessed to have gotten to where I'm at today, and I look forward to, taking the challenges head on and getting to where we're going to go tomorrow. And then all those great powder days at Canyon over the course of 9 winters are always in the back of my head.
Do you think your kids like fully grasp the fact that they grew up in like that's not normal to get to grow up in Yellowstone?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they do. As much as a teenager can grasp.
Yeah, I mean,
she didn't have a phone then, so yeah.
Those are those like icebreaker things that I think they can be like, I grew up in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
Good story.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time and to talking about water and wastewater with us. It's one of those things that getting to go out with you guys and your team and seeing what you do, it's really very interesting. Also, I think everyone in Mammoth and the hotels and everybody that's here, the fact that we can even be here because you guys got that facility up and running as fast as you did, we really appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It took a lot of people.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Jason Murphy. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedo. Thanks for listening.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
It's a cold October morning on Yellowstone Lake. Heavy frost covers the dock and the last few boats in the marina, while fresh snow blankets the Absaroka Mountains in the distance. Yellowstone National Park Fisheries Supervisor Todd Kuhl starts up a cold aluminum boat and scrapes frost off the windshield.
Cold? Yeah. We'll let it warm up a little bit, huh?
We're headed out to join fisheries crews working on the lake. Along the way, Todd is thinking about the history of the native Yellowstone cutthroat trout.
Really, the park, and especially Yellowstone Lake, lies right at the core of the distribution, the range-wide distribution of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout subspecies.
Yellowstone Lake is huge, roughly twice the area of Washington, D.C. It is the largest high-altitude lake in North America, and it is thought to have held the single biggest population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the world.
Estimates were in the range of about 4 million or so catchable cutthroat trout in Yellowstone Lake. I mean, that's a lot of cutthroat in a system.
This was back in the early 1990s. And in those days, people used to say that there were so many fish you could walk on their backs across the Yellowstone River when they spawned. Tourists and anglers gathered by the thousands just to see the fish moving up spawning streams. One year, over 300,000 people visited Lahardie Rapids and Fishing Bridge to watch the brightly colored cutthroat trout.
Fishing Bridge got its name because there used to be so many people fishing from it. And when I worked there in 1969, you had to roll your windows up as you drove across there to keep from getting a lure in your ear.
That's Bob Gresswell, research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey in Bozeman, Montana. Bob has studied Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the park for over 40 years.
Well, there would be thousands of cutthroat trout at the mouth of Yellowstone Lake that could be observed during the peak of the migration.
Lots of fish everywhere. But then, in just one decade, everything changed. By 2005, cutthroat had practically disappeared from Yellowstone Lake. Biologists estimated that the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population plummeted from over 3 million fish to less than 300,000. Some big new factor had to be causing the decline. Again, Todd Kuhl.
I mean, for probably 10 to 15 years, we really saw very little recruitment of small cutthroat trout. Why? Because they were getting eaten by the lake trout. That's why.
And here was this big problem. Lake trout had invaded Yellowstone Lake. A native of the Great Lakes in Canada, lake trout had been introduced to some large bodies of water in the western U.S. as a sport fish early in the last century. But not Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake was a high mountain stronghold of the cutthroat until...
The first lake trout was first verified in 1994. We know some were probably introduced in the mid to late 1980s and early 1990s.
It was theorized that anglers had illegally dumped the lake trout into the lake, but the theory couldn't be verified. No matter how they got there, Kuhl says that the invasive lake trout were uniquely suited to have a huge impact on the native cutthroat.
Lake trout do great harm to cutthroat trout. Lake trout are predatory fish. First and foremost, essentially just big predatory fish-eating machines. They grow large, live 30, 40 or more years, grow 30, 40 or more pounds. They are highly prolific in the numbers of eggs that they can produce. And so they've got a lot of built-in mechanisms that give them sort of an advantage in Yellowstone Lake over and above the native cutthroat trout.
And the problem didn't stop with the drop in cutthroat. Over 40 species in the park depended on the native Yellowstone cutthroat for food, and they suddenly had far fewer cutthroat to eat. Before the lake trout showed up, enough bears fed on cutthroat in the streams around the lake that the park enforced bear closures to protect bears and visitors. But by 2005, very few bears were even seen in the closure areas. In the early 1990s, over 100 osprey nested around the lake. By 2000, there were roughly 6. And this highlights one of the biggest problems with invasive species. In any ecosystem, an invasive species can quickly upset the natural balance and affect many other species. As the cutthroat declined, the lake trout population exploded. And the new lake trout, they were just no replacement for the cutthroat. Behaving quite differently, they preferred deep water. They also didn't leave the lake to reproduce in the tributary streams, all of which made them inaccessible as a food source. It was an ecosystem at risk. Todd Kuhl drives the workboat out of the Bridge Bay Marina headed towards the southeast arm of the lake, over 15 miles away.
So we're lucky that most of the boats are in the same general region of the lake today, so hopefully we won't have to travel too far and wide to see gill netting boats operating today out there. And then
The Park Service started controlling the lake trout population soon after they were found in 1994. Taking a page from commercial fishermen, fishery staff deployed gill netting boats to catch the invasive fish, an effort that still continues today. Currently, the park has somewhere between 30 and 40 miles of nets set in the lake to catch lake trout every day during the fishing season. Buoys mark the locations the nets are set, and then workboats haul the nets full of lake trout up. As the net comes in, the crews pick the fish from the net. They note their size, weight, and sex, and then they slit them open and dump them back in the lake. And here is the next big challenge with invasive species. Once installed, it often takes a ton of work to control them. They can also be nearly impossible to eradicate. In 2016, more than 350,000 lake trout were caught in the gill nets, the highest catch yet in a single year. And this is the main effort to save the cutthroat. The effort to catch the invading lake trout until their population crashes. But because of the massive amount of work that effort takes, biologists are also looking at new ways to knock down the lake trout population. In the fall, lake trout group up in large numbers, sometimes thousands of fish, to lay their eggs at specific locations, making both the lake trout and their eggs vulnerable. To find these sites, scientists have implanted radiotelemetry tags in some lake trout. And by tracking the fish, they've identified over a dozen lake trout spawning areas in Yellowstone Lake.
And then we're doing research on methods to kill the lake trout eggs on these spawning sites.
To stop the lake trout at the start, one experimental technique involved shocking the eggs with electricity. Another attempted sucking the eggs up with a small suction mining dredge. But by far the most promising new method is surprisingly simple. Fisheries technician Mike Simientowski stands on the deck of a gill netting boat with a large lake trout in his hands.
Got all the lake trout that we just caught in the last couple gangs of net. And so right now we're over one of our dumping sites, and we're taking the lake trout and putting them through this fish grinder here, so that way we know that all the pieces of the fish are sinking all the way down to the bottom.
Grinding is used over some sites, while on others whole dead lake trout are being dumped. Laboratory tests show that the decomposing fish carcasses kill the eggs by eating all the oxygen in the water. Oxygen that the eggs need to survive. Again, Todd Kuhl.
And so we're moving forward pretty quickly with that method because it's so simple, because we're not taking anything foreign from the lake and bringing it in, like some kind of a chemical or something like that. We're just simply taking the dead fish that we're catching and putting them strategically on spawning areas.
And these big efforts to keep the ecosystem healthy, they seem to be paying off. Fewer small young lake trout and fewer big old lake trout are being caught in the nets.
And so that's telling us, even though our catches are still high each year, that's a strong signal that our suppression program is collapsing this population.
And as a result, the cutthroat are making a comeback.
For every lake trout we kill each summer, we're probably saving 40 to 50 or more cutthroat trout just in every given year.
More cutthroat of various sizes are being found in annual population monitoring. Anglers are catching more cutthroat. Visitors are returning to watch the cutthroat spawn in the late spring. Nesting osprey numbers are growing around Yellowstone Lake. And finally, bears are coming back to the spawning streams. Kuhl has even seen this firsthand.
I was on that spawning stream trying to collect a water sample in June with some of my crew, and that grizzly bear showed up. That was his stream, and those were his fish. And then watching him, get after the cutthroat trout and bring them up on the bank and chow them down, that's pretty amazing to see. And then, on top of that, the hundreds of people that were gathered to watch that as well. And that occurred for well over a month.
All encouraging signs. For the Park Service, whose mission is to preserve our natural resources unimpaired for future generations, the effort to repair the damage done by invasive lake trout is worth it. Yellowstone is one of the few remaining relatively intact ecosystems left in North America. And restoring the Yellowstone cutthroat, it helps it stay that way. For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is telemetry.
With a mountainous backdrop and St. Mary Lake just a short walk away, this stop on the Going to the Sun Road offers breathtaking scenery as well as many services and activities. Accommodations are available in motel or cabin units and at the 82-site Rising Sun Campground. A camp store and gift shop offers souvenirs, basic groceries, and camping necessities. A casual restaurant offers Southwestern and traditional American fare and can provide boxed lunches to those headed out for the day on the trails. In addition, showers are available for a fee. This is the only location in Glacier National Park that has showers. Tours aboard the historic red buses depart from Rising Sun, and the park's new free shuttle system stops here as well. The trailhead to Otokomi Lake is located near the camp store, and this interesting 10-mile round trip starts in the wooded St. Mary Valley, climbs past small waterfalls, creeks, and wildflowers before opening to the Rose Basin and Otokomi Lake, surrounded by impressive mountain scenery. Please remember that anywhere in Glacier National Park is bear country. Never hike alone, and be sure to make noise on the trails. Talking, singing, and clapping your hands occasionally are all good ways to alert bears to your presence and provide them with time to move out of the way. Be sure to read all the information on bears you were provided at the park entrances before you attempt any trail in the park. Across the Going to the Sun Road, a short walk leads to the shore of St. Mary Lake, where majestic peaks surround the cold, clear water. Glacier Park Boat Company offers tours of St. Mary Lake several times daily and provides a view that most visitors miss. Waterfalls, Sexton Glacier, and Wild Goose Island are all highlights of a trip on the lake. Rangers lead hikes to St. Mary Falls in conjunction with some tours, or you can combine a boat tour up the lake with a hike to Bering, St. Mary, and Virginia Falls and catch the free shuttle from the St. Mary Falls or Sunrift Gorge shuttle stops back to Rising Sun. From the lake's surface, mountains with names like Matotapa, Little Chief, and Dusty Star all speak to the rich influence of Native American culture in the area, and it's easy to see why Native Americans referred to this as the walled-in lake when you see the mountains from the perspective of the lake's surface.
Welcome to Apgar Village. Apgar sits at the foot of Lake McDonald and is the hub of activity on the west side of the park. You can find all services, with the exception of gas, in Apgar Village. There are several gift and souvenir shops located in the village, and Eddie's Restaurant offers casual dining. Looking to spend a night? The Village Inn has cozy rooms overlooking picturesque Lake McDonald, and the Apgar Village Lodge offers cozy rooms and cabins. The Apgar Visitor Center and Backcountry Permit Office are also located here. Whether you are just here for a drive-through visit or are planning a multi-day backcountry adventure, friendly rangers provide visitors with hiking and trip planning information. Families will find the Discovery Cabin an enjoyable and educational place where kids can have hands-on experience learning about Glacier. Other family activities are available as well. Horseback rides along McDonald Creek and through pine-scented forests offer a chance to see areas not often seen by most visitors. Boats long have been a part of the Apgar scene. Early visitors boarded steam-powered boats for an 8-mile journey up the lake to Lake McDonald Lodge. Boating is still a popular activity on the lake, and boat rentals are available from Glacier Park Boat Company here at Apgar and in other locations around the park. If you have your own boat, A public boat launch is your access to this largest lake in the park. There is something for everyone at Apgar Village, whether you are staying in the area or just passing through.
I know I had a number of moments early on working over at the St. Mary Visitor Center. As you kind of get to the edge of the building and the building is no longer blocking the wind, I've had things that just got sucked right out of my hand.
That's Debbie Smith. She's in charge of, among other things, the St. Mary Visitor Center.
You know, it's also funny, we'll often get these high wind warnings. I think it was for 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts and maybe even as high as 85. And I've told people that don't live around here that that's our weather forecast, and they're like, oh no, that can't possibly be right. You know, you couldn't possibly have wind that high, but we do.
How does wind affect people's experience when they're visiting the St. Mary area?
Partly it's just about the sort of obvious things like making sure their tents don't blow away and making sure when you're eating lunch that you have, you know, a hold of everything that you brought with you. And then there's also being able to see what the park is like, and whether it's seeing St. Mary Lake on a day that it's really windy with huge white caps. Even sometimes at the St. Mary Visitor Center on really windy days, we'll get the spray from the lake hitting the windows on the side of the building because it's just blowing it that far.
And the visitor center is not right on the edge of the lake there. The wind has to carry that spray over a quarter mile for it to hit the building. When people are hiking in St. Mary, what are some of the effects of wind that they might see in the plants or the landscape?
One would be flagging on trees. When you see trees that basically all the branches on the windward side are broken off or they're kind of deformed, so that side that's facing the direction from which the wind is blowing, and then it resembles a flag because all of the branches are just on the other side. Besides the practical side of not letting things blow away, do you think you've learned anything from the wind there? I think a lot of it is just learning about this place. And I mean, there's, you know, the obvious challenges that it presents to people like you were mentioning, but I think also the wind is something that makes the east side of the park really beautiful, and it makes it, you know, this diverse place and dynamic and harsh and wonderful all at the same time. And it just adds to the experience, and it creates the amazing place that we have on the east side. How does wind affect life in your area? Does it invert umbrellas, sculpt dunes, or drive wildfire? Maybe you hardly think about the wind at all. The way you interact with wind is largely dependent on where you live. In Tornado Alley, wind is a life-altering force. But in other parts of the country, it might be more of a curiosity. In this episode, we're going to look at two elements that, perhaps like the wind, have been eliminated as a major factor in many people's lives, but that still find a home in Glacier National Park. First, you'll hear a story about the grizzly bears in the park, and then about our dark, starry night skies. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Kalispé people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Andrew.
I'm Michael.
And we're both rangers here.
In this episode, we'll be in the St. Mary Valley.
St. Mary Lake is the second largest lake here and home to some of the most breathtaking scenery anywhere in the park.
I mean, the view from Wild Goose Island overlook is even on Montana State driver's licenses. It's so beautiful.
Really, it is?
Yeah, I mean, look at your own. It's like the shimmering thing in the background that they
Oh yeah, there it is, Wild Goose Island.
So we're headed to St. Mary because it is a great place to look for experiences that, over time, have grown harder and harder to find anywhere else.
Yeah, Glacier is in many ways the last best place for experiences that the rest of the world may once have taken for granted, but have since faded away.
Today, we're going to focus on two of those experiences. One that it helps to get up early for, and one that it helps to stay up late.
Yes, something for the early birds and the night owls.
Now, one thing that makes Glacier special is that we are home to an abundant and diverse range of wildlife.
We have 71 species of mammal, 276 different birds, 6 amphibians, and even 3 reptiles live here.
And I'm curious what your experience has been, Andrew, but as an interpretive ranger, it seemed like half of the questions I got from visitors were logistical, like where should I hike, is this campground open, etc. And the other half was about wildlife. Do you have moose here? Yes. Where can I see a mountain goat? That sort of thing.
Definitely. You could make someone's whole trip by just pointing a spotting scope at a herd of bighorn sheep.
But that excitement for wildlife encounters can go both ways, because some people are thrilled at the prospect, but others are actually scared. Glacier's home to predators like mountain lions and wolves, but the critters most people think about when they're here are bears.
We have a lot of bears here.
Both black and grizzly bears.
As of 2018, the population of grizzly bears for the whole northern continental divide ecosystem, of which Glacier is a small part, was estimated to be about 1,050 individuals. Of these, about 250 to 300 would live in Glacier.
Wow.
Some bears are going to spend part of their lives in the park, part of their lives outside of the park. And the black bear population in Glacier was thought to be about 600.
I've heard that that's more grizzly bears per acre than anywhere else in the lower 48. But how do we even know that? This place is huge. It's like finding 1,000 needles in a 1,000,000-acre haystack.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty big undertaking to get those numbers. I actually talked to Tabitha Graves, the scientist who was involved with a lot of this research.
Hi, I'm Tabitha Graves. I am with USGS. I'm a research ecologist.
Not only is it a massive area to survey, you have to figure out how to distinguish individual bears so you don't just keep counting the same ones.
And I know with birds, in these sort of situations, biologists will catch them and mark them with a leg band, some other animals with ear tags.
Yeah, but capturing and marking hundreds of grizzly bears would be super expensive and time consuming. Sounds very dangerous and would probably seriously disturb the animals. So the scientists used some really cool technological advances to measure the bear population in a different way.
Back in 1998, my predecessor in my job, Kate Kendall, started doing research using genetics of bears. She put out strands of barbed wire around some trees in the woods with some stinky lure in the center of it, and found out that grizzly bears would go in to smell that. When they did that, when they walked over or under the barbed wire, a few strands of hair would be pulled out. And in that hair, there's DNA in the hair follicle, and from that you can identify individual bears.
With the DNA captured in a hair trap, you could tell how many distinct individuals were around. This initial experiment proved the concept, and then they did a much bigger study in 2004.
Before we got a population estimate, it was the first population estimate that had good confidence intervals and was fairly precise. That was 765 animals was the point estimate in 2004.
From there, they took the survey even wider, and I cannot overstate how big of a project it is. They were monitoring a ton of hair traps across the whole northern continental divide ecosystem. Michael, do you want to take a guess at how many rub sites they were monitoring for bear hair?
Well, I imagine they tried to put them all over the park in the different regions. I'm going to say maybe like 500.
We had across the whole ecosystem, there are around 4,000 rub objects per year.
4,000? Yeah. Holy crap, that's a lot.
Yeah, and Tabitha told me that this genetic data is useful for a lot more than just those population surveys.
That's the cool thing about having genetic data is that you can not only identify individual bears, but you can actually see who's related to who.
For instance, they found
that one male grizzly bear that had 101 descendants. So that included his offspring, his grand cubs, and his great-grand cubs.
So how's the population doing now?
It actually seems like it's still growing, even in Glacier National Park, which Tabitha said is good news.
Well, we were actually surprised that the population was still growing in Glacier Park because the protections have been so strong here for so long. We thought it was possible that it would just be completely stable. Because bears have larger home ranges, it could be that changes that are going on the Blackfeet Reservation or the Whitefish Range are also influencing the number of bears here.
Wow, that's amazing. But it makes it all the more frustrating that I haven't seen any in the park this summer. I saw one really early in the spring, but once summer started, I just haven't been able to find them.
Have you been out looking for them?
Yeah, I've driven all over. I did a ton of biking and day hiking. I've gone backpacking collectively for nearly 20 days so far, and no bears.
Wow, that's pretty bad luck.
So as a last-ditch effort, I thought I'd go to St. Mary. Along St. Mary Lake is a stretch of open meadows called Two Dog Flats, a place where in the past I've seen bears before.
Yeah, me too. It's great habitat.
And a common piece of wisdom is that if you want to see wildlife, it helps to get up early. So this morning I left the house around 5, really early. Let's get this over with.
That's especially true in the summer when it gets hot in the middle of the day. Wildlife like bears are going to be more active around dusk and dawn.
Exactly. So with that in mind, I drove over to St. Mary from the west entrance, a nearly 2-hour drive, to make it there before sunrise.
Before sunrise?
Yep.
You don't have the reputation of being
No, I'm not very much of a morning person.
There it is.
But this was serious business. I can't have gone the whole summer without seeing a bear.
Seriously.
And that's a promising sign. I just drove through some bear poop. So I parked on a roadside pull-off, got out my binoculars, and scanned the horizon.
And binoculars will definitely help. At a distance, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between black and grizzly bears.
So there's 8 species of bears in the world, and brown bears, grizzly bears, Kodiak bears are all the same species. Grizzly bears and black bears are different species, and some of the differences between them are grizzly bears are more oriented towards digging. Black bears climb trees more.
One of the most common misconceptions is that black bears are all black and that grizzly bears are all brown. The truth is we have brown black bears, black grizzly bears, and they're examples of both species that are cinnamon or blonde here in the park.
So don't rely on the fur. Look for physical characteristics. Tabitha mentioned that grizzly bears like to dig. That means they have huge shoulder muscles that give them a really pronounced hump on their back. Black bears, on the other hand, spend a lot of time climbing trees, which gives them really strong hindquarter muscles and gives them a nice big rump. And there are other little things to look for too. Grizzly bears have longer claws, black bears have a straighter snout. But to use any of this information, you have to find a bear in the first place, which was something after an hour I had not managed to do. Well, the first thing I've seen that isn't a bush is a deer bounding through the field.
You didn't find any bears there?
No.
How long did you wait?
3 hours.
Oh, wow.
I'm parked on top of a pile of bear poop. So I know that they come through here, but there's been nothing. But I didn't want to throw in the towel that easy. Just a few miles away, the trail to Otokomi Lake started, a trail I've also seen a bear on. So I decided to try my hand at seeing a bear while hiking. And with very high hopes of seeing bears earlier in the summer, I interviewed one of Glacier's resident bear experts. Could you introduce yourself?
Sure. Well, Michael, I'm Bob Adams, and I have been here in Glacier as a seasonal ranger for specifically 44 seasons before this.
Bob is a legend in Glacier. After serving in the military, he came to Glacier on a whim in 1966, went on a day hike to the Sperry Chalet, and wound up meeting his now wife, Carolyn.
And I did a lot of hiking up to Sperry. In fact, I packed a half-gallon ice cream solid with dry ice and packed it up to Sperry. I think that's the only reason that Carolyn and I ended up together. I don't know.
That ice cream?
The ice cream, you betcha.
More or less, he's been here ever since, wearing a variety of hats. He's staffed entrance stations, campgrounds, done law enforcement, but has spent most of his time as the lead bear management ranger in Many Glacier.
I haven't counted up exactly the number of years, but it's been about 25 to 30, I would say, as bear management ranger at Many.
A job that often entails direct contact with bears, even deciding if a trail needs to be closed for bear danger. But to hear him say it, the job is mostly about people.
My emphasis is in meeting the public and trying to educate the public every day on the trail about bear safety, certainly, and safety around large animals, and safety in regard to other environmental hazards of the park.
I figured he'd be the perfect person to ask about how to safely see a bear on trail.
The ideal situation, in my estimation, for seeing a bear, black bear grizzly, is when it's way more than 100 yards away from you, up in a hillside or down in a valley. It's a pretty exciting experience to get that chance and have a few minutes to stop and look and get out your binoculars.
Seeing wildlife from a safe distance is obviously the best scenario for all involved. Seeing animals up close can be a different story.
Moose are very large animals, maybe 1,000, 1,100 pounds with a brain the size of a walnut. I mean, nothing could go wrong, I'm sure. So, anyway.
If you're in its personal space, any animal, or person for that matter, will respond more dramatically. So, keeping wildlife at a distance is step one. In fact, park guidelines state that you should stay 25 yards from herbivores like deer and mountain goats, and 100 yards from predators like bears.
Which is easier said than done. On a lot of trails in the park, it's pretty rare to be able to see anything, let alone a bear, from 100 yards away. Twists and turns in the trail mean trees and rocks can block your view.
Exactly. And while it's never ideal to be up close and personal with a bear, the worst case scenario is to surprise one, something you can easily imagine happening around a blind corner. So the best thing to do while hiking is to regularly let them know you're there.
To minimize the likelihood of encountering a bear or surprising a bear is to make noise when you travel. That means using your voice to call out. It's not conversation. People say, oh yeah, we're talking. There we go. Okay, sometimes your conversation carries quite a distance if the wind is blowing, but usually it does not.
Coming through.
Bears have an incredible sense of smell. They are believed to be able to smell things from over a mile away, but their sense of hearing is about as good as ours.
I, in Glacier Park, am just obnoxiously known for my presence, I guess. Every 50 yards or so, I'll shout out, especially around a blind corner where there's high noise from wind or waterfall or stream nearby. You want bears to know you're in the area because bears' natural inclination is to move away from people. Even though they're accustomed to our presence, they have no interest in really getting up close and personal with us. So give them that opportunity.
So making noise is a must, even if it feels a little silly sometimes.
Making noise has helped me avoid surprising bears, but it won't always prevent you from running into them.
You're right. Sometimes even if they know you're there, you might still see them.
We get reports all the time, every summer, every week, in the visitor center. Oh, bear was coming toward me. It was charging me. It was lots of different things in their perception, but the bear usually is just walking toward them, and they are petrified, and you and I can understand how that might be if you've never been around a bear, maybe even in a zoo.
Yeah.
This is daunting. And if the bear, for example, is walking on the trail toward you or it's coming up behind you on the trail, and that's when they really get excited because they are sure the bear is after them. It's very personalized.
Yeah.
It's not the case. The bear is moving where it wants to go. The trail is the easiest way for the bear to travel.
One time, a few years ago, I was leading a ranger hike up to Avalanche Lake, and we were all stopped talking about the trees, and someone very calmly tapped me on the shoulder and said that there was a black bear coming down the trail. It made total sense. Why would the bear want to bushwhack through the brush when there's a trail that's clear right there?
Precisely. And Bob has advice if you ever find yourself in that situation.
What we as visitors and hikers should do is move slowly away from the bear, back up slowly. And if you find a spot on the trail that's safe for you to get off on the downhill side of the trail, not over a cliff, but where you can walk down 5 or 10 yards and just stand still, the bear is going to walk past you. That's what the bear is going to do. It may turn and look at you. You may feel more comfortable, and it's perfectly okay to get out your bear spray and have it in your hand, but do not plan to discharge it at the bear. That's just going to stir things up. There's no need to do that.
That's how it's happened in my experience. Just moved my group off as far as we could, and the bear just strolled right past us and kept minding its own business. But he also mentioned bear spray.
He did. Bear spray is the #1 recommended deterrent for diffusing or preventing bear encounters. Easier to use and shown to be even more effective than firearms. But what is it?
Well, it would be a dangerous mistake to think of it as a repellent, like mosquito repellent. You do not want to spray it on yourself. What it is a high volume, high concentration, high pressure can of what's essentially pepper spray.
And having been on the wrong end of an accidental discharge, it is not fun to deal with personally.
This stuff is very effective if used properly.
Emphasis on if you use it properly.
Because most people do not take the time to learn a couple of things about bear spray. One is when one should use it and how.
So if you're visiting the park, you should get bear spray, but you should also head to a visitor center to learn how to discharge it.
Yeah, during the summer, we would lead twice daily bear spray demonstrations at the Apgar Visitor Center, using a can of inert spray that doesn't have the pepper in it to show people the ropes.
There are some basics like knowing you've got 5 to 7 seconds worth of spray in there and knowing where to aim.
You just have to aim it correctly. You want to aim it down so that it hits the ground in front of the bear that's moving toward you. So it rolls up into the bear's face. You don't want to aim it straight at the bear's face because it comes out in a cone-shaped pattern. Half of that bear spray will go over the top of the bear's head. You don't want that. And you don't want to do this when the bear is 30 yards away or 20 yards away. It is not effective.
Armed with that knowledge, you can prepare for an instance when it would be needed.
If you surprise a bear, which is the most likely scenario for getting hurt by a bear, especially a sow with cubs, coming around a blind corner, and you have not been making noise or whatever, it didn't work. You're at 20 yards from the bear or less, and suddenly that bear comes at you. That bear is moving 44, 45 feet a second. I mean, you don't have time to think about this. While you are aiming at the bear's chest and at its paws, you're going to discharge that spray. You can give it a short burst as soon as you get that out of your pack. Give it a half second or so if the bear is at 20 yards. Within a very short time, it's going to be on you. Discharge the whole thing in its face. I mean, just hold it down.
With a face full of bear spray, that bear is going to scamper off in search of a quiet place to wait out its new whole head hangover. In a little while, they'll be just fine, and you'll be long gone. The stuff just works.
You have to have that bear spray somewhere where you have actually gone through the physical motions of putting your hand on that spray and ripping the Velcro. You should be able to get that out in 1 to 2 seconds. It can be done, but you need to practice that.
I have never once needed to use my bear spray, but even still, I had Bob's advice in the back of my head on the way to Otokomi Lake, making plenty of noise, being observant, and keeping my bear spray handy. But I still hadn't seen any wildlife. That is, until I rounded the corner, got to the lake itself, where all of a sudden, just 20 feet from me, a fish jumped and splashed in the creek.
Oh, come on.
Kind of scared me, what?
You knew what you were implying had happened.
Okay, believe me, I was disappointed too. I ate lunch there for 30 minutes, eventually started down to the car with my proverbial tail between my legs. I didn't see any wildlife on the hike out either. Only a few other hikers going the other way.
Well, don't beat yourself up too much.
Yeah, well, something else Bob had said was reverberating in my head the whole hike out. No matter how badly I wanted to see a bear,
most people are going to walk up any given trail at Mini Glacier or elsewhere in the park, and they're not going to see a bear, either a black bear or a grizzly bear. They just aren't.
Just because they're more common here than elsewhere doesn't mean you're going to see one. And even if more times than not you don't see one, you always have to be prepared in case you do. Because normally, you see them when you least expect to. I see people stopped. Sure enough, I had given up all hope as I began my long drive back home. I mean, I'd been out for nearly 12 hours. But before I could even drive out of the St. Mary Valley, I noticed cars parked at a roadside pullout.
Oh?
And I thought back to one more thing Bob had mentioned. Bear jams.
And a lot of them are just happy to see them from the roadside, which creates some other problems. Bear jams.
And not jam like jelly, right?
No.
The piling in of cars along the road. And
seeing a lot of cars parked in the road or at a pullout with no trailhead is usually a sign that somebody spotted an animal. And animal sightings are exciting, but these bear jams can be problematic.
Preventing bears from even crossing the road to get to water because there are 30 to 40 cars parked solid.
People essentially acting as a barrier between the bear and food or drinking water.
Exactly.
People out of the cars and advancing toward the bears. I mean, it's hard being a bear, I guess you could say.
With a roadside bear sighting, if you're the one driving and you spot it and nobody else has seen it yet, what should you do?
Well, I can tell you what you should do, perhaps, and I'll tell you what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. You're going to stop, and you're going to call the kids to the window, and if it's no more than that, at least you're going to be there clicking from the car. And, of course, once you do that, other cars pile in, and then the thing goes pretty quickly to chaos, or it certainly can. What you should do is take a look, slow down, take a look, keep moving. That's what we'd like people to do. It never happens.
But amazingly, that afternoon, everyone had pulled safely off the road into a large pull-off that didn't interfere with traffic in any way and had binoculars trained up the hillside where over 100 yards away, 2 grizzlies were foraging.
Really? That's awesome.
We came across someone else who had spotted him when he was further down the mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge, isn't it?
I mean, it was the perfect bear encounter. They were enormous, for one. Like, the one bear was scarily huge. They were far away, and we weren't bothering them in the slightest.
That's really good to hear.
And people there were clearly absorbed by the experience. One couple set up a spotting scope to share with everyone so you could see them really clearly.
Mm-hmm.
And many were seeing a grizzly bear for the first time.
I was looking, I thought it was going to be dark. Me
Well,
too.
the back is dark.
When he turns
and the front is light.
yeah. But
But as fun as it is to make sure I didn't add to the parking problem, after I got a good look and talked with a few people, I got back in my car and I kept driving. Now, I spent all day trying to find a grizzly, and I was mesmerized when I did, along with everyone else at that roadside pull-off. But as we hinted at earlier, seeing a grizzly bear hasn't always been that rare of an experience.
Most people know that the range of the grizzly was vastly larger. I think it stretched back almost to the Mississippi River if you go back 300 years or so.
Through 200 years of hunting and poaching, the grizzly population of the lower 48 was reduced by as much as 99% compared to 1800 levels. Today, thanks to conservation efforts like the Endangered Species Act and even protected lands like Glacier, they're no longer on the brink of extinction, but they are still far less common than they once were.
And as exciting as it is to find one today, bears aren't just here for us to see. This isn't a zoo. They play a really vital role in the ecosystem. Here's Tabitha Graves again.
They have effects on lots of different parts of the ecosystem. Because they dig for roots a lot, particularly in the spring and the fall, they're actually digging up the soil, and that's actually a kind of nutrient cycling. They might eat huckleberries, for instance, in one place, and then because they can move such large distances, being large animals, they are really important for seed dispersal.
They regulate prey populations, break down logs. Really, the list goes on and on. Their role in this ecosystem is enormous.
The fact that we not only have them here today, but that thousands, millions of us each year can share this place with them speaks to the strides we've made in bear management, which, as Bob put it, used to be, well, different.
Oh, bear management has changed quite a bit. Oh, will you indulge me in a little story here?
Go right ahead. A story from Bob's first season as an employee in 1967.
We road patrol rangers would cruise through the campground in the evening because they invariably had bear problems. Because there were no bear-proof cans, garbage cans. They just had regular 50-gallon galvanized cans, and people left their gear, their stoves, their food, their ice chest out.
So bears could get into these things and learned that they had food in them.
You can find out where the bear is because you hear people shouting and banging on their pots and pans. Hey, bear, hey, 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 bang, 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 bang. So we know where the bear is, so we cruise up. And we had a really fun tool in those days. Crazy, we could have died using this, but we had a shaved-off wooden baseball bat behind the back seat. We'd jump out with a baseball bat and shout at the bear and run up and whack it in the butt. I'm not kidding you. With a baseball bat, black bear, when it's sitting there at the table, going through somebody's ice chest.
Yeah.
And wail on it, and that bear would take off like a rocket. And go up the nearest tree. And we'd say, okay, job done. We're moving on. Guess what? 15 minutes later, bear's down working the campground again. Now, that was bear management in 67.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
No way. That's crazy.
I lost it. But this technique of bear management is dangerous for more than just the ranger carrying the bat. Visitors were injured or killed by bears that started to see us as a source of food, and more bears had to be euthanized too for this behavior. Understandably, things are different now.
We've definitely changed quite a bit.
Bob covered a lot of ways that we can alter our behavior in bear country, but how can we affect bear behavior?
Yeah, well, thanks to the research of Tabitha and a lot of other scientists, we understand bears a lot better today than we did during Bob's story 50 years ago.
Yeah, we did a study that we called Nature versus Nurture.
And it used that same genetic data that we discussed earlier.
We were trying to understand how grizzly bears become habituated. What we did is we looked to see whether their mothers also had a history of conflict and whether their fathers also had a history of conflict. We found that offspring who got into trouble were more likely to have mothers that got into trouble. And this is consistent with what we know about bear life history. Young bears stay with their mothers for a couple years. So there's an opportunity for them to learn how to get into trouble, basically, or how to learn those associations of humans and food in their early years.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Cubs with habituated fathers who get into food, etc., they don't become habituated, but the cubs that have habituated moms do.
Exactly. And what this means is that since a bear's father doesn't raise it, its only contribution is genes, the behavior isn't inherited.
Okay, so cubs must be taught this behavior by their moms.
Yeah, exactly. So Tabitha told me that this realization emphasized how important it is for visitors here to properly secure their food.
Yeah, our research really highlights the need to prevent food conditioning from happening in the first place, because there could be kind of these longer term effects that could be passed down from mother to offspring. So it's really important to put your food away, make sure that you're storing all of your attractants safely at night inside of a hard-shelled vehicle or in a bear box, in some place that keeps the foods and attractants away from bears.
Wow, talk about the butterfly effect. I knew it could affect our bears today, but if it gets in the hands of or the paws of a female bear,
she's going to teach it to her cubs, and they'll teach it to their cubs, and so on. So it's really important that we always secure our food and trash. It can affect generations of bears.
So as we've learned this information over time, the park's bear management policies have evolved. Given the same situation this summer, you probably wouldn't use a shaved off baseball bat.
No, we wouldn't use the baseball bat. Absolutely not.
Sawn-off baseball bats have given way to a variety of safer and more effective tools that rangers can use to teach bears to keep their distance from us. There's cracker rounds, beanbags, rubber bullets, and also infrastructure set up to know how and when to close trails or campgrounds to prevent encounters in the first place. But like Tabitha mentioned, the most important tool that has kept our wildlife as wild as can be in a place with 3 million visitors a year is food storage.
All foods, all things that are associated with foods kept away at all times except mealtime. That's the mantra.
And the result of all of this is that today in Glacier, you just don't see grizzlies in a dumpster. You don't see bears in the campground running off with bratwursts or breakfast pastries. You see them up on a hillside, foraging for huckleberries, chasing ground squirrels, sliding down snow. And that difference is important.
Oh, that's huge, isn't it?
So the next time you come visit, read up on our food storage regulations, buy, carry, and learn how to use bear spray, and embarrass your friends and family by making noise on trail.
Good morning!
Because you might not see a bear. Heck, you probably won't see any. But what if you do? After all, where's the fun in a guarantee?
After the break, our final story. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about their support of astronomy programs.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Sandra and Michael here.
Ah, the mad podcasters. How are we doing over there today?
We're doing pretty good, but we've got an issue. We were hoping you could help us settle it. We've been arguing all day about whether the morning or the evening is better here in Glacier National Park.
All right, well, Michael, make your case.
Okay, so I think that the evening is better because there's nothing worse than having to get out of bed early in the morning, and it's a lot easier to stay up late. The sun doesn't even set, it seems like, till 10 p.m. at some points in the summer, so that's why I think it's better to stay up late.
All right, very good. Andrew, counterpoint?
Well, I've got to say, the morning is the best time to be out in Glacier National Park. You get out early, the sky is all lit up with the sunrise. You really can just get going on your day and enjoy all the beautiful scenery. In the evening, it's cold, you're sleepy, can't see much. So, in my opinion, you got to get out early when you're in Glacier.
Wrong. Michael, you are the winner. No doubt about it. For those of my age group, that is a Saturday Night Live ripoff. But we love the evenings here at the Glacier National Park Conservancy because there's so much programming that goes along with the night skies. So evening is the right answer.
Woo! Told you.
Well, I should have known Doug would come down on your side since the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds so many dark sky and astronomy programs in the park.
Yeah, I'm going to be holding this over his head for the rest of the day.
As you should, as you should. You are the king. Long live the king.
All right. Well, thanks for the time, Doug. We'll talk to you later.
Of course. Thank you guys. Call anytime. Cheers.
Yep. Bye.
And we're back. One of the things I think is so unique about this place is that people have a chance to interact with wild animals that are in their natural habitats. It's an experience that would have been really common for our ancestors, but to most modern people, it's just really not part of life anymore.
That's interesting to think about. For thousands of years now, knowing how to interact with large carnivores that could kill you would have been an essential skill, but at some point it just stopped being part of most people's lives.
Yeah, it's so interesting to think about these situations that were part of what it was to be a human for hundreds and hundreds of generations. So long that knowing how to respond to them is literally inscribed in our DNA. One of the amazing things about national parks, in my opinion, is that they connect us to universal ideas of what it means to be human. Visiting a place like Glacier National Park allows you to see and feel the same things that millions of other people have seen and felt here over thousands of years.
I think another example of what you're talking about is looking at the night sky and the Milky Way. For millennia, the Milky Way was just what the night sky looked like. Humans that looked up at the night sky saw the stars and planets and galaxies. In fact, when our nation chose its flag, stars were used because no matter where you lived in the United States, the night sky was a universal experience. But since then, for most people, that experience has faded away. So I think you should check that out.
Well, I have been wanting to go stargazing since the night skies are so well preserved here, but I'm not sure I can really get myself to stay up late enough.
I mean, it's worth it. The park has an observatory even now, so there's more you can see. You won't regret the missed sleep.
All right, I'll do it. Armed with 2 cans of iced coffee, some high-energy music, and my microphone, I drove across the divide from my APGAR office to Glacier's observatory at the St. Mary Visitor Center. There, I met Lee Rademacher, the ranger who spearheads Glacier's astronomy program.
Hey Lee, good to see you.
As he started up the observatory and aimed the telescope, I asked him some questions about Glacier's night sky program. First of all, what do we mean by dark skies?
Dark skies are more than just a night sky. Dark skies are really about a sky that lacks light pollution. It's stray light that shines up into the sky. It creates a sky glow, and they are getting rarer and rarer.
Okay, so light pollution is extra light that is making the stars less and less visible?
Yeah, that's right. And having dark skies is actually pretty important.
So in the biologic realm, basically every single organism that lives on the surface of this planet has evolved with a day-night cycle. Our internal workings rely on that day-night cycle to reset the clock. And it's not just, things with eyes. Plants are also impacted by light pollution or by a lack of dark skies.
All right, that makes sense. Plants and animals are used to dark nights. If light pollution makes the night brighter, it can throw things off.
Yeah, but there are cultural impacts too.
Culturally, dark skies are really important. Throughout time, societies around the world have relied on the skies to help tell stories, to help know when animal migrations are going to occur, know when seasons are coming. The skies really help them kind of predict the world around them.
For Lee, the dark skies are one of the best parts of working in Glacier National Park.
To me, dark skies are an opportunity to discover. It's an opportunity for things like mystery and awe.
And sharing that sense of discovery with visitors is really rewarding.
It's really kind of fun because a lot of people that come to the park have never had the opportunity to experience truly dark skies. They often are in a sense of disbelief about what they're actually seeing. And on more than one occasion, people have thought that we were tricking them when we were showing them Saturn through a telescope. They're just kind of blown away and in true disbelief. That's a really fun experience for me to be part of.
Glacier National Park has made a massive effort to expand the opportunities for visitors to experience dark skies here, all of which culminated in Glacier, with Waterton Lakes National Park in Canada, being designated the world's first transboundary dark sky park.
The process of becoming an international dark sky park was pretty extensive.
The park started by hosting night sky interpretive programs. Then, a lighting inventory was conducted, looking for lights all around the park that unnecessarily shine up into the night sky. These lights were then replaced with less polluting and more efficient lights.
And we were able to do that with the help of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
In the midst of this process, the building we find ourselves in right now, the Dusty Star Observatory, was constructed.
We're inside a sky shed PodMax 12-foot dome observatory. So it's that kind of classic observatory shape that you've seen in pictures. And in the center of the building is a big steel pier, and sitting on top of the pier is the telescope mount. This mount controls where the telescope points.
As a dark sky park, Glacier has a lot of astronomy programs for people to attend, mostly in the months of July and August at the Apgar and St. Mary Visitor Centers.
And we have astronomers set up that can help people experience the night sky using telescopes, binoculars, and other, even just kind of, sitting out on a lawn chair and looking up and having an astronomer point different objects out to you that you might see with your naked eye.
As we talked, the skies darkened, and by about 11:30, the Milky Way emerged, and stars began to carpet the entire sky above us. It was time for the fun part. Lee pointed the telescope at the planet Saturn. I should note that the telescope in the Dusty Star Observatory is a type called an astrograph,
which is a fancy word for a telescope that you typically don't look through with your eye. And it focuses its light down through the back of the scope, where we have a camera that is able to project or send these images off to the computer.
Which is why you'll hear us referencing a screen rather than an eyepiece. I carefully watched as Lee aimed the telescope.
So right now, Saturn has popped up on the screen, and right now it just looks like a really bright white oblong shape. I'll see if I can fine-tune it a little bit to make those rings come out.
In no time, the planet came into focus.
So cool though, like you can very distinctly see the rings.
While Saturn was super cool, I was really hoping I could convince Lee to show me the comet Neowise, which was at its most visible the night I was out there. That particular comet only comes by about every 6,800 years. So it's really no exaggeration to say that seeing it in this telescope would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a few minutes of adjustments, Lee got the comet squarely in the telescope sights, and it didn't disappoint.
So now we've got the nucleus of the comet on the left side of the screen and the tail stretching out to the right.
Oh my god, yeah, that's really impressive. He talked me through what I was seeing here.
So the Neowise is a fairly green hue and actually has a greenish ion trail. Every comet has two tails as it approaches the sun. One is the tail kind of made up of the dust and gas that's kind of blasted off of the core of the comet. And then the second one is an ion tail that's formed from the interaction between the comet and the solar wind. And so the ion tail is kind of this greenish blue, and then the comet itself is more of a kind of a greenish emerald almost color.
Wow, I'm so jealous. I told you it was worth staying up late. Did you get a picture?
We did. Here, check it out.
Oh wow, you could really see the tail and everything. We should put that on the park's website for listeners to see.
That's a great idea. We can get it up there. By now, as we looked at the comet, it was getting really late. The excitement of seeing the comet had given me a rush of energy, but I knew it wouldn't last forever, and Lee had to work early the next morning.
I think it may be time to call it a night on this fairly successful image. I have a 7 o'clock shift tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I gotta drive back to my place.
You can enjoy the stars on any clear night in Glacier, even if you're not able to make it to an astronomy program. All you really need is a clear view of the sky. Lee recommends bringing some warm clothes, maybe a lawn chair, and a pair of binoculars can help too. And he said that if you can't make it to an event, with a smartphone you can
download an app and point it at the sky and learn a little bit more about what there is up there.
If you decide to check out the stars while you're here, and you definitely should, it was well worth staying up for, it's important to think about leaving no trace. With stargazing, Lee reminded me that leave no trace principle 7, be considerate of other visitors, means taking an effort not to shine bright lights where people are stargazing. If we take these simple steps to leave no trace, we can make sure that there's continued opportunities here to be part of this ancient human tradition of viewing the night sky.
Today, when you look up at the night sky, you're not just seeing the stars. I think you're really connecting to that shared humanity and that shared culture.
Sounds like you had a great night. I'm really thinking now about all the ways that people and our lighting clashes with the natural dark skies and how it hasn't always been that way. So I called Darnell Rides at the Door, an Amskapi Pekani or Blackfeet tribal member that I met in another episode, to learn more, and she pointed out the observatory's name. Dusty Star is actually a Blackfeet term for a comet.
Those are comets. We call them dusty stars. It's just kakatoos.
The concept of a dusty star might have been especially relevant this year with the comet Neowise. My coworker Andrew got the chance to go look at that in the St. Mary Observatory.
Oh, how awesome.
Oh yeah, that makes total sense after seeing it. Comets are like just dusty stars.
Yeah, and Darnell told me that the Blackfeet language is a very visual one.
You know, it's interesting to think about. The last time the comet Neowise passed by Earth, some 6,000 years ago, Blackfeet people were probably looking at it up in the sky and calling it by that same word.
The things we talked about today, seeing grizzly bears in the Milky Way, are just a few of the countless unique experiences you could have here.
Yeah, you can also find here some of the last alpine glaciers in the contiguous US, endemic plants that occur nowhere else in the world, and opportunities for solitude and quiet that are becoming increasingly rare.
I mean, heck, if you could prove there's a better place on Earth to pick huckleberries, I'll eat my shoe.
These are opportunities for people to connect with the natural world that may disappear forever if we're not careful.
So it's our collective job now to make sure the types of experiences we talked about today, like seeing a bear or viewing the stars in the night sky, are possible for people for another 6,000 years.
I think that if we can learn to come together as a community, we can do it, but it's going to be a big job.
Yeah, but I think we're up to it. That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about bear safety or astronomy programs in the park, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Debbie Smith, Darnell Rides at the Door, Tabitha Graves, Bob Adams, and Lee Rademacher.
One spring, shortly after I first came to Glacier National Park to start working as a ranger here, I made my first trip up the Going to the Sun Road. In spring, while the plow crews are still working on clearing the winter snow from the road, the area past Avalanche Creek is closed to cars. At this time of year, it's popular to bicycle up on the closed part of the road. One afternoon, I took my bike up to Avalanche Creek to ride. Only planning to bike a few miles, I was outfitted in just a t-shirt and carrying only a simple repair kit, a small water bottle, and of course a can of bear spray. When I reached my intended destination, a switchback in the road called the Loop, I was still feeling strong. The sun was bright and the sky was that deep blue color you only really get in wide open country. From that spot, there's a spectacular view of a mountain called Heaven's Peak. I just couldn't turn around. I eschewed my original plan and kept pedaling up towards Logan Pass. I couldn't stop. Those miles above the loop are home to some of the grandest mountain views you'll find anywhere. As I came around each corner, a new and breathtaking vista came into focus. The effect was magnetic. As my legs became leaden from the miles of climbing up towards the pass, the mountain views compelled me forward, foot by foot, the beauty of the scenery practically physically pulling me up. If you've ever ridden the Going to the Sun Road, you know exactly what I mean. The feeling was ineffable and unforgettable. Eventually, I reached the high point of the road, Logan Pass, and by then I was in a complete euphoria. As I looked around, I relished the alpenglow lighting up the mountains, the evening light shimmering in the snow, and the glacier lilies pushing up through the fresh soil. The pinkish orange of the sunset was so beautiful I screamed. I couldn't react except primordially. I breathed the crisp mountain air, and the place became part of me. I turned the handlebars of my bike back towards the car and began to cruise down the road. But as night started to close in on me, my bliss quickly turned to worry. The sun dropped behind the tall peaks, and the temperature plummeted. The road was coated with frigid water from the melting snow, which was kicked up by my tires, and soon saturated my green t-shirt. My stomach growled with hunger. I had cycled much further than planned and missed dinner. But worst of all was the wind. The air itself was still, but biking downhill and picking up speed, I would generate my own wind faster and faster. I couldn't decide whether to descend slowly, staying warmer but dragging out the experience, or to just let go and frigidly descend as fast as possible. Gravity and the thought of my warm car were irresistible. I let loose. As I picked up speed, the cold wind turned my hands numb. They slumped over the handlebars, pale and useless. Suddenly, I regretted that decision. In the fading light, I saw a herd of bighorn sheep jump down into the road from a rocky outcropping above, directly into my path. I squeezed my brakes as hard as I could with my unfeeling hands, not knowing if it would have any effect. With a shriek, my tires locked up, and my bike came to a halt. I was a little too close for comfort to the curly horns of a large ram. He seemed unmoved. Slowly, I made my way down to the car, arriving safely, but well after dark. At home, I cooked up fried eggs, refried beans, anything caloric and warm I could find in my cabinet. Since then, I've biked the Going to the Sun Road many times, and the views still capture my heart. But now, before I leave, I always make sure I have all the necessary safety gear, including snacks, a jacket, and especially gloves.
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're at Logan Pass, and after a brief description of the place itself, we'll hear some stories about what makes it so important.
As the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road, Logan Pass is a place of extremes.
One extreme is visitation. This is the starting spot for two of Glacier's most popular trails, the Highline and Hidden Lake, and has some of the most coveted parking spots anywhere.
To get one of the 234 spots here on a summer day often means arriving before 7 a.m.
Logan Pass is also home to extremes of weather.
Once, wind speeds of at least 99 miles per hour were recorded for 12 hours straight.
It can snow any month of the year here, and often there's still 10 plus feet of snow on the ground into July.
As crazy as this may sound to listeners from warmer areas, if you show up to hike at Logan Pass in July, don't wear your sandals. You'll likely be walking on snow.
Because of the extreme geography and weather here, there's really only a short window to visit.
Crews start plowing the Going to the Sun Road every year at the beginning of April, but it's a monumental task.
The plows will have to maneuver through avalanche chutes, manage extreme weather, and finally tackle a section simply called the Big Drift, where snow often blows into a pile 80 feet deep. They do all of this on extreme terrain, and it all has to be finished before the road can open to the public.
Typically, the Going to the Sun Road opens for the season in late June or early July, but the opening date will depend on conditions. So if you're planning to drive to Logan Pass, don't plan your trip any earlier than that.
If you want to bike like I did, the road will be available for biking before it opens to cars. But you're not allowed to bike in the immediate vicinity of working plow crews for obvious reasons.
To reach Logan Pass, you'll need to bike after hours or on the weekend when crews aren't working.
Once Memorial Day hits and car traffic really ramps up, there are more restrictions on when and where you can bike on the Going to the Sun Road.
You'll really want to consult the park website or newspaper to read all the details.
It's only a few short months before winter makes its return to the pass. Winter storms have ended the Logan Pass season as early as September in recent years, but mid-October is more typical.
It's a narrow window, and that's not accounting for wildfire or other natural events that can lead to unplanned closures.
But Logan Pass is a magical place, full of wildflowers, wildlife, and unsurpassed views. The wild and rugged nature of this place, which makes it so appealing, can also make it unpredictable. It's good to keep in mind that some things you plan to do just might not be available. Be flexible and have a backup plan. There's always something fun to do if you're creative and prepared.
With all that in mind, let's move into our first story of the day, about how workers in the 1920s and 30s were able to build the engineering marvel that is the Going to the Sun Road.
So, Michael, how many times would you estimate you've driven the Going to the Sun Road?
Oh, gosh. I never really counted, but I'd say over the last 7 years, over 100?
That's a lot of trips. Do you ever get tired of it?
Absolutely not. No, every time you drive it, thanks to changing sunlight or weather, it looks different. And out of all those trips, I've only ever seen one porcupine or wolverine. So it really does feel like each time you go, you notice something new.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to live in this place and to get to drive that road all the time.
Yeah, you can say that again.
When I'm driving the Going to the Sun Road, as it climbs along those sheer cliffs and hugs the side of the garden wall, I always think about the engineering that must have gone into it. I mean, they constructed that thing in the 1920s and 30s.
Yeah, and the road would still be impressive if it had been constructed today. So how did they pull that off nearly 100 years ago now?
You know, I have an idea of just who we should talk to. Someone who's been teaching the history of this road for decades.
Ranger Bill?
That's exactly right. Bill has been working here for a long time.
Well, I started in Glacier National Park in 1966. I worked for the boat company, and then in 1988, I was lucky enough to score a job with the National Park Service, and up until this year, I think I had 32 years in.
If you're lucky enough to meet Bill, you'll find that he's got a ton of stories about the park throughout the years.
When I asked him what he'd say to someone about to drive the Going to the Sun Road for the first time, he didn't undersell it.
Well, first of all, I would tell anybody that I was talking to that they're in for probably one of the greatest experiences of their life.
In Bill's reckoning, the road really democratized Glacier National Park. It made it a place accessible to a lot more people.
It allowed everyone that came to the park, whether you're young or old or if you're from a different country, it gives you the opportunity to get up very close and personal with one of the finest wilderness areas in the United States, as well as alpine scenery.
According to Bill, the Going to the Sun Road's origins go all the way back to the inception of the Park Service.
It came back to Stephen Mather, who you probably know was the first director of the National Park Service. The National Park Service came into existence in 1916. Stephen Mather, within a year, became the director.
Okay, what about the route? I mean, it seems obvious now, it's absolutely spectacular, but how did they decide where to put it?
According to Bill, the routing we have today was not even the one that they had originally planned on.
The first architect, landscape architect that was involved in the road was a guy by the name of George Goodwin. And George Goodwin proposed 15 switchbacks over that 3,500-foot climb up to Logan Pass. And Stephen Mather came out and he rode up to the area where he proposed the 15 switchbacks. And Goodwin's whole thought process was he wanted to show the human spirit and what the human spirit was capable of doing, and he felt that a road like that would definitely be there for all time to come.
Oh, really? The road was supposed to have 15 switchbacks? I mean, it only has one now at the loop, right?
Yeah, fate intervened and the 15 switchback idea was shot down.
But along on that trip was another younger architect by the name of Thomas Vint. And Thomas Vint said, I don't think that's a good idea. And Stephen Mather also said he didn't think it was a good idea, that they would ruin this incredibly beautiful scenic part of the park.
Okay, yeah, no, I've got to agree. That does not sound like a good idea.
15 switchbacks would have covered like the whole area in pavement. So Vint proposed a different route instead, one that only had a single switchback, one where the road would blend into the landscape, emphasizing the natural scenery rather than the human engineering.
It sounds a lot more like the road that I know.
Yeah, Stephen Mather preferred that proposal as well. He wanted the road to lie lightly on the land, to emphasize the natural over the human.
So what was the next step to take it from drawing board to asphalt?
Well, they had to do a survey of the route.
And they finally decided that it was going to be a one switchback road. A civil engineer out of San Francisco by the name of Frank Kittredge came in and hired a group of 30 men. And he'd had a lot of experience building roads along the ocean.
Michael, you know how steep and cliffy that terrain is. Well, surveying it was so terrifying and challenging that a lot of people simply quit. Turnover was so high on these survey crews that Kittredge had to have 3 crews simultaneously. One that was actually working. Then he also had to have
one crew coming and one crew quitting. And the ones that quit said that it wasn't worth it to climb up and down those cliffs and put your life in the hands of a rope.
I don't blame them. That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, to be out on that crumbly sedimentary rock, no thanks. They finished that survey in 1924. And the next year, the contract to build the west side of the road was given to a company out of Tacoma, Washington, called Williams & Douglas.
When they came in 1925, instead of starting from the bottom and working up to the high point, Logan Pass, what they did was they established along the west side 5, maybe 6 different camps, and they would work from there. They would work in both directions until they ran into the other camp that was coming their way.
Oh, that's clever. So they were able to work on a bunch of different sections of the road all at the same time.
They estimated that there were 300 men that worked on the road. And, there was no OSHA, there were no hard hats, and there the kind of clothing they wore, that wasn't such a big consideration. And the amazing thing about that is there were only 3 deaths.
It's really pretty humbling to know that 3 people died working on that road that we all enjoy so much. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be part of those crews.
No, I don't want to either.
Yeah, I asked Bill what some of maybe the biggest challenges they were facing were.
I think the biggest thing was safety. You can see guys rappelling down off the sides of very steep cliffs, with a 1,000-foot drop below them. And when they did it, they actually, to get all of the materials they needed up to those 5 camps, they actually had packers that came in, many of them from Columbia Falls, Montana. One in particular was a guy named Joe Opalka. And the interesting thing about Joe was in 1983, they had the 50th anniversary of the Going to the Sun Road, and I was lucky enough to be there. They had a lot of the civil engineers, a lot of the people that were responsible for building the road were there, and they spoke, and they were eloquent. They were eloquent in the fact that this is going to be a National Historic Site, which it is, and it's actually obviously a civil engineering National Historic Site, and said all this big flowery stuff about it. And Joe Opalka turned around to one of his old buddies that were sitting there, 50 years later, and says, oh, hell, they can talk all they want about that. It was just one dangerous, damn hard thing that we were involved in, and a lot of hard work, and it was scary.
Joe Opalka passed in 1991, so we're pretty lucky to still have people like Bill who knew those involved in the original construction.
How long in total did it take to build the thing?
While a few small sections had been built in earlier years or even decades, the bulk of the construction was done in just 8 summers. Because of the limited working season, it's really only about 3 years worth of working days. The road was finished in 1932, and then
in 1933, they dedicated, I think it was on the 15th of July, and there were 4,000 people that showed up. Now today, it would be an environmental disaster because 4,000 people, and they camped out all over in the beautiful meadows and the wildflowers.
That is a lot of people at Logan Pass.
Yeah, so I guess some things haven't changed that much. Bill emphasized to me that hearing about the road and learning the history is great and all, but...
If possible, people need to come here. You can ooh and ah at the pictures, but when you're on that road, oh my God.
There's something irreplaceable about really being there.
It's just like now where I live, they're rebuilding my road, and now they're digging. The guy that runs that excavator, he is phenomenal. The way he handles that great big bucket that's got to be like this, and he's just got it in his hand and he can put it here and there. And I just actually took a chair out last week and just sat out there one kind of sunny day and just watched him work. It was just so much fun. But I was there and I was part of it. And to me, that's what education is all about. You got to be able to, hell, you can talk about wildflowers, but when you can actually see it happening, it's just so much more effective.
That's such a great image of Bill sitting out in his lawn chair watching the excavator.
Yeah, it actually does sound pretty cool to watch.
Yeah. And I loved the way Bill described the experience of the Going to the Sun Road.
It's like giving somebody a hug. You're hugging the park because it's so beautiful. And the road obviously is a tribute to the spirit, the human spirit, but it also is a tribute to nature. You've got to respect it. You've got to take your time. And you've got to realize you're in a place that pretty much is starting to disappear in our world, in our country. When you think about all the industrialization that's gone on, but Glacier's a place where you can come and it still relatively is untouched.
He told me about an experience that can really only happen at a place like Logan Pass.
When I was working up there a couple of years ago, and there was a mountain sheep, beautiful mountain sheep, just this big, huge horns guy. And he was looking at us, and it was just like a statue. And the guy came up to me and he said, "Geez, Ranger," he said, "I swear to God, that same mountain sheep was standing in exactly that position 20 years ago when I came here." And I looked at him and I said, who knows? Probably not, but the park is just exactly like it was when you were here 20 years ago because it was set aside to become a national park. And how fortunate we are to have places like that.
We'll be right back after this break with a story about some of the interesting steps the park has taken to deal with the impact of visitors at Logan Pass.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about a very special ranger you'll sometimes see at Logan Pass.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Michael and Andrew. How are you doing?
Michael and Andrew, what a treat to hear from you today.
Likewise. Well, we're calling because Andrew and I have both worked at Logan Pass as park rangers, but no matter how good a rangers we are, most visitors who come up to us are asking for a different ranger, one special ranger. Do you have any idea what ranger that might be?
I have a feeling that it is our own four-legged ranger, Gracie the Bark Ranger. Would I be correct?
You're absolutely right.
Can you tell us who Gracie is and what she's doing up there?
Yeah, sure. So Gracie is an amazing addition to the team at Glacier Park, an especially trained animal who helps separate the public from wildlife. Gracie and her handler, Ranger Mark Beal, have won a bunch of national awards for the work that they've been able to do in Glacier to be able to keep wildlife and people interactions safe.
So basically, Gracie the Bark Ranger is a specifically trained wildlife dog that the park uses to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts at Logan Pass. When you say Gracie's helping maintain a safe distance between animals and visitors, is it usually visitors approaching animals, animals approaching visitors, or a little of both?
It's a little bit of both. So, obviously, as unfortunately we know, animals are attracted to salt, which can come from the bottoms of our cars, and so they can end up in the parking lot, and either people can get too close to them, in which case Gracie will gently nudge her way around both the people and the animals, and generally shoo the animals back to the other side of the road where they are safe and sound and out of harm's way, as are the people who may not know that you just don't get within 5 feet of a bighorn sheep. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, bighorns have a few big reminders on their head to keep that distance, but it's nice to have a charismatic ranger doing the extra work.
I think generally in the name Big and Horn, you just would get the idea.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear about the special projects the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds and supports here in the park.
And it's always fun to hear your guys' latest podcast. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Great. Well, we'll talk to you soon, Doug.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast. In this episode, we are at Logan Pass, and for this next story, I wanted to talk to someone who had worked there. On an average summer day, how early would you say the parking lot filled up there?
Normal, probably 7:45 was about average.
Okay.
It's when I first started working there in 2013, it was probably closer to 9 o'clock.
Wow.
So it started, people kind of got the idea that they need to get there early.
That's Emlyn Stanton.
Emlyn Stanton, and I was the visitor service assistant for Logan Pass.
Who spent 7 years more or less managing the whole area. You're one of the people that would make the call to close the parking lot
Right.
when it's full. How do you know when it's time to do that?
Normally for closing it, if there's more than 20 cars circling, is normally when we made the call to close it.
In the summer of 2019, Logan Pass was open for 86 days. And 3/4 of the time, the parking lot of the visitor center was full by 9 a.m.
And from having staffed that visitor center, it's worth noting that Emlyn or another ranger who's making the announcement that it's full, they don't live up at Logan Pass. They have to drive up in the morning like everyone else. So if the lot is actually full at 6:30 in the morning, it won't get called in until Emlyn arrived at work.
Yeah, you're right. So what would your advice be to somebody who didn't find parking at Logan?
Just go down the road, try to find a legal pullout, and have them just take the shuttle back up.
Now, on a personal level, I don't think anyone, when they visit Glacier, is excited to have to jockey for parking or deal with congestion. I mean, it's just not fun. But there are some other concerns that park managers have when they see crowds like this at Logan Pass.
Yeah, you've got to think about, can an ambulance get up here? Are people going to be forced to walk on the vegetation? Are we getting too close to the wildlife? Is someone going to get gored by a mountain goat?
Things like this are often cited as proof positive that our national parks are being loved to death. And while that might be a little hyperbolic, they are great examples of the difficult nature of carrying out our agency's mission. Now, the mission of the NPS is beloved, but actually implementing it proves challenging, thanks to what's known as its dual mandate. Could you describe the dual mandate?
Sure. Well, the mission statement says that places like Glacier are to be preserved unimpaired. But you're not going to set a glacier aside in a museum or hermetically seal it only to be viewed at a distance, because the mission also states that they're to be preserved for future generations to use, for people to enjoy and learn from.
Yeah, and that balance between protecting something as it is and allowing for others to enjoy it, that's a tightrope walk. Too far to one side and you'll preserve it so well that nobody could ever see it. Too far to the other, you build enough roads, resorts, and attractions that you built a theme park.
Yeah, you've got to find a middle ground somewhere.
Logan Pass, as we've said, is a place of superlatives. It's the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road with some of the park's most extreme weather and abundant wildlife. But it's also a case study in how, in the face of extreme visitation, Glacier has grappled with this dual mandate. And none of these concerns are unique to Logan Pass. Destinations all along Going to the Sun Road seem to grow more and more popular each year. But as the literal and figurative high point of many people's visits here, Logan Pass has been at the center of both the visitor experience and park management for a long time. And if you look at its history, you'll find some of the most misguided, controversial, and just downright bananas attempts the park has made to define our relationship to this place. Today, I'm going to share 3 examples of times that our favorite alpine playground was nearly loved to death. Now, the Logan Pass Visitor Center was built as part of Mission 66, a massive National Park Service program to expand and standardize infrastructure at park sites all over the country in preparation for the 50th birthday of the NPS. Andrew, could you describe the Logan Pass Visitor Center?
Sure. It's built into a hillside and it's got this big sloping roof that kind of matches the contour of the hill. It's made with stone walls and big windows everywhere to enjoy the views.
Yeah, it's beautiful, it's visually striking, and I think really complements the scenery well. But as with any construction project, it disturbed the ground it was built on. This is my first story of management foibles and folly at Logan Pass, and I'm calling it The Cover-Up. But first, Andrew, could you describe what the meadows are like?
There's all those subalpine meadows with glacier lilies, monkey flower, all sorts of grasses.
Exactly. By the time construction had finished in 1965, pictures of the building show barren dirt all around it. But the same photo just 2 years later shows lush green vegetation all around the building.
Wait, what? This seems impossible.
Yeah, no, look at it.
Things don't usually grow that fast up at that elevation.
They don't?
Those meadows are covered in snow for like 8 months of the year, so I would expect it to take decades for all those plants to grow back.
Yeah, you're right. And here's how they did it, if you could read this excerpt from a newspaper article at the time.
Sure. Okay, park officials decided to gather alpine turf elsewhere and transplant it around the visitor center, exactly as one might in developing a new lawn in the city. The source of the alpine sod, unfortunately, is a short distance from the visitor center, just out of the line of sight. Collectively, the sites represent an area as large as a football field. Wait, they just stripped away plants from another spot and replanted them there?
Yeah, and they didn't try very hard to hide what they were doing either, because hikers on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook just behind the building immediately noticed patches of barren dirt like 200 yards from the visitor center.
Oh no, that's pretty egregious.
Yeah, and so management caught some flack for that, as seen from that article you just read from. But what came next was an attempt to actually protect the meadows.
Okay, that seems like a good thing.
In a story I'm going to call The Toxic Trail.
Well, that doesn't.
The hikers that noticed the sod stripping were on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook, a mile and a half southwest of the visitor center. Now, today, if you were to hike there, what would you be walking on?
It's mostly on a boardwalk.
Yeah, a raised wooden boardwalk. When the visitor center opened, it was just a regular trail.
So let me guess. After they built the visitor center, it got a lot more crowded up there, and the park was worried that all these people would start to stray off trail and walk on the plants. So they built a boardwalk to try to keep people on the trail.
It's almost like you work here. But you're right. A boardwalk was proposed for that very reason, but it wasn't a popular proposal. It was widely criticized, notably by the trail crew members that would be tasked with its construction. In a letter to the editor of the Hungry Horse News, they opposed the boardwalk for 4 reasons. Now, I have them here. Can you read them?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Obvious damage to the aesthetic value of this alpine area, nothing short of an atrocity.
And their second complaint?
We do not feel that this boardwalk will fulfill the purpose for which it is intended.
Third?
There are a good many well-used trails in Glacier Park that are in dire need of repair and maintenance, and this money could be put to much better use.
And finally,
we feel, as do all park employees, that visitor impressions are important, and so far, all comments from visitors viewing this project have been negative.
A pretty thorough rebuke.
Yeah, but there actually is a boardwalk up there today, so they must have changed their minds?
Well, park management actually dismissed both the feedback and the employees who gave it. The trail crew members who spoke up were actually fired.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the park superintendent at the time, William Briggle, was so insistent on finishing this project despite widespread concerns that the trail crew was replaced and work began immediately on the boardwalk. And this haste led to additional complications as well. The wood initially used was treated with pentachlorophenol, a petroleum-based solvent that pretty much right away began to leak out onto plants.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Yeah, and folks that were there at the time observed the death of trees or grasses growing alongside it, but it also made it slippery and toxic for us to walk on.
What a mess.
Yeah. Needless to say, they got a lot of flack for that as well and replaced all the wood with environmentally friendly wood at great inconvenience to visitors because it stayed closed for longer and at great cost to the park. But I saved the best for last. The most absurd story of visitor management, in my opinion, anywhere in the park, centers around the toilets at Logan Pass.
Oh no, this can't be good.
We often advertise that the park is home to over 1 million acres, but we don't advertise that we've got over 300 toilets.
300?
Not including lodges or hotels.
Does that count all the backcountry campground toilets too?
Yeah, vault toilets, pit toilets, flush toilets, outhouses, lowriders, visitor centers, campgrounds, you name it. Waste management is kind of a great unspoken truth of civilization. When you've got to go, you've got to go, even if you're miles into the backcountry. And remote restrooms like some of them here are met with a unique set of challenges. Sperry and Granite Park chalets, which you reach after hiking thousands of feet up from the trailhead, get enough traffic that their pit toilets rely on barrels that are sealed and flown out at the end of the year by helicopter.
And I think I've heard that there used to be a solar-powered composting toilet somewhere.
Yeah, there was, until it was destroyed by an avalanche.
That sounds like a huge mess.
And I even ran into a backcountry toilet this summer that had been completely torn off its foundation by a curious bear.
Oh no, that also sounds messy.
So one of the reasons we don't advertise that we have over 300 toilets is because they're kind of gross, but it's also because nobody seemed to know the number offhand. I had a series of really humorous emails with facilities management to try to track down that estimate. But the whole reason I started looking into toilets and waste management in the first place was because I learned about our third and final story. A story I'm going to call The Fleeting Fountains. Coinciding with the new visitor center, a new waste treatment facility was installed at Logan Pass, one that promised to capture and treat waste with a septic system that filters out liquid waste in a 17,000-gallon tank before spraying clean water out of nearby nozzles.
Nearby as in out onto the meadows at Logan Pass?
Yep, watering the plants, so to speak. The only problem was, after this 17,000-gallon septic tank opened to the public, it got 5,000 visitors and 20,000 gallons every day.
Oh no. That's what, 3,000 gallons over capacity?
Yep. And that 17,000 gallon tank that they advertised to the public, that they reported to a federal sanitary engineer, well, they exaggerated the size a little bit. It turns out it was only 6,000 gallons.
So the system was faced with a demand more than 3 times its capacity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference. That's a lot of excess waste you got to deal with.
A lot. The result was, well, can you read this?
Okay. The tank continued to overflow, and untreated sewage effluent continued to run directly into Reynolds Creek. It was an awful sight. Saturated toilet paper made its way through the spray heads and was draped on adjacent small trees. Undecomposed fecal matter was sprayed onto the subalpine vegetation, killing some of it, with the liquids then flowing into Reynolds Creek. Oh, that is a terrifying description.
I mean, it's just horrific.
Yeah.
Some people began referring to them as the fecal fountains of Logan Pass and suggested the best way to solve the issue of people seeing and being disgusted by them was to only set off the nozzles at night and light them up with a colorful light show that rivals that of Disney World.
Oh my God.
Isn't that nuts?
Oh, that's, yeah.
Luckily, these 3 examples of management fiascos at Logan Pass weren't all for naught. Each scenario has new management solutions today. Take the sod stripping. What do you think we'd do in that situation today?
Well, rather than pull up plants that are already doing fine in the park, we'd grow new ones in the native plant nursery.
Yeah. In the case of disturbances like construction, we can replant vegetation using local seedlings collected and raised by our nursery staff. Now, in the case of the boardwalk, there are systems in place now to evaluate potential development or construction before it happens.
Yeah, and it's not unique to national parks, but any project like this boardwalk would now require an environmental impact statement.
Or assessment.
Which would detail all the ways that the project would impact the environment.
And finally, the toilets.
Yeah, I don't think we use that system anymore.
No, we don't. We've got a new system.
Wow, it is a beautiful day.
And one morning this summer, I drove up to Logan Pass to meet with one of the folks that helps this system work. I feel absolutely puny in my little sedan behind this thing. The fecal fountain fiasco was a huge black eye to the park, ultimately attracting national attention. In a letter to the then senator from Montana, the assistant director of the National Park Service wrote the following. Here, one last thing to read.
Okay. Sprayfield on Logan Pass is being eliminated, and there will only be holding facilities. Next summer, Logan Pass sewage will be pumped into tank trucks and hauled to lower elevations for disposal. This will make unnecessary any additional engineering improvements to the existing system and will obviate further intrusion on the natural environment.
What's your name and job title then?
Jeff Hoyt, equipment operator.
Awesome. I met with Jeff outside these vault toilets at Logan Pass after he drove one of those tank trucks all the way up here. Do you have a name for this thing?
No, it's the bigger one. Either the big pumper or the little pumper. That's which one you take.
And they are as noisy as they are enormous.
How big is that tank?
Huge.
You know how big this tank is?
It is a 3,500 gallon.
Wow.
3,500 gallon.
That tank could hold 18 hot tubs and when full would weigh as much as 7 bull moose. Now, all of the waste at Logan flows into a storage tank, which is periodically vacuumed up into tank trucks like this one before being trucked down to a waste management facility near the entrance.
On a busy season, we're usually 3-4 loads minimum every day.
Wow.
3 to 4 trips every day?
Yeah.
That's like, what, 28 bull moose worth of human waste?
Yeah, that's just Logan Pass. There are at least 3 more vaults like it along Going to the Sun Road alone that get the same treatment. It's an incredibly labor-intensive strategy. Today, it's worth noting, we get more than 3.5 times the number of visitors that they did when the visitor center opened in 1965. All these tools, the native plant nursery, environmental impact statements, vault toilets, the park uses them to maintain the balance of our dual mandate, using and enjoying these places without destroying what we love about them.
Yeah, we can have convenient bathrooms with no fecal fountains.
Exactly. But this balance can get harder and harder to handle in the face of increasing visitation. Now, we wouldn't have the solutions we discussed today if people hadn't spoken up about the old ones. It was the voices of visitors that raised awareness of sod stripping and put pressure on the park to fix the boardwalk. The most effective management tool a park could hope for is a community of people that support it, that care for it, and are conscious of their impact during a visit. And if my time here has been any indication, we're incredibly fortunate to have supporters and stewards all around the country. In fact, if you're listening to this right now, you're a part of that community. So thank you.
Yeah, we really couldn't do all this without you.
So the next time you're at Logan Pass, pat yourself on the back and spare a thought for the toilets, because they are a slightly smelly symbol of our collective ability to protect this place.
Okay, all this talk of toilets has got me thinking about the smells here. There are so many things to smell. Do you have any scent-related memories here, Michael?
Yeah, I remember the second summer I came out here to work, I noticed how much I associated the smell of the forests around park housing with the park itself. I remember calling my family to let them know that I made it safely to Montana and mentioned that I realized how much I missed that smell. My sister Katie thought it was hilarious. Like, what do you mean you miss the smell? Bringing it up on phone calls from time to time. But when they finally got the chance to visit, I remember her apologizing. I know what you were talking about now. It smells great.
Yeah, that's a great story. And you're definitely not the only person who's ever been teased for their interest in the smells here. I want to play you a clip from a conversation I had recently.
I got so much grief from my colleagues, just like kind of jabbing at me, like, smellscapes, are you still like doing this? Like, what are you talking about? Smellscapes, that can't be real. And I was reading Aristotle for a class at the time, and he called smell the lowest of the human senses. And it's like, even he's beating up on smells. We've never given smell its due, whether it's in the parks or just in culture.
I mean, that sounds a lot like what happened with me and my sister. Who is that?
That's Will Rice. He's an assistant professor at the University of Montana's Department of Society and Conservation.
Did I hear him use the word smellscape? Like, what is that?
When Will was doing his graduate studies at Penn State, he worked on a survey about what motivations people had to visit an especially busy part of Grand Teton National Park. One visitor told him,
"Well, I'm here for the smellscape." And initially it was kind of funny, like the smellscape, that's kind of an odd term. We hear soundscape a lot in national parks, and a lot of the research I do surrounds soundscape. So I was just interested, well, is this even a thing that's being studied in any capacity?
He realized the same thing that you were just talking about, and that your sister realized when she visited, that smells play a big role in how we experience national parks, but we hardly ever talk about them. So he wrote a paper. Here, you can check it out.
Pungent Parks, Smells Growing Relevance in Park Tourism by William Rice, Garrett Hamilton, and Peter Newman.
Luckily for us, since Will now just works down in Missoula, he was willing to drive up and take a walk with me around Apgar here and talk about the smellscape. So first of all, Will, Can you tell me what is a smellscape exactly?
Sure, so a smellscape is just the aggregate of all the smells that make up a certain area. And the scale can really vary. So we can have smellscapes that are, just the size of a small room or just a meadow, or we could have the smellscape of all of Glacier National Park, the aggregate. But really it's kind of what you're smelling as you're moving through a space.
The whole concept of a smellscape kind of seemed like a joke at first, but I totally get what he's talking about. If you're at Logan Pass, you're going to have a very different experience if the main scent you smell is the pit toilet versus wildflowers.
And interestingly, Will told me the biggest threat to natural smellscapes is not toilets, but actually climate change.
Droughts we know are going to become more prevalent in an era of climate change, and droughts tend to really change. Like we're standing right now around a bunch of wildflowers that are dependent on rain every year. And if we go through a period of drought, those wildflowers may become less prevalent. In turn, if we have a larger rain event like you're seeing, with the super blooms in Southern California, that changes the smellscape. Changing weather patterns, but also wildfires, a big one. I mean, wildfire can really dramatically change the character of a smellscape rather quickly.
Have people tried to capture these national park smells in any way?
If you go into a store, they have officially licensed candles, air fresheners, and laundry detergent that smell like various parks. So we're trying to bring that home. I would say, like if you open up the candle for Rocky Mountain National Park and you get this hit of lavender, maybe that's not exactly what it smells like. But we're trying to authenticate it somehow. But we're really failing because it is so unique.
Why should people care about smells?
They're vitally important from an ecological standpoint, but also from the standpoint that I study parks from, the social experience, the visitor experience. Imagine walking into Glacier, with your nose pinched. It's really going to affect your experience. And as we noted in the paper, there's so much about your park experience that you can curate, that you can, really make your own. Now it's taking pictures and putting them on Instagram. You can share this experience. You can record the soundscape, as some people are starting to do with microphones and taking those home and mixing that. But you can't really take this smell home from a park, at least legally. You're not supposed to take, pine straw home. Yeah. Everyone's experiencing this smellscape while they're in the park. It's tying us all together in a place. And so we're left with this really authentic experience.
Thanks so much for joining me today, Will.
I had never thought about it that way. There's all sorts of pictures and videos of the park. There are recordings and now even a podcast of the sounds, but to experience the smells, you just have to be here.
Yeah, and our last story today is about another experience that you really just have to be here to have. It's something you can't experience anywhere else in the whole of the American Rockies. Just this one spot in Glacier National Park.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to join me to find out.
Okay. Okay, you've really got me on pins and needles here. What is this experience you were talking about that's rare?
Well, I think we should replicate the journey of one Marcus Jones.
Who's that?
Jones was a botanist. He worked in Montana in the early 1900s. He was pretty prolific. In his career, he documented and even named a ton of plants. So he was a really great botanist, but he's actually best known for his roasts.
Wait, so he's a botanist that moonlights as a roast comic?
In a sense. He was a pretty prickly guy, and in fact his views were so unorthodox that by the late 1920s he was shut out of most of the botany journals. So he just took matters into his own hands. He bought a printing press, taught himself to typeset, and he started putting out his own botany journal called Contributions to Western Botany. With no one to edit or censor him, Jones just took to excoriating those botanists he disagreed with. I had a friend dramatize a few of his comments for you.
It is a common comment of workers in the gray herbarium that Fernald is becoming a common scold. He needs to be taken out in the woodshed and given a spanking. It is to be hoped that this will be done before he gets to the Bronxian position of seeing nothing good in the work of outsiders.
Wow, he really doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah, and the next one's probably even worse.
There have been several notable deaths in the botanical world since my last contributions. Green, the pest of systematic botany, has gone and relieved us from his botanical drivel. They say that the good that men do lives after them, but the evil is interred with their bones. I suspect that his grave must have been a big one to hold it all. Green was first, last, and at all the time, a botanical crook and an unmitigated liar.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he was not afraid of speaking ill of the dead.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, Jones was just as likely to praise those he agreed with as to nail those who he felt had crossed him.
So, okay, you can't deny that he was witty, if a little bit temperamental, but what does that have to do with Glacier?
Well, Marcus Jones spent the summer of 1909 all around Glacier National Park. During that time, he spotted a rare plant, the glaucous gentian. And to this day, over 110 years later, it's never been found anywhere else in the American Rockies besides this one pond along the Continental Divide in the Alpine of Glacier National Park.
Oh.
I think we should go see it.
I'm game, but what was it called again?
The glaucous gentian.
Okay. Where is it?
I'll have to show you. It's near Logan Pass, but it is a bit of a hike.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so yeah, we've hiked just over 10.5 miles already this morning, climbed 4,700 feet, and now I think we're within like 100 yards of our gentian. We're getting really close. I'm pretty excited to see it in a minute here. So when we get up to the pond, there's some water kind of seeping out the bottom of it, and you can see there's these mossy patches that have started growing in that wet area below the pond. That's our habitat. So we're gonna walk down there. I think that's where we're gonna find our flower, and we're just gonna be looking for something just a couple inches tall.
It's a pretty tough hike up here, so I was glad to get a little break while you explain some of the background of the flower and why we're up here in the first place. So he discovered the glaucous gentian, the gooseneck sedge. Did he name all these things?
He didn't. The glaucous gentian was named actually all the way back in 1790. A Prussian botanist named Peter Simon Pallas named it.
What does glaucous mean?
Glaucous is, I think it's a really interesting word. It's not one that people use very much these days, but it's actually one of the oldest color words that we know about. Glaucous goes all the way back to Homer. In the Odyssey, Athena is described as glaucous-eyed, and so it became a descriptor of a kind of blue-green color.
So what is special about this glaucous gentian?
Well, it's a pretty unique plant because it grows in so few places. It really has evolved to a very specialized kind of habitat here. This is a really harsh environment. There's a lot of snow, a lot of wind, it's cold, really short growing season. This particular spot we're in is really wet. It's fed by a snowfield. You'll see more of this type of habitat like in the Arctic Circle. Mm-hmm. So this plant is really adapted to really an Arctic situation. But because this area is kept moist by a snowfield, it's pretty threatened by climate change. If that snowfield were to disappear, this area is going to dry out. So scientists have been monitoring this site for 40 years, trying to track how the hydrology affects the plants. And they've noticed a statistically significant decline in the number of gentians that grow here. It really seems like it's attributable to that shrinking snowfield. It's not keeping things as moist as it used to be.
Oh, wow. So it sounds like climate change is making this plant even rarer.
I talked to one scientist who's been coming up here for years, and he said when he first started, he would kneel down to look at the flowers, and when he'd stand up, his pants were soaking wet. And in recent years, he stands up and his pants are still dry. It's just not as moist here anymore. It's interesting because, we've seen the climate trends in this area. We've seen increased temperatures, obviously, but we've also seen somewhat increased precipitation. So you'd think maybe a wet plant would benefit from that and it would be fine. But because that summer heat is so intense, it starts so early. It's warmer in March, April, May. Often it stays about freezing at night in May. Things are just melting out faster and it doesn't stay wet late enough into the season.
So it's less about the amount of moisture, but about the consistency.
The timing, yeah. It doesn't stay all summer anymore. So we're gonna keep monitoring this site and see what happens to the gentians, but they're really a signal for us to the health of our snowfields and the changing climate up here. Oh, and there's a mountain goat.
Well, I'm excited to try to find it.
Should we go head down there?
Sure.
Okay, it's been about 30 minutes now. I really actually thought we would have found it by now, but no sign of it so far. The search continues.
Spotted saxifrage, buttercups, and lots of moss. But no gentian yet.
All right, we're hitting the 1 hour mark. Still no sign of the flower. Bit puzzled. Thought we definitely would have found it by now.
Oh, big pile of bear poop.
Okay, we're approaching 2 hours. I'm starting to wonder if this thing is even here anymore. I really don't know where else to look, but I think we're gonna give it just a little longer, maybe another half hour.
I think Andrew just found it. I heard him shout.
I have like the biggest smile on my face right now. It's so nice to find it. Oh, that feels so good. We've been looking for a couple hours at this point. Yeah, 2.5 hours of just combing every square inch of this area. But it's here. It still exists. It was as glaucous as advertised.
Yeah, when you said blue-green, I was picturing more blue than green, I think. But it definitely was hard to pick out from everything around it. I can only imagine the insults Marcus Jones would have hurled at us after that performance.
Hey, all's well that ends well, and it was pretty exciting when we finally found it.
One of the coolest and most special things about Glacier National Park is the easy access to these wild alpine habitats. I mean, you could just drive right up to what is basically an Arctic habitat zone at Logan Pass. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's really great, but it comes with some responsibility as well. These alpine environments are really sensitive to disturbance, like from climate change, as we discussed, but also our small individual actions, like walking on or picking the flowers. It's never worth stepping on one flower to get a better picture or view of another one. But despite the toilets and the cars and all of the people up there, Logan Pass is still one of the best places in the world to get close to nature.
And together, if we leave no trace, we can be sure to keep it that way for a long, long time to come.
That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about visiting Logan Pass or how to leave no trace when visiting any natural area, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Bill Schustrom, Emlyn Stanton, Will Rice, Darren Lewis, and Jeff Hoyt, along with the entire facilities crew here at Glacier.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, Ashton, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome.
Good.
It's getting close to lunch, so my stomach might rumble a little bit here, but
mine is seriously rumbling as well. I hope you can't hear it.
yeah, I have this big lunchbox behind me. I'll try not to rummage in it too much. So we'll see.
Well, today we have Addie Falgu, who is a park guide here in Yellowstone, and we're going to talk to her a little bit more about her job and what it's like. And so, as a park guide, if you're a visitor to Yellowstone, you might see them out and about either in the visitor center, roaming park trails, park guided walks and talks, things like that. And so along those same lines, we have the Junior Ranger program, and it's pretty popular.
Yes,
you
I've
can get
heard
it
of
in
it.
a bunch of different parks, Yellowstone as well. So my question for you, do you happen to know how many Junior Ranger badges are awarded here in Yellowstone every year?
Every year?
Every year.
Number of Junior Ranger badges. So not just people who get the books and don't go through to graduate. I'm going to say, I'm trying to see if Miles will give me any hints here because he orders the badges. I think it's I'm going to say 160,000.
Ooh, wow. That's more than I thought you were going to guess. But really, you're not too far off. So in the past couple years, we've had a few weird years with COVID and the flood and stuff. So it's been a little lower the past few years, but it's been about 50,000.
Okay. I'm so come on, Junior Rangers, step up.
Yeah. But on
this year is going to be the year where we give out 160,000.
50 to 100,000. So you're not too far off.
That is a lot of Junior Rangers being sworn in.
It's a lot more than I thought.
That's a lot of oath takers.
Yeah.
We're in good hands.
Yes, we are. All the Junior Rangers out there. So anyway, we're going to talk with Addie more about what she does in the park. So Addie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. So ready to dive in?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how did you get your start with the National Park Service?
So I got my start in 2017 as an intern in Glacier Bay National Park.
And that's in Alaska.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. It often gets mistaken for Glacier in Montana. So often I do specify Glacier Bay in Alaska.
I heard the emphasis on bay.
Yeah.
Cool. And so what drew you to that? Did you always know you wanted to be a park ranger?
So growing up, my family traveled to national parks. I think a lot of people in this career. And I kind of was really interested. I fell in love with the Tetons and I was like, well, I want to live there one day. And the way to live there is to become a park ranger. So simple enough. I'll just do that. And it got a little bit more complicated than that. But in high school and college, I started to look more seriously into pursuing a career in that direction. I actually visited Yellowstone in college and spoke to some rangers on that trip and asked them, hey, how do I get into this field if I'm interested? And they gave me some good information on internship programs like the SCA and also how to find jobs on USA Jobs.
What is the SCA, just for those who don't know?
Yeah, so the SCA is the Student Conservation Association, and the internship that I did in Glacier Bay was through them.
Okay, and so what exactly did you do?
Yeah, so the position there was an education intern, and Glacier Bay has pretty little visitors that actually set foot on the land there. And the number of visitors in the winter is pretty much non-existent. And so most of the visitation is in the summer on cruise ships. So in the winter, they have a pretty robust distance learning program. So we were actually using Zoom before COVID and before Zoom really became a thing, and essentially taking students on virtual whale watching tours and field trips to the park.
Wow.
That sounds like a good gig.
Yeah.
So you're on a boat while you're doing this?
No. So we were in an office with a green screen
that
made it look like we were on a boat. I did get to go out.
Shake the camera and rock it.
I did get to go out with the oceanography team though, which was really fun one day, and we got to take water samples. So I did get to have that experience in the bay, but most of the time was spent in the office.
Okay. So did you go from Glacier Bay and then Yellowstone, or were there other stops in between?
There were a few steps in between. Yeah, so after Glacier Bay, I did a couple of seasonal positions as an interpretive park ranger and also an education position in Grand Teton National Park. And then I was pretty fortunate to get offered a permanent job pretty early on in my career, and that was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That was also a park guide position. I was there for a few months and then took a lateral reassignment to a park guide position here, and I've been here since. It's been about 4.5 years, I think.
Okay, wow. And so tell us a little bit about being in Yellowstone, a lot of people don't know that there are actually park rangers that live on the interior of the park. So what that means is like, not at any of the park entrances. And so Yellowstone closes down in the winter. So you're at Lake Village,
Yep,
down
that's
by
correct.
Yellowstone Lake. So tell us what that is like. Like, how did you even get here this morning? Walk us through what that is like.
Yeah, so essentially we kind of get snowed in the winter, and often things are complicated, but there's a lot of snowmobiling to your car and then transitioning to take your car to a location. Currently, we have less snow this year, which you think would make traveling easier, but it's actually made things more complicated because my car is at one location, but there's not enough snow for me to snowmobile from the roads that have enough snow on them to my car. So I have to take like an in-between car to get to my car. So to get to the studio this morning, I took a snowmobile and a couple of vehicles.
Wow.
And it took about 2 hours, whereas normally if I could just snowmobile straight here, it would have been probably 30 minutes faster than that. So
wow.
That is
that's
dedication
some
to the
complicated
show.
steps.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, but those of us in the interior look for excuses to get out. So I was very happy to be out here today.
Wow. Well, we're glad you're joining us, and you took the long trek to come all the way up here.
What's your typical, like, how often do you get out to get groceries and things like that?
So it really varies depending on the year. Typically, I try to stockpile groceries in the fall so that I never need to go out specifically for a grocery trip. But if I happen to be out for another reason, then I always get groceries. But I'd say usually in a normal year, I'd probably leave twice a month each winter. So every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I've seen some park rangers who live in the interior in winter. They do a lot of canning.
Mm-hmm.
Are you into that?
No, I am the unhealthy ranger that lives off of pasta
Ramen.
and frozen pizza. Yeah. So,
Yes.
Hey,
yeah,
it's delicious.
I don't do any canning, but if you just eat a lot of pasta, dried goods, that stays really well. So I can really stock up in the fall.
Wow. And so in a typical winter, so one that we're not having now with not as much snow, you would normally just snowmobile everywhere,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, I
Okay.
would just snowmobile to my vehicle at whatever entrance it's located at. And typically it's not a big deal. I actually really enjoy snowmobiling most of the time. And there's incredible opportunities to see wildlife along the way. Amazing scenery. The sunrises and sunsets in the winter are always really special. So although it has its challenges, overall, I really like living at Lake. There's incredible opportunities for skiing around the neighborhood. But it's not to say it doesn't come without its challenges.
For sure. So in your current position as park guide, do you have a typical day? Can you tell us a little bit what that's like? I know it probably varies from day to day, but
yeah, I'd say I have a typical summer day and a typical winter day.
Okay.
Would you like to know about both of those or just one of the seasons? Okay. So in the summer, a typical day, a third of it is usually spent working the visitor center front desk, answering questions, helping people plan their trips, answering questions about what birds they're seeing, animals they're seeing. Like the number of questions we get, you never know what's going to come out of someone's mouth. So it can be all over the place. Another third of the day is typically spent leading a ranger guided program. So that can be a talk, a campfire program, a walk. And the remaining third of the day is typically spent out in the field roving. And so talking to visitors on boardwalks in some of the thermal areas, interacting with people at wildlife jams, making sure no one's petting bison at wildlife jams.
Very important.
Yeah. So that's kind of a typical summer day. In the winter, my job is kind of unique in that I staff a building called a warming hut. And so, most people are kind of putting out figurative fires in their day-to-day work, and my job is literally to go and start a fire. So I go to the warming hut, start a fire, and the purpose of that is to serve as a place for snowmobile groups to stop in and warm up. That's the sole source of heat for the building. So depending on the day, if it's really cold out, it could be 10 degrees inside when I get there. It could take a few hours to get up to temperature, but we try to get it about 60 degrees in the building and interact with groups as they stop by throughout the day. The Fishing Bridge Warming Hut is a quieter location. So on average, we've got about 20 to 40 people that stop per day. And in between groups, surprisingly, cell service is actually really good at that location. So I'm able to plug into a mobile hotspot and respond to visitor trip planning emails. I've helped with social media at times as well. And so I can stay connected and do other work in between groups. So it's more kind of office and admin work mixed in with splitting firewood.
Wow.
That's a good combination.
Quite a variety of skills required. And so where do you live? Like, what are your living accommodations like? I'm sure a lot of people are wondering.
That's the number one question I get asked at the warming hut. And what I usually tell those visitors that are asking is that we have housing at each of the developed locations in the park. So my housing area is only a couple miles away. So it's just a couple miles snowmobile ride to the warming hut. Often groups get there and they're like, how did you get here? And I'm like, well, I snowmobiled here just like you. But like, I had the easy commute. Like they're snowmobiling 26 miles to get to me. I only did 2. So
you're like, I just crawled out of the lake.
Out of the lake. Which you probably could because it's not frozen.
Yeah, I did a training once in the park where I spent the night in a snow trench. And sometimes I do consider telling people that. I'm like, where do you live? Where do you sleep at night? I'm like, just in a trench in the snow over there.
I've been here a few years, so they moved me to the 3-bedroom snow trench. Yeah. They take care of us here.
So what's the most important skill you'd say for your job?
The most important skill in my position is probably communication. So as an interpretive position, it's really important to communicate these messages and try to foster a connection between the people that are visiting Yellowstone and the resources that we have here in the park. And so being able to tailor messages for specific audiences is really important in order to communicate that effectively and try to hopefully inspire the next generation of stewards for these lands.
Yeah.
What's one of the hardest or most memorable questions that you've had asked?
Ooh, that's a good one. So this is a funny one, but the most memorable question, there was a girl, she was probably about 12 years old and she was really shy. I was at Mud Volcano and I could tell she was kind of embarrassed to ask this question. Her mom's like, she has a question. And I was like, sure. And she's like, I don't know if I want to ask. And I was like, no, go for it. No judgment. And her question was, how do bison poop in such perfect circles? And I loved it because so often we get the same questions.
That's a scientist question,
over
right?
and over again. And so that I'd never gotten that one before and I've never gotten that one since. And so, I took a moment and I was like, well, it has to do with the consistency in which the poop comes out. So it's kind of like pancake batter. Like if you put pancake batter in a frying pan, it spreads out into a circle. I'm like, it doesn't come out that shape. And I think that helped her out. So I wonder if she thinks about that.
I'm not eating any pancakes that you bring to the office, but that's a great way of explaining.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that every time I see some bison poop out there.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite part of the job?
My favorite part of the job is probably getting to re-experience the magic of Yellowstone through the eyes of first-time visitors. I've literally had kids jumping up and down for joy when they saw a grizzly bear for the first time.
Oh.
And I've seen adults cower when they hear a bison grunt during the rut. And those moments just remind me of how special this place is. They allow me to remember why I fell in love with this place and why it's worth protecting.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so on the other side of the coin of that, there's great parts of the job, maybe some that are not so great or just a little tough. What's the toughest part of your job, you'd say?
I think the toughest part of my job is probably dealing with angry and frustrated visitors. People are coming here on vacation and everything's supposed to go right for them. And when it doesn't go right and they're on vacation, they really want someone to blame and someone to give them answers for that. And being a frontline staff member, we're kind of the face for the park. So we're often the person that receives the brunt of that anger and aggression. And especially in the middle of the summer, if you're receiving that day after day, multiple times a day, and often these complaints are about things that we have little to no control over. Sometimes they're because of natural disasters like floods. It can be really hard to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It takes lots of patience.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Lots of patience. So even with those kind of tougher parts of the job, why do you still want to, work as a park guide or work for the Park Service? What is it that keeps bringing you back.
Yeah. Although there can be tough days and those negative people, I think the good days and the good people really outweigh it. You might have someone who's mad at you one moment, and then you have a really special connection with a junior ranger the next. And it just reminds you kind of why we're doing this. Also, just having an opportunity to live here is something that I try not to take for granted. There's incredible recreational opportunities that I have right in my backyard. And I've also had incredible wildlife sightings literally from my couch. Like I've seen bears and coyotes. I think the only thing I haven't seen out of my back window is a wolf. But there's not a lot of places in the world where you have opportunities for recreation like you do in a national park, and opportunities for these really incredible wildlife sightings. And so I think those moments remind me of why I'm here, why I'm doing this. They're incredibly rewarding personally, but they also remind me of the importance of protecting that so that other people can experience that too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and gosh, like being in a lake in the winter when it's slower has got to be so quiet and peaceful. Like,
yeah.
In those moments.
I mean, the other morning, actually, Sunday, I went to the warming hut and there were 4 wolves in the road. And that was I did my 2-mile snowmobile commute to work, got to my office, and I saw 4 wolves at my office. And I've seen foxes and coyotes passing in front of that building as well. And I was all alone. No one else was there. And so it's a really special moment when you have moments like that. And those moments always kind of take me back to why I'm here. And I find that some of my best moments in the park, best sunrises, sunsets, rainbows, wildlife sightings, have occurred on some of my most difficult days. And so it's like, even though there are those tough days, the park always finds a way to remind me of why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that reminds me of a time a few years ago. I was driving home. It was a Friday. It was the end of the workday. I was trying to get back to the office, and I got stuck in this bison jam for 2 hours. So I didn't get home till like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
But it's moments like that, like a lot of those people are experiencing that for the first time, and it's super cool. They get to be in a place like that where you get to have those types of experiences and sightings. So,
and when you're frustrated in that bison jam, but you look over at like a little kid who's just glued to the window, can't believe what's happening, kind of makes it a little easier. Yeah, at least you're not stuck on an interstate somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have a defining moment? You've talked about some cool sightings and things that you get to experience living in the interior in winter. Is there like one moment that really stands out to you as like a career defining moment?
Yeah. I don't know if this is a defining moment, but when I thought about this, a moment that made me feel like I was really in the right place and doing a good job and something that I was really proud of happened a couple of summers ago. I had a father and daughter asking questions, and the father was the main one asking the questions, and the daughter was really curious and she started chiming in. And so she'd ask a question, I'd give her an answer. She'd ask another question. And so this really natural flow of conversation began. I even went and got a bear skull and brought it out to show her. And so I was sitting on the porch with this bear skull talking to her about it. And I remember she looked up at me and said, "Ranger Addie, I love learning with you." And it really just melted my heart because it felt like all of this was worth it. And I really was having an impact and inspiring the next generation of stewards for these lands. And after that, her father pulled me aside and was like, "I just want to tell you, like, I really appreciate that you took the time to speak with her and answer all her questions." He was like, "I know she had a lot of questions." And he's like, "I don't know if you know that the impact that had on her." And I didn't even realize this at the time or tell him, but I don't think they realized the impact that they also had on me, because that was just reminding me of why I'm here and why I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of one of the like interesting things about your job is it's less like quantifiable the impacts that you have. And so like, who knows what that little girl is going to grow up to be or do.
I know we're talking about junior ranger badges in the intro, and after I answered all of those questions for her, I was like, "Well, you're working on a junior ranger book, right?" She said no, she'd never heard of the program. And so I got her a book, and she was like, I want you to be the ranger to swear me in. Like, when are you working again? And so I was
awesome.
like, tomorrow at 10 a.m. is the 1 hour that I'm here.
My personal
yeah,
park
I was like,
ranger.
you've got a deadline for this because then I'm going to be on my weekend. I'm going to be backpacking. And she was like, I'm finishing it. And so she came back. I think she was only 6, but she did all of her work that day and came back the next morning, and I got to swear her in. So, maybe
cool.
she'll be in this position in the future, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll be a real ranger one day.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. And that's a lasting impact too.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we'll get into the nitty gritty of your job. The park guide position that you're in, do you know what the series is on USA Jobs? So if people want to go apply, what should they look for?
Yeah, the series is 0090.
And do you know, are those like entry-level jobs? How far up the ladder can they go with those?
Yeah, so park guide positions are typically more entry level, and mine is a GS5 position.
And do you need any formal training or anything like that?
There's no formal training needed for this position. Just having experience in education and interpretation is helpful.
Okay. So if you were to give somebody advice on like what type of experience they should get, what would you tell them?
My recommendation would be just get experience where you can, whether that's like volunteering at your local environmental center, which is something that I did, or working at a nearby state park. If you can get experience in interpretation and environmental education, that's going to be a really good way to get your foot in the door.
And how did you, I mean, obviously you have to know a lot about the resource to answer all those questions about circular bison poop and stuff. So how, I mean, is that just stuff that you research kind of on the job or on your own just because you're curious? How do you get that knowledge?
I'd say a combination of both. I had visited here, I don't know how many times before working here, probably 5 times with my family. And so from that, I just had a lot of basic knowledge of what are the popular sites to see and how do you be a visitor here, because I had visited. So I kind of had some of that background knowledge. I had some knowledge on the ecosystem that I learned when working in Grand Teton National Park. Some of that was on the job learning. Some of that was reading before I did that position. And then since I've been here, I'd say more of the knowledge that I've acquired has been on the job, either reading different references, learning from fellow rangers is probably one of the biggest ways that I learn, and just answering questions. It's really scary as your first day being a ranger, working at the front desk, having to answer questions, but that's the only way that you're going to know what people are asking and know what information you need to know.
Yeah, I've worked the front desk a few times and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
But and then you're one of the main people that like is contributing to the resources that we're using.
Well, in Yellowstone, there's so much information to possibly know too. So
that's another thing that's like really kept me in Yellowstone for so long, is that it's hard to get bored here, because one day I'm getting questions about circular bison poop. The next day I'm getting questions from a microbiologist who knows more about the thermophiles in these features than I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just endless knowledge to know. And so, yeah, there's still questions that I get that I don't know the answer to. And I tell them I'll go look it up and get back to you. And sometimes it's hard to find an answer, but I try.
Well, that's really cool. And so the last thing we like to ask people, what is your favorite memory that you've had? It could be here in Yellowstone or any other national park, since it sounds like you've worked and visited lots of different national parks. Do you have a favorite moment that you've had?
So something that stands out to me is a moment I had here in Yellowstone, and it doesn't involve wildlife or hiking or thermal features like you might expect it to. It actually involves the ice on Yellowstone Lake, which I know some of you here have heard me go on and on about the ice on Yellowstone Lake. But Yellowstone Lake freezes in the winter, and living at lake, this is something that is a pretty exciting event to us. Like, what day is the ice going to freeze, or the lake going to freeze? What day is it going to melt? Sometimes it sings as well. So we kind of really like live our lives by the seasons of the lake. And Ice Off Day is like my favorite day of the year. I just think it's so incredible, and it doesn't happen every year. But if conditions are right, as the ice breaks up, it gets pushed out of the lake at Yellowstone River, which is the only outlet to the lake. and it flows down underneath Fishing Bridge. And as that happens, those chunks of ice all kind of get compressed into each other, and you can stand on Fishing Bridge and look underneath your feet, and it's just mesmerizing watching this like icy slushy move. It sounds really cool too. It's like a bunch of shards of glass almost. And usually it occurs late May, like Memorial Day weekend. And a couple years ago, I was actually out of the park on a temporary work assignment, and I wasn't scheduled to get back until June. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it back in time for Ice Off. And I was pretty sad about it because it only happens once a year. Like It's not like Old Faithful. It's not happening every 90 minutes. So I was really bummed that I was going to miss Ice Off Day. And I was moving back into the park on June 3rd. And as I'm driving along the lake, I see that the ice is still there and it's starting to break up. And I rushed to Fishing Bridge, got to Fishing Bridge in time. I'm standing there watching the ice, listening to the sounds, and I look up and there was a double rainbow. And as silly, and as silly as it sounds, it just felt like the lake had waited for me, and that was Yellowstone's way of welcoming me back home.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
I would like Yellowstone to welcome me back home with a double rainbow next time I'm down there too. So if you could
I'll try.
Could make that happen, that would be so. And I have to go back to one other thing you said really fast before we go, because you said it sings.
Yeah. So as the ice cracks and forms, those sound waves are kind of sent through the ice, and you get these really unique sounds. It kind of sounds like lightsabers. It doesn't happen often. Conditions have to be just right, but it's really cool when it does occur.
Sorry, can you give us what does it sound like? Can you give us your best impression?
Yeah, it's like pew, pew, pew. But also there's other sounds too, but those are the coolest sounds.
That's cool.
I will be listening out for lightsabers next time I'm down there.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Addie.
Thanks for having me today.
Yeah,
this was really fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Addie Falgout. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
All right, my special 4:15 tour time. We're going to get boarding here very shortly.
Glacier National Park, as we know it, wouldn't exist if it weren't for Ice Age glaciers.
Well, please no bear spray too. We do not want to have a spicy tour. Occasionally, bear spray.
As a geologist whose mom is in town, I want to show off what the Ice Age left behind. And one of the best views of that happens to be from the middle of Lake McDonald.
It looks like a flat-bottom boat, doesn't it?
I'm not a nautical expert, just
but
guessing.
We can ask our boat guide.
So, we're going on a boat tour. I was excited to tell my mom all about the geology.
This valley is carved out by glaciers. You'll see from the middle of the lake, there's a big U shape, which is how you know it was carved by a glacier.
But as an artist, she was a bit more focused on the scenic qualities.
Very sensual.
Sure, that's how the artist sees it.
The boat we're on is called the De Smet, and it's one of 6 historic boats that offer tours throughout the park.
This boat was built in the year 1930, and it was built specifically for boat tours on Lake McDonald.
It may be an old boat, but it moves pretty quick.
Do you get seasick?
I'm surprised, actually, that I'm not seasick.
I was going to say, I remember one incident where you took me whale watching as a child.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that ride too much.
Within about 30 minutes, we reached the middle of the lake, and the captain slowly turned the boat around to face mountains I've seen a lot, but never from this perspective.
Okay.
So if you look behind you, what can you see?
That is spectacular. The change of the colors as it goes back from gray to deep blue to light blue to green, it's just wonderful.
Over 1,000 feet of ice once filled this valley. And while that ice is long gone, we have it to thank for this landscape that we all know and love. Ice Age glaciers carved our postcard-worthy scenery, and our roads and trails follow the paths they cleared. But while I spend a lot of time thinking about how this landscape came to be, I've never really imagined what it would have been like to be here while this was happening. For thousands of years, there wouldn't have been much land to walk on. Everything was covered in glaciers. But there was a world at the edge of that ice. Animals and people who lived just beyond. What was this place like during the last ice age?
There are no photographs of most people who have ever lived. So many people from history are invisible today. Like a melted glacier or a footprint in the mud, some stories can only be inferred from the impressions they leave behind. Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Daniel, and this is Season 3. It's about how this place became what it is today. Not a comprehensive history, but a collection of stories from the park's past. This episode is about the Ice Age, a time when this place was filled with thousands of feet of ice. It was a consequential time in the park's geologic history. But this episode is also about the search for life and understanding in a world we'll never see. And because the park was so covered in glaciers, we walked this story out to the edge of the ice and tracked down the history beyond the borders of the park. So, for starters, Michael, Perry, help me out here. Can you describe what an ice age actually is?
That is a great question.
Yeah, so an ice age is just a particularly cold period in Earth history. The most recent one was basically caused by wobbles in the Earth's orbit and in the Earth's axis that change the angle of how the sun is hitting the planet.
So basically, we get less solar radiation. The result is that global average temperatures during the last ice age were around 10 degrees Fahrenheit colder than they are today, which doesn't sound like a ton, but this allowed glaciers and ice sheets to cover nearly all of Canada and a third of Montana, including the park.
Okay, so when was this? How long ago did this happen?
So there have been several ice ages, but the Pleistocene, which is the most recent, goes from about 2.5 million years ago to about 12,000 years ago.
Okay, so the Earth wasn't just a solid ball of ice for 2 million years. The ice is advancing and retreating.
Right. There's these glacial periods and then these warmer interglacial periods.
Yeah, so as we set out to try to understand what this place might have looked like during the Ice Age, we had to pick a specific point in time. So we zoomed in on one that Perry suggested, called the last glacial maximum.
Yeah, so that's basically the most recent point in time where those big ice sheets stopped growing and started shrinking. It's about 20,000 years ago, at least in this location. And at that point, there was so much water frozen on land that sea level was about 400 feet lower than it is today.
But to understand what happened next, let's zip on over to a tiny state park in Oregon.
Oregon? Really?
Perry, if I had to ask you what the most abundant type of rock found in glacier is, what would you say?
Argillite, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it's found throughout the park. There are bright red and green colors that are pretty distinctive. And around here, it's in a rock formation called the Belt Supergroup.
Yeah, the Belt Supergroup is found all over the Northern Rockies, but it's not found in Oregon. And yet, perched on a hill above the Willamette Valley of Northwest Oregon is a boulder made of Belt Supergroup argillite.
So how did it get there?
Well, it weighs 90 tons and probably used to weigh about twice that, or almost as much as a Boeing 747, before people chipped away pieces to take home with them. But the story of how it got there is the story of one of the greatest natural disasters to have ever occurred in North America. The story of Glacial Lake Missoula.
Yeah, I think the Missoula floods are something that are nearly incomprehensible in today's society.
This is Justin Radford.
I'm the program manager for Ice Age Floods National Geologic Trail.
Justin is the first and only full-time employee of the first and only National Geologic Trail in the Park Service.
The trail covers about 3,400 road miles. It's a massive area, and there are people and educators and partners all along this route.
So those massive sheets of ice that Perry mentioned, which covered most of Canada and the northern part of the U.S., well, the Ice Age is ending. Those are melting, which produces a lot of water. All that water needed to go somewhere. And if we use the ice here as an example, water melting from the Ice Age glacier in what's now Lake McDonald would have been headed for the Pacific, flowing through the Flathead Valley, then west through Idaho, Washington, and Oregon before making it to the ocean.
But at the end of the Ice Age, water couldn't make it to the coast. It couldn't even get past Idaho and was instead stopped near modern-day Lake Pend Oreille.
Lake Pend Oreille is an amazing visitor experience, a great place to go and hang out. But if you picture it with 2,000 feet of ice on top of it, well, it created a huge blockage there.
An arm of the continental ice sheet had created a dam, blocking the only way out for water in northwest Montana, essentially plugging the bathtub drain that was the Clark Fork River.
And all the water backing up down behind that was just massive in scale. We're talking about something in the neighborhood of 600 cubic miles of water.
This ice dam was holding back the volume of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario combined, creating what was called Glacial Lake Missoula. Water backed up throughout northwest Montana and extended nearly 200 miles to the east. And it wasn't the only lake of its kind.
There were at least 6 others like it in Montana, but Glacial Lake Missoula was the largest one in the West, and you can still see signs of its presence across the state today, including its old shorelines.
And it just so happens that this lake was gigantic and goes all the way up the sides of the mountains there, and so you can see these big ridgeline bumps.
It's essentially like that was, at one point, was the lakeshore.
Yes, exactly.
You can drive to these old lake shores called strand lines at the Bison Range on the Flathead Reservation, and see them like bathtub rings on mountains around the city of Missoula.
These clues help us measure the depth of the lake. Just south of us on the Flathead Reservation, it was over 1,000 feet deep. You could have submerged the Eiffel Tower. The ice dam was even taller, and it extended for at least 10 miles. But as more and more meltwater entered the lake...
Well, at some point, the water wins, and the ice just can't hold it back anymore.
We're not totally sure how it happened. It might have been like trying to hold your hand over a fire hose, but the dam failed, and this kicked off the Ice Age floods.
Over a period of maybe as quick as 2 days, all of this water has left this area and started moving its way into Washington.
Water began charging westward at a flow rate 10 times that of all the world's rivers combined. The scale is almost incomprehensible.
And a wall of water traveling at 55, 65 miles an hour at restrictions, 1,000 feet high, scouring the landscape.
And this violent, earth-shaping flood happened multiple times.
It didn't just do it once. It formed this lake maybe as many as 100 times, geologists think, over a period of about 2,500 years, maybe 3,000 years.
After one flood forced its way through, the ice that formed the dam would reform, repeatedly plugging that drain, essentially, and starting the process all over again.
This landscape is now called the Channeled Scablands. Floodwaters taller than the Golden Gate Bridge, traveling at 50 miles an hour. Like a massive, violent bulldozer, the floods scoured away everything in their path, scraping away 50 cubic miles of earth, which is enough dirt that, if you spread it out, you could cover the entire state of Texas in nearly a foot of dirt.
And not all of that material made it to the ocean. At some points, like in Oregon's Willamette Valley, the water slowed down and debris would settle out.
Well, that's what people say. Well, that's why you have great wine and great vegetables and great growing that comes from the Willamette Valley, because it's got all the deposits from the floods.
That's so funny. People complain about Montana wine not being great because of the weather conditions, but it's parts of Montana in the Willamette Valley that make it good.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Which brings us back to our boulder in Oregon, which was carried there in the floods, probably encased in glacial ice. Roughly 2 weeks after the floods began, all of the water would have made it to the ocean near present-day Astoria, leaving behind a changed landscape.
Ultimately, though, the Ice Age was ending, and the dam that created Glacial Lake Missoula disappeared, ending the era of catastrophic floods.
These floods represent just how dramatically the world was changing. The world was warming up, and landscapes like Glacier were revealed as this icy blanket receded. But the story of these floods is not one we've understood for very long.
Fast forward to just 100 years ago, and these same floods would become the subject of one of the greatest geologic controversies of its day, in part because the dominant theory of geology at the time was gradualism, that landscapes formed incredibly slowly over millions of years.
So many geologists believe that things happen gradual over time. There are some national parks out there that are great examples of this. And, like at the Grand Canyon and that over millions of years story about it carving its way down. And you have this sort of gradual recession through the layers.
But that didn't explain the landscape of eastern Washington.
These canyon walls were all vertical, and the streams and rivers that were running through them were teeny, small. Really no logical way that river could have formed that kind of canyon.
What could explain it, thought a young geologist named J. Harlan Bretz, was a massive flood. And that wasn't the accepted explanation for why eastern Washington looked the way it did. Like how
No.
How was that hypothesis received?
Well, by the geologic community, not so well.
A lot of geology involves essentially resurrecting the past based on what's left behind, or in many cases based on what's missing. And we knew at the time that this park was home to Ice Age glaciers because of our U-shaped valleys. But for geologists at the time, Bretz's flood hypothesis was a bridge too far. When Bretz first published his idea in 1923, he was widely ridiculed by his peers. One of his most vocal critics was William C. Alden, a guy I've actually heard of before because he took some of the earliest photos of alpine glaciers here in the park. Alden was the chief of Pleistocene geology for the U.S. Geological Survey at the time, and he, like many others, couldn't imagine conditions that would send this much water across the Northwest. He declared the floods impossible, even though he himself had never been to the Scablands. But Bretz was right. In time and with more evidence, the scientific community accepted the theory.
It only took several decades.
Yeah, this wasn't until, the 70s that we'd worked out that Glacial Lake Missoula was the source of more than one flood, and Bretz was awarded the Penrose Medal, kind of geology's highest honor. But they never convinced everyone. Alden, Bretz's vocal opponent, denied the floods until his dying day. We've kind of been looking to this story as a case study of how we interpret the unknown. I'm wondering, is there a lesson we can learn from the story of Ice Age floods about trying to understand Earth history or human history where we don't quite have all the pieces?
Well, I think that, when we bump into these kinds of moments where we're trying to understand the world and we don't have good answers, we tend to fall back on what we know, and we're hesitant to be willing to hear from others about what they might see out there.
To me, Justin is describing a failure of imagination and of creativity. A struggle to picture a world that looks different than our own. We can see the empty space left behind. We know something was there, but it's hard to imagine what filled it.
The floods help us to understand the geologic history of the Ice Age, the physical world of ice and water whose presence carved clues you can easily see today. What is much harder to find, though, is evidence of the living world from that time. Some of the best clues are found along the St. Mary River, but not where it begins on the east side of our national park. We'll need to follow it as it flows north into Canada. The rest of the team was busy the day that I went, so I had to call in some backup. It's nice to have you back in the studio.
Thanks. Nice to be here.
I called Andrew, co-host of the first 2 seasons of Headwaters, who has a new job.
I'm the new communications lead for the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
We hopped in the car and followed the river, driving north to Alberta and the present-day St. Mary Reservoir.
Yeah, we're standing out on this sandy beach, not something you would really expect in southern Alberta. Yeah, it feels like we're in Hawaii or something.
The reservoir was huge. It kind of reminded me of standing on the shores of one of the Great Lakes. It went out to the horizon. It was definitely bigger than I was expecting.
Stretches out as far as you can see, basically, with the Rocky Mountains behind it. And it's pretty.
We stopped at a place called Wally's Beach to meet with Shane Tolman.
I'm Shane Tolman. I'm a local.
A now retired school teacher who warned us it was going to be windy.
It is a lot windier over the other side of the dunes.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking when we
can maybe move back.
We walked away from the lakeshore to try to hide from the wind, but we wanted to meet with Shane to talk about something that he found in the reservoir when it wasn't full of water.
Sometimes there's a big drawdown, so a lot of lake bed gets exposed.
But before we could really hear what he was saying, we were buzzed by a crop dusting plane.
Airplanes flying over. Oh my gosh, she's spraying that field. Right there. Oh, that could be annoying. Can you block that kind of noise?
No. We couldn't, and so we had to go hide in a picnic shelter. But anyways, the reason we wanted to talk to Shane was that back in 1994, he and his family visited when the water in the reservoir had been drawn down.
And when they walked out into the wet mud and windblown sand, a landscape that's normally underwater, they found themselves walking backwards in time.
We had been out the previous day, but it had blown a lot overnight. And we came back the next day, and right where we walked is this humongous skull. But it's an extinct bison skull.
Bison antiquus, the extinct ancestors of modern bison, who just so happen to be 1.5 times bigger than the bison you see in Yellowstone.
And the horns on it are incredible. And it's like that.
Shane showed us a side-by-side comparison, and Bison antiquus's horns are absolutely enormous. Looks more like a Texas longhorn.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, they're really impressive animals.
And for Shane, this discovery touched on a lifelong fascination.
My dad was a science teacher, so he actually had fossils in the lab, and they were just so captivating to me to see their little eyes are fossilized, and here they are staring back at you. It's kind of this time gets erased as you encounter these things, and that's always stayed with me.
Shortly after Shane stumbled into this bison skull, and quite a few other things that we will get to in a moment, he started getting phone calls from the University of Calgary. They had heard about his discoveries and sent Dr. Len Hills down to meet with him.
First thing I said to him was, I would like to study this stuff. How can I be involved? And he says, well, you could enroll as a student at the University of Calgary, and I'll be your supervisor. I said, great, let's do it. I enrolled in a master's program and became one of 4 principal investigators of the Wally's Beach site.
As Shane and his colleagues started to study Wally's Beach, they began to reconstruct what it would have looked like.
It was not the river that we see that's cut down to where it is now in these river valleys. It was a slow, meandering river.
In the banks of this ancient, winding river, they found pollen and roots, which can help us understand the Ice Age ecosystem.
We had spruce tree groves growing out here all over the prairies, as well as aspen groves. Then you had sedges and grasses that were growing in between. There was abundant plant life.
And of course, they found more evidence of animals that lived alongside Bison antiquus.
We get out there, here's this skull, and there's actually some vertebrae laying there as well. And Len picks this skull up, and he's turning it over. He says, this is muskoxen. And I'm just like, muskoxen? I didn't even know they were part of this extinct suite of animals that died off at the end of the Ice Age. And he says, yes, it's muskoxen.
They found a ton of extinct species, an ancestor of modern caribou, North American horses, even camels.
The camel discovery in particular blew my mind. We think of camels as being these desert-loving animals today, but the family of camelids and the family of horses both evolved in the Americas around 50 million years ago before migrating to Eurasia. The camels that lived here were called camelops.
And Shane found a tooth about as long as my index finger, and that tooth was serrated.
Well, there are no animals alive today that have serrated teeth. And so I knew immediately we had a saber-toothed cat. In fact, that's not just a saber-toothed cat, it's called a scimitar cat.
So already you're getting a picture of the wildlife who were living at the edge of the Rockies, at the edge of Glacier National Park during the Ice Age.
And it's a much different cast of characters than the grizzly bears, mountain goats, and deer that we all know and love today.
But for Shane, it wasn't bones that helped bring Wally's Beach to life.
And I can't even describe what I saw. It's almost emotional, because here's this big imprint, a little smaller than a garbage can lid.
He found footprints left by woolly mammoths.
And there's another one. And there's another one. Here's all of these cracks that went out from in this spider web, out from the tracks. You could see how it had stepped in the mud and it oozed up around its toes. And it's just like, okay, here's the best set of mammoth tracks on the planet, bar none. I mean, there's only like 4 sets anyway. So it really hit us just how incredible this was.
Unlike fossils, which capture animals after they die, these footprints are a snapshot of their lives.
Living, breathing mammoth, not the bones, the dead part. You're looking at living behavior, and that's so cool.
With each stride, they traveled on average 8.5 feet, and the weight of each step can reveal if it was left by a male or a female, a child or adult. And the way these 6-ton mammals walked can even reveal if they were injured.
Take the cross-section, and you get to see the weight distribution from this angle. Well, this animal on its, I think it was its left hind foot, was limping. You can see that the deformation on this side of the track is less than on the other side of the track, so it means that there was some injury or something.
How old is that track?
That track would be about 13,000 years old.
Oh my goodness. No. And it's not just mammoth tracks either.
Here's these mammoth tracks, but not just mammoth. Here's a camel trackway going through the middle of these, crossing over. And here's some more horse tracks over here. And what we're looking at probably looked very much like the Serengeti, because you had all those animals intermingling, and here they are moving in these vast herds and individuals. We have tens of thousands of tracks that we have observed at Wally's Beach.
It is rare for ancient footprints like these to survive. You not only need wet mud for the footprints to form, but then a strong wind to blow sand and sediment on top, filling them in and sealing them away for thousands of years.
But today, the same winds that once preserved these footprints are now destroying them. The same wind that pushed us into a picnic shelter has blown tracks away overnight, carried away grain by grain, a memory lost forever.
And because of where they sit in the reservoir, there's nothing you can really do to save them at this point. If they're not claimed by the wind, once they're exposed, they'll be destroyed by water when the reservoir is filled back in. All that's left is to try to document them, and efforts have ranged from photographs and measurements to teams of local students and 1,000 pounds of plaster casts. But however fleeting they may be, this glimpse of these animals alive, living alongside one another, not in the halls of a natural history museum, but drinking from the river that I see now in the distance. You can't help but picture it. And for Shane, imagine yourself there, following in their footsteps.
So I hope this doesn't sound too corny, but here's how I kind of pictured it. I stared at the footprints disappearing into the swirling sand to the east, and time blew away with the wind. I had a vision. It didn't take much to imagine the giant lumbering away through the mud, disappearing into the sand cloud from what was likely a watering hole. I'm close. So close I can hear the slushing suck of mammoth foot in paleo mud. See his breath dissipate against the cold ashen sky of early winter. Taste his pungent odor in the roof of my mouth. Rising above the din of the crushing palms of his feet is the sound of chokecherry stained tusks, battered and broken, tonking against the low-growth brush as it swings its massive woolly head side to side, its tangled auburn fur blowing eastward. The trudging mountain knows I'm there, but what am I to he? Nothing.
Not long after a mammoth left these footprints in the mud, their species went extinct in North America. So did camelops, the North American horse, and helmeted muskoxen. And while these footprints paint a vivid portrait of these animals in life, they also reveal a species in decline.
Very clearly, something's missing, and it's infants, the newborn, the young. Why aren't we seeing their tracks? Well, maybe they're light, but we're seeing lighter animals also. We're seeing their tracks, the horses and stuff like that.
The St. Mary's mammoth herd had far fewer juveniles than you'd expect in a healthy population. And one possible explanation was the warming climate. The Missoula floods were only one symptom of the dramatic changes occurring at the end of the Pleistocene. As temperatures warmed, ice sheets shifted north, and the environment shifted too. New plants moved into the grasslands that these grazing animals had relied upon.
But the last discovery we'll share from Wally's Beach hints at another factor. A discovery made by one of Shane's students, a fourth grader named Travis.
Picked up a piece that they thought might be an artifact, and then the next day Travis brought it to me. Well, I about fell out of my chair. It's a Clovis point.
Clovis points are sharp stones used for hunting by ancient human cultures. And these Clovis points held a clue, which revealed exactly what they were used for.
Horse protein residue. Those horses had been butchered, and that was a North American first.
Wally's preserves a record of Ice Age animals and humans, and produced the first archaeological evidence of these humans hunting horses. Later finds revealed they also hunted camels. When I first started working as a ranger at Glacier, the story of Wally's Beach grabbed me. I put Ice Age horses and mammoths in a campground talk that I've given for the last 6 years, and in my program, this has always been where the story ends. Camels were here, people were too. But actually visiting Wally's Beach, hearing from Shane about the work he and his colleagues and his students have put into understanding and preserving this history, it made me wonder, what was life like for the people that once stood here? What was it like to be human 13,000 years ago?
All right, let me recap. Right in our backyard, well, Glacier's backyard, Wally's Beach has a record of Ice Age wildlife.
Yeah, a pretty extensive one at that.
These are animals that they're really different than what we have here today.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have discovered evidence of Ice Age humans.
Yeah, and a lot of this evidence at Wally's Beach is in the form of something called lithics.
Lithics.
You've probably heard of that before.
Yeah, lithics are stone tools that are made by people.
Exactly. That includes the projectile points that were used to hunt horses at Wally's Beach, but they've also found thousands of different points and other tools.
Shane used the term Clovis point, which, if I remember right, that's one of the very oldest kinds of lithics in North America.
Yeah, so the term Clovis comes from projectile points found outside of Clovis, New Mexico. They're a distinct type of lithic that have been identified all over North America and date back well beyond 10,000 years ago. So they are artifacts from one of the oldest and most widespread cultures that we know about in North America.
So beyond their tools, beyond these lithics, do we know much about Clovis people? Like what their lives were like?
I mean, the short answer is no, we don't know much.
The topic of Pleistocene era people is always going to be a mystery for the foreseeable future. We have to assume that life was pretty challenging because of the geographic, ecological aspects of that era.
This is Shane Doyle.
Yes, my name is Dr. Shane Doyle. I'm a member of the Upsalaga Nation. I'm an educational and cultural consultant. I live in Bozeman, Montana. And, I hail from Crow Agency.
Another Shane. 2 Shanes in one episode.
Yes, but I called Shane Doyle because he has studied and worked to understand these Ice Age cultures.
Lithics, the points that they used, are really the best evidence that we have. We don't have a lot of human materials to understand that time period outside of the hunting and other tools that these folks made.
Some of the only materials durable enough to survive these last 10,000 years or more are stones and bones. So even as scientists develop new and better technologies like ground-penetrating radar and aerial imagery, we're still limited by what little is left.
I don't think we have a lot of data that we can really turn to that will really provide us with a more comprehensive picture of what life was like for Pleistocene era native people. So I think we kind of have to use our imagination.
This is where we get back to the conundrum we found with the Missoula floods, the limitations of imagination. I talked with retired Forest Service archaeologist Carl Davis, and he pointed out that the presence of stone tools and absence of anything else has affected our understanding of these cultures by focusing on the masculine aspects of ancient life.
And archaeologists, who were primarily male for many, many years, that's what they really got into. And women and children kind of got left in the dust because the evidence of women's activities, this wonderful perishable industry of all kinds of things, there's no evidence. We certainly can assume they're wearing, carefully crafted, tightly sewn clothes and stuff, but we don't have any evidence whatsoever. So we don't really know what they looked like, what they ate, what language they spoke.
And our understanding of these communities has been shaped by more than just projectile points.
I think in North American archaeology, there has been some bias about sort of giving legitimacy to the capability of these first peoples, these indigenous peoples. It may be colonialism, it may be imperialism, it might be a little bit of racism, but I think we have a hard time maybe giving credit where credit is due.
That's where anthropology begins to fall short when we go all the way back to those ancient times. It's reflected in artwork that we often see represented from people of that day and age. The clothing that they wear is shaggy and their hair is unkempt, and they're kind of usually slouched or like hunched over. They resonate with this very uncouth, something that modern man would look upon as undeveloped. And I reject that. I don't think that's, a very good indication of who these people were. I don't think that they didn't comb their hair. I don't think that they didn't care about the kind of clothes that they wore. I think that they always cared about that. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? I mean, even Sigmund Freud would agree with that. I just think that it's a shame that we portray them as being, dirty savages, honestly. People in the modern era tend to think of ourselves as being so special. We have all this information that cavemen or ancient people didn't have. And, well, I think on a daily basis reflect on those ancient people and how they must have felt the same way about their lives as we do about ours. Obviously they didn't have nearly the kind of technology that we do, but think about how they must have been comparing their lives to other species, animals that didn't have the ability to talk or sing or dance or laugh or cry out of inspiration or joy. I mean, the emotional realm and spiritual ceremonial aspects of ancient life must have made those people feel like they were on the edge of tomorrow.
And as we talk about these cultures and wonder about their daily lives, try to imagine how they treated one another, what they valued, and who they loved. Shane emphasized that there is a lot more to these people than we will ever find buried in the ground.
And I think that's another thing that anthropologists often forget about, is that the trade culture was more than just material trade. These people wanted to learn about one another. They wanted to hear their stories. They wanted to know about their ceremonies. They wanted to know about their knowledge. That was the real trade culture. The material came along with it.
In the end, it might just be the social world that we thought had disappeared that can help us better understand this time after all.
I developed a course on Montana Plains Indians. During the process of creating that course, I looked at the different star stories of the tribes here in Montana, and it was clear to me that they shared common stories, and that the stories were very, very important. But when you consider that, we have at least half a dozen language families represented here in Montana, completely different languages. And so we're talking about languages where they don't even share a common sound. So how could it be then that these different speaking people would have the exact same star stories down to the minutiae, just the smallest details of people's names and the things that they did and how those things are reflected in the sky and on the ground, and the same stars and the same geographic features? I mean, all those things to me showed that These folks must have been in communication, in deep communication with one another.
Different cultures with different languages, living in different places, who still found a way to communicate. And it wasn't just star stories that they were sharing. It was technology, where and how to harvest teepee poles, how to stitch hides together and harvest wild plants.
They were so determined to share with each other their knowledge and the best of their communities that they created a language independently of themselves. That, plain sign language exists really in and unto itself.
Plain Sign Language was the original American Sign Language, born out of trade between communities across the Great Plains.
The Plain Sign Language, I don't think probably dates all the way back to the Pleistocene era, but I do believe that the passage of the Clovis technology from community to community across the continent, all those communications and all of those different trade networks, that's where the seed of that was planted.
These insights from oral traditions can help us to imagine the cultures of these ancient communities. Curious, kind, and cooperative pioneers living here despite its hostile and icy climate. And as Perry found, oral history can also preserve a record of specific moments in time.
I wanted to talk to Sally Thompson, an anthropologist whose work with tribes throughout the Northwest found that indigenous communities have preserved memories of the Ice Age.
One of the task force members was telling me a story once of his clan's migration. And I said, wow, Ray, it sounds like you're taking me back to the late Pleistocene. And he said, well, I think I am. So he thought for a while, and then he said, we sing it. It's a chant. We repeat it the same way, the same time of year, in a ceremonial way. It's like your silent night. You wouldn't change the words. He said some of those words are so old we don't understand them anymore.
Wow.
So that really was life-changing for me, and I started paying attention in a very different way.
I know Sally from her book, People Before the Park, which she wrote with the Blackfeet and Kootenai tribes, sharing their traditional culture and lifeways here in Northwest Montana.
Well, my name's Sally Thompson, and really what we're talking about today, I'd like to say I'm a student, not an expert.
I love that.
I'm a student of what Native people have to teach us.
One thing she's learned is that oral traditions hold records of Ice Age floods, the phenomena that geologists squabbled about for decades. Some cultures have remembered them for thousands of years.
Imagine the time when immense sheets of ice were extending down from Canada all across northern North America. To imagine it's not just filling the valleys, it's overlapping all but the very tallest peaks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so picture you're standing on top of one of those peaks, and all you can see to the north and the east is ice.
When I hear this, I picture a glacier and the Flathead Valley full of ice and water from glacial Lake Missoula. But this describes the ice margin all along the northern edge of the U.S. Sally interviewed people from tribes all up and down the Columbia River, whose drainage system covers most of Washington, Idaho, and northwest Montana. One of these tribes is the Kootenai.
The Kootenai people are unique. They're not related to anyone anywhere. It may be because of where they were in these cataclysmic times that they were the only ones who survived.
Mm-hmm.
So most people have relatives, but the Kootenays are considered by anthropologists or linguists to be an isolated people, the only ones. And this is their story. Was it like before a tsunami where sensitive people think something's changing, or you hear this incredible sound and somehow you know to run up? Perhaps you've experienced, some flooding before, and you know you need to go up, and you just keep running, and somehow some people manage to survive that. Then you see people have run to the top of Rattlesnake Mountain on the Columbia and try and picture what happened. I interviewed a Coeur d'Alene elder one time. Felix Aripa told me After he thought it through in his own language at the way his grandparents had told him the story, then he explained to me that the words they used were something like, everything changed, even the landscape.
This is a record of a human experience with these floods. Someone witnessed them, walked through the world they left behind, and shared that story with their community. Yet, despite knowing that, it's still difficult to place yourself in their shoes, to see their point of view rather than our own.
Even with everything we've learned, it is really hard to place yourself in a world that you'll never see. All of these stories have helped me to picture it. Herds of camels and mammoths sharing Montana with people who, in the face of a dramatically changing world, are learning from one another and passing on memories that will connect them to today. But I find myself imagining it almost like a painting, something that I can see, but that I can't touch. What would it take to bring this history to life? To be able to imagine myself there, like Shane Tolman did with the mammoth tracks? When I posed this question to Shane Doyle, he turned my attention to May of 1968 in rural Montana when 2 construction workers began digging rocks out of a hillside.
And so they were digging into a cliffside to get some like flat sandstone rocks out of the cliff. And when they dug into the cliff, it was covered with this red dust that we call red ochre. Red ochre is a really sacred material.
Past the red ochre, they found lithics. And beyond that, human remains. They were digging in a grave. Found on the property of Helen and Dr. Mel Anzik, these human remains turned out to belong to a child between 1 and 3 years old. And while the haphazard digging at the site made it difficult to completely reconstruct the burial, it was determined that the child had been buried nearly 13,000 years ago.
You know, he was probably no more than 3 years old when he died, was buried with a treasure trove of antiquities, over 118 priceless Clovis artifacts. Pretty much every tool that has ever been identified in any other Clovis site was found at that burial. These were valuable, treasured items that were rare and that were hard to produce. And they buried him with a child. This child had no social standing that we could measure or compare in any other culture at any other point in history. You know, even today, children are the most vulnerable people in society. You know, they receive the least honor, they receive the least attention, they receive the least amount of resources devoted to them. If you look at what that burial spoke to, it spoke to what that community valued. You know, why would they put all of those items in there for a child who had never hunted? He was not a priest, he was not a ceremonial leader, he was not a warrior, he never produced any economic value. He was really just as children are today, but they present a resource that you have to provide for, part of your family that you have to attend to constantly.
The U.S. has a law that establishes the legal rights for tribes to repatriate or reclaim human remains uncovered in cases like this, but it wasn't passed until 1990.
This is before NAGPRA, Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act. So all the materials, since they were found on private land, they were just taken by Mel and the 2 construction workers. The human remains, Mel gave those to his daughter, but at the time they were taken by a scientist, an archaeologist, who took them down to his lab in Arizona.
The remains stay in Arizona for about 30 years until eventually they're returned to Sarah Anzik, the granddaughter of Mel and Helen.
Once Sarah got them, turns out she was the molecular biologist. She had an interest in studying the remains to see if she could find out who this person was, who this child was. And, you know, she said before that she just knew that this child had a story to tell and that it was an important story and that she wanted to help the child tell that story.
So she reached out to a lab in Denmark, and they set out to sequence the child's genome in an effort to understand its DNA and uncover who the child is related to.
The head guy over there, the scientist of the lab, his name is Eske Willerslev, and he and his team took on the study, and it took them 3 years to complete the genomic sequencing of this ancient remains. But when they did finally get the complete genome, they were able to compare it to other populations around the world, and it's pretty clear that he was one of the very first Native Americans on the continent.
At the same time this discovery was starting to ripple out into the scientific community, the Anzac child was also at the center of an effort to repatriate the remains, to place them back where they were buried 13,000 years ago, which is how Shane got involved. I don't expect there's really like a roadmap for how to conduct a repatriation. Maybe there is. I don't know. So how did you decide how to actually perform the reburial? And what did it look like in the day?
There is no roadmap for repatriation. There are procedures that have been developed over years in certain circumstances that fit the bill, but this one was kind of different. Because it was so old, and we have to assume that the child was related to all of modern people today, that's a lot of people to try and bring into the process. I kind of took that task on to reach out to Native communities, to let them know what we were doing, to ask them if they wanted to participate. It took a long time. We had to have a lot of meetings. There were a lot of different folks involved, not just the tribal communities here in Montana, but also the Montana Burial Board. Sarah Anzac, she still maintained possession of the bones right up until the moment they were placed in the ground. Scientists, they still had materials from the Anzac child in their lab. The reburial was supposed to be comprehensive, and so they had to agree to put all of what they had of the boy in the lab into the ground. There were disagreements over where to rebury the boy, over how to rebury him. Some people believed we should just rebury him with like a rawhide pouch, put him in the ground so he could go back to Mother Earth. There were also suggestions to bury him at the Montana Historical Society out on the public lawn so that people would be dissuaded from trying to dig him up and steal him. I mean, you name it, there was a whole gamut of suggestions and ideas about how to rebury him and where to rebury him. And finally, at the end, we just decided to put him back as close to where he was as possible and put him in a nice small little casket. And, it was just a beautiful day. It was a beautiful ceremony. And like I said, we all felt good about it. Here's the thing that I've thought about a lot. We were there that day not just to show respect to that boy, but we were there to show respect to ourselves. When we respect others, we respect ourselves. And when we do that in a community, in a gesture where we all come together in a ceremonial way, that's a very powerful healing experience.
Do you think that the Anzac site, Pleistocene people, and this deep time can teach us about ourselves or even the future?
Well, I think we can learn a lot from those ancient people about strength, about resilience, about love, about what really matters in this life. I guess one theme that we see today in Hollywood is the post-apocalyptic world. We think when all the chips are down that we'll turn on each other. When I think of those ancient people, I'm inspired. I just think, they loved each other, and from everything that we can tell, they respected each other. I'm sure there were instances where that wasn't always true, but the Anzac grave and the show of love that was displayed for that child makes me believe that that wasn't just an isolated case. That this was part of their worldview. They believed in treasuring their relationships. And in a way, that's what it was when we reburied him that day.
To me, this story pulls your focus away from everything that separates us from Ice Age people. The ice sheets, scimitar cats, and more than 10,000 years, and shows instead our shared humanity. And to Shane, it illustrates what's possible when scientists and Native communities work together.
I think we'll be able to tell the stories that right now we still can't really wrap our heads around, because we'll be able to wrap our hearts around what it means to be a human, and we'll be able to take that understanding and place it into these ancient time periods, and that will be able to inform and provide us with a better picture of why these people laughed, what they laughed about, what they cried about, who they loved. It's pretty hard to not understand what the Anzac burial represents. If you're a parent and your greatest fear is to lose a child, and you understand that this is what these people did, that message is pretty clear. 12,600 years later, you can still relate to the anguish that they must have felt. How unfair, how cruel, how impossibly difficult the loss that they suffered was. And the only way to heal from that is to just give the last full measure. That's a message that is crystal clear to me. There's nothing about that I don't understand.
It's true that sites like Anzac are extraordinarily rare, but the kindness that we can see there must have been common. In every laugh shared round the campfire, which echoed across newly ice-free valleys, and in a piece of hard-won camel shared as a meal with a loved one. Or in the simple joy of standing by a river and squishing the mud between your toes, right beside a set of fresh mammoth tracks.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esavari. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski or Melissa Sloddick, and Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Special thanks this episode to Shane Tolman for driving to meet us.
And sharing your bug spray.
Shane Doyle, Carl Davis, Roz Gerstein.
Thanks, Mom.
Sally Thompson, Justin Radford, Andrew Smith, Vic Baker, and Ethan, our captain from the Glacier Park Boat Company. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We use art to find new perspectives on one of American history's most momentous yet misremembered events.
Lewis and Clark was just a story that I did not remember from school.
When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark. I just thought they're revered by so many.
That's next time on Headwaters. So Headwaters was made possible through the Conservancy, right, Andrew?
Yes.
But you also fund a lot of other projects. What are some examples of that?
Yeah, one I wanted to tell you about today is our wilderness condition monitoring work. We have this really cool project happening right now to outfit a lot of the park's wilderness rangers with tablets so that they can make live reports on the condition of the wilderness while they're out and about.
Used to be on paper reports that got lost and never found their way to the same place.
They would show up wet and crumpled and all sorts of different things would be written on them. So now everybody's got the same form. It comes all into one database and we can learn about threats to wilderness so fast and respond to them so that nothing happens to our beautiful wilderness here.
Well, that's awesome. Well, I guess if you want to learn about that project and more that the Conservancy funds, check out their website, and thanks.
Yeah, visit us at Glacier.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
Our purpose is to tell unexpected stories about how Glacier is connected to everything else. But today's bonus episode will be a little different. Instead of telling a story, I'm hosting a debate between Michael and Perry about the best activities to do in Glacier.
Ooh.
Hi, I'm Sophia. You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast from Glacier National Park.
I'm Perry.
I'm Michael.
Here in my hands, I have a ranger hat full of little pieces of paper with different activities you could do in Glacier National Park.
Okay.
I will pull one of these pieces of paper, and on it will be an activity, and whoever speaks first, that's their stance, and the other person has to argue the opposite.
Okay. Michael and I can get in a fight about anything.
That's the easy part. It's winning the fight. That's the hard part.
I'm ready.
So let's pull the first topic and get started.
Okay. Camping. Well, I love camping. That's my stance. If you come to a national park, odds are you're here to kind of disconnect from normal life, unplug, so to speak. Sounds corny, but how often do you get to wake up with the sunrise, go to sleep with the sunset, show off your ability or lack thereof to build a campfire, have s'mores. It's just the perfect national park experience.
Well, I hate camping. There are way too many bugs. The glacier can be very mosquito-y at certain times of year. Also, you say, great, you get to see the sunsets and wake up with the sunrise. In Glacier in the summer, that is too late and too early. You're not getting enough sleep. And fundamentally, you're paying someone to sleep on the ground. Hard pass.
I would give that one to Michael. I feel like bug spray's a thing. If I'm in my tent, I'm relatively safe from the bugs. I'm going to enjoy the great outdoors occasionally. I don't have to do it all the time.
Okay.
All right, floating/tubing. Love it. Floating the stretch of Lower McDonald Creek from Apgar to West Glacier is right outside my house and really easy to do after work. And I love that I get to see a part of the park that's right by my house, but from a totally different perspective than I would see it otherwise. Also, great birds.
I hate floating and tubing because it requires you to have two different vehicles. You've got to put one in where you start, and you have to park one where you get out, and you have to spend all that time, waste all that time, I would say, shuttling back and forth. Whereas hiking, you can start and end at the same place. No problem. There are loop hikes. There are not loop rivers. Anti-floating. You're just baking in the sun the whole time.
Personally, I didn't grow up near rivers, so I am loving them here. So I'm sorry, Michael. I have to side with Perry. Floating and tubing. It's pretty fun.
Too bad. All right. What's next? Stargazing. Well, I love stargazing, and here's why. I don't know the names of almost any constellations, and that doesn't matter. I can pick out the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. Beyond that, it's just like Earth's screensaver. You can stare at it. It's mesmerizing. It's special to look for comets. What's better than staring up at the night sky?
Okay, night skies, thumbs up. Stargazing, thumbs down. You have to stay up way too late. Here in Glacier in the summer, it's not even fully dark till well after midnight. There's too much to be doing during the day. We don't have time to be stargazing at night. It's my bedtime.
During the daytime that she's so excited about, it's been like 95 degrees. Nighttime, cool 70s. Beautiful skies. And also, coffee exists, so.
I'm siding with Michael here.
Yes.
Yeah, love the stars here. You could see the Milky Way in Glacier National Park, which is pretty special. Yeah.
I'm glad I drew first on that one.
Okay, fishing. I don't have a lot to say about fishing. Those who've listened to season 2 will recall that the last time I went fishing, I was 6 and an alligator ate my bobber. So it's just adding work to another activity I'd rather be doing. Like, I'm floating down the river on a boat. I just want to enjoy that. It feels like a lot of work to be standing there waving a fishing rod around. Or if I'm like fly fishing, standing in the shallows, like I could just be swimming or eating or picnicking, you know? I don't need it.
Well, I love fishing. It is one of the most meditative ways to gain a deep understanding of an ecosystem in Glacier. The park only encourages you to catch or touch one type of animal in the park, and it's fish. You're allowed to catch them. There are some that you aren't, but it's just such a unique experience in the park to be able to get to know the aquatic wildlife and have an excuse to just go stand in a river for 2 hours.
Michael, how many times have you been fishing in Glacier?
Twice.
Maybe I need to become a fish girl. I've never been fishing before, which is surprising for being from Texas. But your argument's pretty convincing, Michael. I know you can find out more information about fishing regulations on our website. So if anybody else is interested in hopping on the fish train, check it out.
Fish train.
No.
Driving, going to the Sun Road. Big fan. Love it. I mean, it's like the ultimate experience here. It's the experience that put Glacier on the map for people to come visit. It's where I would say 90% of the pictures of the park come from, is from driving, going to the sun, maybe 75. And that is because you get to witness 3 different distinct ecosystems in one 2-hour drive. You get to have incredible wildlife sightings from the safety of your vehicle. From bears to bighorn sheep, mountain goats, you get to drive to over 6,600 feet. What's not to love?
Here's what's not to love: driving. What if you take a shuttle so you don't have to drive going to the Sun Road? You can see all those things, but you can spend way more time actually looking at them instead of having to spend all that thought and energy looking at the road, avoiding other cars and said bighorn sheep and mountain goats. And if you just sit on a shuttle and let someone else do the driving, you can appreciate the scenery. It's type 1 fun. There you go.
Honestly, the shuttle sounds pretty nice to me. Or being a passenger, I would say. Yeah, I'm siding with Perry on this.
All right, one more. Birding.
Oh.
I love birding. I love trying to figure out who they are, what they look like, who's singing. And you may not get to see a grizzly bear when you come here. I'm sure you won't see a mountain lion. A few of you might, but I never have. But almost everywhere you go in Glacier, you'll find birds. You can come at any time of year and see birds. And especially if you come in the spring, they're constantly singing and calling and just making this place richer and more beautiful.
Well, here's my hot take on birding. I love birds. I mean, they are the soundtrack to our mental image of nature itself. But as you said, they are everywhere. I could see birds where I grew up in Ohio, and I can ID them and have a very similar experience. If I wanted to see a grizzly bear, I'd have to go to the zoo. So, birding in Glacier, it's fun to hear birds as you go out and hike, but it's not an activity in its own right. Birds are the background to experiences you could only have here and that people are coming from across the country to have because they can't have it at home. So that's my hot take on birding.
I'm never taking you birding again.
Honestly, Perry, your passion for birding speaks to me. There's hundreds of birds you could see here, and that's a very special experience. So I have to side with Perry here, Michael.
Okay. I disagree, but it has been decided.
It's okay. I won. You just accept it. I feel like we covered a lot, but there are so many other activities that we didn't talk about.
What's another activity?
I would say berry picking.
Yeah.
I love picking huckleberries.
Classic.
It's an iconic part of a Glacier summer. Just wouldn't be the same without it.
If you are trying to plan a trip to Glacier and interested in what sort of activities you can find here, check out our website at nps.gov/GLAC, and it can help you plan a great trip.
We're hard at work on the next season of Headwaters. Stay tuned for bonus content like this and more episodes about your favorite national park.
Headwaters is made possible with support from our nonprofit partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We are so grateful for all that they do for us. Check them out at glacier.org. And if you have a moment to leave us a review in your podcast app, that helps us so much. Thanks for listening.
You know what activity we missed? Podcasting. I mean, there are more activities here than we could cut up and put in a ranger hat. I like them all.
Me too. Despite everything.
The Avalanche Creek area is one of the most popular and crowded spots in the park. The old-growth cedars and hemlocks are unlike anywhere else in the park and would look more at home on the coasts of Washington and Oregon than in the Rocky Mountains. However, rains from clouds trapped by the Continental Divide make this an inviting habitat for a wide array of plants and animals. A campground and a picnic area are located here, but the real draws are the 2 popular trails that allow exploration of this unique part of the park. The Trail of the Cedars is an easy 1/2 mile wheelchair-accessible loop trail into the cool and inviting old-growth forest. Huge western red cedars, western hemlocks, and cottonwoods line the banks of Avalanche Creek. Ferns and other shade-loving plants thrive in the filtered green light that penetrates the forest canopy. About halfway along the trail, a bridge crosses the creek and provides a stunning view of Avalanche Gorge. Centuries of water gushing through this narrow gap has rounded and smoothed the moss-laden walls. Hikers may continue back to the parking area at this point on the loop or venture off to the Avalanche Lake Trail. This easy 2-mile walk climbs 500 feet to reach Avalanche Lake. The trail follows along Avalanche Creek as it climbs up and out of the cedar hemlock forest into a mixed spruce and fir forest just a few hundred feet above. Early morning visitors may also be treated to the sights of deer and other wildlife along the trail. Before long, the forest opens up and the dramatic cliffs at the head of Avalanche Lake loom on the horizon. Fed by melting snows and the Sperry Glacier, huge waterfalls cascade down the back wall of the Avalanche Cirque all summer long. It's easy to see why this is one of the most popular hikes in the park. It's not for those seeking solitude, but the rewards of this trip are worth every step. Parking is limited at Avalanche Creek, so consider leaving your car at your campground or at the Apgar Transit Center and taking the new free shuttle system to explore this area of the park. Please help prevent resource damage by remaining on the trails, and for your safety, please stay clear of the creek and the slippery rocks along the bank. Drownings have occurred here in the past.
Hello again, Rocky Rangers. 2 quick announcements before we get started with this week's episode. They might sound familiar because they're the same as last episode. We still have a big pavement preservation project going on in the park. That's going to be creating delays and closures over the next week and change. The biggest impact? Alpine Visitor Center and Old Fall River Road will be completely closed on Thursday, August 17th. Other impacts are too complicated to cover in detail here, trust me on that, but you can get the full deets on our website. Point your browser to nps.gov/ROMO. Look for alerts at the top of the page. If you're on a mobile device, it'll be hidden in our little menu. Find the alert related to pavement preservation and click more. It's been rain lately with heavy thunderstorms and even continuous rain rolling in every afternoon. It's raining right now. Always check the weather before your visit. Plan any hikes so that you are well below tree line before storms are set to arrive, and never leave the safety of a building or your car if thunderstorms are present. Lightning is serious business, so play it safe. And now for our episode. This week, we join Design Outside, a class of undergraduate graphic and industrial design majors from the University of Kansas who spent a week camping at Moraine Park and expanding their creativity outside of the classroom and studio. As you'll hear, the class had a big impact on the students, and it was super fun to talk to them, to hear all the different types of projects that they'd come up with over the week, how the week impacted their design process now and potentially in the future, what it was like to camp for the first time for some of them, and to get to geek out about design stuff, because that's what I do all day usually. We hope this podcast inspires you also to camp, to explore Rocky, and to create beautiful things. Let's rock. How's it going?
Good.
How's your week been?
Very good out here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, how about you introduce yourself?
Okay. My name is Jeremy Shellhorn, and I'm Associate Professor of Design at the University of Kansas. And I teach a summer class called, it's the Do Studio, Designing Outside. And the purpose of that is to really get the students outside of the traditional classroom setting and get them outside where they have to be in a place that pushes them to think about design and make things differently than they would otherwise. And it's been a great week out here at Rocky. The weather's been great, but it's just a good time to get them out of their comfort zone and have to deal with things like climate and elevation and not being able to run into studio every 5 minutes to print stuff out. Yeah, so great.
Yeah. This is year 2, right?
This is year 2, yeah, second annual.
Yeah.
So I was certainly a little bit better at preparation. And
Yeah. How did
so,
this feel this year compared to last year?
it was very good. I think I had a good mix. These students got to do a couple hikes to kind of get acclimated.
Oh,
We
nice.
went to Emerald Lake the first day.
Yeah.
We had a lot of flatlanders, so they
Yeah.
had to get used to the elevation.
Very smart for our listeners. Very smart move.
Yeah.
Start
and then
easy.
Started easy.
So you went up to Emerald Lake and did you do like sketching and stuff, or was it?
Yeah.
What was kind of involved?
So we got up there and just got acclimated to hiking in the elevation, and then just kind of had a sketch time.
Yeah.
And it was hot out, so we did
Yeah.
have a couple brave souls that did maybe get into the water.
Ooh.
And then
That'll wake you
very quickly got back out of the
Uh-huh.
water and resumed sketching.
Never will you feel more alive.
Yeah. And
That's awesome.
So that was a great kind of first day to get acclimated. And then the next day, we went to Mills Lake.
Uh-huh.
Kind of the prototypical, gave them the story about, one of the proponents of getting, Rocky up as a park, Enos Mills, and he was actually a Kansan.
That's right.
From Lynn County, Kansas.
Yeah.
And so I gave him a little bit of story about how he ended up here. And so we went and visited the lake of his namesake.
That's great.
And then a couple of us that were up to a little more adventure
Uh-huh.
kept on going to Black Lake.
Okay, yeah, that's a good hike.
And there was a little bit of snow.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier this week. Like, how much snow?
There was quite a few spots where we were crawling up and then maybe sliding down.
Yeah. Okay, so a lot of snow.
Yeah, a lot of snow.
And I guess that was like late June.
Yeah.
Late June. That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty typical.
Yeah, it was gorgeous, and one of the nice things
I
about
love
going
Black Lake.
past, Mills Lake was, it's fantastic to see that site, but if you're able to go maybe just a little bit farther, you beat a little bit of the crowds.
That was kind of Mills Lake was kind of like my first introduction. So I came here for the first time, I guess 3 years ago, to
Mhm.
make their brochure map.
Mhm.
So everybody who uses a map in the park.
Yeah.
I came here to make that, and I stayed afterwards and did a backpacking trip. And like I went in Glacier Gorge, up to Mills Lake, up to Black Lake, and then I actually kept going up past that, like way up into Glacier Basin. And I tried to go over Stoneman Pass, and that's when I lost the prescription sunglasses that I was talking about earlier.
Oh,
So
got it.
there was still a lot of snow up in that pass.
Yeah.
And that was late. That was like in the 20s in July.
Wow.
Anyway, but it's beautiful up there. I love that. Like Longs and the Keyboard of the Winds coming
Yeah.
down, and
Pagoda
Mountain, Chief's Head.
Tried to point out
Black Lake,
as
too.
many places like that on our way, and certain times you head up that part of that particular trail and you get a good kind of side angle of the diamond
Oh,
on
yeah.
Longs Peak.
Uh-huh.
And so we did have a couple climbers in our group. They did not venture to something that hard.
Yeah.
But a little bit of bouldering this week, and
Yeah.
mostly hiking and
Oh,
sketching.
that's awesome.
And just getting out with the paints.
Yeah.
And stuff that sort of forced them to, get off screens for the week. So I mean,
Yeah.
as an educator, just a chance to get them to, experience a place like this. Force them to have maybe some parameters they don't always have.
Yeah.
And force them to be a little bit more creative
Yeah.
about how they're going to create. What we're looking at now is sort of a show. We're in Moraine Park Campground, and my students have put up a show, a little art and design show, and
Yeah.
invited some of the camp guests here, and we're just hanging out and sort of looking at what
Yeah.
they did this week.
Yeah, we're gonna walk around and play past the mic.
Cool.
We're just gonna get to play like Duck Duck Goose,
Awesome.
kind of.
Awesome. Yeah.
We'll do that in a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's so awesome, and it's something that we do try to promote, but I think doesn't get associated a lot with national parks is art.
Mhm.
And art has always been so essential. Like
Mhm.
part of the reason why Yellowstone was even set aside is that Moran
Yeah.
went into the wilderness and
Mhm.
hauled all the stuff
Mhm.
and painted it and interpreted it so other people could see it and be like, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and a painter
And it's
like-
inspired so
yeah.
much art too that isn't even about national parks necessarily. Like that's great that you made the
Mhm.
connection with Enos Mills.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Albert Bierstadt.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The lake named
Incredibly
after him
famous here.
Same kind of deal. If you didn't have a photographer to send out, you had paints and
Yeah.
drawing. And I think for these kids, they know how to use those tools, but this really sort of forces them to do it.
And camping all week too.
Yeah.
It kind of gets you in a different
Absolutely.
headspace.
Absolutely.
Especially
Slows
after
them
the
down.
first couple, like after the first
Yeah.
2 or 3 days when you're
Yeah.
like really in it, you're really embracing the new shower routine.
Yes.
Or lack thereof.
Yes. A couple
Cold
showers,
mornings and
a couple solar showers
Yeah.
that maybe we didn't set out in the sun.
Yeah,
completely.
long enough.
Yeah.
But you tried.
Yeah.
That's good. You're
Yeah.
preparing for our solar future.
Right, yeah,
It's
that's-
smart.
Yeah.
It's rather important in the sun.
Yeah.
Should we walk around and play tag?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's just walk around. We
Okay.
can just drag the mic cables. It doesn't matter.
Fantastic.
They're strong.
Let's talk to these. We have a couple junior rangers that are.
Oh,
maybe
new
a little-
junior rangers.
Oh, all 3 of them right here?
Yeah, wow. All 3 of our junior rangers. What a treat.
Well, they said it was 9 and up for the activities, so.
Yeah.
There's no age limit.
It's actually, I think, a growing in popularity. We'll probably have to pass the mic around a little. They're pretty specific to where they're held. All right, we have our 3 junior rangers. Yeah.
Yep, we're here.
Whenever people want to talk, we can just pass the mic around. Tell us your name.
My name is Alex.
And Alex, where are you from?
I'm from the University of Kansas.
University
which is
of Kansas.
everyone, yeah. But yeah, from Kansas.
From Kansas?
Yep.
Where in Kansas, in case we have Kansas listeners?
Just outside of Kansas City.
Okay.
In a suburb of Kansas City, so yeah.
Nice. Yeah, why don't we go down the line?
I'm Gracie. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. I also attend the University of Kansas.
And then my name's Dagny. I live in Denver, but I go to the University of Kansas.
Oh, nice. Interesting. Maybe I'll ask you more about that.
2 of us study industrial design, and then 1 of us graphics design. So
Nice. How did you enjoy the Junior Ranger program?
it was amazing. I learned a lot actually from
Really?
it. Yeah,
That's
some
great.
really great activities.
Yeah.
The ecosystems, I think, was the most interesting part.
Yeah.
We're also about to go get the Stargazers badge.
Ooh,
patch
nice. You're going to go to the
tonight.
stargazing
Yep.
program? You will love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been getting out at night here enough to be able to see,
We
but
got some good night skies.
yeah.
It's been pretty cloudy, too.
Oh, that's true.
Hit and miss.
Yeah, I think tonight you're looking good.
Yeah.
It's looking extremely clear.
No, I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people much above the age of 9 enjoy the junior ranger program. I almost think we should have an adult ranger program.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah.
I just doing the activities. I imagine parents involved with their kids learn a lot as well. Like with the kids, just
Yeah, that's what we hear. It's a great program.
Dagny and I have considered making. We thought it was one of our projects that would be fun to make our own patches. For being an adult ranger. Like
Oh,
adult,
nice.
We were thinking like all of the names like super senior, junior, senior ranger. Like we were trying to think of like how to be inclusive.
Mister. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that. I don't know. What do you guys thought about this week? You enjoyed camping all week?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. It's definitely not something I've done in a long time.
Yeah. Any of you guys been to Rocky before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody?
Yeah, everyone. Yeah.
Wow. There's such a big Kansas, Rocky, Denver, of course.
Neighboring state, man.
It's true. Yeah.
It's not a far drive, and it's a lot better looking.
Yeah.
In some ways.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay,
yeah.
we have
If
the
you like
sunsets.
mountains,
We have sunsets.
that's true. Yeah, my fiance is from Wyoming, where it's in a little more open part of Wyoming and misses the sunsets.
Yeah.
Big open sky.
Baxter was chasing one. A
Yeah.
fellow classmate was chasing one, and he finally got a good one last night. So
Nice.
Yeah, while he was fishing.
So Jeremy gave a little bit of overview about the class, so people sort of get the overview. I think his intent was to shake things up, get you outside. How has it been different from your normal design life, if at all?
I mean, usually our design life is, tons of late night hours in a studio, dealing with the rest of college
Yep.
while trying to do design projects. This has just been completely different, being outside constantly.
Yeah.
Having to adapt to the environment and what you just have available. I think there was a lot of creativity from using available supplies that you couldn't necessarily go to the store and pick up whatever you wanted. You kind of had to use what was available, and a lot of sharing of resources and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for the most part, graphics, we live oftentimes in the basement, so there's
Yeah.
very few windows.
I know how that goes.
So there's the joke we had that's like, well, the only windows are on the computer, but it was like really fun not being in a basement, not being on a computer.
Yeah.
Actually being outside in a temperature that was ideal instead of the humid Kansas weather, and so
Oh.
that was a lot of fun. And like I did a lot more handmade stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually feel like I fall heavily on, Illustrator program, like
Yeah,
Illustrator and
I definitely do.
Mostly Illustrator for me, yeah.
I think we all do that with the computer. It was nice getting away from it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because during our normal design process, we usually jump into that technological aspect
Yeah.
really, really fast.
Yeah.
And staying away from that really, I know I got a lot more ideas than I normally would have
Really?
gone through.
Yeah.
Just by using the pencil and paper and
Huh.
some watercolor. Yeah.
I think there's the Bauhaus philosophy of design where, like using a lot of materials to experiment. And it was fun. We do that in our first year of design school. It kind of gets lost when we go to the computer. And so it was nice kind of
Yeah.
returning to that and playing with physical materials. I was playing with some pine cones earlier today and like put some googly eyes on them. And that was just a great time.
Like you tripped, yeah. He just tripped over a pine cone and then he just started collecting them, and we were just like, "What is?"
I just picked it up and I looked at it and it looked like a face. And I was like, this would be a great character. And so I just put some eyes on it.
It's like cabin fever, but with a van in your case.
Yeah, just with a van. Yeah. We watched The Shining last night. So
Oh, man.
we're all thinking about
And
that.
that little ranger.
Yeah.
Little ranger section.
Have you been?
That was amazing being in the ranger station. My favorite thing was looking at how they store hats there.
Oh.
So cool.
Yeah, you saw the
I
hat
loved
holders?
that. I geeked out about that a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to describe it for people. It's just like like 2 pieces of thick paper with kind of a circular cutout in it so that you can slide the brim of the flat hat down into it.
Yeah,
It's
so the hat
yeah.
sits flat against the wall.
Yeah, and it keeps it in a flat, it keeps the right shape and all that stuff.
Everyone had their name next
Yeah.
to their hat, which was just really cute.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It's like, going to class, hanging up your hat.
Yeah.
I really want to make one now. Yeah. Just because I have so many floppy hats.
For kids and mini uniforms.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
that was the
exactly.
cutest thing. We went to the Alpine Ridge Visitor Center, and they had all those like mini junior ranger or like just ranger outfits for like kids. And
Yeah.
I don't know. We've been enjoying a lot of the mini outdoor gear that is out there for children.
Oh yeah, and actually, I'm pretty sure the Junior Ranger badge is bigger than the actual badge.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I actually have to agree with that.
Is yours made out of plastic though?
no, they are metal. That is different.
Dang.
Actually, I don't
I
have
feel
a
che-
badge right now.
I feel cheated.
Because I'm also often in the office, and on Illustrator, and in Photoshop, and in InDesign, and I find the same thing. Even being here, sometimes it's hard to remember to get just like sketch stuff.
Yeah.
And it's also can be so much more time saving, I think, too, to just get stuff out. You know what I mean? Like when you're really proficient in Illustrator, you can do some things. You can be fast, but I just think there's something cool to just.
I feel like sometimes you get to your result almost a little too fast
Yeah,
and miss out on the
exactly.
creative process.
Exactly.
Because I think a lot of the fun I had today, like this whole week, was just like playing in my sketchbook because I haven't really used like markers and ink or gouache all that much in like recent years. Like I love like those like just illustrating by hand and stuff. And so that was a lot of fun, just like experimenting with layering and how those
Yeah.
look and interact with each other. And so it's like kind of a fun. I really didn't do anything graphic design wise. I just was like illustrating all week, and it was
Yeah.
like really cathartic.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Is your all's stuff? What's your all's stuff?
I did the I'm calling it the climbing universal route identifier. Or
Oh.
yeah, so I feel like climbing routes could be increased safety-wise if they had a better like designation system.
Mhm.
So I just started like talking to some climbers, and out of the climbers I pulled at several of the crags, mainly at Lily Mountain, none of them knew the name of the route they were climbing or the difficulty.
Really?
Nor the amount of
Interesting.
protection that was required. 0% of them. So I thought
Wow.
that was like kind of crazy.
Interesting.
And so I felt like if, some little like small designation tags could be made with the route information from the difficulty level and also the amount of protection needed.
Interesting.
And also when it was bolted. So that's on the back of the tag.
Uh-huh.
So I made some little prototypes and put them on a route and photographed them, and then
Oh, that's great.
tried to use. I was hoping like all the climbing routes designations around the world are all kind of different, and so I was hoping
Yeah.
to maybe use shapes and color and maybe a new system that they could all fit within, could kind of unify them. So I was trying to use almost like the skiing slope system of
Uh-huh.
a green circle tag for
Right.
low level routes. And then, all from the Yosemite system to like all the other worldwide ones, they could all put their numbers on it.
Right.
But, it'd
Somewhere
have-
on that scale.
Somewhere on that
Yeah.
scale, but they could all have a unifying design language of, the lowest ones are green circle up to, blue square to all the way up to, like a black diamond.
Yeah,
So-
that's awesome. Yeah. Well, hopefully Jeremy will send me example like everyone's stuff, but
Yeah, I'm excited to work some more on it and maybe
Yeah.
send it over to you. So.
yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see what our climbing folks would think about it.
Yeah, because we definitely I remember just speaking with Alex, like real quick on his, that like one thing that was really cool too was the idea. Sorry, I was getting
That's okay. Yeah, we've got some campers or other visitors that have showed up to check it out.
Yeah, they're from the next campsite over.
Nice, making connections.
I'll get back to my thought. I just kind of like escaped me. So I guess what I did was I just focused on a lot of illustration because I really wanted to make a children's book. But like,
nice.
We did so much outdoor activity that like I really didn't have the time to sit down and illustrate. So I just made like a little character, a little chipmunk. And I was just thinking of how he might interact with like the mountains and the ecosystems because I really thought it'd be a cool way to educate on the ecosystems and like introduce to other characters among ecosystems. And so I made a little bear too. So it's like for you, that's like the birds on top are from my sketchbook, but then it's the mountains and then like the little things at the bottom. With the
That's awesome.
Little red jacketed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I just did this week was thinking of more of a younger approach to the mountain.
Yeah, that is a fun feel.
So-
I'm trying to think of what era or something it reminds me of, but I like it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't have a name for him yet, so
Yeah.
if you have any suggestions.
For now, he's just Blank,
Yeah,
the
he's
bear.
just Blank. Yep. So
I kind of like Blank the Bear.
Blank the bear.
Actually.
Yeah, that's cute. No, I like the. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that was kind of my approach. I work with preschoolers back in Kansas, so
Oh,
I kind of
okay.
had them in mind when I was making it, like the idea and like
That's
the colors
great.
and stuff. So yeah, I was like really thinking like, how could I teach the kids I teach in Lawrence about what I've experienced and how they can help save the Rocky Mountain National Park, or like how they can make a difference, or even just be more educated in a very easy way.
Oh, that's super awesome. Yeah. That's great. What about you?
So I focus specifically on some hiking shoes for people hiking specifically within the Rocky Mountain National Park. Because as a child, I did a lot of hiking, but my footwear wasn't adequate enough, so it really made me really dislike hiking, dislike backpacking.
Yeah, sure.
Until I was able to find the shoes that actually worked for me and for my environment. And I notice a lot of people on the trails are wearing like these athletic shoes, which don't really translate well into this environment, especially when you're encountering snow and rocks and water and dust and dirt and everything. So I thought about the specific trail conditions that we encountered on our different hikes, and then looked up a few on some hike rating websites and tried to combine a shoe where you're keeping that toe protected, you have a sole that can really handle those like rocks and those sharp inclines, and then also more specifically finding a way so that way people can casually go through those areas with those snowbanks and still be safe and not be sliding down. So I know that most snow protection is kind of goes over the whole shoe and you take it completely on and off, and thinking maybe of a thing where you can flip it so it starts out on the outside of your shoe and you can flip it down and goes on the bottom side of your shoe. So it's not necessarily in use all the time.
Yeah. Is that, do you do a lot of product kind of design like that in your normal school stuff?
I would say shoes is my emphasis right
Yeah,
now.
you really like shoes?
Yeah, I really like them. I've been having a good time drawing them.
That's awesome.
And there's a lot of different variations.
Yeah. Yeah, I like lots of weird types of shoes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Right now I have on, what are these? Tiny, like super thin, barely there, barefoot sandals.
The soles are really thin.
Yeah, they're super thin. But
They're really nice.
Shoes are fascinating. And like you said, especially if you end up hiking or backpacking a lot, you start to really care about shoes.
Yeah.
Because you hate when your feet are killing you. Yeah.
And I'm a person with a really weird foot. So if other people can not be feeling the same discomfort I have in the past, that would be a great thing. And
That's
I'm sure
awesome.
a lot more people would come outside and really enjoy it.
Yeah, that's really cool. What a diversity.
What do ranger boots like? What does a ranger usually wear? Because I feel like they, with as much as you guys are outdoors, like, is there a standard issue boot?
Let's move out of the smoke. Yes. Yeah, we're right by the campfire. We said we were going to have podcasts that were like we're sitting around a campfire, and we actually are this time.
Very literally.
What's up? Yeah. Too bad you can't see it. We'll get some sound of the crackling fire later. Ranger, there are standards. Yeah, there are uniform standards. So in terms of appearance and things like that, and then there's like specific ones that you can order. And then people who are out in the back country or, like climbing rangers or there's more choice about what works for you. So, I mean, nobody's going to want to let you go out with something like totally inadequate, but most people are just like, these are the type of boots that work for me, you know. They tend to be brown leather. We try to keep it classy for the most part. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, the uniform standards are, I don't know them as well as I should because I don't usually, I don't get to wear a uniform as much as I'd like to, really. Yeah.
Actually, Alex and I recalled what you were going to say about the tags. And
Yeah.
It was just the fact that we thought like How Is Their Way National Parks could be a part of that because you wouldn't I think you actually did you see how much that cost for rescue?
Well, I just tried to look up some data on rescue, and from what I could tell and some brief sources, it looked like climbing rescues were the most expensive rescue operation that the park can have. I was reading stories about helicopter rescues, and I found just one bill, like one cost, which was I think a little over $30,000 for one rescue for a climbing operation. So I thought, man, if there's anything we can do to make those routes safer, which I feel like knowledge is power. So if you can equip people with more knowledge about the climate environment and the route, that possibly you could reduce the number of climbing rescues you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what we were thinking too. Is like yesterday was actually my first time rock climbing, and Alex was like looking for the specific route he had picked out for us because like I couldn't climb anything harder than I think it was a 5.2 that we might have found. But yeah, I couldn't have climbed anything probably harder than that. I mean, I'm already
your first time.
Exactly. And so like thinking about like, you know, that kind of also like if maybe you don't know what to look for and you get misled. So like thinking about how like that icon like really could save, because people then might also realize like, oh, I can't quite do this one yet, and like think about that.
It's very interesting. Yeah.
I don't think we found the right route because we were using a guidebook, which I thought I had the most updated guidebook, but I guess we were trying to, you know, climbing routes are designated by, it's the third bolted route from the left side of this rock feature. And I think more bolted routes had gotten added since that guidebook had been published. So it was kind of interesting.
It's a very popular climbing place up here. That's interesting. It's cool that you were thinking about that. I just met with one of the climbing rangers today, Everett, and we're going to work with him on a new preventative search and rescue video. PSAR is what we call it in the Park Service, for Longs Peak, for exactly what you're saying. Like, number one, we don't want anyone to get hurt ever, obviously. And then number two, whenever someone needs a rescue, you're putting people's lives at risk. I mean, that's what they do for a living, but still. And then, the cost is incredibly high. So
I think something that everybody forgets, whether you're new to it or old to it, that usually looks a little easier from the ground.
And I think, and this is what we're going to try to convey in the video for people with Longs Peak, is that it kind of has a reputation as a climb or as a hike, and it's not a hike.
Yeah, we went up to the visitors center.
Oh, really?
Up there, and we're like, oh yeah,
Isn't
this
that
is
cool?
very intense.
Yeah.
We had some cool shoes up there.
Yeah, that's true. They give you.
We met some llama rangers.
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to go out with them soon, sometime this summer. We're going to do a podcast with them. I'm glad. The Longs Peak Ranger Station is really cool. It really apparently gives you a feel for it. I haven't climbed yet, but I'm going to a week from next Thursday, because we're going to go up there to start getting some shots, and for me to scope out places where we can get shots, and just getting that message out there to people of like, take it seriously, because it's a type of thing once you get past the keyhole where if you fall, you'll probably die. You'll at least be very badly injured and need an intense rescue. So I think people go not realizing that. Anyway.
We had a lot of fun. We went out as a group, and also this is a different segment, but you through Jeremy encouraged us to look at the wayside signage.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun looking at that and kind of seeing
I bet.
The design of those and how they designated or showed information to visitors. It was really interesting looking at those. We tried to do. We kind of talked about one as a group as like a see-through wayside sign, so that you could maybe etch the outline of the mountain with the peak information.
Get to the right level.
You get to the right level and look through it and see the
That's interesting.
kind of mountain range.
Right.
It's like it's a perspective point. Because the one thing that we noticed was like you had to look, and compare before you really kind of saw what parts of the mountain were where. But I could, and I was like, it was kind of evolved from the idea of like maybe an app, but then we realized service is so non-existent up on those mountains. But like, that idea that you could use GPS and like hold it up and kind of like those constellation apps that show you where constellations are, it could show you the peaks, and you could just like tap these little hot spots and it would give you that information. So something
Yeah, as we talked about earlier this week, that's something
Yeah.
that I would love to see happen is an app for a park.
That'd be amazing. I think.
And I've seen some prototypes for a couple parks, and basically the way they work is that when you're at home, when you download it, they say, do you want to download all the content for offline use? So that way you can, when you're at your hotel or visitor center, or before you get there, you can have it all. And then there's one like that for the National Mall in DC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can hold it up and just move around, and it'll show you like where all the museums and monuments and things like that are. Yeah.
That's I like that interactive aspect, because it's almost like virtual reality or augmented reality, where it kind of like transposes something computer generated on top of something real. And I think that's like a really cool interactive way to like learn more information.
Yeah, to learn more. Yeah, I think that's, we're all any way that we can let people learn more stuff.
Oh yeah. I think that's why I like the Junior Ranger program so much, is because it was so informative. And I was kind of like, it was funny going into the station like, oh yeah, we're here for our Junior Ranger badge. And they're like, how old are you? You know what I mean? But I think that like having something like that, just like
we're over 9.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
If it says up, sir, up. We just happen to be up.
Exactly.
The Junior Ranger program actually ended up leading us around the park a lot.
Yeah.
And I feel like I got a more fulfilling visit from this time, even though I've been here a lot in the past, being someone from Denver.
Yeah.
Than I ever had before, just because it's a lot more information and you feel like you have more of a mission.
Yeah, because like we were like, oh my gosh, is that a bird in our handbook?
gotta-
And we
you
were
gotta
like,
check it
what bird
off.
is this? And we were really into it. And then like Dagny and I had an unfortunate, we had to run back to our campsite because we needed to grab something before dinner. But on our way back, we were lucky enough to run into some bears. So it was like, while we were a little bit late for dinner, we also had this crazy experience where we got to see a mom and her cubs. And so like that was like, and we were just like, we get to put this in our ranger book.
I think
so
that's
excited about it.
I think like what you were saying earlier about like being more creative, having more ideas come to you, that kind of thing. It's just, that's exactly like when you're outside all day, basically stuff just more stuff happens that is unusual.
Oh, yeah.
Your life is much less planned. And so, it's like, oh, we were a little late and then we saw bears.
Yeah.
And if you'd been a little earlier, you wouldn't have seen them.
No, not at all. Because like, well, Dagny saw it first, but like last time I was in Estes was August, and I actually stayed at a cabin here. And I feel like I spent so much time like at the cabin, not really thinking about like how much I wasn't experiencing the outside. Whereas like I've been outside all week, and like counting down the days for a shower and stuff, like you just like, and we've been able to witness like deer walking through our campsite and like just like, and we had the bear spook that spooked a couple campers and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just been like a fun experience that I couldn't have had if I was in the safety of 4 walls.
There's one right now. Right next to that other. Is that mule deer?
Oh, yeah. Yep, mule deer just a little ways out from the campsite. Man, it's such a nice evening. It's too bad we can't transmit temperature.
Would you really
wind
want to, though? We want you to come here.
That's true. We do want you to come
I
here.
hope VR doesn't get that good.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll ever become like 4D. But I was gonna say that like I think what's craziest about being here is like I'm used to like 90-degree, 60% plus humidity, and like coming here has been like a dream. And I was like, I had to go buy a hat. Like I was like, I'm gonna go back to Kansas, and I am not gonna be able to use this hat. Like,
yeah, I remember the first time I grew up in the South and kind of the Midwest, so humid for sure. And they don't get to choose who talks on mic next. We choose them. Oh, it's like Duck, Duck, Goose. They just have to accept it. Those are the rules. So I lived in Mississippi, Iowa, Kentucky, places that are hot and humid in the summer. And then I went to Yellowstone for the first time, and I worked there for a whole summer. And I lived about this elevation, like 8,000, almost 8,000 feet. I was at Canyon. And then I came home, and I was just like, oh my God, I can't handle that. Like, it's almost like I never noticed it before, and then it ruined it for me. I think that's why a lot of people, we get a lot of people, just for it's so refreshing and cool.
Love that dry air.
Yeah, exactly.
my lips
Gives me
have
life.
Never been more chapped. I already have gone through my chapstick.
It takes, actually, that's something that we try to tell people in our visitor information. So we're telling you now in visitor information that
Apply chapstick before you arrive.
As you drive
Vigorously.
towards Colorado, the closer you get, the more chapped your lips.
Yeah.
That's how I can tell when I'm going to get home.
it takes you a while to get used to it. Who are we going to pick next on mic? Thanks so much for talking to us. Who's next? I'm stepping on my cords. Does anyone want to? Because if not, then you're going to be assigned. Yeah, hop on mic. We'll pass it around. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't come prepared.
Yeah, lay down.
I thought I did, but
let's get like 16 bars. I'm just kidding.
Yo, my name is Blake.
We'll give him 16 bars. Now I just have 16 ain't enough in my head. Have you heard that?
No, I have not.
Oh man, Andre 3000 just destroys on it for like 3 minutes straight. Anyway, what's your name?
My name is Blake.
Blake, where are you from, Blake?
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
I have family in St. Louis.
Really? Where?
I think Webster Grove.
Oh, yeah.
Webster Grove. Yeah?
I'm also from St. Louis.
Yeah? Yeah, one of my uncles and 3 cousins and my aunt. St. Louis.
Whole family.
Yeah,
basically.
and then my uncle's still there, and Kansas City, I've got my cousins in Kansas City.
right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it was hard making the switch from St. Louis to Kansas.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was a Mizzou fan. I don't know if you've heard, but we're all KU students. And, for my whole life, basically, I was a Tiger fan, and I was like,
that was hard, huh?
Everyone else likes Mizzou out here. I'm gonna like something else.
Nice. So, have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I have not.
This is your first time.
Yep. I've been to Yellowstone though. I've been all over the country. So yeah.
What'd you think about this park compared
honestly,
to some others that you've been to?
Some of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen.
Really?
I mean, I've been, like I said, all over the country, and the mountains are my favorite part.
Yeah.
Of it.
Me too.
Like, I guess.
Yeah.
Any natural setting.
Yeah.
So.
It's kind of my thing as
and
well.
plus, I took a geology class earlier this semester. So.
Oh yeah, it must be really cool to be here with all this exposed rock
and
think about how different things formed.
Yeah.
Did you go up on Trail Ridge Road at all?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Lava Cliff there?
I don't.
It's a pullout there. It's a thick layer of rock that was from a big volcanic explosion from the Never Summer Mountains, which are to the west. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I didn't see that.
It's easy to miss. There's a lot to look at when you're on Trail Ridge Road.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes.
Yeah, what'd you think about that, Trail Ridge Road? That's one of the things that I
had
think.
trouble breathing on my way up there. I was short of breath.
Yeah.
And like there was this one point where there was a parking spot before the visitor center. There was like a parking area and a walkout, and you could see like a whole bunch of different peaks.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure what that area was called, but as I was walking downhill and out of breath.
Yeah.
Getting to the scenic.
It surprises people.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot less oxygen in every breath up there. Yeah.
You're right. And I mean, I saw someone smoking a cigarette up there. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How are
their
they
lung
breathing?
capacity must be incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
I want some
They're
of that.
superhumans.
Sometimes I've been up there at Alpine Visitor Center, and did you go to Alpine Visitor Center?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
that's a cool visitor center.
Yeah. I got to see both gift shops.
That's the highest elevation visitor center in the National Park Service.
Really?
The entire National Park Service.
That was 12,000, like 13,000?
It's just under 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a little bit under 12. Actually, I should know the exact number because it's on our podcast that we just put out today. It's like 11,796 or something like that. It's close to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the highest one.
Right above the tree line. It was really cool just coming up from an area where there's heavy forest and then it just cuts off and there's nothing. It's like a completely different environment, but at the same time it's just it goes together. I can't explain how many things are running through my mind. Like, how is this?
Yeah, it's pretty mind blowing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for me, it always has a really surreal feel. You're just like, how is this real life?
Right. Yeah,
it's just everything's a little weird.
Yeah. I feel like humanity is not supposed to be on the top of mountains, but somehow
biologically we are not. But, it's hard to survive up there.
Definitely.
And that road's only open a little bit of the year.
Right. I saw those giant sticks on the side of the road. Mm-hmm. Well, those were for the plows, right?
Exactly.
How big is the plow that goes up on that road?
They're huge. They're actually not plows. They're rotaries. So they're like a giant snowblower. So on the front
like
of them,
like a fan, like a blade.
yeah, they're like a spiral blade on the front. That's like 4 feet tall or maybe more, and then so it basically eats the snow in, and then spits it really high out the back. Because if you plowed it, there wouldn't even be anywhere to.
So, but it doesn't shoot it back onto the road, right?
No,
right?
yeah, it shoots it at an angle, like over
all
the
right.
side of the road.
All right.
Yeah, so the snow is so deep that they have to take multiple passes with that thing.
Yeah, I
So
figured
it's
as
pretty
much.
crazy.
Yeah.
And this year, they had it all clear. We were like almost ready to go, maybe open the road a little earlier than expected. And then we had, like here where we're standing, 3.5 feet of snow. This was like
right here in this camp.
This is like mid-May.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. Like, I guess snow stays up there until like a couple of weeks from today.
Yeah,
right?
if you'd been here a few weeks ago, there would have been a ton of snow up there.
Oh my gosh.
It's just that once the sun starts getting really intense and the days get long and it gets clear, the snow melts incredibly fast. But like I went up there, you should go on our Facebook and look. I went up there and took some 360 photos, and it was like May 22nd, and it's, I have on a
Up
huge
on top
coat.
of Trail Ridge Road?
Yeah, I have on a huge coat, and the snow is like incredibly deep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
crazy.
still can't imagine the snow in the summer. That blows my mind.
Yeah, that's the other thing is the snow sticks around here a really long time.
Coming up from St. Louis, it was probably 70 to 80 degrees a day. And then I've been wearing a sweatshirt, doubling up on the sweatpants every night. It's crazy. And it's like, it's July.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So
this is about as warm as it gets.
Yeah.
Just about.
It's crazy thinking about. I got a chance to go down to San Francisco. It was the same thing.
Yeah, in the summer it's chilly. Quite chilly.
But
as Mark Twain said. So what kind of design do you do?
I'm an industrial designer.
Okay.
It's my senior year. I'm getting ready to enter the real world.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm very prepared.
Well, you are and you aren't.
Right.
I'm 32. There's definitely a learning curve.
Right.
It's good though.
I mean,
because it's a lot of it's the kind of stuff that you can't learn until you do it. You just have to
exactly.
do it.
It all comes with experience.
We'll figure it out. Like I never would have thought I would ended up here in this job.
Right.
When I was a senior in college, never could I have imagined.
I know my passions are going to lead me
Yeah,
where I want to
exactly.
go. I've been drawing since first grade.
Yeah.
So
what's it been like being here? So I mean, normally when you're probably designing on the computer.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Like all of us do that do design.
Coming out into this environment, having no studio.
Yeah.
It's a totally different game.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I did cheat a little bit. I went to Kind Coffee, and I had an opportunity to sit down and work on my computer for the necessities. But for the most part, I was doing a lot of drawing, sitting right outside of my tent.
Yeah.
And the environment is just so peaceful, and I mean, you really get an opportunity to hone in on what's going on in your head and what you want to put on the paper. And for me, it's like a new kind of piece and an upgrade in my creativity.
That's awesome.
So I really love it. And I mean,
hopefully there's ways you can find to bring that in the future.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
it can be challenging, but
you're right. But it's testing new things.
Yeah.
And experiencing things that you otherwise would not have.
Yeah.
That help you grow.
Is your stuff up here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's walk over.
Sure.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This is me.
Oh, that's super cool. I was wondering who did that.
I made a raincoat, and
that's awesome.
It doubles as inside of the sleeves come off. They button to the chest portion, and inside of the sleeves you can store rain chaps.
Oh, yeah.
But it also doubles as insulation.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
So, yeah, it was just the quick idea I thought of. Usually it takes me longer than a week to create a product, but
why do you think it went faster here?
Well, actually, good question. It's because I got to experience the environment myself. And I recognized what would be easy, light, and efficient to bring with you on a hiking trail or rock climbing. Because you never out here, I've learned that the weather is pretty unpredictable.
It's it's crazy.
So you want to be prepared for hot, cold, rain, sunshine,
like all in a day.
Yeah,
especially if you go up to Trail Ridge.
Right, and you want to also pack lightly too.
Oh, sure.
So I thought I'm gonna make a coat that can keep you warm, protect you from rain. There's a ranger style cap that actually,
Yeah, I see that big wide brimmed cap. That's
Yeah.
actually that's a really cool
and
idea.
it like slides into the hoodie. So
whoa.
So if you see here, it's like a drawstring.
That is super cool.
If you ever seen like one of those wire frisbees that just folds,
Yeah,
it's kind of like
Kinda like that.
So it protect.
Yeah.
It's like a sunlight,
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
So-
you need sun protection here as much as rain.
Right,
And
exactly.
it goes back and
Because
forth.
I've gotten sunburnt, and I've also been shivering. So
Yeah.
it's all part of the experience
Yeah.
for me, and
It's invigorating.
right, exactly.
Yeah, it is interesting. When I'm a big hiker and backpacker, and like, I think you just tend to get interested in gear stuff. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
like you
definitely.
to the point where people who aren't into it almost think you're a weirdo. But it's like when you're freezing cold and not thinking very straight and it's you can't see and whatever, like you care about how nice a zipper is, and
Yeah.
how nice a zipper pull is, things like that.
If there's a need for it, there's
Yeah.
a market for it.
Yeah.
And if there's not a market for it, that's an opportunity to make one.
Yeah. So what kind of stuff do you normally do in terms of design? Is it all over the place, or do you focus
Yeah,
on
I mean-
particular types of products?
My specialty is computer-aided design, CAD. So this last semester, I created a computer mouse, and it was more of a task mouse. It vibrated, and it like had an LED light on the bottom that would pop up, say blue if it was social media, green if it was a work-related email, or red if it was a text.
So when you're designing that in CAD, are you going into like the tiniest
Well-
detail? Like, to what level do you have to go?
Basically, from start to finish, I'll decide who I'm going to be designing for. I decided in this case I was going to make something for a person in an office-related environment. So I researched what that person does on a daily basis, what they need, what can make their job easier. So once I figured that out, I did 100 to 200 sketches of just quick product, quick mouses, getting the form right. Then I took those sketches and I brought them into CAD, and I made a model, and I made probably 6 or 7 different models until I got my form right. And from there, I moved it into KeyShot, which is a rendering program. It's what a lot of car companies do to put their car in an environment like this without bringing the car actually out
they
here.
just render it into the environment.
Yeah,
Put
so
your light sources and a few things.
Yeah, exactly. They choose the
Perspective,
angle of the light. It makes it look real, as if you just took a
Yeah.
photograph of it. So after that, then I'll put it all together, wrap it up, and put it in Photoshop and whatnot.
Yeah.
And label my process and clarify my steps along the way.
That's super cool.
So yeah.
So do you
and-
think that this trip or anything that you learned or experienced here is going to translate over
Definitely.
into your design? And
Definitely. What this trip has taught me is how important it is to understand what the user needs and experiencing on a personal level what it means to research your audience, I guess. And, I actually did it backwards. Well, I guess the right way. I researched my audience by hiking and doing things outside in the national park, which gave me the idea to create a coat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a natural step I learned that I really think will be valuable for me in the future.
That's
when I'm
awesome.
testing out products for other people, and I
That's
want to
great.
understand what's like in their shoes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love it.
That's great. I'm glad you had a good first visit.
Yeah. I mean,
We're always here.
I'll be back for sure.
We're supposed to be here forever. So as long as the United States is a country, which we also hope is forever, we're supposed to be here. So, we'll be here.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to come back and have my next experience here. It was a wonderful time, and thank you for having us.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, it was. Yeah, when Jeremy approached me last year about it the first time, he was kind of like, "Do you think we get a campsite?" And because housing is really tight here.
Yeah.
Like we don't even have enough houses for our own employees, and so it's hard. But he was like, "Oh, we'll camp. It'll be great." that's exactly what I want.
Right.
Because it's going to put people in a different
in that environment,
in
where
a different
forced...
headspace, where they're forced to use different tools, or they're forced to like make art despite physical discomfort, or
or
whatever.
Experience it from a different from a process
to shake things up.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, I mean, maybe this doesn't happen for everybody, but I definitely relate to what you said and what other people is just like being outside day after day, all day. It takes a few days, but after a few days in, you start to kind of get in a different
Right.
space.
Getting used to the altitude, definitely.
Yeah, and that
was
definitely
probably
takes
the
time.
hardest
Did you have
part.
headaches or anything?
I didn't have headaches. I had breathing problems on the first day.
Yeah.
So I had to call
That's
it
not
short.
uncommon.
But after the second and third day, I was 100%
Doing way
ready to
better,
go.
yeah.
I went climbing yesterday, and I didn't actually get to climb because it started drizzling. But I went up the hill to the climbing spot, and I just felt 100% better than I did Monday.
Yeah.
So
that's good that you recognize that. Some people don't even realize necessarily, and they keep pushing it, and then they feel real bad.
Right.
Yeah, I get headaches. I live here, but when I was first adjusting, it usually takes me a couple weeks to feel like pretty.
Right, like you're in a natural
environment. And the actual to become some people never become 100% acclimatized, which is interesting. Yeah, quite a few
Is it
people.
like smokers or?
No, it's not really understood why, number one, different people adapt to altitude differently, and number two, this is what makes it confusing, is the same person on different instances will react very differently. So you can have someone who's acclimatized a bunch and never had a problem, and they're in great shape and blah, blah, all the things, and then just one trip, they'll just have huge problems.
Wow.
Or I had a friend.
Part of that might be because they're used to the extreme.
It could be. One of my friends, I've had multiple friends who are backpackers who are just like in incredible shape, and they even went early and took the time to acclimatize, and they'd had other trips where they were fine, and it just like shut them down.
Yeah.
Like almost to a dangerous level.
I mean,
so it's pretty interesting.
The crazy thing is I think I hiked 7 miles my first day, and it didn't feel like 7 miles. It was just the fact that I was going uphill the whole time.
Yeah.
That I think it was almost a mental thing for me. Like, like you need to chill out, breathe a little bit more.
And it's like a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I just wasn't expecting it until Jeremy said it, and I was like, wow, I guess I really do have to let nature figure itself out.
For sure. Yeah,
So-
I think that's one of the things that's kept me loving national parks, I think, and just, what we facilitate, the experience that we're trying to let people have, like the experience that you had, which is, to have that opportunity to like experience nature as it is without control, with as little control as possible.
Right.
And just to see that and like you said, learn how to like embrace it, be ready for it,
Right.
be safe, be smart,
And be creative.
Be creative. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's a huge part of it for sure. That's awesome.
This is a great experience, and I really appreciate you having us out here again.
Glad to
Rock
hear it.
Chalk Jayhawks.
Nice.
And I'll hand the mic off.
Who else should we give the mic to? We should do one. We should hand it off to something.
All right.
Somebody. One more.
Ryan?
Well, yeah, we're gonna get a group picture.
Oh, okay. Group picture. Oh, the smoke.
Anyone up on
We can get Miles with his stuff.
Anybody?
Yeah, where should we stand?
Oh man.
Oh, you've been chosen. You can pass it.
You can't call camera shy because it's a microphone.
That's true. We thought that would help.
All right.
I don't know. We're going to get a group picture first, though.
Can we continue the interview during the picture?
Yeah, we can do the interview during the picture.
Everybody say
I mean,
cheese.
at the worst thing that'll happen is I just have to spend half a second editing it out. So I would never edit you out.
I hope you do that. That's the thing.
Just be really boring.
We're gonna have all the tall.
Just be really boring.
Yeah, exactly. We'll cut you right out.
Yeah, sorority squad.
Sorority squad!
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm just casually holding up mine.
Work it, use it.
Work it.
Say cheese.
Work.
Oh!
Oh.
Snag.
That's a Leica too, isn't it? You better be. That's a precious, precious child.
I just nodded it.
Why did we stay right here?
Wow. Memory card full. It was meant to be. Oh, phone picture.
All right, here we go. Am I not squatting then? Thank you.
Nice.
I think the memory on the recorder's full too.
No, it's not.
No?
Sorry.
Sure?
Yeah.
Alright.
We can only record 21 hours, 48 minutes, and 36 more seconds.
Are we
So
planning on being out here this long?
Yeah. Turns out audio doesn't take up that much.
What about the batteries? Battery low or
space.
something?
I've got an extra set of batteries.
Oh.
So, nice
Came
try, though.
prepared.
What's your name again?
I'm Luke.
Luke. Where are you from, Luke?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Madison.
Most beautiful place other than the Rocky Mountain National Park.
Madison's pretty cool.
It is. You
Yeah.
been there?
I have. Two of my best friends from college both went to University of Wisconsin in
I
Madison.
wish I could have gone there.
They liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they liked
bet.
it there a lot. I think the winter's not as much.
No, once you're used to it, it's not too bad.
Right.
And it makes everywhere else feel.
If you're from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just cold.
I actually, a lot of the times, wish the winter here were colder, but less windy.
Yeah.
So the
No,
winters
that's the thing.
here, it's surprising here. A lot of times in the winter, it's above freezing.
Yeah.
But the wind is like brutal.
That's what makes like Kansas winters almost worse than Wisconsin. Like Wisconsin would be 10, 15 degrees
Yeah,
colder,
exactly.
but like not wind.
Yeah,
so,
I would gladly take like 0 degrees and calm
Yep.
over like
Oh, for sure.
35 and windy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They
Uh,
get that more on the west side of the park. They get the colder, stiller,
Yeah.
deeper snow, 'cause then you can cross country ski.
Yeah, I bet. About 2 years ago, Wisconsin was colder than Mars. Parts of Wisconsin. It's like negative 130 degrees wind chill
Oof.
in like the eastern part of the state.
Damn, that hurts.
Like you go outside, like your eyelashes and
Yeah.
your nose just like all freeze up. People are like, you get like boiling water and you throw it outside and it just turns
Yeah.
to snow right away.
Yep, I've done that.
That's insane.
I lived in Alaska for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets
You
gets pretty cold.
Yeah, you gotta find some ways to have fun out there.
Yeah.
You can't.
I like deep cold, but
Yeah.
some people hate it.
Yeah, I can do it.
I dig it.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't like it.
No?
Taylor was complaining all day today, and it was sunny and maybe 70 degrees. She's bundled up.
Where's Taylor from? Oh, okay. You're from
Clearwater.
Yeah.
She says Wichita 'cause she likes to be a city girl.
Dang. We're getting real. Getting real. Nice. Have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I have not.
No.
No.
Okay.
My mom lives in Golden though, so
Oh, okay.
I'm in the area.
So you've been around.
I've been in Colorado before.
You
but
go to the mountains much when you're in
Mhm.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you've been up in the mountains, just
Yeah.
not in Rocky.
skiing.
Yeah. How does what do you think?
I love it. It's like I didn't know what to expect on this class, but
Yeah.
I have already like planned a trip to come back like with
Really?
my friends. Yeah, we went to Door County up in Wisconsin last year. We were camping like on Lake Michigan.
Uh-huh.
And I was just thinking about like road tripping out here with them. Like
That's awesome.
there's just endless things to do out here.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Do you guys want to be on mic? We'll pass it around.
They're just waiting for it.
Oh, and what kind of design do you do?
I'm in industrial design.
Industrial. Another industrial
Yes.
designer. We
Yep,
gotta-
and so are these two.
Awesome. This is cool.
Yeah, handing off the Tay-Tay.
We'll just pass it around. Tay-Tay. Is that your legal name? I'm just kidding. What's your name?
Taylor.
Taylor.
Yep.
And you're from Kansas.
Mhm.
Where in Kansas?
Clearwater, Kansas.
Clearwater, Kansas. Just, we probably have a lot of podcast listeners, we hope, from Kansas.
Yeah.
So they want to know. They're curious. You do industrial design as well?
Yes, I do.
And have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I actually went on the trip last year.
Oh,
and I
really?
liked it so much I'm taking
Oh my
it again.
gosh.
Yep.
I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you. How's it been different this year versus last year?
I feel like this year the projects are a lot better.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I had more like expectations last year. I didn't really know what to do, but I came into it this time
Yeah.
wanting to do outdoor gear, which is why I came.
Nice.
And so sleeping in the hammock, I have
Uh-huh.
lots of ideas
Oh,
of how
cool.
to improve that for camping.
I bet.
So
Yeah,
it's
you
been
should.
helpful.
I don't know how many companies you researched, but there's some interesting. There's a big world of hammock campers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which-
like people get really into it.
Yeah.
They do some stuff like they design them with,
yeah.
with foot pockets so that you sleep off the bias so that you can lay flat. That's a
Oh,
big thing with
yeah.
camping hammocks. And then the other problem, as I'm sure you found out, was staying warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a neat. Actually, someone I went to college with like owns his own hammock camping gear company.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I actually got inspired polar stuff out of Portland.
Uh-huh.
They have a lot of like casual camping stuff,
Mhm.
which I kind of want to get into more
Yeah.
because a lot of the stuff that I found for like camping with hammocks, it's super expensive and like
Yes.
really specialized. So
Yes, that goes for a lot of backpacking camping gear.
yeah, so I'm trying to do like simpler stuff that you can like add into a hammock you already have and like turn it into a tent.
That's
So,
really cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that I'm not an industrial designer, but just kind of tangentially interested in. Because with backpacking, like, it can cost so much money
Yeah.
to get into. And so
Yeah.
I feel like it can prohibit a lot of people just based on that, and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
Yeah, because last year I was like, I've never really been like
Yeah.
camping, and I was like, I'm nervous. Like, what if everyone else is like has all this high tech stuff, and I have no idea what I'm doing? So
Yeah.
it's been pretty interesting. Like,
Yeah. So do you feel that your camping skills have improved since last year?
yeah, I think they have.
I mean, you came back, so you must have
Yeah,
liked it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to sleep in my hammock last year, and I got way too cold and slept in the car. So this year I only slept in the car once
Wow,
instead
that's
of like
cool.
3 times. So
That's cool that you're taking that and making it like your focus.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed quite a few people with doing kind of different gear like footwear, clothing,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And
Yeah.
it makes sense because it's your direct experience, right?
Yeah. And so for this trip, I want to do that for my senior thesis. So I just kind of focus on patterns
Uh-huh.
and I would like take pictures and then create like color palettes from those
Mhm.
and then make patterns to use like for the camping gear.
Nice.
So that's what I focused on this week.
We got embers in the
Yeah.
air. Yeah, we'll look at it in a second. What about pass the mic? Getting everybody on the mic. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your name?
My name's Baxter.
Baxter?
I'm from St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe.
Mhm.
Okay, nice. That's where is it?
It's about an hour north of Kansas City.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I lived in Red Oak, Iowa for
Okay.
quite a while, so we would always drive down through,
Okay.
sort of through that area. So you're industrial design as well?
Yes, I am.
Nice.
Mhm.
Have you been to Rocky before?
No, this is my first time actually.
Really? Have you been in the mountains a lot?
I was in the Bitterroot Valley in
Oh,
Montana
yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
Bitterroot is beautiful.
Mhm. It's
That's
very
awesome.
cool.
So that was your kind of first
Yeah, kind
big
of
mountain
first trip. Yeah,
Yeah.
drove up with a couple friends and enjoyed it so much I thought I'd sign up for
Yeah.
another class. And,
Yeah. How's this been?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about the park?
You know, I've never been, but I've just been blown away by the views.
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible. And
Yeah.
I've been just awestruck about all the lakes here.
Yeah,
And
the
they're
lakes
just
are amazing.
beautiful. And I just didn't imagine how great this place would be.
Yeah,
So,
that's awesome.
I mean,
It's
been a great
yeah,
experience.
Took me by surprise the first time I came here too.
Yeah.
And I've been to a lot of parks, but still, it's just there's something about it. Just
Yeah.
like every park, there's something about it. Yeah. What have you been working on this week?
I kind of been taking a step back and doing a little bit of photography, but
Nice.
I kind of focused on an app a
Mhm.
little bit, a hiking app based on just looking at the types of people. There's all different types of people come from all over the world here, and it seems like they've been maybe unprepared. I've
Uh-huh,
noticed.
uh-huh.
I saw a couple people walking up in just like sandals and without water.
Yep,
And
for sure.
for safety reasons for park rangers, I thought it'd be nice for people to be educated about their trail that they're
Yeah.
going on. So the app I've been kind of designing is based on a little bit of an app that's already been out there. It's called All Trails, but I took a little spin off of it, and I've kind of created just something that's easy to use and shows all the trails around you.
Yeah. Do you have?
Yeah, it's actually right here.
Oh, nice.
Just shows a quick picture of the your hike that you're supposed to go on and the rating and all that kind of stuff. With most of the park not having service, I thought it'd be nice to download a map so that you know what direction to take and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not super data heavy, then yeah, you could pre-download a bunch of stuff.
And then another quick thing I wanted to do was like have a check-in, so that if you like maybe go on a serious hike, you're gone for maybe a day or two, you could check in and then check back out, make sure people know where you are if you're just by yourself.
That's cool.
And
so if you checked in and if you had like a profile page or something, somehow people could see if you had checked back in or not. Yeah, that's awesome, because that's that's something that we try to impress upon people. And I mean, it's easy to forget, but
just
always let somebody know where you
especially
are
if you're out there by yourself.
Yeah, even here, I think like our trails are so nice. Like our trail crew does an amazing job, and they're just beautiful, and there's so many nice bridges and there's paved roads that it kind of gives people the impression that whatever. But yeah, when you're 5+ miles away, and we have people get hurt not even that far from the trail, just
sprain an ankle maybe.
Or like you said, they don't bring water or just things that are preventable. I think people just don't know. So that's cool that you're trying to
just
integrate the education part into it.
I also thought I'd maybe integrate like a medical part aspect of it, maybe that just the park rangers could see. Whereas it could have your medical information on it if there was a rescue mission or something like that.
Yeah, like it could be built in that you would give consent or something to have that information shared.
Maybe you're diabetic or something like that.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. So how has being out here been different for you in terms of, well, I mean everything, but design? What kind of influence do you think that's had?
It's been different because you're not in a studio. You don't have, other people. It's been kind of just on your own this week in terms of designing things, which has been nice.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of, people telling you what to do or that kind of stuff. And so you kind of go on your own. We've been, as a class, just all over the page with projects, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does. I wish we'll get some photos from you guys after so we can post it maybe with the with this podcast episode. We'll put it in the blog post. But yeah, it's really, really cool stuff, and like very high production value for working out of a campground too.
I mean, we're working with no Wi-Fi, just little to no supplies, and I mean, it turned out
right?
great. Yeah, it actually is.
One thing that always amazes me is how much more time you seem to have when you don't have Wi-Fi. You don't have internet access and movies and stuff.
It's been nice.
And you're waking up early because it's, I don't know, maybe there's people here who are still sleeping, but I usually am a sleeper inner, but when I'm camping, I get up.
Sun wakes you up in the tent.
I'm just and you tend to fall asleep really early.
You're so cold, you're ready to get up in the morning.
Like backpackers midnight.
Yeah.
When I would be backpacking, we'd be like, oh man, it's late. What time is it? 8. Like in the spring when it's not quite as light as it is now. It's really light. What time is it right now? 8:34 and plenty of light in the sky. It's interesting. What is your fiance's cousin's husband? Anyway, he's my cousin. He's my cousin now. He's from Hawaii, like born and raised, and hadn't traveled a ton until he started doing travel baseball. Anyway, he was here visiting in the summer, and he was just like, whoa, like the sun stays up so late. And I never thought about, I've never lived anywhere like near the equator at all. So that's pretty interesting. It is, I worked up in Alaska for a while. There it's real interesting. I was in Denali.
Oh, okay.
And so like on the summer solstice, we just stayed up all night. I mean, you could read a book in like the darkest it got.
Really?
Yeah. Which was, like the sun sets at 12:40 in the morning. And it comes back up at a little after 3, I think. Or maybe no, earlier than that. Anyway, Yeah, it's super nice out. Yeah, that's cool. It's been interesting to hear from everybody how it's influenced their design. What kind of things do you normally design? Do you normally do app development?
No, it was not really. We've been kind of all over with our industrial design class back at KU, but
yeah.
We've been doing electronics. What else? Tiny homes. I mean, pull toys. A lot of
That's
different
really
stuff.
cool.
Shoes. But we haven't really been doing apps or anything like that software-wise.
Yeah.
So it was kind of nice to explore that.
Yeah.
And see what ideas I could bring.
Yeah. Yeah, industrial design is something that I know like nothing about, but it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've always done flat stuff. 2D.
Yeah. I wish I could be graphically, but I'm not really.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's interesting, how like I feel like there's such a huge range of different types of people in design, and you can be effective in such different ways.
Yeah.
Like one of my best friends that I worked in Alaska with him. He can just draw like anything. Like he can kind of, he's just incredibly visually original. And I'm not like that at all, but I'm really good at like, I'm going to come up with a structured newspaper template and like the relationship between all the typography and that kind of super logical stuff, or photography where I can capture it. But when I just have to put it down, I'm better than that in music, I think. That's really cool. Yeah. So, gonna come back?
Yes, definitely. I don't know about this class because I'll be graduating, but I will definitely be back to Rocky Mountain National Park.
Awesome. And were you backpacking in Bitterroots at all?
No, we did a little bit of hiking,
okay,
but
nice.
not a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of it takes a little, like we were talking about, it takes a little bit of gearing up. But if you ever have a chance to do that here, it's like next experience level up in some ways.
It was nice not having to worry about grizzlies or
that's
mountain
true.
lions or anything like that.
It is very different here that way, because I worked in Yellowstone and Denali, and it's a different feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has its pluses and minuses, I feel like.
It makes you not worry too much about wildlife, but at the same time, you kind of still have to be aware of your surroundings.
Yeah, like the wildlife here, as long as you're intelligent about it, they're not,
Yeah.
I mean, people sometimes aren't.
Yeah.
Sometimes get a little close, but it's nothing like, like I went backpacking in Yellowstone all the time, and it's just, you just kind of accept that at some level, even if you do everything right, there's something out there that if it chose to,
you're not at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very different feeling, and I agree. I think that that's part of everything that goes into giving Rocky. Like, it's beautiful and jaw-dropping, but it is also a little bit approachable. Like, you don't have to have the same fears.
Yeah.
And
it's a little more family friendly, I would say.
I
guess less threats, but
there's definitely still things to watch out for.
Definitely.
But
we kind of had a little run-in, maybe possibly with a black bear that came through the camp.
Yep.
We're not sure. I was the only one up for it. And
really?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Unfortunately, we try really, really hard to get the bear message out about storing your food and doing everything properly. But some people still don't do it, and bears are very smart and very hungry, and so they tend to be around the campgrounds sometimes. But we're putting in more and more of those bear boxes, which I think are helping, because it's just easy, just like put all your stuff in there. So I think we're trying to get a bear box for every campsite eventually.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, we got there with Aspen Glen.
Okay.
That's a whole interesting industrial design challenge. Bear cans.
Really?
I don't know if you've ever looked at. Yeah. So when you're backpacking, obviously there's not bear lockers usually, and so you have to carry something with you the whole time to keep your food in. And if you're in places with trees, if you know how to do it correctly, you can hang your food.
Right. Yep.
But like in Denali, like
There's
you're above
no-
tree line all the time, and so it's literally just like a canister.
Oh, really?
That you just set 100 yards or more away from your campsite. And so it is interesting to see the different designs out there. Like The one that I use has tabs that you push in, and then it kind of lets you unscrew it. And over the years, they've had to keep adding tabs because there would be very smart bears out there somewhere
They'll get into it.
who have figured out, like, oh, if I bite this tooth here and this tooth here and push in here, like, they're super smart. Yeah, so there's certain areas where you're you're required to use one, actually, in the backcountry. And like the Sierras they have the most devious bears. So there's like a whole agency that tests and approves these things. And every now and then a new one comes to market.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. The one that has been really interesting is called Ursac.
Okay.
And it's Kevlar. I think it's Kevlar. Maybe it's even Dyneema now. Anyway, it's like an extremely, strong fiber. And then they try to like they make a bag out of it that you put your food in.
That'd be nice. So it's
And
not so
then,
bulky.
yeah, it's way lighter. But it, for the most part, isn't approved in places. It's not foolproof enough for a lot of agencies. So there's space out there.
Something to look into.
Yeah, I think there's like there's two major people, and then there's people that make one out of, it's like carbon fiber, so it's really light, but very expensive. Yeah. All right. Have we harassed everyone we should harass? Nope. No?
No. Nope, the three girls. You got
We haven't
Molly, Maggie,
harassed
and
you
Beth.
yet?
They're actually one.
They're one?
They're one group.
Three as one?
Come on.
Yeah, come on over. Come on over. Nice. Check.
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 Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Why don't we introduce? You can start with yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
What's your name?
My name is Molly.
Where are you from?
Minnesota.
Where in Minnesota?
It's called Woodbury. It's like 5 minutes from St. Paul.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
I just figured there'll be podcast listeners who know exactly where that
Relate
is,
to
so,
Minnesota.
yeah,
Yes,
we're
Woodbury,
trying
home of the Royals.
to- Yeah. What kind of design do you specialize in?
Graphic design.
Graphic design.
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
Yeah.
All these industrial designers. I'm like,
I know.
that is
I
super
think
cool. I don't know anything about it.
Well, there's 4 of us here, yeah.
Okay, nice.
So it's interesting to be around a bunch of ID kids because we really aren't after freshman year.
Yeah. What do you think is? I've never interacted
with ID.
Yeah.
They think a lot more 3D than us.
Uh-huh.
They can see like physical copy a lot better than we can. It's a little hard for us. We see pretty flat.
Yeah. I
digital
was just.
things.
I was just talking about that actually.
Yeah.
With Baxter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. About like. I was like, I'm in the 2D world.
Yeah.
That's how my brain works.
I feel like a lot of their projects too were a lot more like practical and like used, where we just made cool things. So
Mhm. Yeah, it's I mean, there's lots of different ways of graphic design. For us in the Park Service, for me, it's like just how to communicate with people well. Basically, how do we make something that has that nice balance, of like that kind of nice tension that you always want, that makes a good design, but is also really clear. Because that's a big thing for us, is that people are on vacation. There's crazy stuff going on. They're seeing all this crazy,
Yeah.
and we want to teach them stuff, but we don't want to like
get in the way of
throw the book at them. So yeah, kind of learning how to use design to do that, super important. Yeah. How about you? What's your name?
My name is Maggie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I have a cousin in Kansas. Two
Oh, yeah.
cousins in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your graphic design as well.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll finish introductions and then we'll just
Yeah, I'm Beth. I'm from Wichita,
Wichita.
Kansas. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we do have a lot of Kansans and some upper Midwest people.
Mhm.
Wisconsin, Minnesota. Nice.
Yeah.
So have any of you guys been to Rocky Mountain before?
No, I think this is the first time
No?
for all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys been in mountains before?
Yeah.
I've been to Colorado and
Yeah?
other places, just never the park
Yeah,
before.
I went to Vail.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've been to Estes, just never really to the park.
Okay. Yeah, so you've seen some mountain stuff. So what do you think? What do you think about Rocky?
It's awesome.
It's beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah?
Especially with what we see every day in Lawrence. It's
very flat.
Yeah.
Right, very
Geographically
different.
a huge contrast. So it's nice
Mhm.
to see everything. And we went hiking a lot, especially the first day, and kind of
Elevation
yeah.
change.
That hit you, right?
Yeah, we decided
yeah.
the first like 15 minutes are the hardest, but once you get to the destination, it's always worth it.
Totally. Yeah, I'm my body's especially stubborn, so for me it's like the first 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Especially if it's really early. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh man, but yeah, every time once you get into it, you're like, I'm so glad I'm doing this.
Yeah.
This just feels so good and engages your mind in a different
Yeah.
way. Yeah, how is it's been interesting hearing from different people how the camping and hiking and being outside all the time has affected lots of things, but
Yes.
your design, how is that? What do you think the benefit has been there? How has it been different? I mean, because a lot of people have said, like, and I'm the same way. I'm on the computer all the time. I'm pretty much in, Illustrator and InDesign and Photoshop. And
Yeah, I think I was going to say, having not as much technology at your fingertips all the time was a huge thing for most of us. It's also just, I think this week, specifically in my project, and I guess in all of ours, we pulled a lot more from the environment around us and stuff that we don't normally see. So if I hadn't have been here, I wouldn't have known what this stuff looked like, and I wouldn't have been inspired to do that kind of thing. So it's just kind of a different environment, helps you pull different ideas and things that you would never normally see. If I was in Kansas, I wouldn't be looking at the same things and making the same things. So that was a big.
Yeah, one thing that I don't know, this is just my own personal pet theory, but national park visitation has been going up for sure the last few years, at least like at Rocky it has hugely, incredibly. And I think part of it for me, and you guys would know even more because I'm 32, so but I had the internet and stuff for a long time, and like you have to be here. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, like you have to be here and have the experience. It doesn't really translate any other way. It's not really reproducible.
Even in pictures, like it's just
Exactly.
Not the same.
Yeah.
So it's something that it's cool that we have these places, like experiences that are here set aside specifically for you to be able to like have a genuine experience that you can't have anywhere else. That's cool.
Yeah.
What about you guys? How did it?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was not being able to rely on outside sources. So having to come up with things that were like personal experiences, things that you are familiar with. And then also for me, a big thing was like not being able to compare what I was doing to other things that have been done. So it's kind of figuring out a way, or I guess it was just not having the ability to go out there and look at what's already been done. So just
I hadn't even thought about that, but that is huge because I mean, we all do that. Like when I'm starting a project, I'm just like, oh, I have this feel in mind, and you start looking at references,
and then you get lost.
You kind of like if you had, you still come up with something original, but like maybe you had some idea before you started looking that now has gotten kind of drowned out, maybe. And then I think the comparison thing is huge too, because I know for me, like I feel like in everything in life, like you do best when you aren't self-conscious about it. But it's really hard when you have like the world of design and you're like, oh my God, I can't do this. But it's like, well, they're one of the 10 best designers of all time.
But at the same time, I thought like it's been a really long time since I've been told make whatever you want. Like there's no like guidelines or prompt or anything. And at first it was like, oh my gosh, like what should I do? I can do anything. And like just this pressure to make something awesome. Because you have the 1 week.
Sure.
And everyone here is so talented too. And seeing everyone's together, everyone around you is making really amazing stuff.
Yeah,
so
I agree. When I looked at everything.
Yeah, there was definitely panic. Like, what do I do?
That's cool though. Like that's a good, that's a good group dynamic. I think when you have a bunch of people together who are good at something, it makes everybody kind of step their game up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I love a lot of this stuff. Yeah, we're gonna try to get pictures up so we can put it on the blog.
Oh, cool. Good.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you guys have had a good time and that it's been valuable. Do you think there's things from this experience you'll take back with you? Getting smoked.
I feel like I'd be more likely to go visit other parks now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really good.
I think especially aside from the design and just the camping aspect of being here, none of us have ever camped for an entire week.
Yeah.
So that was really tough at times, but
Right.
now, I think the longest I've ever camped is really a night or two.
Right.
So yeah, a weekend. So.
Yeah, I think it's that day like 3 to 4 where the game starts to change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're like, wait, there's nowhere for me to go.
Yeah.
I live here.
Yeah. But after this, I think I'd be a lot more willing to do stuff for longer periods of time.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's like a time-based thing, you know. You almost have to you realize, I mean, I've done backpacking trips and you kind of sense this pattern where it's like day 2, day 3, day 4, and as you get deeper into it, you become more and more comfortable.
Yeah.
It's cool. Get your mind in a different gear.
Yeah, but we've also heard a lot of people around camp saying like this is the nicest campsite they've been to, and like how all the facilities are really close and Estes is right there. So it'd be really interesting to even go somewhere more remote.
Oh yeah,
where we like can't go
actually,
to Estes for
actually,
showers.
that's a really good point. Yeah. I've talked about this with people before, like those of us who work here. You know, it's very unusual to have a park of this size and type, but then to have a real community right at the doorstep, and then an airport an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
Because when I worked in Denali, and even there's some stuff compared, but like there's no grocery store. Although I heard that they're building one, but there's no grocery store. So we would drive to Fairbanks. So it's 4.5, 5 hours round trip for groceries.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so it's and so you're right. There's a whole realm.
Yeah.
Also, what I would encourage you to do, there's 417 units in the National Park Service system.
Wow.
So there's national parks, which I think there's 59 or 60 of now, but then there's a whole bunch of other stuff, and like national monuments. We run a lot of those. Forest Service and BLM run a lot more. There's historic sites. Anytime you have the chance. The job I had before this, I went to all sorts of different parks and made brochures for them. It just, so many places are really cool, even if you wouldn't think to stop there. Like little Revolutionary War battlefields and Civil War battlefields. And oh man, I'm blanking on the name right now. It's a Congaree National Park, which is a swamp area, kind of right on the border of the Carolinas. Like, it was incredible, and I'd never heard of it. So that's cool that you're more interested now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You can go if you go to findyourpark.com, or if you go just go to nps.gov. Like, we have maps of every park unit.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Keep it up. Future park visitors.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Our next episode will be released on Friday, August 25th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Bye for now. Hey, you rockin' Rockyites. Welcome to episode 10 of season 1, which has 10 episodes total, which means, you guessed it, this is Sad Face, the last episode for this first inaugural season of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. So, first of all, we want to say thank you so much for tuning in, whether that was one episode or multiple episodes. Hopefully you became a subscriber if you are into it in whatever podcast app you like to use. If not, consider doing that. Some stuff you can do while we're on a hiatus for the winter. We may have some bonus episodes in the winter, but we're going to be on a hiatus overall. Here's some things you can do. If you like the podcast, First of all, if you go to iTunes and give us reviews, that helps us show up higher in search rankings. It helps us spread the news about Rocky and reach more people. So think about that. Another great way is to just tell people that are your friends that you think you might be into our podcast. Just let them know, hey, this is kind of cool. Check it out. Or maybe you'll listen to an episode together. I'm also going to go out on a big limb here and give you my email address so that you can send us any comments, positive, critical, negative, whatever. And more importantly, you can give us ideas for things that you are interested in hearing about for next season. We are going to start on pre-production after a little bit of a break here. So we're going to start thinking about it, planning it out for next season. And, we're open to any great ideas that you have. So send them my way. My email address is miles_C_Barger. That is B as in boy, AR, G as in girl, ER, miles_C_Barger at nps.gov. Send us your comments, send us your ideas, just send us a hey, thank you from wherever you're from. We enjoy listening. Whatever kind of notes you want to drop, go ahead and send them there, and we will read as many of them as we can. So, let's finish this season up with an episode about Long's Peak. Today, we're joining Everett Phillips, who is a Long's Peak climbing ranger. We're going to talk about what being a climbing ranger involves, why we have climbing rangers at Rocky. We're going to talk about how Everett became a climbing ranger, and then we're going to spend quite a bit of time talking about Long's Peak, specifically the Keyhole route. Everett's job this summer and last summer has focused, as you'll hear in the episode, on doing what we call preventative search and rescue, or PSAR, on Long's Peak, specifically the Keyhole route, to help have people have a better time, help keep them safe, and help prevent search and rescues from happening before they ever happen. So, super interesting episode, obviously a huge topic here at the park, and we hope that you find it enjoyable, fascinating, and if you are thinking about climbing Long's Peak, very useful. Here we go. All right, let's get started. We're here, we don't need to say where we are because we're in my office. That's boring. A lot of times we record it outside, but we're not recording at 13,000 feet.
Yeah, being in an office is novel for me, though.
That's true.
It's exciting to me.
All right, we're in a novel environment here in an office in the indoors. Gonna do an interview. So, if you could tell us your name and your title here at the park.
So I'm Everett Phillips, and I'm one of the climbing rangers on the East District in Rocky Mountain National Park.
East District, so the Estes side.
Yeah.
So climbing ranger, we haven't talked about climbing rangers yet on the podcast, so maybe we can do a little overview of that program before we dig into what you specifically do. So how many climbing staff are there here in the park?
There's 8.
8.
2 of us are here year-round, and I'm one of the 6 who are here seasonally, so from May until the end of October in my case. And our role, it's Rocky Mountain National Park, so it's rocky, and we have a lot of spectacular mountain terrain here, and that terrain is inaccessible in part for many visitors and many employees because of its precipitous nature. So we have a visitor use group, mountain climbers, that access that terrain for recreation. And when they get in trouble, or perhaps when they impact the resource, the park has to become involved with that terrain, either to go rescue them or to maybe make regulations. A great example would be if a cliff is closed for nesting raptors, you need some people who could get up there to tell people to leave that terrain or to post signs.
Gotcha. So basically we have, as anyone who's been to the park knows, a lot of steep terrain, especially on this side of the park, but on both sides of the park, a lot of steep terrain. And we have people who like to climb it. And so we need people who know what they're doing to get up there and help them out and talk to them, and also to know the community, right? And to know the concerns and to know all those sorts of things.
Yeah, that definitely is part of the job. When I first began working with the Park Service, I was on the rescue team in Yosemite, and we were volunteers, and kind of having your fingers on the pulse of the climbing community helps in doing the job.
All right, so you're a climbing ranger. What is your position specifically?
Well, I was hired 2 years ago, mostly to focus on Long's Peak, and specifically to focus on the Keyhole route, which is probably our most popular mountain climbing adventure in the park. Almost 10,000 people come out here every year just to try Long's Peak. And the climbing route's accessible sort of people with advanced hiking skills, but it's not just hiking, it's mountain climbing. And so the park definitely, at the very least, has a duty to inform people of the hazards that they face going up there. And definitely we do quite a few rescues related to the Keyhole route. So I'm here to talk to people about what they're getting into, be available to answer questions when I'm out on the mountain, and then be where I put myself in a good position to respond for rescues on the upper mountain especially.
Right. So as much as you have a typical day, what does your typical day look like, to paint the picture for listeners? Because it's even to me, someone who works in the park, it's pretty cool.
The foundation of my job is having an intimate understanding of the mountain, which requires going up there regularly because conditions change so often, and the experience and the hazards are completely dependent on those conditions. So my bread and butter day is to show up for work sometime before 7 a.m. and get a pack together and go start up from the Longs Peak trailhead towards the summit using the Keyhole route, and be available to talk to people along the way. Sometimes you end up going all the way to the summit because it's a nice day and conditions are in your favor, and you don't get sidetracked by some other project or a rescue or something of that nature, and then maybe descend a different way. Clark's Arrow is another good route that you can do alone as a climbing ranger. But that allows you to do a few things. One is get our safety message across to the visitors who are actually climbing the mountain. The other thing is I can take photos of the route to post on our conditions blog, and that helps people understand whether it's icy or whether the rock's dry, what sort of equipment they might need to bring. That's really what I should be doing at least 2 days a week. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less.
Sounds all right.
Yeah.
So I'm sure people out there are thinking, like, what? You get to climb Longs Peak for your job? That's crazy. I know we can get into we will get into the details of why it's also a challenging job. How long have you been climbing? How long have you been a climber?
I've been leading rock climbs, placing my own gear and building my own anchors for just over 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from New York, Westchester County, New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Westchester is New York City, kind of?
Yeah, it's the bedroom community.
Bedroom community?
Half an hour and an hour north of New York City on the Hudson.
Oh, okay.
That area.
Was there a climbing community around there when you were growing up?
I think in my experience, there's a climbing community just about everywhere.
Oh, nice.
But the closest rock climbing destination is are the Shongunks, or the Gunks, as most people know them.
Yep. I haven't been there, but
yeah, and I think
I've heard that term.
That's actually the first place that I roped up and went climbing.
The Gunks?
Yeah, where the climbs had a name. I was already scrambling around cliffs and stuff in my backyard. I had a few boulders that I could try to summit.
Yeah, how did you get into it? Were you always kind of scrambling around as a kid and into stuff like that, or did you have a friend or family member that inspired you, or a movie, or what?
I did have a friend of mine. His name was Josh Garrison. We were soccer players on the same soccer team, but he got into Outward Bound. He was an instructor there, and he's been involved in outdoor recreation. And I think, to get into climbing that is more adventurous for you, it's helpful to have a partner to hold the other end of the rope. And I think I got recruited to hold the other end of the rope. And I guess in some ways he opened that world to me.